ルール？
ビザでタッチ使ったことありますか？スマホをタッチするだけであっという間にお会計できちゃうんですよ。
これは便利だね。
でしょ？
インサートコインから全てが変わった。
ビザ。
This is looking really good. I'm not even gonna front like that. It's a bold hit. Optimal. It's the surge. It's the one, Jay. You ready?
I've never seen a mix like this before. That's refreshing.
That was a great combination.
Right?
Totally pop.
Why does he get a White Claw surge? Did I get zoned out?
Tough break, Jay. Gotta have that championship mentality.
Just missed an all-time. Did I?
ストリートファイター4っていう形で格闘ゲーム久しぶりにやった時に、その時になんていうか、自分で特別なものがあったんだなっていうのを思い出したっていうことがあったんですけど。
See the Curry set? Nope.
I don't see myself quitting for at least maybe 20 more years.
気持ちは調子良かったですね。
It's much more than just playing. It's being.
Go back to Car vs Global. Okay, we can go back. When they go on break. Not right now though.
With Anthros, your next match will fix your sit. Try today, risk-free for 60 days, or your money back guaranteed. Anthros.com/Evo.
Hey everyone, this is Damascus and welcome to Getting a Closer Look with Zenny. We are on Evo and Zenny allows you to mix and match any frame with almost any lens, whether it's sunglasses or blue light blocking or migraine lenses, whatever you prefer, Zenny has it for you. We are here with my friend Jules at the 2XKO booth. Jules, there is plenty happening there. What's happening on this booth?
Yeah, so at the 2XKO booth, we have a whole bunch of different ways to play. We have the new PvE mode, the climb that we just added, and you can find a friend to join up in there. We have a lot of our devs on site that you can play with, maybe get some practice and some tips before your pools. And then we have a team fight section.
The PDR.
Where you play team fight fuse, and it's just pure chaos. And then the last section is my favorite. It is the find a duo section. So if you are at Evo alone, you don't have any friends yet, you just come to the 2XKO booth, and then we will find you a duo, and hopefully you can be friends forever and find your crew here at Evo.
Isn't this the most beautiful thing? We're at Evo, the entire FGC is there, you see all of the nationalities. Who knows, you might be there as an American and make friends with someone all the way from Japan, from France, anything. This is what 2XKO offers, right?
Yes, that's what it's all about. Some of my best friends I've met through fighting games in Japan. Every time I go to Evo Japan, we always meet up. And then
No, no DBFZ is crazy.
At Evo, you can get a whole bunch of really exclusive, awesome.
Oh shit, they did. I just opened Twitter.
It's really awesome, and I'm really happy that we're able to bring the game to everybody.
It's been really nice. I hope I can press some buttons, but the real question for you is, why should I line up? Why should I be in the
I'm not really surprised by this list. No DBFZ is crazy. This Tokons there now, I guess.
Only get in person, and it's the connection.
The Tokons a thing.
In the FGC here in person, it's this whole.
Yeah, it's replaced by Tokon, yeah.
So that's why you gotta get here. You gotta see everybody and feel that energy in the room.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Jules. This booth looks amazing. I hope I get to press some buttons.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Evo 2026. We have concluded our first round of top 8 matches here in this grand final top 8 moment of the tournament. It's been a busy 3 days. We are K&M, and it's our pleasure to bring you the continued of these matches. It's been a fantastic time.
Now, it wouldn't be Evo without a fair selection of peripherals. As you can see, you can always check out the goodies that we have underneath this. You can go to PlayStation.com/.
Okay, there's Lightning Magic on stream.
You join the fray at home.
I'll look at it later. I can't look at that right now.
Fight stick. It will launch.
Can we grab a drink real quick?
6th, 2026. So
for this next match starts.
Yeah, I think they've had them on some of the booths here as well, so players will be able to kind of get some hands-on time with them, and always good to see more peripherals in the FGC. But we are ready for our next set of games, where I'm fairly sure our next match is going to be Bleed versus Poker. So quick look at the brackets. Yes, matches have gone. Our winners finals awaits later on for Sonic Fox and Inzem versus Supernoon. So it's a game to see. Will Supernoon be able to get at least minimum 2nd place? Or will Sonic Fox and Inzem have to say something about that? We've got Bleed versus Poker, and we've got the Twins versus Sakari in the run back.
I tell you what, These matches are juicy, juicy. It's going to be Fox Inzem versus Supernoon. You already know that's going to be good. The losers matches we're about to have, both of them, USA versus Japan.
Damn, that actually is pretty cool. Pretty fitting as well, though. However, Bleed versus Poker, still two relatively young players. I think they are our youngest players in the top 8 overall, but
correct.
Already very experienced. You know, with how little you would assume they would have in the FGC. That time has been spent wisely. You know, just grinding, playing, competing, and especially in 2XKO, where these are, again, regular faces in both regions, whether it's in Japan, whether it's in USA. And okay, are we ready to go in? This is it, okay. Wow, okay, I love already the start. Bleed is the kind of player who I've seen over and over and over again will just go for a round start running straight at you. In this match, Bleed's moving back, and it's Poker that's just running him down. So we've got two players definitely wanting to get aggressive, but Bleed being a little bit more patient and getting rewarded for it. Oh no. Wow.
The counter hit on the wake up too. Just caught pressing buttons, trying to fight back with something. We side switch, keep you back into the corner. A character dead already. Ari left to come in, but you are having to fight very healthy Echo Alawi. And a lot of meter to play with, might I add.
Missed it again, unfortunately.
Either that or was trying to bait a break or something. Not sure why you went this early.
From that distance, I would be surprised, but hey, never, they are the pros after all.
Trying to give the benefit of the doubt, I suppose. All right, limit strike. There's the setup. Ooh. Just a raw wake up. We are not playing any games. But then again, I guess with the break available, you can play those kind of risks.
Okay, yeah, turning this Anya attempt into a block string anyway. Bleed, again, being careful, but gets clipped. Now Poker putting him right back in the same situation again. No meter this time.
Wow, there we go. Straight up dive bomb. Right, activate. But the technical was there to continue the combo. Why not? Goes for a second, can't quite find it, but it doesn't matter. The final hit is landed regardless. Poker 1 round down. Bleed in the driver's seat going into round 2.
Oh, I love that round start too. Round 1 was just Poker running in. Round 2, going for that S1 with the Kali. Just that dive in covered by the Ari assist. Poker definitely wants to get the advantage as early as possible.
Wow, that's
as often as possible.
Very rare at this level that technical will just connect clean like that at range, but anything's possible at Evo.
It does cover like half the screen if you can get it set up. The difficulty is finding the activation time.
Side switch! So cheeky! No! But no! The overcommitment! Punished for it now as a Kali. Back in the game. Gonna get a big... Yep. What are we gonna get from it? Shroud, OTG. The roll, the fearlessness, Bleed, just not afraid to pick these bold options on Wake Up.
Unfortunately for Poker as well, I feel like that path, we do commonly see the Shuriken super into the Azuna drop, but was like a shred of super away from having that second meter. Still, isn't gonna matter too much. Does take out the Echo now, Alawi. Definitely a character we've seen Bleed a lot of confidence in over time, but gonna make it work now. Oh, nice parry.
Push block as well.
Oh, the double jump to make the overhead whip. Insane. Oh no, didn't get it again. Poker with quite a few combo drops. A lot of execution errors. I mean, staggers on these standing lights.
Yeah,
into another parry.
It's a lot worse than that though, Mustard, because look at where you are. Your back's to the corner. The level 1 is spent. The technicals, and here we go. Where we get extra damage, the pressure, relentless. Oh God, the happy birthday! That was looking so bad.
Oh my goodness! Bleed even went for an air tech chase, but the throw tech was ready for it. The fact that that anti-air whiffed as well, if it weren't for that assist call, Bleed would have actually been punished. Oh, speaking of which, the Fury dash cancel to be able to punish the break, that was disgusting.
That was what we
Wait, Poker's right here to ever do soon.
Yes.
The dash cancel.
Does that mean Poker beat Noka? Oh shit.
Are you kidding me?
Hey man, that is the type of sweaty play you would expect.
Young man reactions, bro. Young man reactions.
Hey, I mean, Fury is so scary for a number of reasons, but being able to dash cancel just about anything has just a laundry list of applications. Being able to bait breaks like that is merely one of them. Oh, wow. What a start. Bleed, game 1 on the board now against Poker.
Poker looking pretty good here in this first round. The turnaround now. Striking with the shroud, Elo. Get much off.
Finals the year.
The delayed advance from that.
Yo, Vinny, let's do a 7 stream streak.
Give me a second. That entire sequence resulting in Echo gone too, that was just all control from Poker start to finish, and here is Alawi again. Wow, that was like such a long distance crouching medium. I mean, I know Alawi's, it's probably our longest range, like most traditional grounded button, but I caught Poker on the way in. One hell of a prediction from Bleed, and it did work out. Can't get anything off the technical, but at least a little bit of damage. Any little chunk of damage you can do is going to be good against Akali, though. That health pool is quite lacking, but not going to matter too much.
Intend to let this rock at the moment. There was a possible happy birthday that we saw moments before that, but just couldn't quite find it.
Oh, I like that setup. You see the frame kill, those intentional whiffing of the normals to make that meaty timing consistent. Resulted in a pretty disgusting setup. Wow! Okay, just slapping Echo on one side and then Alawi the other. Damn, I guess we take those.
Take those indeed. Wake up, but punished all the same. Really, really good round there from Poker. Just assertive from start to finish.
Betrayed, but oh dear, that's a happy birthday. Yeah, but happy birthdays for Akali, particularly punishing. I feel like, all of her combos just completely capture both opponents for like the entire time. Important time to break their Bleed.
You don't see that jump in every day for a cross-up.
I mean, it's not uncommon to see it from Ari, just that was a weird angle for it to connect. Alright, oh no, wait a minute, wait, is this?
This is Akali, man. You know what's coming.
Yeah, exactly.
You
That
know
is
what's
so
coming.
much damage!
God damn that damage.
Oh, if it's the Zuna drop, you just have to think it's probably gonna do it.
Hey,
Right.
there was one time in this top 8 it didn't. I guess miracles
Yeah,
happen
and it was
every
like
now and then.
1% left afterwards.
Theory mate.
Oh, I guess after the
But this is total control for Poker right now. This is much more the turnaround we need after that first game.
set up. Okay, but second time we've seen Bleed go for that option. A risky option indeed, but if it works.
The first time we saw it, at least he had the breaks to cover you. Not the case this time. I think it's just it's telling that Bleed is so willing to just make those decisions, but Poker's still ready to punish the break as well. We are just trading play for play.
I mean, that's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You either allow yourself to get killed, or you just say screw it, I'm gonna risk it, and that's it.
But I feel like a big adjustment though in that match was round or game one at the round start situation.
Last time, chatter.
Round start,
You like that?
round start, commit to
Real
something.
weird.
A lot more reserved, especially in that final round for Poker. So Poker maybe just slowing down a little bit, maybe looking for those key moments a little bit
Or
more.
very weird.
Oh, I just straight up connected.
He's been not afraid to be bold on Wake Up as Bleed, but that's one of the first times we've seen a significant punish or a counter in that situation. However, stunned. Seeing the break out of the... Oh, whipping the 2H though, and that's going to be bad news.
That's the case of those crouching heavies. They might be fantastic anti-airs, but all the time they have a lot of recovery to them. If you're against characters like Ari or Kali, they have that amazing kind of sweetness and coverage, whether it's range of buttons
What the?
speed to get into punish.
Oh, there's a sound effect for shoe shoots now. What the fuck?
Poker taking out Echo
Yo,
here.
thanks for
Poker
the
did have to turn that into a
220.
two-touch scenario though. We were about half a second away
I need to edit
Kali
that.
being back. Oh, that would have turned into a combo off the grab. But look at this turn around, Mustard.
Yeah,
we're going to go for the tried and true, the classic, the tag launch. It's Akali, so please finish the job. Thank you very much. Just like that, Poker on the verge of eliminating Bleed before top 4.
Bleed might get eliminated. Oh, snap. That's kind of crazy, though, no? See the teabag? No, I didn't get to see it. I'll look at it after this match. But when they go on break.
Turn that into a combo, yes, we will. Damage continues.
I mean, if it's Timo, I'm not surprised.
Here we go, the setup. It's time for
It's
the
Hikari.
Just
And it's also
clipped
Timo.
by it, and now the dirty stuff, the hard tag allowing Echo to continue to party.
That really is the crux of the setup though, right? Is get the tentacles out, switch to
I
Echo,
mean, if it's
set up
Timo, I
the
don't blame him. Like, what?
Man, very hard to defend against.
Like, Timo is so annoying to fight. They're so corny.
Get the job done, but it's going to be Ari on her own. So
Sonic teabag saw that, Timo. Sonic. Wait,
however
Hikari?
much bajillion% damage she finishes the job with.
They called it too early.
Ari, oh wow, that just connected straight into super as well. Yeah, yeah. Let's try and make it as hard to play around the Fury as possible.
Alawi does have those sizable buttons and the damage.
Sonic Fox?
Cancel off the anti.
That wasn't Sonic Fox, it was Hikari.
Yeah, oh, empty jump.
Staggering off the light, but the light connected. All right, possible last chance here for Bleed. I guess that's the downside. Oh, wow, what parry. That's the downside. Oh, the cancel. Never mind. Hold that
Oh,
ball.
no.
Yep, just committing here. If you want to break, so be it. But wow, the counter hit. And
way.
waited so long to try and catch.
No
way. Waited as
way.
long as possible. You don't need to extend the combo with anything but the super
Oh,
to get the
boy.
KO. But if Poker even hesitated, just flinched and went for the break, Bleed was ready for it, but was able to cover both options. We're going to a wow, game 3, final round again.
Only at Evo Vegas, baby. That's what it's all about. You get the best of the best. You know these games are going to go the distance.
You know, when Alawi has the screen locked in place like that for full screen, you just don't feel like Echo can get behind
Lawi,
you.
oh hell no.
Here
What's
we
wrong with
are.
Lawi?
Never mind, Poker. I used to get the best of it again.
All right, there's that limit strike into Orb.
Wake up attack block. No wake up attack this time though from Bleed in that situation. Oh, the
Oh
tentacle!
my god.
The full screen summons. Yeah, Alawi has been doing so much work in this entire set.
That's a huge amount of damage for Akali to take on the back end.
Oh my god.
There because that's a happy birthday. Not only is it going to result in likely a dead Echo, but look at how much damage Alawi took. The
It's not
comeback
good.
has to happen. So
That's
much
not
harder
good.
now.
Oh, massive anti-air.
Nice
oh, wait,
anti-air.
hang on, you
Oh, but he
tried
drops
optimal
it.
with a delayed jump M. Wasn't quite able to find it.
Nice switch.
Okay, the fact that connected left.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
goodness, Bleed was able to stay safe and do damage for it anyway.
That is one hell of a turnaround, and now it looks like an even-Steven situation. Not just health, not just meter, but Fury as well.
The parry!
Oh my god.
Do you Fury? No!
Oh my god, he didn't Fury, he didn't Fury. Oh my god.
This is insanity! Poker with the patience of a saint, and it's Bleed who has to pop the Fury with the grab again.
Oh my god, he wants that Fury.
Crazy.
Oh, he's dead.
What is going on here? It's grab after grab, but I fear that might be the end. There is a level 3,
game.
and it will be spent. By all accounts, that should be a victory for Poker. Thanks for thinking about it, but I feel like that's the end. Yeah. I mean, at that level, it's no doubt they sat there and
Yo,
just
so
watched
that's at a
the
20.
pace. But right at the end, the grabs.
No, I've got to say, the absolute discipline that Poker showed there, and that's what it's all about right there. That is what it's all about, the sportsmanship, the respect being shown. W Bleed. Let's hear it for Bleed.
Forever and always.
But
a
What
bright
is that?
future ahead, I'm sure.
it was like I was saying, the
That sound effect is throwing me off.
Poker
I don't know if
to
you guys can hear
be
it.
getting hit by what could have been
But
the
it's throwing me
final
off.
combo of the game, with Fury available, and deciding not only to not pop it, but also ready with the throw tech on the kind of reset situation. That was, I mean, that not every player would have been able to
You guys can?
control themselves in that environment. But Poker was able to do so.
I tell you what, as we check these replays presented by PlayStation tournaments, we're going to get quite the miniature history lesson because
I can't wait to see the replay of the final bit of the set.
we're just going to wait for it to
Yo,
happen. I'm
D1
sure we're
next
going
to
to
8.
capture it. Crowd was going nuts. I feel
Where
like
the fuck did I turn that off?
I would dread to think what the heart rate was of both those players at the end of that. That moment was just so sick, covering so many options at once. But then what we were all waiting for, the final moment, where it was just insanity for
right there, hitting the anti-air and being able to like jump dance it to stay safe, to whip punishment, taking out a character.
Look at how even it.
Here we go. Yeah, there was parry. Akali got clipped. Right here, the fact that Poker held the Fury and was ready for the air tech.
Yo, they're loud as hell in that
I mean, it
crowd.
wasn't the overall play that won the set, but it definitely started momentum. That whiffed grab, I mean, it got spicy, man. It got spicy. I feel like at the very end, it just, I mean, you could only think to put yourself in that position. What would you do? Do you go for the grab for the individual damage? Do you try and do something else?
It's Apollo.
Who knows? Either way, Poker's going to take it. GG.
I just cannot believe that Poker held on to the breaker there in the corner. That was boldness of legendary status.
It was. But that's why Poker is here in this top 8. And that's why
He's turned into a swimsuit black. Yeah.
Let's have a look at the bracket and see how these matches are going. And we have our next losers of round 2 match to go. Oh my
This
god.
dude.
Ooh, it is run back o'clock, my friends.
Tell the people.
Supreme
Hikari
2 0
and the
bleed.
Twins, they played
Oh my
earlier,
god.
in the tournament, in the top 24. It was Hikari. Yeah. Hikari going into this overall tournament as #1 seed. You know, won Evo Japan. Overall favorite of the game in general. You know, really pioneering that kind of Akali Ahri team, which we now see so many players using. Has, you know, I think really got that kind of first win of that scale with it.
What's up, Juicy J?
For good reason, you know, and went into this.
Do any talk on music? We have no clue.
But the Twins won in
I'm
the
doing predict.
matchup. It was a fantastic set. Hikari just had a rather inspirational time at Evo Japan, because I know that, like, let's be real, Akali wasn't like only out for a few days before the event, but with how technical she was when she first came out, her combos were very, very fiddly. There was a lot of execution.
Okay, I did not mean to write grand finals in the title, but just vote. I didn't mean to write grand finals in the title, obviously.
That character immediately is not easy, right? And I feel like, hang on, wait a second, we're getting the handshakes. I was going to do some sort of analysis, but that was just a badass shot. I'm just going to wait for the match now. Yo, thanks Airhead's Aircam for these angles that we otherwise wouldn't be able to see. Let's go.
I didn't mean to write grand finals in it, just ignore that part.
This is overall a top 8.
But I didn't write it. I just reused the last predict, and I had it in it. I have to remove it.
Bleed got 4th at Evo Japan. Poker was 7th at Evo Japan. So in this kind of instance, it's going to be Poker who advances forward. But it just goes to show a lot for the level of consistency. Yes, but this is, again, as I said right at the start of the show, a game only ever has its... You only ever get one first Evo Vegas. You know, this is where Evo began. I know there's other events popping up here and there, but you know, Evo Vegas really is where it started and is still considered to be that kind of like main event in the grassroots scene. And for 2XKO, I think the overall competition really reflects that.
All right, well, the stage selector's coming through. I have a feeling this is going to be the start of quite the set. Just 2 legendary players, but a run back of this very tournament. You know Hikari's looking for revenge. And already scores a bit of damage, but you don't want to overcommit with a Thresh right in front of you. That man's going to absolutely pump damage.
All right, fantastic start for Hikari, setting up the Shroud. Getting Haru blocking here on this Thresh. Wow, okay.
Oh, the punish! Wow. The punish resulting in Jinx coming into the point as well. We have to remember Thresh has taken so much damage. Both players now going to be unbelievably tender, and actually, right, what's it going to be?
Yeah, double super. There's the one, there's the number 2.
Oh, it whiffed! It whiffed!
Uh-oh! That was for sure a Jinx no more, but not going to happen. I mean, at the very least, Hikari still has it going. Yeah, Jinx is going to get taken out here. It's the handshake timing. I mean, ultimately, the goal there was to get rid of the Jinx, and even though the combo didn't do it, she basically got knocked out straight after. But this is, dare I say, an impossible situation for Haru. This is like you've got to avoid chip, you've got no access to break. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't going to happen.
But it is merely 1 round, so there's plenty of time.
Once you get 1, 2, and shoot for 6 scores, let's not play it more. You should. If it does that, then you should. I want Tifa. Not wait for that.
Hey, Thresh damage coming off a throw as well. You know, Thresh knows a thing or two about it.
Yeah, it's scary. Thresh, one of the hardest hitting characters in the game, and Akali, who
Thresh is definitely scary, bro.
is not the healthiest character in the game.
Shout out Hikari for being one of the few people that aren't using Thresh.
Because if you're playing Thresh and you're going through these like, you know, kind of air dash, airborne heavies, things like that, Akali's jump heavy is the ultimate kind of air-to-air fishing for counter hits button. And that is what's going to happen if Thresh is not careful. However, now Toshi is the one getting comboed to the corner. Hikari.
Try this.
Slight patience, just in case there was a wake-up attack, maybe in case there was a parry attempt. That 2x assist, though, creating the obstacles in front. Finding the hit is Thresh. And Haru, what do you get from this? Limit strike, lantern.
Oh, tried to punish the roll.
Nice, parry.
This is... Oh, no! Yeah, that could not have been what you want. That overhead normal, you have to be distanced, otherwise it will whiff completely. And in this case, it actually might cost Haru the life bar. Yeah, this is a full combo coming out. Yeah, Izuna drop. Goodbye. Yeah, what an unfortunate mistake on the back of a clutch parry too. And that's an element to the Twins that have been so good all weekend long, whether it's air throws, parries. These defensive choices have been good, but you know, you make the read, you've got to follow up with the execution. Okay, Toshi managed to find a standing light there to interrupt. Akali says no, Fury is popped. Okay, Jinx has a lot of meter. The stun gun is ready as well, but Hikari has no reason to overextend here. Damage still.
Dash cancel into super assist from Thresh. You do not want to get hit by that lantern. The dash in the air to escape. Very hard to escape that super.
Ooh,
wait a second.
Is that even going to connect?
Wait a second. What's going to happen here?
Does that catch the knives? It
Oh,
does.
wow. Oh, my God, he's not dead.
That does so much damage. However, Akali with a pixel
Damn.
left. The Lantern has other plans. I don't know how Akali avoids that, honestly. The super assist, that absolute verticality that it covers, just looms ever closer.
Wow.
Oh, wait a minute.
Caught him not blocking.
And that's it. I mean, Toshi was on the verge of making it happen, you know, was playing clean, but that's the downside to those comebacks from one hell of a deficit is even if the whole comeback is starting to go well, you're only ever going to be like 1 or 2 mistakes at best away from losing the game anyway.
Patchos come out after this. I delete the game.
We are still in 2 out of 3 territory. 1 more loss. And
I doubt they're gonna nerf Thresh that badly. Relax.
Hikari going on.
He probably definitely will get damage nerfed though.
As the favorite, losers bracket be damned. Still very much as one to watch. Oh wow, full catch on those standing lights. But will that change the combo path? Oh, okay, maybe getting wires crossed a little bit there.
Yeah, a bit of an unusual situation. That
Never mind.
projectile massively messing with the combo timing, but Akali's taken so much damage already.
That was such a Thresh interaction as well. Like 2 kind of, let's be honest, kind of dropped combo situations, and Akali almost died.
Oh no, it tracks! It tracks all the way up until the very end, and this has been a bit of a scrambly round.
No, Haru is definitely getting some opportunities here, but unfortunately letting most of them slip through his fingers. Here comes Toshi. Or at least as a duo, I know you're very much still going to be paying attention, but at least kind of giving you a break. Haru making a lot of uncharacteristic errors in this round.
Nice tag launcher.
Clean things up.
Get back.
Like I say, you can't look into the mind of a player, but it's fair to
Get
assume
back.
there's quite a lot of stress taking place. We are late into this QXKO Evo bracket, and this is where emotions run high. Hikari will absolutely take out the remaining life there of Jinx. It will be now Haru on the own.
Well, you would assume that these parries will be a better option versus Ari in this version of the game, right? You know, like some advantage taken, adjustments made to those jump walls, maybe parrying just a bit easier to find, but
Be crazy if he clutches this around.
if your opponent reads them,
Down
you're
so
wide
much,
open.
and they're gonna build Fury soon.
For your troubles.
Instant jump to match in the air. I really love that airborne block stream from
Oh,
Hikari.
wow. I actually cannot believe that jump held connected from there. Fresh got those long limbs.
If this twin clutches around, that'd be crazy.
I may as well call that one the Hikari special. How much success he gets from that.
Oh, he can get a lot of damage here if he tag launches.
Turn into a full combo. So much from just an airborne projectile.
Oh my god, if he tag launched and like finished the combo and super, oh my god, that would have been so much damage.
With this life, doesn't take much to finish this off. Okay, dashing through, recovers in time. Ooh, no!
Wow.
All the projectiles that would have... Exactly. All of the projectiles that would have hit Ari were destroyed by Ari's projectile with the air throw. Yeah, and didn't want to go for the OTG follow-up because they were respecting the Fury, but it didn't happen.
Wow, just wow.
We've seen how many times Hari has got...
That is
Haru
crazy.
has got that back throw in the air and picked up off the ground, but Hikari had to break.
That was such a crazy interaction.
They had to break, you didn't have a
Being
choice.
Shut down by the level 1. All of the important rockets bit the dust. And just like that, Hikari is on match point. This would be sweet revenge. Ooh. But we're not quite finished. Here comes Thresh. Must nail every combo, every
Because you gotta think about it was the twins that sang card losers.
When you're
Yesterday, it was like 1-2.
Set up, Jinx as well.
So it definitely was a close match.
But able to find your way out, not just
It's not
that,
looking
but
close
put
at
your
all though.
opponent in the
Hikari
corner as
adopted.
well.
The defense is always going to be tested. Not yet. I mean, I feel like the chances are quite high you will build. One of the questions, will you get it before you lose the character? Oh, the dash
Oh,
up
that's
light!
gonna be a lot of damage.
You have to wonder what this next setup's going to be. Pretty much every defensive tool, hang on a minute.
Oh my god, look at the damage.
Set up. No, we're just
Oh
taking
my
damage.
god.
We are killing, and yeah, they respect
He would have
it.
level 2'd
We
right
don't
there.
break
Not level
with
2.
it.
The other S2 super right there. That would have killed.
It also goes to show they value having 2 characters up over having
My
access
god,
to
he just threw
Fury.
Hikari's on fire.
Toshi getting hit. The important thing, I guess, is that Thresh was able to survive, but Hikari still has them right where he wants them.
It's not looking good, Mustard.
Whoa!
A bit late
Oh
on the challenge,
my.
but wait, they both whiffed the grab. A bit of a weird encounter, but one that benefits Hikari.
I feel like Hikari was trying to punish the roll.
That's the
and
king
Toshi
of
was
tag
trying
fighters
to
right there, bro.
throw tech just in case the punish was late, but they both whiffed. And because Hikari whiffed first, he recovered first
locked
and was
in.
able to punish it. Hikari now in such a fantastic position. It is all up to Haru. The super assist comes out, gets behind, but no, the coverage. If you hit this combo, that is it. Hikari eliminates the twins here at EVO 2026.
That shit looked clean, no?
Will advance.
That shit look free.
That is going to be sweet revenge for Hikari. I know there was always a personal goal at this level of play, the people that take you out. Or in this case, yeah, the players, not just the player. You get the chance to run it back.
Hikari
Top
takes it.
8 on the biggest stage of them all. That's where you want to get your revenge. But sadly, folks, we have to say goodbye to Toshi and Haru. Legends in the
Hikari
making.
was Poka.
You know, the pioneers of the duo mode. A brain that is linked, you know, from one set of twins to another. You know, we're significantly older, very proud of
I gotta say, I'm gonna be unapologetically biased. Can we give it up for Toshi and Haru, keeping the duo's dream alive at the highest level of play? Two masters who I hope we see for many years to come.
Well done,
you know,
boys.
they share the victories, and
Little Tiger
unfortunately
Lily.
sometimes they must share in the losses. But at least they've got each other. They can go back to the drawing board and they can come up with some new stuff. Hey, they brought that Thresh Jinx. They brought that the 2x assist, right? You know, they have the confidence in their abilities. Were not able to make it work today, but hey, they got damn far.
Can I just say, by the way, every single time we've seen Hikari on camera, I don't think I've seen a single emotion but like stone-faced. Amen. There is a mission to complete, and we're getting one step closer.
Even there, that bait on the back throw. One of the best things about their adjustment, right, is just the amount of...
That was it right there.
I'm going to interrupt myself to talk about that throw situation, right? I'm willing to be wrong, but I feel like that was the dynamic. Hikari tries to punish the roll. Toshi tries to throw tech in case the punish on the roll was late. They both whiffed, and because Hikari whiffed first, he was able to recover first. And I feel like that really was the beginning of the end in the rest of this round as we watch these replays presented by PlayStation tournaments. And then you see the respect shown. Of course, this is the FGC. Regardless of what happens in the match, at this level of play, there's going to be that respect. We all know it.
Well, I do not want to keep you waiting too much longer. We are going to go for a break, but when we return, it's going to be winners finals between Sonic and Inzem and Superdude. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Okay, I guess we can look at that match from earlier. Oh, we're doing Sonic Fox and Inzem first. Oops, I had to predict. I figured he was gonna stay on stage and then do that match first. Never mind.
Back for round 2. Use promo code Tag Team at checkout to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket hat for your avatar. Visit chipotle.com/2xko for details.
Come on, everyone!
I'm in orbit, Quill. Too easy. Bam!
Big fist coming in! Spider, activate!
With great power comes a great beatdown!
Together, we can achieve anything!
Hey, there's not enough letters for me to put the whole team. I'll put THR for Thresh. THR is Thresh. Okay, what am I looking at? What do you want me to look at? Let me see. Give me a second.
Here we were just talking about any possible
Middle man, but
it's like third is the territory. Only manages to hit the
how
long? What's the rush?
okay. Right, the final moments of Fury burst to combo off the throw. Forces
This match,
the
right?
responding Fury defensively from Noka. I mean, that match is down. We have Savo. Are you enjoying? See the Evo fantasy pick. Of course, proud and chat against each other. I don't think that's a good idea. Nah, live crowd, we love it.
Okay, y'all said this match was crazy. Do I have to watch all the rounds or just the last round?
Okay, but unfortunately, not to be a broken record, but losers bracket, one of these superstar players must go home. Good news is one gets to go on.
If Hikari does not make it into that top
I'll start
four,
here.
would
Damn.
consider that quite the upset here.
Even from a
even
back though, you can get a whole
2026.
combo down.
However, Globo starting off strong. The limit strike, the mushroom, and the potential for even more. It's alone. Watch your toes.
Oh, that's
One
lagging.
thing that's cool about Globo, though,
Woo, whoa. Why is
it's
this so
just
laggy?
the team choice. Still rocking the Yasuo. Timo. A lot of this duo has changed fuses here and there over the time of the game, but really has just believed in the Yasuo Teemo. And for good reason, you know, a very successful player, top level player by every metric in 2X.
The samurai and his funky little companion.
Postman. Or even samurai gotta get their mail. You've got mail.
This shit laggy as fuck. What the fuck?
It's a good start for Global.
Russian page. I don't know why it's so laggy.
A very successful player, top level player by every metric in 2X.
The samurai and his funky little companion.
Postman. Or even samurai gotta get their mail. You've got mail. Okay, this is a good start for Globo. Continuing. What's going to be mid-screen? We saw a tremendous amount
why
of,
is
like,
it so
mid-screen.
laggy? Like I'm watching it live, no problem, but like when I rewind the stream, it's laggy. How does that even make any sense? Or should I watch it like through their thingy?
It's here on the main stage, and it's time for.
You're running out of time.
Mid-screen mushroom super useful. Super
A3 here won't be laggy.
Defense, but again,
we see the
Okay, I appear to be getting trolled, I suppose.
not a huge amount of hits done on that initial hit, so was able to get the retreating guard even though you got clipped anyway. Watching out for those airborne buttons. A little bit of bonus damage that will score a knockdown that's more important goal. Like Carly taking a lot of damage on the back end. Oh, wow. And that's why we're seeing the tag. You're forced to block while your tag partner is just eating dirt. Oh, wow. Nice catch. That should be a dead character for sure. Hard tag. Break it
Mushroom.
up. That's got to be enough, right? I mean, it will. And you still get the limit strike end, so you spend the meter and then build a little bit more. Best case scenario for Globo. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Ooh, Globo opting to go for the break.
No, I respect it. One of the main things about those kind of breaks, a lovely round by the way, instant breaks in situations like that, the number one thing it does besides keeping you alive, it ices.
I'm keeping track of the match. They're gonna start soon, so I won't be able to finish watching this.
I don't feel like Globo was in a huge risk of losing a character there. That maybe have just been done to
the
preserve
next break.
Because the downside is you go into the next round on the
presents are on fire.
Bro, oh my lord, yep.
I'm so mad if Bar bought that.
Yeah, look at the way he playing. Yep.
Buy a present. You get given it.
Yep, sounds about right. It sounds like Teemo.
On fire. No, thank you. All right.
Flash in the air. I mean, this neutral, no one really wants to heavily overcommit, but I mean, there's 80 seconds on the clock. What's the rush?
Yep, that's Teemo. I'll look at the rest of that later.
I mean, if you've been watching competitive 2X, you know.
Took us today, hopefully.
Second place, that's pretty much like his lowest placing when it comes to an Evo. That's bloody impressive.
Make sure you're at home as well. For the Evo Fantasy Pick presented by TNT. You can get involved in these predictions yourself. Just keep an eye on the graphics and the socials as we go through. Make your opinion known as well, whether it's predictions or this, that, or the other. All good stuff, but winners finals moments away from taking place.
I tell you what, while we get this match set up, it wouldn't be Evo without this crowd. If you're back in Super Noon, let them know right now!
All right, here we go. Predict's over.
There's a lot of people that want to see Super Noon get grand finals again,
thanks for the
do we have anyone who wants to see Sonic and Inzem take it?
The blessings. The blessings.
There's a lot of fans of the duo out there.
I want Noon to win this. We need Noon to get an Evo win. This is winners finals.
Teemo mirror match, different characters on the back end though. The Jinx from Sonic Fox. This is one of their tried and tested teams.
Oh, this is gonna be a timer match, by the way.
For others to navigate.
Hey, but
Yeah,
we
two
gotta
team
say
models. This is gonna timer for sure.
Second place at Tunis KO over at Evo France last year. Second place, Evo Japan is tired of second place. If you win this match, Super Noon, you at worst will tie second place from last time. But
I mean, he goes by he or they, so it doesn't matter.
We're gonna find out. As it is going to be back to the Teemo Jinx. Oh, Teemo Jinx as well on the side of Sonic and Inzem. I like this approach. I like this because I think Jinx is quite decent at fighting Teemo in the neutral. And this is just a
Damn,
team
he is going to pass Justin. Damn. That's crazy.
That is what Teemo and Jinx do.
That's kind of crazy.
They dominate that neutral, they fill the space, they build that momentum.
That's fucking crazy.
Even without getting huge.
What's that, like 9 wins or something like that? That's fucking crazy.
A little bit of real estate one projectile at a time.
I tell you what, we were having conversations with Sonic and Inzem separately. I believe it was Friday. You know, we were talking about the characters and teams they're bringing forward. The answer was, we're bringing forward all of our teams, and we're either going to counter-pick or just pick who players don't like to fight, right? There's so much experience at hand.
But that's the benefit you get when you're a player at this level and you're used to fighting the same opponents at a high level. It's not just about,
he tried to instant overhead.
This character, oh wow, okay, what a crazy pickup that was from Fox. But it's not just a case of, oh, this character does well against, you know, character A versus character B. It's, I'm against this player. Who does that player not like fighting? What player tendencies do they have that we can exploit with certain team compositions? So right now, Sonic Inzem, I mean, they have no reason to rush this. You know, they have a massive lead over Supernoon. Okay, who is able to find the hit at the very least. There's
The
a
problem
Timo in
is,
the corner.
we have just about 20 seconds left on the clock. Timo can do damage, but his combos take quite a while. So, we're getting the throw, but there's no way to capitalize.
He tried to instant overhead.
That's huge. If it doesn't
They're gonna
connect,
hit.
it's still going to waste time. And do chip damage.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
It covers you up as well, so it's hard to even see what's going on behind it. That's low-key kind of cheap.
Hey, look, anything that covers the screen so you can't see what's happening, that's cheap.
That's that
Supernoon
Krillin
tried
level
to parry
3.
the
Can't
projectile,
see
but
nothing.
Even though it's not a heavy punish, it
You
does
can't
waste the
see
meter.
nothing.
An Echo with 0 meter is nowhere near as scary. So if you go for like a team launch, you can't go in for the install. Like, it'll take a while to build that up again, especially if he's not the active character. But this is what it's all about right here. This is just team neutral. That's what you want.
Patience at hand. There's really no requirement to go in. If you are Timo and Jinx, you have those options.
Okay.
Both of the characters at bay, but there's the opening. Supernoon. Let's have a think. This Echo has just been the main love the whole way through this game. No Noon's tried other
Yeah, you remember the days, the Echo Darius from Noon? They were, I remember that team fondly.
Mate, I miss those days. So much damage. Well, not just that. Back when Noon used to play that character, so content to play at a closer range than most. The footsies, the know-how, and the comfort to just do what works.
Bang, bang.
What a
That's
wake-up
wake-up
time.
attack.
When you've got access to the break, you can risk those wake-ups.
Oh
But the parries
my.
into the defensive button. Sonic Fox does not want to let Supernoon build any momentum here whatsoever.
Came back to a Timo game. Yeah, you know how these get down.
Come out though, Inzem taking some damage, forced on the defense. This will be a full
Wisdom.
on that forward throw. Noon, a chance to make something happen. Maybe start it off,
right? Okay, yeah, the super's good. Yep, team launch, here comes Echo. And there we can finish. So finally, Supernoon, some serious momentum getting built here. Now Sonic Fox with the Jinx. Definitely the kind of comeback character player combo. We've seen Sonic do it before. Yeah, and even that, the Timo super assist. I mean, look at all that real estate you build. Not quite for free, because it costs the super, but it just lets you breathe. Sonic able to just walk out of the corner, but not going to matter as soon as
Sorry, mate,
right
you're
back
right,
in
back,
it.
you're right back in there. Chip damage and pressure, all of it working out. Even if you are fighting back on the box,
man, not
I'm gonna
again.
confirm that's going to do big damage, actually.
That's gonna be a happy
but we have to
birthday,
remember
too.
20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, it connected!
Oh, connected.
That was so smart of Sonic Fox, though, because it looks like Sonic was just full committing on the Echo.
was gonna get on
and
assist,
right as you
yeah.
want to go in and do something about it, the level 3 is popped. That was an ultimate call-out.
8 seconds. Sonic Fox getting
Okay.
opened
There's
up,
Supernoon.
that'll be 1 round apiece.
5 seconds
Both
left.
players
Oh
now
man, every match can go to timer with these two.
round, but a breaker is ready. Who's
It's
going
like
to be
guaranteed if there's two Timos.
no need to push any sort of situation here. You've got all these obstacles on the screen. You've got the
Oh
minigun,
my
you've
god,
got
what
the
is this
trap,
team?
You've got everything that you could possibly want to keep these characters
Nice,
away.
happy
But
birthday.
Look at that Supernoon.
Oh, no.
Not letting it
Oh.
phase them at all.
And that was a crucial break, because that was a happy birthday you do not want to be on the receiving end of. If the whole point, the whole strategy of the team is to just win neutral and dominate it with chip damage and projectiles, doing so with a life deficit, not great. Especially considering Supernoon himself is playing Timo. And there's the beam, pick up, yeah. And that's how you know, like, willing to spend the only bar of super meter on that, just, again, establish any form of damage you can. Because in the zoning battle, even a slight life lead is important.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm still getting a back throw.
Instead, just to get set up off of it, which immediately has jumped out of Inzem, the defense on point. Oh, instant overhead.
Absolutely filthy instant overhead, but with the breaker coming out, it has returned us to neutral once again.
Found it.
Being spent with the only remaining bar of super meter, but forcing the mushroom to push forward is going to create that mid-screen.
I forget Timo can go invisible.
Supernoon revealed on block. This is going to be possibly what we see a lot of in this series. Neither player needs to overextend, because if you do, heavy damage incoming. You have to be careful, find your moment. And that's just a raw projectile and an air-to-air from Supernoon. Hold on.
Okay. Just with the mushroom. We can do instant overhead. Oh, nice tag.
Huge difference. Poison plus chip damage don't feel good under any circumstances. Time might become a factor here, folks. 25 seconds.
Yeah, it's a timer match.
It's definitely an advantage, Supernoon. It's going to take, okay, it's going to take something significant on hit. Oh no, happy birthday. No, yeah, mini happy birthday, and then finishing off on Echo. Oh, but with 10 seconds on the clock, here's the thing. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of damage done to Teemo, but there was enough. I mean, but it's not going to take Supernoon much damage to get a bit of life lead here. It really is up to Inzem. Do you play safe, or do you try and hit on the way in? Oh, wait a minute! Press! The super! Is that going to do enough? No, they fell out of it. Who has the life lead? Who's got the life lead? Oh, it's Sonic and Inzem! When you add it together, it results in more health. I think if Inzem didn't flip out of that in the air, if that didn't drop, that would have been the win for Supernoon. And that had to have been why Supernoon went for it. That would have been enough. Tell you what, folks.
That for sure would have been
3
enough.
out of 5 in this winners finals. So much happened there, and that was just one match. We've only just begun, especially between these players. I expect nothing less. Like starting off with much of the same. You put the mushrooms down, the obstacles out there. Makes that slingshot just a little bit more annoying. I think I'm being generous by saying that. But they're both Teemo, so give as good as you get. Parry. Good thing about those projectile parries, they don't give you a...
As long as Sonafox, Inzem, Supernoon, or Hikari win, I'm fine. I am biased, but I do want Noon to win.
2 whiffs and then immediately caught with the Teemo anyway, so...
We haven't gotten an Evo win. Then the same thing with Inzem. Inzem hasn't gotten an Evo win. How am I doing? I'm chilling.
Pick up by Sonic Fox though, and because Teemo is so weak, he is dead.
Yeah, he's dead as hell.
Echo having to take this fight solo. Anti-air, that is bad news.
That's what's up. Did my editing last night.
We've seen so many limit strike setups. Oh, no punish. Anything into trap.
I'm hella excited for Tokon. I'm hopefully we see last Tokon team here.
No setup required, and that's a beautiful conversion. And by all means is a dead Echo, round 1. Now that's the most dominant round we've seen so far. We've seen this duo with Jinx and Teemo between Fox and Inzem quite a little bit in the past. We saw this quite often in Combo Breaker top 8. An answer for Teemo. Such a dangerous character at a high level. Again, that's the benefit of even as a duo playing a number of different teams, right? Depending on the playstyles you have to face off against, you can always be equipped. But, hello. No confirm on that.
Yeah, no, but that's for 12.
Nice and simple. Also, a fun little tidbit is that Jinx sometimes really comes alive in that duo play due to steering certain projectiles that are otherwise quite hard to do playing on your own. Which is super important if this is the kind of team you're trying to go
yeah,
with.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Twins play Jinx. Whenever we see this character in duos in general, just being able to
Confirmed.
just angle and aim at weird times while your point character does something else, and the defense, the reactions on the overhead.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see Virtual Fighter today.
It was actually the,
yeah, they're going to show Virtual Fighter later. Probably during like a special announcement. Special announcements at 9.
World champion defense right there.
I forgot they announced that.
Still alive, and that's what matters most. Yeah, projectile in free mushroom. I don't think that's going to be enough. Yeah, I mean, it's a good chunk. That fully connected onto Jinx. That actually puts Supernoon in a decent position. I mean, yeah, it's grey health damage, but hey, you have to be careful. Jinx cannot take much more of them. The parry again, Supernoon. All right, here we go once more. Not worried about the side switch too much. Those that may not know, when the character that's not currently in play is doing stuff and the tag comes out, you only have to pay attention to the point when it comes to hit direction. Yeah, it's worth keeping in mind if you are defending against freestyle, right? The active character is the only one who can do like attack directions, right? But still, it's less about mixing up in that kind of instance. It's more about, hey, when am I going to handshake? When am I going to tag? Oh, stagger, right? That late extended watch stun. Everything that comes with it. Resist. definitely expected that. There's no wonder why Inzen was content to sit there and wait out the inevitable super assist of Teemo once again.
Oh my goodness.
I was about to talk about the clock. I don't think this is going to make it matter at all, actually. Death from above, said Sonic Fox. 2-0. Mustered one more Grand Finals winner's side, and there you become so hard to come.
Yo, who's shooting that at a party?
Yeah, if they don't show the last team for Token, I'm gonna be very confused, bro. Those are fucking trolls. Those are fucking trolls. If they don't show the last team today.
And the party's still going. They're not letting it get them down. Game 3, we're starting. Wow, but would this be a 3-0 though? Are we speaking too soon, I think? Let's find out.
That is Jinx, the forward throw in the corner, so that's going to be
Fuck the Comic-Con, bro. Drop the damn trailer.
Significant life lead now. Then
Fuck the Comic-Con, bro.
Once again,
Get Evo. What? We lock in?
Man, does it hurt. I mean, again, especially if you're going for
Fuck
this
the
zoning
Comic-Con,
ball,
dog.
it's not huge chunks all the time, but if you can find a good opening, I mean, man, it's going to make your job
This
all
is
the
the biggest fighting game arena, bro. Can we lock in?
Team of Jinx and Teemo, it's chip damage. I mean, it's unavoidable, right?
So
You
after
can't just not get hit by certain projectiles.
No, sometimes they do on a finals day.
Teemo on the side of Superdune.
It is last year for some games. Some games didn't announce it after the top 8. Instead, they just waited for finals day while everyone's watching.
absolute backbone of this.
Don't know, this is too gifted.
Sonic Fox. This is just shy of perfect, by the way. The only one that's taken a tiny bit of damage is Teemo, but who cares? Oh no, it's Teemo getting hit. He's dead. Sorry, mate. Sorry. Match point. Sonic Fox and Inze.
We have they're on a mission right here, the two. Sonic and Inze, we're seeing
Yeah, Noon might have to come back from loser's side.
Total neutral control. Oh, they knew a million years ago that projectile was going to hit. What a lovely tag reaction. Oh, parry from range. Oh no, you've lost the meter. Now you're losing the health.
Who's yelling in the background? I don't know.
It just continues.
They are playing Thresh.
All right, limit strike in the corner.
I mean, Jinx. I think Jinx is better in twos. I think Jinx is the best duos character.
It's big, you take damage, but you're still minus.
From what I'm looking at, it shows. Oh my god, I was like a quadruple overhead.
The multi-hitting Teemo. The freestyle nature, man, can only block for so long.
Yeah, they played Thresh earlier.
They're working on a perfect
Probably got too close.
This is looking bleak for Superdune. Hasn't got anything to stop this 3-0. You have to do it right now.
No damage dealt. A full breaker. Teemo on his lonesome, and the poison.
Yeah, look at this
just
zoning,
to add
bro.
insult to injury.
I think this is
This
better.
is looking insurmountable for Superdune.
But how do you avoid the chip? You can't. Okay, there's a super again trying to nullify. Okay, we saw Noon try that before. No, unfortunately missed time, but this time it is going to be good.
Bit of free damage on Fox.
Okay.
Don't manage to get the jump in. Yo, Noon, if you bring this one back, mate.
I mean, you got 60 seconds to do it.
Oh my
okay,
god.
Wait, you'll land in recovering time, I assume.
Yeah, but he has to block. He has to block.
Oh no! Oh, runs away. No! Runs!
See, he has to block.
Far enough! Poor Teemo trying to get out of the way of the level 3, but could not do it. And there we go. A 3-0 win for the duo of Sonic Fox and Inzem. Grand Finals winner side guaranteed. That is minimum second place. Tens of thousands of dollars in prize money as well, I might add.
Poor old Teemo, man.
They showed Token yet? No, not yet.
Only run so far. That level 3 almost inevitable.
Damn, 3-0.
But that.
All right, Poker versus Hikaru.
That was the exact pace of match I wasn't quite expecting. You know, 3-0 Superdune. Let's not speak too soon. Superdune very much capable of bringing it back. We could end up seeing that exact match again in Grand Finals, but Noon is going to have to work for it because that was a dominant 3-0 showing from the duo. Wow.
It was a strange flow, wasn't it? Because when you look at the way that series.
Next predicts up. Zoners win. Duos the method. Duos is too hard. So I don't like doing it, but it's fun. All right, y'all want me to look at this?
That's what Teemo. That's how you. And that. All right, here comes the Teemo. His my break in the. You'll be
Wow, that's sweet because we don't have time.
There was a
3, 2. Is it going to be health or the timeout? It's the timeout.
Yeah, he's just timing them out.
Went to Globo. Now one dynamic. You've got to be that situation. On. Even in this 2K. Oh my word! Globo with the round. The Teemo comeback is good. I mean, look, we're not going to think.
So Hikaru comes back from this? Oh shit.
playing around how
Some people
Hikari's
generally don't care about hygiene.
Hikari is
I mean, that's true.
and with Miz, with
But
every individual projectile.
it's like expected in the gaming space, sadly. When it shouldn't be.
The mushrooms as well. Like Globo isn't even playing at full power right now with his Teemo. Oh, huge, yeah. You have to break immediately to Hikari.
Hey, post-break, you put them in the corner. This really is where you kind of want to keep Teemo. More screen
People are
space.
so used to like
Annoying
fucking
character has to work with, the better for him.
not taking a shower at their homes or some shit. I don't know. When they leave the house, they just forget. Like, I don't fucking know.
But just Globo is being so patient and careful. That's the big thing.
I'm hungry.
Care.
Need some food.
Coming out from Globo, not to overcommit, not to put yourself in a bad situation. Keep that.
This is from early. I didn't get to see this much.
I mean, we're quite even here, but in the set, Globo has the room to
Sway
work.
Evo.
All right, there was a push block.
Every time I went to Evo Vegas, it's been very cold actually. They have AC.
And is able to turn that into a full combo thanks to the tag being available. There's the super.
Unless you're outside. If you're outside, yeah, it's hot. But I mean, summer. What do you expect?
Yeah, yeah, the optimized path. Sakari manages to get a serious advantage here, taking up the Aswell.
Wait, so where's the teabag? I just want to see the teabag. Might be in the final round.
All right, crowd, yeah, we're getting the Globo. The Globo chants are coming through.
Oh, it's the last match? Okay, well, I'm skipping all this then. We don't have time for this.
Has kind of found his groove. And now it's on Globo to adjust.
Very end of time.
Will we see it? Yep, okay, just using the super, just clear out the Teemo neutral.
Anything you can do to just declutter the screen gives you so much more to work with.
I mean, it's like Ari's going to struggle to build the meter again either, right? Exactly, afford to go for that. Ooh, hello! I like how Hikari has been doing that in his neutral. When you can tell you've got the space to do it, just setting up the shroud in the neutral. Just setting the shroud like that, there's quite a lot of recovery, but if you're very confident that the opponent is not going to be going in right as you go for it, it's a decent advantage.
Oh, hello, there's the low. You'll notice how often Hikari is spending, like, in that neutral space, absolute full screen, or maybe just shy of it, because you're not just looking at Teemo, you're looking at assist Yasuo. You've always got that distance in your head.
Let's go,
Try
Hikari.
and stay just on the outside of it. Whiffs get a punish.
Lock in, bro, lock in.
Nice hit. What you want for Globo. Staying in place. Ooh, tries to up back. Good block on the multi-hitting jump in.
Oh, no.
Anti-air. Get out of my airspace, says Yasuo. And still Hikari. It's going to be now.
Yeah, are all these matches going to timer? Extremely close to time. Damn, no one is even pissed. I'd be pissed too.
Another one, mate! Dumping the meters for good reason. Goodbye, Ari.
Yeah, they're not
What
setting
a
up.
wonderful path that was.
Just checking.
As well, Hikari taking big damage. But much like the positions that Globo was in those previous two games, you're so low down on life, it's unlikely we're going to see a Fury. No doubt that will be saved for the next round.
Oh, huge. Okay, we're going the
solo,
distance
thanks
for
to the
another time,
hundo.
Evo. Game 3, final round.
Alright, so this is the round.
We can obviously hear a lot of Globo fans in the crowd. I'm sure they'd love nothing more than to see the magic story happen.
But Hikari,
The Let's Go Globo chants are here, but you're fighting against an
Oh my
Evo
God.
champion. The pedigree of Hikari. If anyone can do it in this situation, surely it's got to be him.
hey, Akali, Ari, we see it everywhere, and it's for good reason, because a certain player put it on the map, and you're looking at him. But even this first round, I mean, no one is rushed to go in. Okay, yeah, trying to match
The rookie.
screen clear with the darts. That's the benefit of Teemo being
We
able
need
to
a
come, like,
to get team removed from the
maneuver while
game.
shooting them. You're facing off against those projectile supers, put yourself in a good position.
It's been a long time in this round, and I feel like we're on the verge of almost seeing
The
first
defense!
hits.
Ooh.
Never mind. There has been no
That was good
significant
defense.
hits just yet. That is the first time, and even then, too far away to capitalize.
And that was on the back of like a programmed rolling attack from Teemo as well. That block was absurd.
This round is looking straight 0 damage so far, and there's only 70 seconds left.
This round is all neutral, and both players have it in spades. Oh, and the handshake to see the hands at the anti-air whiff. This is masterful handshake right now. My word.
The game sense you need to have to stop yourself.
Oh my
from just
god,
getting
bro.
blown up
This is
in
a
some of these
timer ass
exchanges.
match, bro.
Yeah, we're halfway through the round, and characters are basically full health. Not exactly, but you know what I mean.
There's not even a combo's worth of health on either side.
I see why he teabagged. Like, what is this? Fucking Teemo, watch out, watch
Is this going to
out.
be the healthiest timeout known to man? Oh my god! Oh my god! Keep them coming! And there's the break! 30 seconds on the clock, and we've barely taken any damage!
Globo and Hikari straight up freestyling in this game. It is
Playing
all
lame,
neutral
yeah.
and all freestyle, but Hikari
There's like a Sparking Zero match flying up and down, yeah.
Globo, okay, the anti-air couldn't get anything more from it. My word. Okay, again, Globo manages to evade. But, oh my, we're 50
so lame, bro. How do you even fix it? You can't buff his damage to speed up the round because he doesn't need the damage. He does really good damage. Yeah, you're gonna have to hold that.
Confidence to know how much health you have left.
Yeah, you're gonna have to hold that.
I cannot believe how little damage was done in that round.
Yeah, you got to hold that.
Showcasing insane patience.
You gotta hold that. Because what?
They were up against, not wanting to overcommit.
Like what?
1 round left to go.
That's deserved, bro.
The combination of how many timeouts
that's deserved, bro. Like what?
They're
so annoying, dog.
Until about 10 seconds on the clock. That might be one of, if not the longest match of 2xKO at a tournament like this.
Absolute cinema though, because Kari's patience was crazy.
Patience from both ends, and a testament to the clutch factor of Hikari, the contentness to sit there and just let you do your thing. Because when I find my moment,
all right, bro.
If they're not ready, they can't go, right?
I see devices with buttons being pressed, so I assume it's all going in the right direction. But hey,
we need more teabagging in tourneys. Nah, because that would ruin it if it's not warranted. If people are just spam teabagging for no reason, then that would ruin it. It won't hit.
Some of that is riot contributions. You know,
There's only specific moments where you teabag, and that's a great moment to teabag. Why is my fucking player lagging?
Oh, you wouldn't believe this was the first game of the day. I see so many of you.
Yo, how many of you in the crowd intend on being here all day for all the finals?
Everyone just teabagging for no reason.
You want to keep the best seats in the house. We're losing those front rows, and then there's the Red Bull best seats as well.
I wish I could sit on a couch while I do this.
Yeah, we're on a cushioned chair.
Yeah, true.
It could be worse, is my point. Stop complaining.
Yeah, I'm too Hollywood, you see. Bring me
a
deluxe gamer chair, please. Man, only a few from my agent, if I had
It'll be Red Bull.
I can't believe we are 3 days.
So why is the player so laggy? I might just pull up on.
Yesterday we just started the tournament.
On Edge. Hold on.
Close to 1,000.
I don't know why the player's so laggy on Chrome. Oh shit! I got ads on this channel though. Fuck. Give me a second. I just watched through here.
Alright, okay, quite a lot. Who's here at their first Evo? I mean, that's what you want to know. It is never too late to get involved. You know, if you're here, whether it's to play, whether it's to spectate, whether it's to get involved in the convention stuff, whatever it is, there's a lot to do and a lot to enjoy. And then you can witness some of the best fighting game action in the world. So you could do worse weekends.
It's not just the stage that we're having this weekend. The convention space is open for the rest of the day as well. There's so much activity.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing when we're done.
Yeah, we're doing the pop-up tournaments, yeah?
Yeah.
We're going to get lunch and then we're going to do some pop-up tournaments.
We're going to go lose in the pop-up tournaments.
Oh, I think
You've got an Artist Alley, spend some money.
I think our duo.
Go to Artist Alley and spend some money.
Find the meta as we know it.
Yeah, only because people are going to assume too much, and then they'll see how we play and they'll go, ugh. Really?
For twins, they're not really on the same wavelength, are they?
No, it's good that Haru and Toshi are flying the flag of twins being strong at this game.
Oh yeah, because we're in the gutter.
Yes. Yeah, we are in the trenches of not very good, unfortunately.
I'm a Warwick main. I'm no better than the beasts.
No, that Warwick main has nothing to do with that.
I can't believe yesterday you made a remark about...
It's a button check.
Chipotle. You made a remark about beans.
What would be the name of the last team for Tokon?
British allegations.
We don't know.
It is what it is. put me on the spot.
Ghost
like that.
Vigilantes
Well, I'll
or
tell you
some
what,
shit?
folks, we
Something
are,
like that.
I believe, about to conclude whatever's happening here. They're doing a button check just to make sure things are 1000% ready, and when they are, it's going to be Poker versus Hikari. According to the schedule,
last
it says
team Knights
this
of
will be a
Doom?
best of 5 as well. So top 4, best of 5.
What was Spider-Man's
We're getting
team?
the big matches to
His
close
team
out
was
the
just
show.
random ass characters mixed together.
So I'm pretty sure, is it normally?
I don't remember what Spider-Man. Amazing
Oh, it is
Guardians.
best of 5.
What the fuck?
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
What?
More games. All right, handshakes through. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
I don't know.
We're about to get
Could be
into
anything.
more 2XKO.
They didn't show anything for Tokyo
the
yet,
final
no.
frontier of EVO 2026.
The mirror match.
Now Hikari is looking to get that second EVO
I already posted my
title
team
overall,
predictions.
being our EVO Japan winner. In a game
I'll
as
show
varied
it
as
again in a second.
2XKO,
Hold
it's
on.
rare that you see a complete and utter mirror match. But whether it's views and
This is a
character
complete
and
mirror,
even
yeah.
order, you're looking at it. Immediately scored there, Hikari. Finds a significant hit. On the whiff, on the break. Oh no, break into Happy Birthday. That is the worst case scenario.
Especially because you're both stuck in. Is Akali going to get taken out by this? Yeah, Akali's gone, and you're continuing the combo on Ari. Oh my word, limit
Fuck is
strike.
happening on my screen?
Shroud is out, it is just, okay, hang on, defensive throw at least, back to back.
Super assist. Oh, can't quite find it. Getting clipped again.
Damn, is it just me, or was that an instant turnaround on the Ari? I feel like Ari was stripped, just hit twice, and that's it, gone. Oh, wow, actually managed to move back, does Poker, and keep Hikari on the same side. It always looked like Hikari mixed himself up that roll with the parry.
You see that?
Ouch.
Instant parry
Damn.
and the 2H for the clean punish. That was a pro gamer maneuver if I've ever seen one. Right, Hikari, 1 round up.
Pro gamer maneuver.
We're seeing a lot of Shroud and neutral, right? I think having Ari helps that, because it does kind of just give you that horizontal coverage you need to establish the time, but all in all, very dangerous. And what an anti-air. Instant break coming out from Hikari. And that's just so common, you'll see Akalis do that. Break into just running them down. If you have any sort of like space to work with, she is going to close that distance so quickly with that movement speed.
I love that parry, by the way, Hikari. It's the layers that you play at a high level.
Oh, I love that. Oh, but still! That setup was disgusting.
He definitely is showing off today.
Small little details there, like the 2H
The fuck was
being
that?
blocked, knowing that it's going to get special cancelled. Ready for the
Ooh,
parry.
nice
There's
block.
the bait. The side switch as well. Hikari is going to turn this
Stop
into
him,
a
West Star
perfect
with the kunais
position.
too.
Right, limit strike, set up, and we meet him with assist. What's the play? Oh my good lord, that one hurt.
They were hitting both characters, yes.
Let's extend. Yes, indeed. Oh, we got those 3 bars, and we're going to spend them. Game 1 goes to Hikari.
Yeah, Hikari looking like 4th place is not enough.
4th place is definitely not enough. Do not settle for 4th place. What the hell?
The run back from EVO Japan awaits, but
Nobody
it's just
should be
one game.
settling
It's
for
the
4th
best of
place.
5, a little extra game. Even though it was a 3-0 in winners finals, does
Never
give you
that.
that extra time to make those adjustments. It makes all the difference in the world.
Straight up, we're running it back. Both Akali in the forefront as well, but it will be Hikari securing that first hit. And strike set up, we Shroud and we meaty. And we, oh wow, do next the tag just to be a little bit safer.
Fantastic reactions are getting away from the command grab at least, but not too much at least. Oh, gets hit by the super on the return.
Uh-oh. Not sure what Poker was looking for there. I mean, everyone knows it will come back, and I'm sure Poker did as well. Maybe he just assumed you could get around it somehow.
Looking really good for
but you're
Hikari.
dead. There's no time to reflect now.
Working on a perfect again, it's Hikari. 1 life bar gone. Another just straight up anti-air. Poker, quite an impatient way of trying to get out of that corner. Just wants the instant air dash, and Hikari says, no, you don't.
This entire round has just been thorough and absolute denial.
Dominance.
As Hikari
Hikari.
pushes this advantage further.
Yo, Ketchup, this is a perfect so far. We actually going to see the perfect. We're going to see the letters.
I mean, it's a tag launch into Super with Akali. I'm going to assume we will. There it is. Perfect.
Damn. Shit.
A fantastic way of continuing this lead going, I'll tell you that.
And we talk about this as a game of momentum. If you get a perfect, that is the #1 way to achieve it. Akali taking a lot of damage on the back
Definitely
end.
a certain dominance
Not much
to
to be
that.
done if the block strings continue. What can you do to save them?
Ooh, I like the challenge though. Ooh, but a big whiff parry from Hikari. I mean, it's a very Hikari thing to attempt, though, if you've got that kind of momentum and it looks like, you know, maybe your opponent has a place to kind of swing it back, immediate parry to stop it, but... And then the wake-up attack. Hikari does not want to slow down and let Poker get the ball rolling. Bit of a delayed button press there. Bit of a read, possibly on some sort of grab or something, but either way.
Nice throw, switch characters.
And we are more
Takes the
important
corner
than anything
back.
going to side switch. Right, corner time to play. We've seen these setups before, punish. But there is nothing more from it. No assist, so... Uh-oh!
That's not good.
That hurts. That hurts so good.
Caitlin's still mid.
Yeah, the only thing
I think so. I think so, sadly.
Was knocked out first. But now Akali's coming in, not much help at all. Yeah, just trying to jump out.
Which is okay.
Immediately finds the happy birthday to Hikari.
Which is, I mean, I guess it would be mid.
From much less. A lot of damage being done. Yeah, limit strike. So much more.
Ever played League of Legends? Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely the perfect way for Hikari
Not
to
a lot, but I
start
have.
that comeback. Because if you're doing the same damage to both characters, it's just really helping yourself out with Poker. Not stop it.
Her kick ain't strong enough yet. Hey, yo.
These round starts are usually quite committal for Poker, but when they work out in a big
Good
way.
if you, but that's every character though, no? Rank? Oh, I never played a rank.
Oh, shoot! The dash up parry.
That's every character, no? Everyone's good if used properly.
This game deficit. Hold him down. Right, we're set.
Nice parry.
Beautiful parry and the run and throw as well. That's going to be a full combo. The assist is ready to rock. We've been talking about coast to coast. Are we going to see that again? All right, hard knockdown. I mean, at that point, may as well be an A. Almost, but not quite. Oh, there we go. Turn around for Hikari now. You can have the corner. Spending the super, that's fine. Doing as much damage as you can. Okay, here's a card.
You haven't experienced the cancer then.
Ooh, okay, was that just low?
I mean, I've played other Riot games. I've played Val for years.
Interesting. That's going to do big,
So I'm sure it's not too far off, no?
Ari, see you later, mate. Akali left. Quite the remaining, but it's going to be scary now. Hello, edge throw. A little bit later on that edge throw, actually. And the super assistant hit its mark. Not that it really matters. Okay. This is a pivotal moment, though, for Poker, because if you lose this life bar, you're down 2-0 versus being tied up one apiece. Never mind, not going to happen. It was so important for Poker to win that round. I know it sounds like obvious analysis, but the difference between down 2-0
Also, E-Daters, it's too cringe for me.
1-1 in a best of 5 is staggering.
You never know. You might meet your wife on there, though.
One game away from elimination.
You might meet your future wife on there.
Games in a row now to get versus that little bit of extra kind of safety net that you are granted if you're one game apiece, but not going to happen now. Hikari looking to work on potentially our second 3-0 of the top 8. But
Meet your future wife on there. You guys can play Val together.
Everyone knows at this point the mental side of things is the most important aspect of staying on top of. Just because Poker is 2-0 down.
Wife that has 20 other boyfriends in the DMs. You gotta stop thinking like that. She want you.
All you have to do is constantly that next.
She want you, not them.
Win. If you can keep doing that, it doesn't matter how far down you are.
She want
you.
you.
Keep your head in the game. At this level of competition, that is easier said than done. Pressure now.
The other guys don't matter. She want you. Don't lie to them. Damn.
That's gonna be big old damage.
Why?
And the drill to kill.
Why you?
Left on her own.
He gatekeeping, bro.
Hard to say when you spend it.
He met his girl on there. He gatekeeping. They work for him.
Unfortunately, you've immediately been head-to-head. You're now getting
Hikari's locked the fucking, yeah.
God knows what else. I mean, it was a miss on the hit into
He gatekeeping, don't listen to him.
So Poker was just trying to swing there and punish on the roll. Hikari, yeah, there's the freestyle.
He don't want nobody else winning.
Combo. This might even be less about the damage and more about just wasting that Fury time. Fury damage buff's going to keep you alive. However, Fury's out. Wait, you've just been level 3, maybe. Wow, that did
I have so many friends that actually play well.
Also, not only did it stall all the Fury timer, you built just
not as much as I used to, but I still have a lot of friends who play well.
Hang on a minute.
But like they're not on there fucking E-dating.
Would have done way more damage than
no, they're raking up.
How much Fury was regenerating mid-combo. In fact, no, the more I think about it, I think there was just a path to get the KO anyway, regardless. But Hikari finds it all the same. And a catch on Poker. Oh, and another counter hit. Every time we end up in these close range kind of dynamic situations.
They got her body, but you got her heart? No. You have both. You gotta believe.
Hikari, no doubt, has been aware of that.
The other guys don't matter. Walk in.
There's a saying of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if you just
you want, you gotta show her.
And keep pushing that advantage, it gets more and more stressful as time
goes on. You gotta show her.
Once again, to ice
any kind of momentum Poker could have taken. You finally find a hit,
Hikari
guess
is
what?
cooking.
Break. Now I'm back in the driver's seat. The bully
Sure
that
you mean
Hikari
it.
is being in this set, and a clean hit with so much meter to play with.
Yeah, this
Spitting
is looking
game.
rough for Poker right now, at least approaching the Fury for the comeback potential, but the Shroud woke up with buttons again. Poker is so animated.
Am I
yeah,
speaking
Poker
from
is so
experience? Am
animated
I?
on defense.
What the? Am I?
Okay, was that
The world may never know.
super assist coming through? Uh-oh, okay, there's something. All right, we're gonna open up Ari. And it's difficult to
Up
see
here.
Poker stayed in this tournament by going,
Oh.
oh, never mind.
Oh dear, that is gonna hurt so
That's
much
gonna
against
hurt so
Akali.
badly.
Such a low health character to make up for just how crazy she is. But when you get hit by raw level 3, look at that! Oh! And a dash up light does the job for Hikari with a 3-0 clean sweep over Poker. Yeah, Poker looking very disappointed with that one, but you can't blame him. That was a set. You had to
All right,
win to
Super
stay
Nova
in,
versus
but
Hikari.
Hikari is just on a momentum spree right now. The mirror match is
Lots of respect coming out of here. Give it up for Poker, folks. What a journey.
Hey,
What a
Poker
performance.
kept things going as far as possible for Japanese 2X KO. You know, a very competitive region for good reason. Yeah, crowd, let them know.
The Japanese
No echo.
community here is beloved.
Wait, why does the thing still say
2XKO,
Grand
I
Finals on the
cannot wait
title?
to see what they
Fucking
can
hell.
cook up
Now, I'd love to see. I don't know how much it picked up on these microphones, but we did get the Poker chants coming through. That's what we want. Oh yeah, GG's. GG's Poker. And then there were 3 as we take a look at these replays presented by PlayStation Tournaments, as it was just from strength to strength for young Hikari, who still waits on the stage for Super Duper.
There you go. I fixed it. Predicts up.
These replays will be showing nothing but dominance. I think what's more important for us to talk about is that focus that remains from Hikari. This job
Yeah, vote,
is
vote,
not
vote.
finished. If you
So
want to
back
be
before
a
the entire match was done,
Evo
yeah,
champion in
Hikari's
this game, you have to defeat
leagues ahead.
Supernoon. Then you have to defeat Sonic and Inzem. It is a insane challenge.
Listen to
but
Slow D. What the hell?
focus that Hikari has brought forward, I feel like it's possible. It could happen. Anyone left in this tournament has a good chance of taking it all the way.
Yeah, it's hard to bet against the duo right now, but who knows? It's Hikari with the dominance we saw there, that raw level, even the dash up standing light interrupt. You know, that was kind of the story of that entire final match. It was just, I feel like near enough everything Hikari pressed in those situations was a counter hit. Because Poker on defense just was, again, very animated. You know, always wanted to get something going, but just...
Yeah, Cyberpunk Edge Runners Season 2.
I have just been given the go-ahead. We are taking you
Later
to our
this
final
year.
break of this block.
Oh, Edge
because
Runners
when we
2,
return,
not Season 2.
Losers finals between Hikari and Supernoon, and afterwards, our grand
They
finals
showed everybody
to
now.
determine our Evo Vegas champion.
What do
Stay
they
tuned.
title it?
You don't want to miss this.
New crew, same chaos. Oh, fuck. You know, shit's about to get wicked.
The Chipotle burrito
Shit about to
bus is
get
here.
wicked.
Evo is back, and so is Chipotle. All weekend long, the burrito bus will be doing its thing, hooking up the FGC with free air
Sasuke
conditioned
might as well
rides
be.
to burritos, bowls, and tacos.
Oh, Steve, come on, man, we're hungry.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, we made it to Chipotle, let's get out of here. Chipotle, always looking out for the FGC. Thanks, Chipotle.
An entire video game dev team. RoboKai can tap.
Fucking RoboKai, bro. Fuck is wrong with this dude, bro? This fucking robot.
Try harder! Allow me to explain. By forcing this Hercules beetle to work nearly as hard as
The Hercules beetle? Is that lemons? Wearing oranges?
work nearly as hard as an entire video game dev team. RoboKai can tap into infinite reserves of energy. Who wants a loser among losers lose a life like that? Pass! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Who wants a loser amongst losers life like that? That's crazy. Any loser amongst losers in chat? We got any of those? Where is this Tokon thing? That's supposed to be looking at. Knights of Doom. What? This isn't Tokon. What the fuck? Where is it? Knights of Doom. Where is it? You guys want to show me the Ghost Rider thingy. Oh, I got a link to that again. So I don't have it anymore. Is it? See it. That's loud. Whoa. It's pretty crazy, no?
Your body knows a sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Victory is within reach. Feel it, right? Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
I got something new. I got something brand new.
What the fuck is this?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to our lovely crowd. Get your wristbands out because Airheads is bringing
Airheads?
fun to Las Vegas.
You ever play
during
Battlefield Fiction? Yeah, I have.
Candy
I
games
was on the
with
second channel playing it.
We have our Airheads Air Cam. You have been a wonderful crowd so far.
Trying to find some
This is our
Tokon
first game
sheets.
of the day.
30-minute
We
break
are in
after
the
every match.
closing
This hasn't been a 30-minute break after every match.
XKO here for Evo 2026.
That was a console I was
And if
experiencing. It wasn't that
you're a
bad.
2XKO fan,
I feel like I was
this is a
smurfing, so I stopped doing
good
it.
place to be. We have an announcement to be made later, as has been promoted on social media, and we'll be seeing that a little bit later. Cannot wait to find out what it's going to be, but we need to crown a champion first.
Yeah, we got 2 matches left to go. We got losers finals, and then we're going straight through to grand finals. And then when the top 8 is concluded, it's time for the announcement. So don't go anywhere. There's still plenty of stuff left to go and enjoy, but we are Ketchup and Mustard. Hello. We've been calling the action here this morning, here in beautiful Las Vegas in summer. And it's been a nice time. You know, it's always a great time here. It's always a
Let me
great.
check on
There's always plenty to do, but we have one job left to do, and that's to crown the Evo champion. Take a look at the bracket.
the Rivals World Cup.
What has this journey been so far? We just saw Hikari take it 3-0.
Necros'
over
team is in
Poker,
top 6 now.
And I mean, both best of 5s have been 3-0 so far.
Necros is playing Black Cat.
Finals and grand finals will continue to be best
He's
of 5s.
actually running this Black Cat. Oof.
These are definitely players who are hungry.
Banzai character. Banzai character.
We win this, right? I don't need to hold.
What a skin at? Neck. What a skin at neck.
Anyways,
Bro,
What a skin at neck.
We have too many raids. This thing, nice. Let's fight, let's fight.
What a skin at neck.
They're in Loki now.
Yo, good too. Thanks for the gifted. You gifted Ikari a sub? Isn't Ikari already subbed up? Well, he is now, that's for sure. You gifted him a sub, like he can see, he's on his phone. He probably seeing that right now. Like, what the fuck?
Evo Japan. It just seems to be never ending.
He's right there.
No, Super News is the kind of player.
Bro done gifted him a sub while he had Evo. You already troll.
But you have to be more than capable. You have to do it. You have to make it happen. So, only one of them can advance. The dreams will be crushed.
There's
One
the
of them,
handshake.
All right.
We're
Bro,
about
what
to
the
jump
fuck?
in.
What?
An absolutely iconic moment. You said it earlier.
Might as well give me two. It's crazy.
There can only ever be one first ever Evo Vegas champion for a new game, and this tournament has had every world-class player, for the most part, in attendance.
Yeah, I mean, it has been as competitive as you would want.
Bro, you're looking to be a champion amongst champions in this top 3.
Okay, losers finals, here we go. Only a few matches left before we are complete. Unfortunately, only one can go on. It makes me so
You,
sad to say, but
Timo.
that really
You
is
is
the truth.
crazy.
The storylines are never ending. Crowd, if you're out there, let's make some noise for our top
Only I'm allowed to say
three.
that, and I'm joking.
Supernoon and Akari. Now
Akari.
engaged.
Damn, these are both the homies. One's my coach and one's my friend.
Patient start. Some good
I mean, they're
defense
both
on
my friends, but
sides.
what the fuck?
It's all about landing that first
Who do I root for?
hit that you can convert from. In this case, we immediately go for our throw. And the driver's seat belongs to
One was my
Supernoon. The
Sajam
strike
Slam
is set
coach.
up, the chase down, and the challenge immediately forces the break out of the reigning Evo Japan champion. Oh, huge
Akari is the
jump
Evo
in,
Japan
though.
champ.
Practically full screen. It's going to give Akari again this coast-to-coast effect. So much corner carry and then setup. I like the backdash before going for that though, because again, if you stay point blank for that setup, it's kind of an automatic BT. If you distance it a little bit,
I don't know how I'm winning, bro. Fuck. One hand, I want Noon to win because he hasn't got a win yet. Other hand, I want Akari to win.
From this, can you finish your plate?
it's Akari. Yeah, just enough. Supernoon with the calculations, doing just enough damage.
My man's doing mathematics. Akari has to be very patient here. It
You
is
tear my
very
light? Oh,
possible
hell
to
no.
Still take this. Let's not forget.
that shit outta here.
That being a dead Teemo, you have good
Nah,
range,
shit.
good
He's in the
damage,
corner.
good
That's not
pathing
good.
there with the Hikari. You've got at least 2 super assists of Akali should you want to pull the trigger on it.
So that's the change round.
Damn,
okay.
nice.
There's
Alright,
a big
movement.
opportunity here for Hikari. You have access to 2 super assists for Hikari, but 2 bars on the point for Supernoon, so evenly matched. Oh, but the punish and the super, yeah. Super assist to pick up from that. You spend your meter. Right, what from here? Yeah, take the end, still the setup.
Try this.
Okay. I like how Hikari is kind of mixing up the placement
Try
of that
this.
setup down the corner. I think you can kind of get into a pattern as Ari by just going for the exact same setup at the same time every single way, but a little bit of a mix-up here and there.
I feel like that's such a good comeback character, or can happily play solo, is that having the existence of that super assist, throw them out to the corner and get yourself a nice combo deal. Yeah. Well, I'm waffling on. We've got a whole round to go because
Waffling.
now here comes the counter
Waffling
on
is
the break.
crazy, mate. Waffling?
Oh well, tried something there, but Hikari just
Who
up
waffling,
back,
they waffle.
gets completely out and
Oh,
manages to
shit,
pick that up
birthday.
so low to the ground. And as soon as Noon tried to establish any mushrooms, wait, hang on, fully commit on the Echo, and that's a dead assist already, and Hikari picked up anyway? Hang on, what a commit!
Oh, no.
That was absolutely
Wait, remind me to run
ridiculous.
ads in between matches so I don't interrupt the match.
Staggered game there, the intercept, the challenge.
Because I keep forgetting to run ads in between matches. I'm supposed to be running ads when they go on break as well. So you guys don't get ads in the middle of the match.
Bit of work to do, but one more significant hit on the Ari. There was some chip damage from the mushroom, as you always expect, but no! The counter throw is out! And the mix, you have to hold it. What's it gonna be? Throw
Still be on Tekken? Hell yeah. I uploaded a Tekken video the other day and I streamed Tekken the other day.
Lows, it's grabs, it's whatever you want!
No, but it's
All I've been playing lately is 2x and
multi-hitting
Tekken.
jump normal, right?
2x
You have to
Tekken
block
and Rivals,
overheads
that's all I've been
every
playing
time,
lately.
But Hikari faking it out, going for the ground to teleport into a light, like, it's just the
I don't think I've been
layers
playing
of
any
it,
other
right?
game other than
You're
those
so
three.
used to people just jumping at you, assist keeping you blocking. Is it going to be
Also
an
count
overhead on the way
Infer
down?
Plays,
Are they
which
gonna
was
do
the last one we did
an
was
whatever?
all 7.
Then you just
That game was
elaborate
fun as
anyway.
hell.
That's gonna be game
That
number
shit
one
was
for
crazy,
Hikari.
bro.
There's that throw to start things off. Safe jump into the empty low.
Ever had somebody pull up the apartment, try to snipe you?
Couple of parries, but the empty low is just proving to be such an effective tool at the moment. Anti-air, get out of my skies.
It's interesting because these defensive parries from Supernoon, they've not really been to catch like huge parry into like massive punish situations. It's
He's
just to
saying
show
like 3
that you
hitman to
are,
his apartment.
you know, aware of how to defend here, but Hikari not letting it slow him down at all. Oh wow! Okay, yeah, backed off.
Reservation
Oh, a
there
massive
from Hikari.
yeah, that's not what you want to see.
Has just been a surgeon with these buttons throughout the course of this round.
This might be it for noon. I don't know.
It's just Teemo versus the world at the moment. Goes in for an empty. Yeah, the empty is finally blocked, but the instant overhead. Directions upon directions, and it's now going to go bad for worse for poor old Supernoon.
Your turn.
It's Teemo. He's dead. See you later, mate. Nice hat.
Yeah. Yeah, don't knock his fashions.
They really go to this game?
That's why I said.
I mean, he has the most major ones, yeah.
You were being like sarcastic. Never mind, doesn't matter.
The go to tag fighters for a reason. They don't call them the go-to tag fighters for no reason, bro. In 2 years, we're still playing Roblox? Hell no. Hell no.
Locked into the max and has continued to be so. Akari's not going to be happy until its grand finals. And even then, that's its first, still won't be happy. Happy birthday to you. Oh no, they're both caught. I'm not going to sing the rest of it because I don't get proper. That's fine. All right, set up. And again, that kind of distant setup, Akari's getting such use out of. Side switch. Hello, cross up there. Now Noon has been on the back foot for almost the entirety of this set. Activation is a chance to unwind. Again, the challenge. The drop.
No.
Goodbye, Echo. Akari just refuses to be contained.
Like, exactly, bro. What the fuck?
Whatever, like,
that shit was so fast.
Every single time.
Oh my god.
To be able to bait and block the Fury activation. The side switch too, disgustingly optimal. Okay, Akali on screen, what's it gonna be?
Oh my
god.
so yo. Oh my god, that shit down is crazy.
Fury dash. Because you can tell Hikari was covering it with that setup. It saves your skin and gets you out of the corner, but now, without your, aside from level 3, you don't have a lot of options, and now...
Oh my god, bro. Ari is so good at just picking up anything. Any weird hit you can think of, Ari can pick that shit up.
Tearing up this loser's bracket. One more game.
Weird hits or any obscure, like, fucking moments, like, Ari can just pick it up easily. When they fall on the floor, she can just super them way. That's one super. You got a side switch from it. You're like, oh man, shit's just so good.
Also not the result finalized either. Supernoon is no stranger to the
It's like the queen of conversions.
0 down in the past. Yo, crowd, I know we got some Supernoon fans out there. You need to
For any weird hit. Oh my god, double overhead.
Okay, Hikari. Unfortunately, this is not the best way the round can start if you are a Supernoon fan. Here comes that super once more. We knock down, we mix the break, keep that character
I got Noon's going for
not
Noon. Hikari's going for all the tournament safe Kali combos. He's not doing none of the harder Kali combos.
Squeeze out that extra damage on Teemo. Did you see that?
Not even risking it at all.
Honestly, it's the use of handshakes that I think really has just kept Hikari one step ahead in this entire top 8. Always ready to keep something safe, get like a weird situational punish with a combo extension. Oh, there's a catch. Oh, yeah. Ouch. Right, we're setting up once more. That is unfortunate. A clean opening and a big old jump into boot. Looking like this round is going to go towards Kari as well. This absolute rampage that he has been on is just looking to continue. Ooh, didn't pick up. Still, I mean, what can you do? Oh, the other side! That's gross. Gross! That's gross. I'm going to be sick. But it also goes to show that with the constant pressure, the snowball that has been rolling from start to finish for Hikari, we still haven't even come close to seeing everything he's got up his sleeve. We're going into match point already. I cannot believe it. Potential 3-0 here. Unless
Potential 3-0, yeah.
Work something out here, but I don't know if it's possible. Hikari is just so far ahead right now. Okay, that's a good start.
Luke is on fire.
Okay, and a challenge. An interruption too. You know Hikari was looking to press to keep that going. This is a wonderful possible turnaround for Supernoon. We were talking about the mental stack that gets built in this tournament. The more games that go down, the higher the task seems to be. But Noon, the grind. I mean, the amount of games this guy's played, the amount of tournaments he's done well in. This is your chance to really bring it back, make magic happen. I think we're starting off with a dead character. That's what you want. That's what you want. Okay, Supernoon. Signs of life here. Ari is gone.
Ari's just so good, man. She's just so good, bro.
Established this neutral. We saw the wins that Supernoon has got in this tournament. You know, just remember, Supernoon got into winners top 8 without dropping a single match. But it's now, you know, on the receiving end of a 3-0 in winners finals. Potential 3-0 here. But that's how you know the sign of a player who is just not finished. But establishing that interest, this to be covered and safe. Uh-oh, yeah, it's going to make it all the more difficult. And in this back boost, the Teemo didn't require any meter either. So Hikari has Fury and 3 bars to maybe deal with this Echo. The Echo, we really haven't had a chance to see thrive in this set.
Man. Oh, he hit him. That would have been a kill.
But these throws, they're going to chunk. Here comes the shroud.
Oh, look at
Wait,
this.
the
Look at this
super
damage.
It's a full combo.
Oh
Hang on a
my
minute.
god. Oh, he
Yeah,
dropped it. He dropped
tries
it.
to bait the Fury. That was an
Nice try.
opportunity.
Oh,
hang on, is that
kunai.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, what is happening?
Timo, the airstrike, air support from above, and the throw. Hang on, Super Noon. Super Noon is alive, and Super Noon takes the level 3. Good lord.
Oh, shit.
Where did that come from? Not believe that happened. That was looking like all she wrote. But Super Noon.
What a round.
So focused.
What a round.
And it would be the Echo in the love, the most desperate of times. Super
Did I just see
Noon manages to
Angstrom?
dig deep and find the ultimate clutch. That is one hell of a way
Yeah,
to get yourself
Angstrom
back
for-
into the set. We are not finished.
Oh, nah,
May
not that
result in
guy.
a game win, however, that was merely one round. You still have to get through this and then some. But what's on your mind to keep you rolling? At the risk of an entire happy birthday there, the instant break to shut it down. That would be a little bit
Ew, they announced
now
Angstrom for
Echo,
fucking
the one
Invincible.
eating the punishment. Always have to ask, what is the play going to be? There are so many layers to
Ew.
this mix.
He's gonna play what Evil France.
Akali
Ew.
to the mix.
Fuck Angstrom.
All the advance. What a challenge from Super Noon. The clutch little dash under, the side switch, the execution. Good block on the overhead. The reactions here. Again, the bait on that 2-8.
He's
Jump
Angstrom.
in the
He's
air,
gonna be
lock in
annoying
the
as shit.
sneak you to press, and it's kunai
He's gonna be
time.
annoying as shit.
Yeah, goodbye. We've seen this once or twice. And Super Noon again forced into a desperate situation here. Approaching the Fury, but Hikari immediately moving
Who's
in.
this? Oh. So a Loki smoky. He ain't smoking shit.
Position and that forward
I'll beat
throw
the brakes off of Angstrom. What?
creates what could be the
I'll
beginning
beat
of
the
the end
brakes
of
off of
Super Noon.
Angstrom.
Hikari is absolutely oh no! Finish the job and will do the handshake to conclude this set. And now we are down to one more set. Losers finals, and that's how it's going to go. Hikari staying alive, Super Noon. Unfortunately, unable to get that grand finals, but I mean, we're talking consistency. Very few players are as in that top 3 conversation as Super Noon. We've got to say, give it up for Super Noon, folks. Made it into this top 8, undefeated. This was one hell of a challenge. And like I said, this is the first year Evo Vegas 2XKO. We already know that this game is going to be at Evo France. I'm sure we're going to be seeing the journey of these players continue. And Noon, I mean,
Well,
surely he's going to have to be at the next one. Oh, absolutely not.
Critics up.
This is going to be where Super
I'm gonna run ads real quick.
to an end. Talk
It's gonna be a
about
3-minute one so that we don't get ads for a long ass time. So give me a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. There it still is. There's no other word for it.
But vote on the predict though
As soon as
before you
Hikari got knocked into losers bracket,
hold
has
this
just
ad.
been so locked in, but you have to be, because who is awaiting in winner's side other than Sonic Fox and Inzem, and that is going to be our grand finals match. As we end our replays here,
hands
presented
feel
by
so
PlayStation
cold.
Tournaments, I'd like to point
I don't know
out
why.
Sonic Fox and Inzem are taking their
Put my AC on,
seats.
too.
We are
I'm gonna have my
moments
AC off.
away from this grand finals. There are so
Hands
many
are still just so
thank you
cold
shouts to
today.
give. And I'd like to let everybody know, let's remind you, there will be an announcement after grand finals. So we're going to get to crown a champion or champions, and we're going to get an announcement at the end. This is just the gift that keeps on giving. Thank you
So
to
this is kind
Riot,
of
the
half an
staff,
Evo win for Sonic
everyone
Fox. I'm
watching at
joking.
home, the lovely crowd we have here right now. Give yourselves a round of applause. You have been absolutely fantastic. Now, before we go into this grand
Maybe
finals as
crowd.
well, you know, it is Evo. I imagine there's a lot of viewers out there who just make sure to watch Evo, or maybe it's your first time watching a tournament. Let us very quickly break this down. Grand finals. Sonic Fox and Inzem are in the winners bracket as they have not lost a set yet. So they have to win one best of 5. Hikari is coming into the grand finals for the losers bracket. We'll have to win a best of 5
Don't be the
grand
Yone.
finals, effectively sending Sonic Fox and Inzem to the losers bracket, resetting things, and we'll then have to play another best of 5. So the short of it is, Sonic Fox and Inzem, they've got to win one best of 5.
Angstrom.
Hikari's got to do it twice. But
Ew.
the stone-faced, the commitment,
Ew.
the focus, Hikari has been
locked into that path of grand finals. I don't think Hikari gives a damn that he's going to have to win twice, because if it has to be done to win, so be it.
Yeah, these players, they're grinding hundreds of matches a day. What's an extra 3? You know what I'm saying?
Let me take a look at the Creator Cup.
Yeah.
Rivals.
Either way, it's going to be done. But what a fitting grand final, you know, the pinnacle of competitive 2x KO in arguably, well, I say arguably at this point, it's hard to deny, the best duo in the game in Sonic Fox and Inzem, and maybe the best solo player in Hikari. Does it get any better than this to showcase what high-level 2x KO is all about?
Well, we get set up and they're getting their
Kingsman?
buttons checked and we prepare for the last time.
Salak won.
Which team are they fighting?
Salak, nice. Good res.
If you like Hikari.
Are they not playing yet?
Oh.
No, they're playing.
Nice.
I gotta find the bracket. Smoke screen. Can't even do exclamation bracket in the chat because they're on emote mode. Show the screen. The screen.
The best duo and the best solo. A perfect story.
Show what screen?
The Red Bull best seats in the house. They really do look like some nice seats, I can't lie to you. What a morning. You're making this jet-lagged British man.
He's losing it? I think he is losing it.
You already know.
I wanted to see that. See what?
It means so much to them.
What I don't know which screen you're talking about. The Rivals one, or like I don't know which one you're talking about.
From being crowned world champion, and is this it?
All right, here we go. 2x.
Okay,
Well, you want to see some men? Was the men on screen?
Here we go. Looks like we're going to be jumping in, I'm sure. Okay,
yeah, you gotta contain yourself.
here we go. Grand finals. Make some noise.
Sonic Fox piloting the Jinx, and it will be
Oh, they're just practicing. They didn't start yet.
Hikari with the team of Akali and Ari. That's a tongue twister. Let's get this show on the road.
I love, again, we're talking
Contain yourself, bro.
force meets immovable object. This is that dynamic. Ari,
It's time and
Akali,
place for
especially
that.
Akali.
It's not
You
now.
want to get in there. You want to be doing some craziness. Get that corner. And just do the
They say
worst
Bob would be
kind of things
before
to
or
your
after
opponent.
top 8?
Teemo Jinx, they want to establish
I don't
that
remember what they
neutral,
said.
Fill the screen as much as possible. And take as much little chip damage here and there. Build the resources.
Well, I think the pro and DBFZ. Yeah.
The benefit of playing as a duo is having that kind of two pairs of eyes just analyzing the game, whether it's assists and everything that comes with it.
You may have noticed Hikari, a very aggressive player, not afraid to wait and pick his moments, however. He's going to have to do that against this team. Teemo and Jinx control
Empty
so
jump
much
low,
of the
nice.
screen combined. But there's a happy birthday. Starting off with a bit of extra damage. We're going to punish
Before.
this Teemo hard.
I could just check the tweet, but I'm just too lazy.
Oh, wait a minute. A little bit of unfortunate business there, and the
Nice
damage
parry.
is good
Attempt.
on the back end. Here comes Sonic Fox, making this one count. We're playing no games. We're taking damage, and we're killing the character.
Wow, Akali has gone.
That's a lot of damage.
I suppose. They do so much damage, and now the solo Ari. We've seen Hikari do it before, but the main difference here is the control.
Watch out.
Ooh, okay, good chunk of damage on this Jinx, and there we go, Teemo getting hit by the dive bomb. Hikari not slowing down, and suddenly is in the lead.
All it takes is one good hit. Now, because that level 3 was spent, Sonic Fox isn't going to have anything to convert with besides traditional meterless damage. But you are going to have that super assist of Teemo. Does a lot of combo gravity, though. The hit stun decay.
Uh-oh. There it is again. Oh, wow. Okay, I love that choice. Just sniping Teemo out of the air, putting a stop to that super assist. Oh, calls out that Sonic is going to be blocking with a grab.
Nice.
And there we go, Hikari.
What a choice. No meter to parry that either. So that projectile was so sweet.
Okay, there's a catch in. Not quite able to get full pickup, but again, it's establishing.
I don't think I've ever seen a finals blowout as bad as what? This crowd's so dramatic. They're not dramatic. It's hype.
For a cheeky grab
Yeah, you can't win with crowds in this game, or any game in general. Either the crowd is dead or they're too dramatic.
On the other side, here comes Hikari.
This grand finals, they're at the edge of their seats.
Setting this up, super. Trying to bait out some kind of.
Oh, defensive assist is good though.
Yes, it was. Oh, and so is the 2H.
Having defense yesterday. Nah, I don't think anything as bad as 2025. Last year's Street Fighter 6 Grand Finals, Kakeru versus Mena, the 3-0.
Getting eliminated in the back, Jinx taking all this damage. You get put straight back in the situation again.
That shit was bad, bro.
There's the shroud, there's the assist. You're not going anywhere, my friend. There is the hit, and if Hikari can finish this off, taking game number 1 here. That is
That shit was pretty bad, bro.
That is not only game 1 in grand final.
I mean, I didn't even get to watch it. Like, it happened so fast.
You may have been looking
Like, I was like, we was at
for me.
we was at Fee's
Said it was just laser focused. Mr. Cool.
thingy. It was like a party or whatever. And me and Ross was just 1v1 on Street Fighter, and by the time we got called over to watch, that shit was over already.
Yeah, right. Just, it's so active.
That shit was over already.
It's fantastic to convert with
That
those
shit was
air-to-airs.
crazy.
And air-to-airs will be important against characters like Jinx and Teemo. They're really hard to pin down. Because they're used to kind of doing what they want mobility-wise, because they have stuff on the screen you have to respect. Oh, watch out! Yeah. Speaking of respect, how about that? An immediate break. You want to hold no damage. Speaking of that, though, turning it round, this corner carry. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. Kind of mistake that's going to give Hikari a lot more to work with. Speaking of which, you get that super. Yeah, you want to get 3 mushrooms on screen. We're just going to clear the board right here. Execution was really nice on the parry into the dash. Unfortunately, could not turn that anti-air into a substantial combo. But wait, Jinx finds a hit. We keep seeing that though. Jinx goes in with those long-range catches, and Teemo just does not have the ability to pick up from them. But again, it's not
Watch
about
out, watch
getting
out.
something and keeping the lead going, even if it is steady. But the most huge jump ball. How plus on hit was that? Wins him. Just have the air dash perhaps. Notice again, super. Neutralizes any projectiles on the board. Creates a bit of real estate there for Hikari, who is now using that Akali to enforce the advantage. Good block on the low, the tag. Fighting back, and Akali taking heavy damage from that Jinx. And now the Teemo to punish. It felt like Akali just body blocked that entire sequence, but then Teemo found
it.
Akari anyway. Finish this combo, which you can, yeah. Doesn't have to spend bar. In fact,
Yeah, finals, yeah.
meets the limit strike end.
Found it.
Much more what you would see at Inzen.
My food's almost here.
A really patient game.
I got
Avoid as much damage
what did I get?
20 seconds on the clock.
Cheeseburger.
I fear this combo
local
is going
joint.
to take a good chunk of time, and Teemo's going to take decent damage as well.
Cheeseburger.
Have that set up
A
now.
milkshake.
10 seconds to go. Oh,
I
and
love
we're
that.
running
Yeah,
away.
we're
running. Quit chasing.
Actually had a coupon.
Oh, what a massive jump. We
$8
couldn't
off.
get anything from it. Wait a minute. Wait. Teemo getting hit in the back.
Oh,
Even
what
this
is
goes
that
to timeout.
damage?
Teemo getting hit means the timeout's going to be good for Hikari. Wait a minute. No. Wait, no. I don't
Wait, go
think we
back,
have
go
time.
back.
I don't think we have
Production.
time. Yeah, it's over. It's over. Oh my goodness.
I was about to say.
It does not function
Production.
like your standard super, your standard
Go
level
back.
3. It
Go
comes
back. It's
out
not over.
and It does not interrupt the game in any way. It's the fact that, again with that activated, Hikari was just going for as much chip as possible. All because Teemo got hit in the back. How quickly the pendulum can shift in 2x KO. I think that's why Hikari was just dedicated to the level 3 on block. He must have absolutely known there's nothing you can do that is actually going to take enough damage for me to not win this. But what a decision to make, right? In the heat of the moment, it could backfire, but that's the knowledge,
Try this.
that pro-level knowledge.
You're pinned.
And look at this. Again, the momentum just does not stop.
Level 1 again.
Hikari, fearless.
This level 1 is just so
That's
good,
the
bro.
word to use here. But opting to keep the break, so that they're saving it for a potential Sonic Fox comeback. The Fury is going to be ready. Jinx, I know I've said this before, but is a fantastic comeback character. Does have the tools, but has to pop that Fury immediately.
Yeah, Hikari might actually come back from this.
Hikari with 2 may as well be full life characters. We continue to press. We tag and we mix. Beautiful push block.
Yeah, you're going crazy, yeah.
From Inzem, just because you are down and out does not mean you cannot interact and save your duo partner. The thing is though, Sonic Foxes, okay, there's the airstrike. No,
If I'm picking between Sonic Fox and this, I want Hikari to win.
But basically got nothing off of that Fury activation.
Noon's gone now, so man, I'm moving for Hikari.
Come back to this still possible. There's the airstrike once again. Oh wow, Akali just took a lot of that. Yeah. And
I
just
don't.
like that, Ari is gone.
I need Hikari to win.
Hikari is sitting on lots of meter and access
The
to Fury.
2SKO goat.
Frightens me. Fury in level 3.
Oh, shit.
Oh, the Fury's been popped. We have dash cancels available. The first one's going to get executed. Defensive Teemo into the throw that was beautiful. Tagged by Hikari. Sonic Fox does manage to find a hit, however.
I mean, he's gonna go to another one. There's might be like 9 Evos soon. Like Evo Nice.
Should win the game. 2 level 3.
There's France. See what Japan. NA.
Just holding down.
This part gonna be one in Saudi Arabia soon.
Is this gonna pick up? Wait, no way.
It's like 9 Evos or some shit now or something like that.
It does!
All Evo wins are.
What to confirm Inzem with the clutch super assist and Sonic Fox.
What are the other Evos that got announced?
Pick up on the level 3.
I don't even remember the other ones. There's
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, so there's Nice, NA, Japan. Isn't there gonna be one in the EU?
Absolute synergy.
There's gonna be one in EU now, remember? There's gonna be one in EU now, and also, well, yeah, Singapore.
It doesn't even matter that you're not getting hit.
Oh, Mexico, yes.
Amount of chip damage, but Hikari does manage to find a hit. Akali took a beating, but at least has loads of great life.
I mean, France, I guess, is EU's, I guess. France, Singapore, bro, there's so fucking many, bro. I don't even fucking remember anymore. There's gonna be one in Saudi Arabia for sure. I don't know if that one's announced yet, but it's inevitable. They bought Evo, so of course it's gonna happen eventually.
Absolutely rock solid, cannot be opened up. You trying these overheads, you trying these empty.
What's the price pool for this?
Gonna work. All you can do is
like
throw. But by the time
70K or something like that.
no assist to make it mean anything. Hey,
That's,
but this is the important thing. You
Saudi
can
money go
defend all that till the
crazy.
cows come home. If you still get opened up eventually,
Sony does, but like Sony, like Saudi Arabia like put a fucking bunch of money into Evo, or something like that. Qiddiya, yeah, that's what it is. Saudi Arabia's Qiddiya invested. They like fully acquired RTS, which is like the primary owner of Evo. So like basically Saudi Arabia owns Evo. What is the price for this? Let's go.
Yo, crowd, you reckon we're getting a reset here? Maybe. They do have a good amount of believers.
Oh, first place gets $42,000. Second place gets 24. Is this with the prize pool bonus? Oh, the pop bonus of. Oh, the pop bonus is 75K from the skins. From the skins or whatever. What is that? What are those bundles called? I don't forget what it's called. It's fucking KO bundle or some shit. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, first place gets 42K, second place gets 24K, third place gets 16K. So the Spoon got 16K.
Just in time. I really wasn't sure it would actually
That was the switch drop. Isn't like Caitlyn's hat or something?
Bit of a turnaround here. You may be
So your
almost
avatar.
dead, but as long as you're able to press those buttons and tag, you can still make magic things happen, especially if you put them in the corner.
Watch out.
But we are creating obstacles. Level 1. Yeah, tries to wipe all the small mushrooms. Obviously, the big one's going to go through, but... Well, here comes the Carly.
Can they add high noon to us already, bro?
Low has been the magic choice for Hikari all top 8 long. It's so hard to see. Yeah, here comes Hikari. We see this usual flop. Yeah, keep it in.
Maybe it's gonna drop with Yone. Maybe Yone will have one too.
Get rid of the jinx and now Teemo.
The high noon bundle or whatever. The cowboy one.
This is what we were expecting to see.
Like, yeah.
Got sent into losers.
I can show you it.
Top 24 territory and has just been possessed ever since. The mission is there. Oh, Teemo just sitting in the shroud and like shaking the block animation. That's so sad. I mean, we're taking a lot of damage too. The super assist. Oh no! Wow! Absolutely shut down. And that's it. Tag launch. Wow! Charge. And thank you very much. Bring me into a reset point, says Hikari. 1 round to go. Do we see the reset? Or are the duo going to bring it back? You said before, Hikari, no stranger to this situation.
Yone has one too.
High level. But the absolute comfort. Hikari has been so set in his ways. The defense has been impeccable. The patience in neutral, just looking for that one moment and, my word, just running away with it. But this is that neutral coverage. This is what the team is built to do.
feel like Hikari has been doing such a good job navigating. I feel like Ari has actually spent most of the time in front because of this right here. Ari is much better, I think, as the point character at getting through this kind of projectile just minefield. And then when you actually do get in, it's time to bring the Kali and then, you know, get those knockdowns, get the Shroud out.
Yone has a second one though. He has a prestige one. Has wings for some reason.
There's so much to worry
Whatever.
about.
I like the base one better though.
Then you got to worry about strike throws, possibly the assist to come out on the back end. Hikari, so patient. With a life lead, there's no need to really overextend at the moment. There's 60 seconds on the clock. What's the rush? Oh wow, Inzem actually choosing to go completely in. Practically running down from full screen. Trying to chase down. Okay, Inzem maybe getting a bit more aggressive now.
They're about to start running a little bit behind schedule because Tekken's supposed to start at 5. It's 4:42. They gotta hurry this up.
Changing gears there. However, this is still going to be Ari with the access to that Akali super assist, where that strike throw game becomes a little bit more devastating.
Watch out. Fuji, we're back.
All right, not quite point blank in the corner, but the important thing is keep them there. Oh wow, just straight up rolls away. The brick wall of that mushroom putting up that barrier to shut it down. However,
oh, what a preemptive punch.
And there will not be a Fury activation here. Akari knows I still have another round to work with. We can save that break, and that break could come in real handy at the start of this next round. However, it remains reset point for Hikari at the moment. The difference is night and day, though. As soon as they are able to fill up this neutral, suddenly it doesn't look so bad. The big thing about this zoning, though, is that it really doesn't result in a huge amount of chip unless you can start to chain those together. The more Hikari can stay on the absolute furthest away on the screen, allow the traps to miss, jump over those missiles, he's taking such little damage, but there's the break, wisely saved from the last round.
On the back of an instant challenge, too, Sonic Fox found a gap for a standing light and took it.
The bait. That air kunai is such a cheeky challenge. There are so many options from it. All right, we set up. Patience, but no. We're opened up. We've been caught and the breaker has to be forced. Is it going to be last minute? What a block. Not only that, but a retreating guard from Fox. The reactions. But Arthur's back to the level 1. Yet another time. We clear the board. Can't quite find a hit, but we do now.
Okay. No, missed again. These strange connections. You really need to maximize it. And look at what's happening on the back of it. Oh no, so much damage being done to this Akali now.
Not only is Teemo going to live,
oh, gonna read man. Was that intentional whiff grab to make them want to press something so the trap hits them? That was dirty.
Now the final character is Akari in this match. Teemo, by all means, should be dead, but is healing all the way, and it's now Jinx you have to worry about in this neutral. Oh, the super assist! Wow! Watch out! She can come out of anywhere!
That even things up somewhat, though. Will Hikari reset the bracket right now? Air attack, okay. Oh, but not this time. Oh, so much bar on the side of Jinx, too. Super assist. Yep, and there it is. We've seen this one before, Ketchup.
Yes,
you confirm.
we have. Let's see if we get it 2 times in a row. We live. We have
shit, what is
Fury,
happening?
Are we going to have the chance? Another great block comes up. It's the light. The punish on the retreating guard. And we can still turn it into a combo. The question is, do we have a path to kill with this?
Oh, wow. Uh-oh.
Hikari resetting the bracket.
Uh-oh.
Call out on the break.
That's not
That is exactly
good.
the kind of decision that you would want to see reset the bracket, because that sends a
That's
message.
not
That is,
good.
I don't care that you're winner side grand finals. I don't care that you've basically not dropped a game the entire time, with the exception of what, maybe against the Twins was one game, but does not care. Hikari was and still is EVO Japan champion. Hikari is hungry for that EVO Vegas title, and 1 set left to go. On the flip side, Sonic Fox and Inzem, they can afford to lose that set, but it's not something you would choose to do, because this is, we're talking momentum, we're talking mental fortitude, we're talking information granted in those matches.
Are you so good?
All of the above, and it is now time for what will be our
Motherfucker watches too much Blue Lock.
best of 5.
Or I'm sorry, reads too much Blue Lock. That's all he talks about.
You got one more in ya.
Every time I talk to him, he's talking about fucking blue lock.
That's what I'm talking about. Hikari just
He's obsessed with that shit, bro. It's the blue lock, bro.
Hungry for this. Now there has been a character change on the side of Sonic and Inzem. It is Teemo Ari now. There is no more
Hikari,
Jinx.
yes.
Yeah, that's the benefit you get, right? You can adjust the team if you need to. They played one team in the last set. This is a new set. They can change. We turn this one round. Fox always a believer in
I didn't watch season 2 yet.
Better than the opponent. Not afraid to do a kind of mirror position. And already looking like this Ari is a pretty good choice. The synergies are working out wonders. There's that meaty mushroom and the punish on the roll. That's a full combo and no doubt a dead character.
Fuck is his damage?
That's
What?
a better start. Now that's going to be the real question, is how much of a difference is this team adjustment going to make? So I feel like we saw a decent amount of Jinx plays there in the set before, but I think when the chips are down, Ari really is the character that Sonic Fox has spent the most amount of time on. There's that.
Your turn.
Barely touches that side. If you are going to go for a character change, you better
Don't watch the anime, better read. I don't know how to read.
Well, I guess the proof's in the pudding.
BBL
There's that turnaround from Hikari. We super. We push towards. We create this situation, and we figure out what's going to come next. What's the defensive choice? Punish! There is no Akali, so it's not going to turn into too much, but we can at least meet you with the Akali on Wake Up. Oh, that's so gross! I don't think I've ever seen that without getting blocked, by the way. But just what do you do? Like, Akali ends up behind, with a teleport.
You used to record 4? Nah, I didn't watch it yet. All I've been doing is streaming. Living with Japan.
Well, Teemo taking heavy damage. Now there is no meter to get a big
I'm gonna snooze ads.
but we can at least tag in and go.
So I think they're about to run.
Oh, and by all means, Teemo gonna take big punishment. I love the charge timing on that though, because like, in order to defend like you obviously have to follow the active character, but as Ari is charging that, wow, perfect as well. As Ari is charging that H, Akali's jumping over you, so you kind of have to see what, basically where is Akali when that connects, and it looks like it's right as she crosses up. We've seen Hikari really, again, going deep into that bag of tricks now, but if you're not going to do it in the Grand Finals reset, when are you going to do it? I mean, Hikari currently 6-0 on this duo. 6-0? 3-0? What am I talking about? Not quite. Not there yet. Maybe. Did I mention I was just... Did you see into the future? Looks like the air block string, but didn't quite get it. Only got one hit and then fell under. Way more shades of previous games where you just let intent sit there, let it happen. Yeah, we've seen Hikari do this in general against like other Teemos, especially with the Akali out. You don't want to be impatient. The worst thing you can do against these kind of projectile characters is just rush your way in too much. Don't get me wrong, every now and then you might be able to find a gap to kind of close.
My goodness, bro.
By and large, if you are too
riveting gameplay.
You're almost
Innovative.
Come on, make a mistake.
Empowering.
I mean, as you can clearly see too, those Kunos do a wonderful job of just covering the mushrooms and getting more than one. And then you've got the Ari at the same time. This team's so good at fighting Teemo. It's gonna be maybe trying to bait an instant air dash, perhaps. Some sort of
Empowering gameplay.
Too far away. There and hold respect. Not a huge amount of round left to go. Ari will be taking damage in the back, but it is Akali able to punish should there be an overextension. Man, Hikari blocking everything though. The defense has been immaculate. Yeah, still Hikari will not get opened up. Another block. Oh, but again, instant break. It's only a matter of time. That was a lot of block string though, because now 20 seconds on the clock.
It used to be way worse.
Combo, it's gonna get very difficult.
If you hit Teemo, you would still get hit by the mushroom. The mushroom stays on screen after you hit Teemo. It used to be like that. That's what the first slam was like. That shit was so whack.
No, that's definitely it. It's gonna take out Ari.
That shit was so whack, bro.
Not enough time in the game. This will be a timeout victory to the duo. Yeah, put the mushroom up, make sure. Oh, run straight through it with the throw. I mean, even if that connected you, what can you do? There is nothing. And the timeout win goes to Sonic and Inzem. The character change making quite a difference here. The game on the board, it was a very convincing 3-0. But I guess therein lies the problem, right? If you are willing to play
a very slow-paced game in the neutral. When you finally do start getting the ball rolling a little bit, you're going to have less time to play with, which might work out in your favor, as we saw earlier in the top 8, or it might not, and you'll lose the game on the back of it.
In this top 8, it's historically proven to be in the favor of Akari. That was the first time it kind of worked against, but risking that happening beats being overzealous and just getting caught in the neutral and then dying anyway. But there's patience on display. Many people out there say they believe InZem to be the #1 teamo out there, and then you've got Fox with the capitalization, the reaction, the perfect team. Honestly, what a scary duo.
That's why they've gone up in this, right? They're going wow! Pretty straightforward, one-sided set, pre-reset, but definitely not the case now. Nice change. So much, considering how many times we see that roll punished, we do still see a lot of players opt to go for it. You have to not be afraid to make these decisions. Oh, wow, recognized it was too far away. Like that from Akari. But again, defense has really been the aim of the game here, but no, opened up. Oh, but couldn't get more off it. The parry. Immediately cancels recovery and lets you continue blocking, shuts down some possible plus frames, shuts down InZem's defense, though the blocking has been so good.
Oh my god, the defense.
How long can you block?
I mean,
pretty darn long.
We're putting that to the test at the moment because InZem
We got a throw out.
refuses to get hit. Still defense! Still finds it in the push block.
Can we get a throw? Thank you.
To a grab, but when there is no assist, so who cares? Now, unfortunately, you do care.
I've got to say though,
I bet you he's not watching for throws. He locked in, but he ain't that locked in. Ain't no way he watching for throws.
Character who's threatening constant air dashes or just quick overhead options in the air, empty lows, assists, like dynamic timing.
That's the thing, you're not just looking for the throw, you're looking for the cooldown. If there is no assist available, then the throw is the lesser of two evils, or a million evils. Big pick up there, another.
Okay.
The super assists from InZem have been the most clutch thing.
No, they have all been so good. There it is again! Oh,
we don't know yet.
it's not only that InZem is always ready with the perfect timing, it's that Sonic's always ready for it to connect.
BBL, Jose.
Oh wow, and one round up again. Potentially threatening a 2-0 here. The InZem has just been a master when it comes to defense. Even if InZem's not alive, the perfect timing to go for those assists is just inspirational. All right, starting things off with the grab. That's going to create a good situation. Whoa, that was delicious. And we still have more combo to go. All right, we side switch, we mix, we freestyle in. There's the handshakes. Akali must stay alive. Okay, limit strike. Nice to pressure. Yeah, multi-hitting overhead. It's hard to defend against. It's going to depend on which.
No teabag? No, I don't think they're doing another one.
Ooh! Started the combo on Teemo and finished it on Ari.
When you see someone start a combo on one character and then anti-air the other one by like cancelling, it's just the biggest flex.
You know they're calling out, you're going to go
Get
from
back.
that, right? Yeah. Ooh, we're going to trade? Yeah, we do. Nullification.
Get back.
Ooh, okay. InZem comes in with the save.
And the side switch, which is big when you've got Ari on the end. Set up. Yeah. Once more. Keep it simple. But just the low on its own. No need to overcomplicate things there with Sonic Fox. Yep, drill and kill the character. See you later.
Wow.
Nice.
And the adjustment
Okay.
has been so significant as Akari comes in with a very low Akali. Lots of resources, lots of fury, but oh hello.
Whoa.
The happy birthday. But the Teemo dying first does save the Ari. This match is not over.
Oh my goodness, the throw tech. And here it is, the super assist again, InZem from above.
Get him away, get him away, get him away.
Can avoid it. The throw tech again. InZem for another dive, the airstrike.
He's coming back.
It's crazy how quickly this turned around. It was so bad for Hikari.
There's one more meter and it's been spent. But at the end, Hikari!
Locked in.
Unreal. That was looking impossible for Hikari right up until that happy birthday. And suddenly, instant turnaround.
All right, so the first bit of momentum and the punish. The risk was taken, I'm sure, thanks to that break being available, but sadly, having to use it already. If you get caught now, you are in for a world of hurt.
Oh dear. Oh wow. Oh dear. Pick up. Oh, and the poison darts. That's just adding.
Watch out.
Ooh.
And more corner.
Ooh.
Deal with.
Went
the turnaround.
Yeah, went through all of it to hit the Teemo. All right.
Situation.
Wow, just, yeah.
All the way into mid-screen.
I think I was just calling out the back roll, to be honest. Just did not hold back on that run. Nice. Okay.
That was a really cute idea, but couldn't quite figure it out.
Important to break. I think the duo, they've saved the breaks more to kind of keep characters alive compared to earlier sets, where it was mainly used for the Fury situation.
Hold on a minute. Shrouding.
Hey, Shroud up should help give you some extra tools to deal with the projectiles, but... Oh, wow.
Big jump in there.
Yeah. Huge connection there. And now Hikari taken out. The Ari is going to be up to
2v2 is
Teemo.
1v2. Sonic Fox and Zim are playing duos. Hikari's playing alone.
Oh, but
You can 1v2 in this game, remember?
Why do I get the feeling this post
You can 2v2, 1v2. You guys controlling both his characters.
so.
And Zim and Sonic Fox are controlling separate characters.
There it is, yeah. Hikari. One game apiece. No sweep in the finals, but it's staying very competitive. But it's interesting to see the development. Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't want anything less from Evo finals. That's what you want.
Sonic Fox Ari, yes.
Character adjustment here, going back to the
Teemo is
Ari.
in Zim.
This is the team we've seen the most on overall, to be honest. But even in this top 8, we've seen Teemo Jinx, we've seen the Thresh come out at the start, and now going back to that kind of real tried and true. We are going back to what we've seen throughout the course of this top 8, which is Hikari understanding, look, I don't need to rush this, I need to look for my moment, and there it is!
Oh no.
I'm telling you, you just play
Fear
careful, make sure you avoid chip damage, your time will come. Oh no, not yet, yeah, but couldn't overcommit anyway. Teemo would have been intercepted for sure.
Nice switch. He saw he was on 6, so he switched really fast.
Oh, the parry! Okay. Hikari's getting some big connections, but not necessarily always on the point character. Oh, hello! From full screen, that projectile's going to keep up. Oh, max range? That was cute.
You're pinned.
Going to turn this into so much more than you would expect. Right, the limit strike
You
ends. Shroud, and
Why are you not blocking?
Hikari!
Oh
Making out the
no!
arc.
Well, you see the Shroud go
This
up.
looks like cancer. It is
Okay,
cancer.
well, there's a lot more to be worried on now with its command grab, extra options, extensions on the kunais, but sometimes you just got to do a dash up low.
All right, Inzem, mate, you've shown us this iron defense in the past. You have to do it again. No assist ready, so that does create some real estate, some breathing space. Teemo opting to go for the invisibility, gets shut down, however, and chases down the retreating guard. Beautiful parry to answer the
what a
side
parry.
switch. Go, Inzem, mate, you're a god. All right, that'll be death.
Found it.
Mushroom.
Okay, best case
Found
scenario,
it.
limit strike and build some of that meter back. Inzem, ooh, okay, parrying the super assist and a throw. Oh my god, where did that come from? Yeah, into the super as well, so you can't fury it. Oh, wait, come on. Do you have time? There's 5 seconds. I don't think.
Fuck no,
you
you have no time.
No, you can't. Another time. That happens every time. Hikari is using the timer to his advantage.
It's such
He knows their team doesn't do as much damage as us.
Just play patient. Eventually, when the timer becomes a threat, most of the time he's in the lead.
Well, it's like you've been saying. It's interesting because the Teemo Ari, this is the team that wants to slow things down, but Hikari's been in no rush.
Not at all. Happy birthday to you. Oh, fuck. This shit gonna hurt. If he tag launches with it,
Happy birthday. Oh, so much red.
he didn't even need a tag launcher.
Teemo is
I forgot Ari can do that.
We were basically one hit shy of a 2x KO at that point.
Yeah, if it weren't for the break.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very difficult comeback to make. You are both at death's door. Yes, Teemo's got loads of grey life, but Ari doesn't really have the health to stay alive much longer.
The fact that Hikari got that damage, but then, again, got hit and immediately popped that break in response is just, again, it's a game of momentum. Hikari was just really on it there to finish off the game.
If Inzem can somehow pull this off, I will be amazed, but let's see. It's going to be damage. Mushroom on Oki, it's the low. All of a sudden, with that grey life remaining, the meter and that fury, this comeback
one player control too. There's certain things you can't do, or they're way harder to do solo.
Oh, it connected. You got caught.
There's also things that are harder to do as a duo because it's two people.
Wow, block shuts it down entirely.
But like
watch out,
the highest level play, if both people are locked in, duos is better, but it's harder.
Holds onto it and still finds the combo confirmed.
Inzem with the clutch.
Can you do it? Can you do it?
Clutches him.
Unbelievable, the clutch from Inzem to stay alive in such dire circumstances.
The clutch.
I can't believe it. Yeah, we're dead even again. What is going on?
I cannot believe Inzem found that.
Watch out! Watch out!
Watching the best players in the world.
Watch out!
Crazy.
This character is so
Who would have thought?
Watch out!
Unbelievable levels of composure.
Oh shit! I think ads are. Oh no, ads ran already. Okay, good.
Pushing forward.
I was scared ads were about to run.
Defense on both ends, looking pretty strong so far. All the delay. He's gonna hit its mark. Hikari. So hard to say as the lead, right? Because by the set, we completely split down the middle, but after that last round's comeback, expect the unexpected forever. The delay into the grab, and now empty low. The break, way more important to keep the character alive.
Ooh,
no,
nice S1.
We're gonna take it out anyway, and now Ari, you're next.
Try this. Oh my god!
This is going from bad to worse.
Tag launcher level 3.
On the verge of being up 2 to 1. He's
on
the verge, I say inevitable. Yeah, Azuna.
Oh, he didn't even need level 3.
Thank you very much.
Tag
one step
launcher.
closer. We creep slowly but surely.
We creep.
To the end of this tournament, Hikari. But I mean, by no means are we done. It is not over until it's over. I know it's a saying that's been said many times, but it really is true here. These games are unpredictable. Whether it's these crazy comebacks, it's these hard call-outs, holding on to break and fury at desperate times in a way that just works out. Last-ditch effort, like timeouts. But who knows where we're going to go now. This could potentially be the final match. Maybe.
Banking on this team, Hikari needs one more to be your champion of EVO 2026 to XKO. But if Sonic Fox and Inzem have something to say about it, they will see it not so. Right. Hikari, set up. Oh dear, that break no doubt had to come out, otherwise that's a dead Teemo, especially off that start. Sonic Fox fighting back. Remember folks, post-reset they've changed team. The Ari instead of the Jinx, of which has been so much more useful.
Oh, it's been a game changer. Absolutely. I mean, this is the team they've spent most of their time on, right? It's not a surprise. Oh, but a catch. The long-range standing like the counter hit too.
That preemptive light was just so in Hikari's head, saying, I know exactly what you're going to do here.
How much would you get? How much would y'all rate rice, tuna, boiled eggs, and hot sauce as a struggle meal?
So ready to
just
keep
give me a pack of noodles, bro.
For what looked like a massive whiff, but ended up being a huge advantage.
It's going to be just Sonic Fox left to come back demanded. Inzem in the previous game.
Need some ice cereal or fucking
with a comeback.
Or fucking like
Inzem.
Ramen bowl, bro.
The positioning of these super assists has just been so good.
That's fire, bro. Stop it.
Sure, but a lot of resources. Oh, wow, huge opening. Do you Fury? You can't really, right? Yeah, had to wait for the character to disappear. You have to be so careful with your break timing when an assist has been used in the combo, because that handshake reaction to block is ever threatening. Oh, huge! Jump cleans completely over. Are you kidding me? Now, do you have a way of getting past this and doing enough damage past the Fury? There's level 3. Okay, that's going to be enough. Hikari now is going to be on tournament point.
Being able to find that last hit right at the final moment. The focus has been laser pointed throughout this top 8, and now only one round stands in your way. Sonic Fox, InZem, they've looked so unbelievable all top 8. This is their final challenge. Crowd, if you want to see this duo bring it to a final game, you've got to let them know!
Oh, let's not speak too soon though. Hikari is on a massive lead. The setup is good again.
Man.
This is the scariest thing about Hikari is just when you get those kind of situations and we start seeing the weird setups. And that's the layer we're at now. And is Ari already gone? There's no way! There's no way the Azuna drop takes out Sonic Fox, and now it is all up to InZem. Hikari, the World Championship is right in front of you. All you have to do is reach out and take it. It's yours!
Boy.
We are on the verge of a perfect here, and that would be a ridiculous way to end things. InZem, mate, you did the impossible comeback before. I would say you have to try again, but without Fury. We're moments away from building
If this
it.
Fury gets
This
baited.
is looking all Hikari.
Hikari's working on the perfect. A massive jump back from InZem, manages to find the hit. Will this be enough? The super assist cannot pick up though. Hikari has a lot to work with here. All the advantage in the world, but can you afford to push the advantage?
The Shroud is up, just making it even more uncomfortable. There's still time on the clock. There's no need to rush. The defense from InZem.
We can play timer. Like InZem has to play aggressive. He doesn't. He can't just sit there throwing mushrooms all game.
It's real. We live, but for how long?
He doesn't do a lot of damage.
Okay, but InZem, the Fury's there. It's going to be hard to find a safe way of activating it. Wake up attack. Okay, it's blocked. We're going to pick up on this.
No break from Hikari, by the way. We're keeping things bold.
Hey, you just play timer.
You want to save that safety net. You absolutely do. In place. Okay, neutral jump. Okay, InZem, one read at a time. Do you keep the duo alive? They're playing as a duo, but right now it's all up to InZem. Oh, InZem gets points. They're going to connect. And it does. Hikari becomes not only your Evo Japan champion, but Evo
Evos in a row.
What a ridiculous display.
2 Evos in a row. 2 Evos in a row, bro. The Go-To Tag Fighters does it again, bro.
2XKO World Champion. Hikari,
that's the best 2XKO player, bro.
For your new World Champion.
2 in a row, bro. 2 in a row is sick work.
Second place finish. You know they were gunning for that #1. But man,
2 in a row, bro.
Play in this
2
game
in a
is
row.
so close. Yet when it counts the most, it's Hikari. Consistency. Your greatest player on the planet.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Running it all the way back from losers bracket. The duo.
The Go-To Tag Fighters does it again, bro.
In that winner's side, but until they met Hikari, what a champion.
The Go-To
in
Tag
every sense
Fighters
of the
does
word.
it again.
Evo Japan champion, Evo Vegas champion.
The Go-To Tag Fighters does it again, bro.
The best player in the world.
Honestly, for me, as we go through these replays of your grand finals presented here by PlayStation Tournaments, this was a perfect top 8.
But even starting off,
The Go-To Tag Fighters does it again, bro.
intensity before this match began. These are training partners they have met in tournaments before. They will meet in tournaments again. But meeting in tournament on Evo top 8
You want a 1v2 and start ore farming.
I am not
Jesus
surprised we
Christ.
saw them give what they gave.
You want a 1v2 from losers and start ore farming.
The man of the tournament. I mean, just an inspirational display. The same team being used, really kind of around before Evo Japan, locked in the Akali and Ari, and has been rocking it ever since, to, God, limitless effect. It's no wonder
Hey,
this
bro.
crowd got so into it. That one, yo,
The
crowd.
Go-To Tag Fighters.
Guessing you enjoyed that one. You've all been fantastic. We love you so much. And oh, there's the pop-off. That's what we're talking about. That's what it's all about.
But again, you know, it's what you were saying. I guess about a few of the different players in that top 8 is when you see them playing, minimal emotion, like ice cold. Ice cold, but as soon as the
He
match
dropped
is
the
over,
stick,
it's
fuck
either
the stick. He won Evo.
crushing disappointment or explosive
He just won $42,000. Fuck the stick.
You know, and that's why these players are
Motherfuckers
so serious.
won
They
42K.
love it, man. They live for this.
Fuck
And
the
it's all
stick.
about that Evo Grand Finals. Congratulations to Hikari.
I'd have dropped my shit too if I won
Well, I
42.
hope everyone at home enjoyed that as well. It's been a whole weekend full of crazy
He's won
activities
$42,000.
here. And 2XKO.
Fuck the
you know,
stick.
It's here to stay. That much is sure. Riot has put so much support in.
Fuck the stick, bro.
To this offline scene, the online space. Tell you what, I'm going to stop yapping because we've got an awards ceremony and some well-deserving top players to give their prizes. Take it away, Rob.
You guys know their names?
Ladies
It's
and
Mustard and
gentlemen,
Ketchup.
that was absolute insanity. Make some
The
noise
twins?
for 2XKO.
Their names are
Top
Mustard and Ketchup.
eight!
I mean, it's quite obvious to guess which one's mustard, which one's ketchup. They're twins? Yes, they're twins. You not look at them?
Please get our medals for all of our amazing players.
Did you not look at them?
Starting off with in 7th place.
Wait, are you?
No
You're trolling me. What do they look like? You know, I thought I was tweaking. Oh my fucking god.
Also in 7th place.
Yes, they're twins.
In 5th
You
place,
lock
the
in?
duo,
Those said I thought I was tripping.
Toshi and Haru.
That's the real names? No, that's their gamer tags. Mustard and Ketchup. Those dudes are twins right there too.
In 5th place, the young phenom, Bleed.
You both said I thought I was tripping though. You brother thought he was high or something. No.
The definition of clutch, Polka. In 3rd place, the legend himself, Super Noon.
Absolute
In
cinema.
2nd place, legendary duo, Sonic Fox and Izu.
Yo. They're like JoJo characters. Get a star platinum.
And in 1st place, your
What the
Evo
fuck
Vegas
is this,
champion, M80s,
Like, get him star platinum. Get him star platinum.
and absolutely
They
phenomenal
hit that
top
shit
8.
though. That
And
shit
for
is
our
hard,
top
bro.
3 competitors,
That shit is hard.
we definitely have something special.
That shit is hard. I
from
can't lie. That
Vermillo.
shit is hard.
Gold, silver,
That
and
shit is
bronze
hard.
sticks. And look, they actually make sure to have 2 of them for our duo. Ladies and gentlemen, our top
Shit, if
8
my duo was
absolutely
star platinum,
phenomenal.
I'd be hyped too.
One
What the
more
fuck?
time, put your hands together for the 2XKO top 8.
I'd be hyped too. What you mean?
Now, if someone could please, with great care, take Hikari's stick, we have to have a conversation, my brother. Meet me up here center stage for the winner's interview, connected by AT&T.
So we didn't look at the press because he keeps getting 2nd or 3rd every time. He's so
Hikari,
close. This time will come
We've
though.
seen the documentary, you and your mother, talking about how much her and your father and all of your friends back home support you, and they're all watching right now. Do you
Yeah,
have any
W.
message
Kari, he
for
just
them,
got partnered on
and
Twitch
how does it feel
like a couple
to get
days
this
ago.
victory for 'em?
I want to say thank you for
He's been
support of
stressing
my
about that.
friends and my family, and this was an incredible win. Won Evo Japan, now won Vegas from losers. So it was a
From
very, very
losers,
good
by
win.
the way. He got sent to losers by the twins.
There's a certain level of intensity when you play that's not common throughout any fighting game in history with any player. You've even said that you believe confidently that your work ethic is stronger than everyone else's, and it looks like it. What fuels that?
My friends, winning a lot of Evo, my 4th Evo, motivates me to win every event.
Okay, and last thing, you went to the loser side early on, before top 24, if I'm not mistaken. You fight all the way back. How did it feel to drop down to losers as the top seed, and how do you keep your composure to win it all?
It felt really, really sad. I thought I was going to have a straight path, but my friends supported me, say I can do it, and my rivals, so I had to finish the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion.
Really good in DBFZ, best
the
DBFZ
man
player.
Himself.
He won the
Can
last
we
world
please
thingy. And he
bring
won
the
the one before
champion
that as well.
His trophy that he fought so
The
hard
DBFZ
for
event that
from
just
the
happened in
loser
February,
side.
he won that one.
legendary.
No practice either.
Back to back.
You want that shit on no practice.
Into Evo Vegas champion. Make some noise for Hikari.
W Hikari. Yeah, he won Evo Japan, and he also won which Evo did he win again? He won DBFZ 2024. Yeah, 4. And he won Evo France for DBFZ as well. This is 4th Evo win. Oh wait, no, it's 2023. 2023 when he won. But yeah, he won World DBFZ World Tour 2024 and 25. Oh, well, I guess 26 as well. My bad. So he won 3. Well, I guess the Masters Showdown doesn't count, but I don't know.
To our commentators for closing thoughts.
Thank you so much, Rob TV. Well,
Big
we have a
Hollywood.
few minutes to go
Rob
as we get
TV.
the stage ready for the post-top
Big Hollywood.
announcement that Riot have been teasing going into this. There's still something left to see, so don't go anywhere. But I just want to say as well,
Okay,
on a personal
look at them.
note,
Do they look like twins?
I'm very surprised
or
that
not?
you were up here today. You ain't kidding.
Talking
Very
about some.
grateful to be
Talking
here,
about
so
some. I
thank
thought
you
I was
so
just
much
tripping.
for having
Look
us
at
be
them
your
now.
commentators. I hope you have enjoyed the
Their
show,
names are
'cause
right
we
there.
certainly have
We
had a
love you all
wonderful
so
time.
much. Thank you for being so great.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Evo.
You guys are
Thank
fucking
you to
trolling
Ryan.
me.
Thank you to those of you watching at home. I hope you have a
Bro
good
said
one.
I thought I was just tripping.
But thank you all so much. But this has been a splendid top 8. We could not have had.
You guys are trolling me, bro.
Because when the matches are this good, I mean, we're just enjoying the show.
One is
you know
wearing
what I'm
red,
saying?
one is wearing
Hikari,
literal
best seats.
yellow, like
I mean,
or
that's what I'm
orange
saying.
or whatever you want to call it, mustard.
But on that note, I'm going to stop talking. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to send you back to the stage because we've got some information to it.
Okay, so we're gonna send it back to the stage for some information. You guys are all looking up here as if you want something, as if you're trying to see a certain type of video. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want an announcement from Riot for 2XKO? Hold on, we got all these people in here. This is the FGC. That top 8 was absolutely fire. I need even more energy. Are we ready for an announcement for 2XKO?
You see that,
There
Yone?
it is right there. Let's get to it.
Come on, show me the Yone, bro. Please, bro. I need
Hey,
this.
what's up, everybody? It's me, Justin Wong, and I'm here to reveal the next 2XKO.
Hit Challenger with just one combo.
What is this? It is a fight stick. Oh, as twins, we love playing this game together.
Of course they have
Every time
memes
we
up
run it,
here.
we just constantly.
Why is apology?
I'm sorry. What 2XKO needs more of? More arcane champs.
Damn
Harder combo
memes.
drive.
I better not be in this. I better not be in this.
Can we use team fight? Best thing to happen to 2XKO.
Team fight is the worst thing to happen to 2XKO.
Worst thing to happen. The worst thing to happen.
Or double it and give it to the next person.
Double it and give it to the next person. All right, what we seeing, bro? Who is it? I guess a world tour or something, or oh, is that the Colossus guy or whatever? Is that a statue? Who is it?
Together we'll light up the dark.
Who? Gallo? I don't know if it's him. Oh my God, it's Lex. Or Lux. Lex. I said Lex. It's Lux. Holy shit, I was right. I was right. It's Lux. Oh, hell no. Oh, what the fuck? Whoa. Let me get a teaser. Hold on. One more. Y'all got one more in you. Yeah! What? Oh, no. That's a Sage character. No.
Yeah. How we feeling about that
No.
Oh my goodness. Shout out to Riot.
No, that's fucking Sajam's character. No.
Ladies and gentlemen,
No, bro. Fuck, don't give that guy shit.
Finals day. And of course, we do have to take a short
Don't
break,
give him
but
shit,
do not
bro.
go anywhere,
Fuck.
because we'll be right back with Top 8 for Tekken 8. See you guys soon.
Oh, hell nah, bro. Nah, hell nah, bro. Oh, fuck. That's a Sage-Jam character, bro. We don't need that, bro. That's not my
Spicy
way.
chipotle peppers and the perfect touch of pure honey.
Samira's like Dante from DOC or something like that.
It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets.
That's a Sage-Jam character, bro. I like this skin on there. This skin is
However
sick.
you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
Oh, hell nah. He typed and said you're all fucked. He said you're all fucked. What the hell am I looking at? Fucking Sage-Jam character. God damn it, dude. He don't need this shit, bro. I need this shit, bro. Give me my damn fucking Yone, bro. Lux and Samira. Okay, I was right about one of them.
I don't see myself quitting for at least maybe 20 more years.
What, Justin? What the? That was right. I was right about Lux.
It's much more than just playing. It's being a part of this community.
Kinda. I was kinda right. I said it would either be Riven, Yone, Katarina, Zed, or Lux. It was Lux, but I didn't account for Samira. Dude, the moment I saw the gunshots, I was like, oh shit. Oh shit, it's gonna be Samira probably. Oh fuck. Another double character announcement is crazy. The Desert Rose. Oh, she looks really good in this game. Compare her base model. It's Tekken time, by the way. I'm changing the game to Tekken. Tekken 8. New challenger. Damn. It's pretty good, no? What do we think? Give me my camera. What do we think?
Et ensuite, j'ai découvert Guilty Gear Strive.
That's pretty good.
C'était une super découverte.
That's pretty good.
Je suis rentré dans la communauté.
Tekken 8.
Faire de la compétition.
New challenger. Let me pull up Lux.
Alors, ce qui m'a attiré sur Guilty Gear, c'est.
New challenger. Oh, her motto in game looks way better. What the fuck? I mean, this is definitely an old ass picture. Samira at 10. She is, but I don't want Sage-Jam to win, so like I don't know if I want her in the game. What do we think about this? Yeah, I like her in-game model more. Her thingy looks different too. What skins look like? Yeah, it's a very old character. This was made in like 2012. We were literally just talking about this yesterday. Seems you're right. Tekken 8. New challenger. So we're gonna see Bob a little bit. Okay.
d'un jeu où...
Ooh, this looks cool. What skin is this? Soul Fighter Lux.
Pas mieux comment je pourrais décrire ça en fait.
Wait, do they both have Soul Fighter skins? Hmm. The Soul Fighter bundle is sick.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EVO Vegas 2026.
Yeah, the Soul Fighter arts are sick. L.I. Joe.
Thank you guys, thank you very much. Before we get into some more top 8s, we have an announcement to go through. So,
Big Bob.
Let's be real. Earlier this month at Summer Games Fest, Sega wasn't playing around.
What?
They kicked
Virtual
the
Fighter.
door clean off the hinges with the reveal of Virtua Fighter Crossroads.
VF.
It hit different and the whole scene felt
Got some announcements.
It wasn't a comeback, but a bold new direction and complete evolution. Blending cinematic action-adventure storytelling in the city of Villaspara with the hard-hitting, brutal martial arts combat that only Virtua Fighter can deliver. We saw familiar faces.
Oh, it's getting banned again.
Got a glimpse of a new challenger.
I don't think they're allowed to watch party while live on TikTok.
That was only the beginning.
Yo, can we get Kiryu?
Because right now at EVO, Sega cooked up something special just for all of you.
Let's go.
A first look at an all-new playable character coming to Virtua Fighter Crossroads in 2027. Let's meet our next fighter.
All right.
You guys hear the news? The Bakunawa killer took out another
Who the
fighter.
hell is this?
Yeah, but catch this. The guy wasn't even in the tournament. Who is that guy? Why were you chasing him the other day?
Damn.
How is this possible?
Who the fuck is that? Oh, gameplay. Damn. Hands behind the back too. Damn. Damn. Oh, damn. Wait, this character is sick. Damn. Shit, he like get the job done. Bakunawa killer. He's a killer. Cool.
Virtua Fighter Crossroads drop next year in 2027. You can join the discussion at VF Crossroads on all platforms.
I still didn't watch the Crossroads Direct. I do need to watch that.
Make some noise for Sega and the legendary series Virtua Fighter! All right, I know everyone's very excited to get into our next top 8, but before we do that, we're gonna have a little fun. You guys down for a little fun? Maybe some giveaways? We cool with that out there? Okay. All right. I wanna welcome everyone to the EVO prize launcher presented by AT&T.
Here we go again.
I'm gonna need a little help first from someone that's backstage. Please help me with the warmest welcome to one of the pillars of the FGC for years and years and years. Please, everyone, give it up for Justin Wong.
Figured it was Justin. Hold on. Look at this again.
Together, we'll light up the dome.
And I'll be your beacon when you need it most.
Beacon? She can throw a ball. What the fuck? That's her anti-air? Or what is that? What the hell?
Dazzling.
Oh no.
Wins.
Dazzling? Oh nah. I don't think she's gonna be a zoner.
Dazzling.
She's definitely magical, but I don't know about zoning. What is this? What does she do right here? It's like a dash attack.
Dazzling.
What the fuck? What is this move? That's a lot of startup though. Oh hell no. Oh hell nah. Lux. So I wonder who was the bonus character that we ended up getting this year. Had to be one of these.
For the time of your life.
Is she fucking riding on the sword? It's a DMC ass character, bro. It's a DMC ass character, bro.
Time of your life. I'll make it a grand finale.
Oh fuck. I'll make it a grand finale. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Stupid damage too. Is that a fucking? Look how big the sword is. That shit is huge. It's like Zangetsu.
I'll make it a grand.
How the fuck is she riding on a sword? What the hell?
Your life. I'll make it a grand finale.
The Desert Rose. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, this is yikes. I'm scared.
Let's get some love over here. There we go. Yeah, Justin, yeah. This way.
Anyways, I guess I should have all our access to that now. So
yeah, they need
while
it.
they're
They
fooling
deserve
around.
it. All right, you can open that one. You guys can open that one. All right, we're officially out of shirts now, okay, Justin?
I mean, I'll play Samira. I don't know if I'm gonna play Lux.
Okay, can everybody please?
Samira is sure. Lux
Everybody
definitely
take a
not my
seat if you don't
stuff.
mind. Everybody take a seat besides the first 4 shirts that got shot. If you got a shirt, okay, we got one right there. Who else? I mean, you don't have to come up here if you want. That's all right. Okay. All right, now you guys can open up those shirts. Everyone open, okay? What do you got? You guys.
Oh, cool.
You guys
Oh, that
just
shit is
won
hard.
a free smartphone given to us by our friends at AT&T. That is a free smartwatch from our friends over there. So good stuff, guys. You can go visit the booth that is on the showroom floor, but make sure you get there before it closes. So again, if you want to take a break between top 8s, take a run over there and go get your gift from one of our fine friends over at AT&T.
WAT&T.
But also, oh, there we go. Also, everybody that's watching at home on Twitch,
I gotta
you
open
can
my
also
Photoshop.
win an awesome prize. Just type in the chat, exclamation point prize for a chance to win one of 50 available Invincible Verse Standard Edition Steam codes. Experience brutal, bone-shattering 3v3
What thumbnail do we use?
tag
Which face
combat
do
in
we use
Invincible
today?
Verses, where
For this,
fan-favorite characters from the Invincible universe collide
That's the one I made last night.
blood-soaked battle.
This man Gucci down to the socks beneath $4.
Season 1, introducing formidable newcomers
This man
Universa,
Gucci down
and
to the
Immortal
socks
as the
beneath
game's
$4.
First 2 DLC fighters. Winners will receive a Twitch DM with the game code
They're
directly,
fucking
so
Samira
keep an eye open. I want to thank
man
AT&T
Gucci
out there
down
for
to the
always keeping
socks,
us
but he
locked
need
in and connected.
$4.
Thank you very much. Round of applause
Channel?
for
What's the second
AT&T.
channel?
Thank you guys very much. Justin?
You're going to learn today.
Oh. Oh, wow.
All right, now one more time before we get into some Tekken topic. Wait, y'all ready for Tekken? Before we get into Tekken Top 8, let's go to a quick break. We'll be right back, but stay right there.
What's that mean? That motherfucker is broke.
Honey chicken
And he's itching for fucking money. Even though he's wearing fucking crazy drip.
Touch of pure honey.
That motherfucker is broke.
Chipotle honey chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
That broke ass robot.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big.
The Sajam win is an L for me, bro. Don't give that guy shit.
Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of
This shit rigged.
PlayStation tournaments.
This
Sign up
shit rigged.
today on
Where's the
PS5.
smear thing again? I need They really just added Dante to fucking 2x scale. Holy fuck. Am I gonna play Robo-Kai? Hell no. It's not my type of character. I'm gonna try him though.
インサートコインから全てが変わった。で、ストリートファイター4っていう格闘ゲーム久しぶりに。
ストリートファイター4。
その時になんていうか、自分で特別なものがあったんだなっていうのをまあ思い出した。
Fucking magical girls, bro.
ことがあったんです。
I'm gonna escape them.
I don't see myself quitting for at least maybe 20 more years.
Let's go, Justin.
気持ちは調子良かったですね。
It's much more than just playing. It's being a part of this community.
Are they still dunking on Ludwig for what he said? I like viewers. I like Street Fighter, but I like viewers, he says. That's fucked. That's fucked up, man. Shit, what do you when the viewers are gone, though? He really said, yeah, he said that shit in front of everybody. He's not wrong because he basically means that, like, him streaming Street Fighter doesn't get him any views. Like, I don't know. He's already, like, crazy fucking rich. So, like, I don't fucking get why you would... One, I don't get why he would say that in front of diehard FGC fans that flew hours and hours from across the world to play, I mean, to be at an in-person event. And two, he's already filthy fucking rich, so I don't even know why the fuck he cares about views like that.
You all might know the game that we're about to
And
play.
two,
Who's familiar
man, three,
with some Tekken 8, baby?
why not just play whatever the fuck you want? Like, that shit's miserable just being like a slave to the views, bro. Like, I don't
everything leading up to the top 8, but
I don't know. Whatever. Maybe I just don't understand.
good-ass Tekken chant
But I
real
would
quick,
understand.
because we might
I
have
quit
a reveal in
Roblox,
the
so
back.
like,
So
there's
the
no way I
louder you
wouldn't
get,
understand.
Maybe the reveal would be more. So let me get a good-ass Tekken.
So I don't fucking know. Whatever.
Good-ass Tekken. Good-ass Tekken. All right, now do you want a Tekken 8 reveal or what? Let's see what we got.
Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers. We'll see. Hunger? Yo, when he uses heat, if he goes skinny Bob when he uses heat, I'm shit. I'm gonna lose my shit. If he turns skinny Bob when he goes heat. The hero, bigger than ever. You should not be moving this fast. Why is animations that fast? No, his animations look faster than normal. What? His animations look faster. He did a backflip head. Instead of doing a backflip kick, he did a head backflip. I don't even know what to fucking call that. No flavor? I said no flavor? Oh my god, the booty bump. Okay, he doesn't turn skinny Bob. Speed, weight, power. This motherfucker's too happy. Pathetic. Oh, okay. Electric Fountain is playing, yeah. What is that? Heat smash! Heat dash. Oh my god! What the fuck is this game? Eat your calories out.
Burn my fat. Roar my fists.
Is he gonna turn skinny, Baba?
You'll need to spend the rest of your life paying for all your sins.
That's a lot of food. Holy feast. Holy feast. August 19. Holy feast. Bigger than ever. Bigger than ever, bro. Holy shit, bro. Fucking Yujiro, bro. Just sitting there menacingly. How is that real? That looks fake. Oh, it's a stage. Subsea lockdown. Oh? Teaser?
No, sugar.
Why are you strangling the... What the fuck? New cheerleader France. Cool.
We got Bobby and Roger coming back. How about that
one
for
meme?
some Tekken? All right, now finally, are we ready?
This is hilarious.
For Evo 2026?
Fucking Yujiro. How is that real?
Top 8.
How is that real?
Let's get the Tekken 8 intro video presented by Visa rolling.
Fight for it, die for it. Ooh. I don't think any of these has been as good as 2024 Street Fighter 1. What was the Street Fighter 4 one? I mean Street Fighter 6 one in 2024. What was it? No More Quarters. Or no, it was Run Back City. Run Back City was fire. No More Quarters was the Alexi one. Run Back City though, that shit was heat. You never heard Run Back City? I can play it after this. Run Back City was heat. That was the 2024 intro. Or no, 23, my bad. 2024 was No More Quarters. With Alex Lee. Because why the fuck is Alex Lee on the song? Unity, yeah. I heard the which one was it? I heard I think was it Grand Blues? Someone had a really good one apparently.
Let's keep the energy high, and now it's time for the top 8 player introduction presented by Visa. And first we got Casimir.
Okay, where's Run Back City at? Run Back City was heat. Run Back City. Here it is. This shit was heat. This was 2023.
You already know what it is. Let's go. One more time.
This shit was hype. And that grand finals was crazy.
I came in to fight. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? I got the whole world swinging when the spray paint flash. It's the impact, baby. You get put on blast. You might get snatched, so don't hold back. Hey, yo, check it. We gon' run them through the mix. They spot as soon as I dash out. Get your bars up. I'm basically about to cash out. Everybody worthy until they fade in the background. If you in an early MC and do all the flash down. Back down. Hit them with the classics.
Full version? Oh shit, it is. They didn't play the full version.
And you can see the reaction. Flex on everybody, but uppercut in the flash kick. Back to the era where the sticks is busted, where they screaming at the setup here. Let's go, Justin. Make sure you get on the back of the jump in, so that you believe I trust it. Take them all to run back
was told she's mega broken. Ingrid, she's not SS. She's strong, but I don't know about SSS. Damage ain't everything. She has no plus buttons. None of her buttons are plus. Her normals are they're okay. She got crush medium kick jab versus in there. Her buttons are kind of they're like
But for me, it was Tuesday.
Who else had a really good one that year? I think Grand Blues was really good, but I think it was Evo Japan. One more time. Oh yeah, someone's gonna get that invincible gauntlet today. Street Fighter 6. What else was good? No more quarters. There it is. This one was good too. This was 2024. Let's go! This the one with Alex Lee in it. Oh my god, I forgot. Mena had a fucking had the Whitebeard shit on, remember? Remember he had the fucking Whitebeard shit on and he I forgot about that. That shit came out of nowhere, bro. Hold on. He wore that shit in top 8, bro. That shit came out of fucking nowhere. He lost sadly this year, but he won the following year. It would have been sick if he won with this shit on. He lost sadly, but the year after he fucking won. He won last year. He's probably gonna win this year too. I'm not gonna lie. Looking what that bracket's looking. He won 2025 and he won Evo Japan as well. I gotta move this. You gonna take him to Memphis. Look at you, quarters, everybody about to find out.
Stronger than ever.
That shit hard.
The world watching your every move. Everything changes, but one thing remains the same. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show them.
Alright, upload the reactions going up. Well, that's loud as fuck. Street Fighter 6. Oh, I think yeah, it was Guilty Gears. Apparently, Guilty Gears this year was really good. I didn't listen to it yet. Where is it at?
Ninja Killer 212. That's Korea versus USA, and that's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the wild part is that was already a double. That's a double.
Where the fuck is it at?
They already played yesterday. So Ninja Killer's run was wild.
This is Under Nights.
Up until the Lohan.
Okay, I can't find Guilty Gears. Give me a second.
2-0 against the majority of the killers out there.
I mean, look, if we're talking about somebody being
Found it.
strong, I mean,
Whoa, The End. It's just titled The End? Is that fucking so bad, guy? Say this. That was USA versus Japan any? No? What happened? Yeah, Ninja Killer being the only American to make a top 8 for Tekken in like 3 years is crazy. Oh, the visuals look sick. What the fuck? Did they get like a modeler to render the fucking... They had to get a someone that has Blender with the models. What the fuck? Oh, that's fucking sick. Oh, the fucking album covers? Wait, that's hard. The cold shoulder. Oh no, they cooked with this. What the fuck? Unique ever. Yo, this is sick. They cooked with this. Cause you gotta remember, these are all fan made. They cooked. Nah, this is hard. Nah, wait. Look at that. Did you see that? Is that RoboKai grabbing the fucking 8-ball? Here comes. Oh, that's sick. It's actually pretty neat because RoboKai is getting shown. That was hard. K-Shu with the move. Yeah, he won last year, remember? Oh shit, that's sick. Fifth appearance at Evo. Yeah, he won last year with Johnny. He was fucking cooking. That shit was. But then again, that was special grade Johnny last year. That motherfucker was broken. That motherfucker was broken last year. Fucking special grade Johnny, bro. That was a special grade threat.
They gave you guys glow sticks to help you make noise. And that's what I like to see.
Wait, so what happened with Rivals USA versus Japan? Ending?
Comfy in front of everybody. Let's go. You see JDCR and rest in the crowd too, yo.
JD and the boys out there, but it's really interesting to see how.
Yeah, Anakin in there too. Let's go.
Yo, Anakin over there chilling. Of course, he's in the Red Bull section kicking it. JD, don't ever cut your hair, bro. It looks too cool. Don't do it. I said it on camera because I want you to know I meant it.
Yeah, Steve was so disappointed when I cut my hair.
It was a good fight then? We can take a look after this.
I want all my homies to have long hair, but it's been a long path for a lot of these
The new
players.
virtual fighter
I gotta
card
say
looks
myself,
sick.
and it's not been easy because literally the best players in the world showed up. I mean, you got Arsenal trying to get 8 of these
Yeah,
things,
let me look at this
bro.
Bob
He's
trailer again.
on quite the run.
I want to look at the fucking.
Rain 2, just actually
What
getting
did he
a
say at the
big
start
title
of
like
it?
this. I mean, of course, after being a TWT champion, Kasim Mir, this would be something amazing.
It would be a big dub for Kasim Mir as well, because you know, like a lot of these players, they want a big victory, like in
I doubt
or
Street Fighter is showing
or
shit.
TWT finals, but it's so hard to get there. But this is the only style where it's like.
Let me send us the doozy. This is his fucking character.
Hunger's the root cause of conflict. Join me,
that's what he said.
and we'll feed the world. Okay.
Is this voice acted? Whatever, bro.
Get ready for the next battle.
His voice actor is Kaito. Unless I'm fucking tripping. His voice actor is Kaito. So I'm like, what the fuck? Why do I hear Kaito? Fucking Judgment. Bro, his animations look sped up. Bro, he does a backflip. I thought he was gonna kick her. He headbutts her with a backflip. And it wall splats.
Cheap shots just don't work on my perfect body. Impact. No flavor?
No flavor? What type of parry is that?
No flavor?
Okay. Did he say, let me cook? Say you swear to God. You know, nah, they're smart for doing this. fucking honest booty bump move. She missed it. I'm a real booty bump. Speed, weight.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. You know why I love eating onigiri? Kugarana. This onigiri also means to slay devils.
Yo, somebody see the characters for 2X? That is a crazy move. Jesus Christ. Thresh is Senna? No, Thresh is already out. Senna's out already too. They just showed Lux and Samira.
Eat your calories out. Burn my fat. Roar my fists.
What the fuck?
Feel the power.
Ain't no way.
You'll need to spend the rest of your life paying for all your sins.
Son, how much calories is right? Son. Onigiri and burgers. What a restaurant. What a restaurant, bro. I gotta do a critic for the match. Triple patties. Rangchu versus... Wait, is Rangchu still playing the Bears, bro?
The hero has
oh, he's playing Falcaron, thank God. Oh my God, he's playing an actual character. I do not want to fucking watch the Bears.
Oh, big damage.
Repeats. Oh, trying to go for the counter.
Okay, wait a minute. Gets that wall splash. Wasn't able to.
Bob looks cool. Definitely not a character I'm playing though. But yeah, I'll try him and do his combo tries and whatnot. Probably do a video.
Engage.
Liberator 2 going in.
Azu Senna? Damn. I haven't seen Azu Senna since season 1.
Good defense on the wall. Not good enough. Gets the wall splash. Big damage.
Kramer too. First round to Casimir looking strong.
Critics up.
I like the small pokes and eyes running 3-2.
Over the low. Nice challenge with the 1-1.
Oh.
Go chase the backswing down with the down 4.
Big counter hit too. Gets the knockdown. And look at this offense. Range known for not being able to move, but when he's got
an Angstrom Levi. Get this guy off my timeline, bro.
He takes full advantage.
Everybody trying to see him.
Fair player for years.
Oh, they dropped the new Kagura Bachi trailer? Shit, I can't look at this right now.
On the down 4-1-4. So far for the splash.
3 down 4.
The teaser.
And big counter hit. Man, him sprinkling in these long-range lows really does keep, no matter who he's fighting, like on their toes.
A lot of players will say like that low launch punch was too dangerous to use that often, but
What the fuck is Eston to say that, bro?
Okay, gets the backswing blow, running 3-2 again. Both of them
What the
still
fuck does that even mean, bro?
Round 3.
This cartwheel move from Azucena, that up 4, 3+4 is going to be the lockdown.
Because what does that actually even mean?
Gets the Garuda. Yo.
Just,
the patented
like,
range
what?
sidekicks right there.
Wait, the second channel been popping off, actually. What the hell?
Can we convert?
The views on the second channel been kind of crazy lately.
Carry too.
Ooh, off the wall. Big damage on the way. Oh, no.
Pays off having a slop channel, I'm telling you. Everybody needs to invest in a slop channel.
Down 4-1, goes for the low.
Yeah, didn't have the power up though.
Few views? A lot?
No betting it though, either way.
Hold on, I can't look at it right now because I'm uploading the reaction.
A little shimmy on the wake up attack, just dashed up, back dash.
Because I upload too many. I upload like 4 videos to the second channel sometimes a day, and I can't be uploading those to the main channel. So that's why I have to have a second channel. Because you can only send out 3 notifications a day on YouTube. YouTube will only notify you for 3 videos max. And I think if you stream as well, that takes up 1.
But it feels like it mentally does 35, like a throw damage.
But if I have a slop channel, I can just upload whatever fucking much I want.
But here it is.
Infer reacts.
No more playing that
Boots
glass
KO, Samira, and Lux. Reveal
I mean,
trailer.
speaking about lows, she's got some tricky lows herself, but she also has a whole stance to facilitate it too, right? Makes you guess just a little bit more, but I'm sure Rangchu has ran into this matchup before.
Back one, the stop sign.
I gotta upload the Bob reaction.
Hold on. chip away.
Bob's fucking burgers. Does that include shorts? I don't know if it includes shorts, but you shouldn't be notifying people of your shorts.
Counter it down 4.
If you're uploading shorts, you should not uncheck the box where it says it'll hit sub feed. You don't want your shorts hitting sub feed.
Gets the wall splat.
Big damage incoming.
Wait, we gonna finally see that string now. I know you got that one combo you want to see in 1K.
You should not do that. Don't let that hit your sub feed.
Rangchu's not even gonna get a chance to use his
Yeah, don't do that. Because you're gonna spam up your subs feed with shorts and stuff, and it's gonna be annoying. They're gonna unsub
still active. It's a tool. You gotta use it.
You gotta use that meter.
Down 3, goes in the stage.
I learned that the hard way.
On the wall.
Good power crush, out of trouble though. Trying to get off
I
this
learned
wall.
that the hard way. Same thing with live streams if you live stream
Great job
YouTube
of
as well.
hitting there, running me out though.
You only want people getting notifications for your videos. You don't want them to get notifications for your streams or. When you stream, they're gonna get notifications for. I'm talking about after when he streams over.
Out of it. He just wanted to look.
Window shopping for some punish.
What do I want?
I need a Bob picture. Make this Bob thumbnail.
Nice punish. Maybe it was an accident
Bob's
on the back
fucking
one.
burgers.
Unfortunate there for Kasim. One apiece. Mid check before the low. Wow. It hit her because she canceled the stance. It hit her standing.
Yo, guess who hit me up?
Big launch.
I got hit up by the Grand Blue team. They want me to
I swear those are not normal.
they asked me if I wanted a copy of the Grand Blue.
Rangchu has a considerable amount of gray. Heal it.
Endless Ragnarok.
He dashed out of the air. He could have got more.
Said sure.
He thought it was grounded. Doesn't matter.
So I guess we're gonna play some of that.
Back.
Gets the down 4-1. Okay.
Relink for Grand Blue Relink. The yes part here? No, not the fighting. I already have that. I have the fighting already.
Rangchu loves doing it. Gets the big counter hit. He's gonna be getting big damage here to the wall.
My goodness. Sidewall in play though. What's the combo routing?
Yeah, Relink. They me up the maximum wanted Endless Ragnarok.
Interrupts the heat smash.
Are we playing together? I will see.
Wow. Speaking of,
We shall
still
see.
has time to block.
When does the game come out? That's gonna be like during the summer thing.
Wow, gets
Give me
away.
a code too.
Early on the 4-4-3. Nice patience. You in
Slow
the
that
block.
down,
Now
son.
you gotta guess. Help!
Oh my God, the
That guy's dead.
That blood just walked up on him. You'll
That
get the
guy's
body into
dead.
the casket.
Get up out of
Speaking
here.
of codes,
Oh my God.
there was a game I requested need for.
Body into the casket.
Creepy bug lady.
Bug lady.
I hate tarantulas. I hate spiders.
That's what he should say. I hate spiders.
My arachnophobia is kicking in. Casimir sticking it out with the Zafina. Does he have something different for us? No hazards here on this stage as well. But Rangchu, once he gets going,
There's something I was doing and I don't remember what it
He's
was.
had him pinned up against the wall, but hasn't really been able to like really close out the round there.
I mean, it just gets.
Can I change my prediction?
How many
Son.
sidestepping to stay away from his wall.
Oh,
nice
Son.
big counter hit here.
Especially if you run
I don't know
into
if I
a
should
move
play
like a
together
jet
with
kick
any of
like
you guys.
that.
I don't want to get
Lucky
carried.
break for Kasim. Didn't eat the
I'm
wall
gonna catch
combo.
up. I might go solo.
Playing very careful by the wall.
Oh, the third hit. 3-1-2.
When I catch up, we can play, I think.
Oh, the down 4 again. The big counter hit, bro.
I swear that's a normal hit. They're all countered it.
Every time he does it, bro.
He just has like a timing read on the down fours.
Rex.
Out of the air.
Second
Step that down
8.
four as well for box bomb.
Bob. Reveal.
Ooh.
Trailer. Wait, no. Gameplay trailer. Whoops. Gameplay trailer.
Into stance,
Okay,
gets it engaged.
engage, gets the heel, out of the air with the counter, now the low. Oh my, oh my.
They're adding up.
My legs.
Oh, jeez.
It's terrifying.
There you go. All right.
Wall standing finally goes into the mid.
Samira got
Does the
leaked.
non-delayed version
Son.
of wall standing 2-4, no
That
punish,
was not a
though.
leak.
Oh
It
my
just
God,
got announced at
a little
Evo,
shove.
which is
He
what
doesn't
we're
know what's
watching.
happening.
He still
Bro
got
said
raised, though.
leaked.
And a lot of great light to recover.
Son.
Oh, he gets the downboard one from Scarecrow.
What do you think we're watching?
Clutch City, he needed
Son.
that.
He definitely needed that, man. Stop step momentum, only 12 seconds.
Samira, that's what I just said to you, Sumo. You damn troll. I said, did you see the new 2XKL character?
Put the other mid
You
on.
damn troll.
Put the mids on him.
I said Samira and Lux.
Starting to move. Starting to move a little bit more, especially in this up-close game.
I didn't, bro. I didn't. You didn't hear me out.
One usage and the timing has been so
The
good.
ears don't
And
work.
Up forward three over the low. Another triple side kick.
The ears don't work.
He went for the throw. Not
So you need
close
new
enough.
ears. Got it.
my God. Help!
Oh, Rangchu, and instantly answers back with a dominant round.
Rangchu is looking ridiculous. This Falcon Rom is a problem right now.
And this floor is lava.
Oh, and just as you said it, there it goes.
To the wall.
Oh, a little too shallow hit. Not gonna be able to get a wall combo.
Sidestep doesn't get him out of danger. The heat burst still hits. Checking with the lows. Rangchu cutting you off at every corner.
They're all adding up. Oh my God, and then low crushes the down jab with the running three.
There's no fucking way, bro. There's no way.
Once again, not an easy matchup.
These devs, bro.
We've seen him do so many other
These
characters.
devs, bro. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he had a sick Julia.
And now just having another character to back up just how strong his initial fundamental Tekken gameplay is in a character like Falcon.
Yeah, and especially on a big body character like this with like excessive range like that, excellent range on a lot of his tools, like standing three, the jet kick from downtown, the 3+4, and the 4-4-3, huge chunky low. It's just like he knows how to use all these tools perfectly.
And we've seen him use it like quite a bit, especially like that standing three, and then just getting close enough and mixing up after down 4-1, either going for the feint mid, going for the low as well, and even though he didn't have the power up, still putting that low in there after the Garuda power.
Yeah, of course. And then he's also playing around with
Someone
the
said
Garuda
who else
power
picking up
into the
Falcon Rom
Rama
after
stance,
Eagles?
the counters and stuff like that. And the triple side kick, he's just been putting in work, man. Putting you in the blender. Down forward one is a blender. Standing three is a blender.
And just like you said before, his willingness to use back one with this character in close range, he found so many times, and even crushing the big low right there with the up 4-1.
That was crazy. I've never seen a Falcon Rom use it like that. That was sick though. And the down forward 3+4 as the 13 frame punish and cashes out with the Dude, see him with the smirk, dude? That's an evil smirk.
That was definitely an evil smirk from
His
Rangchu.
trailer is just full of fucking fighting game references.
It's starting to taint his soul, bro. He's starting to become affected on the evil side of things.
Dude, Bob is so unserious, bro.
But yeah, Rangchu solidified his spot into that winner's final, so he's guaranteed no less than that top three.
Well, I mean, look, first and foremost, you still got matches to play, right? Especially if you want to get to grand finals. And staying on the winner's side is super important because obviously it makes
Who wasn't looking? I wasn't looking either because I'm editing.
you get a little extra life.
Oh, Rangchu 3-0'd him.
Especially if the player that's coming down from that lower side might be a player like you.
I was going to say the Falcon Rom one, but I don't remember which one the Falcon Rom is, but it was Rangchu, and he 3-0'd him.
Mir now looking to face the winner of John Ding or Ninja Killer on the loser side.
I'll pay out in a second. Hold on.
Next, though,
oh my gosh,
is the story. Arslan Ash, is he going to get the 8-time EVO championship here today?
Goddamn, save some for the rest of us. What the fuck?
TWT champion.
Motherfucker got 8 EVO wins.
We know how Lowhigh feels. He's a super competitive player. Wears his pride on his chest, and he plays with all of his heart. He's one of those guys. But also just the fact that he is a TWT champion at this point. And this season, from the end of the season last year up until now, we've seen confident strides in his gameplay, as well as just a strengthening of and even more so that Shaheen.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and take a look at these players' victory paths.
Yo, this dude Arslan better not get my fucking character nerf.
Yeah, and of course, Arslan Ash. Who can say anything less about him?
I swear to God, if you get my character nerf, I'm going to lose my shit.
Yo Cheeseburger, Matt329, and D.
I'm blaming him.
In round 2, we have Pena, Jonah, Paul Z, and then we saw Nobi go up against Atif. So he was on fire yesterday, and he 2-0s. Look at this record. Perfect straight A student.
Clooney's getting nerfed either way?
All the way up, and then taking out Shadow in the top 20.
Better not get my fucking character nerf, bro.
So let's take a look at Low High. The last Kanto, I don't know how to say that. Just Waffles. Sebi, we actually saw that match. Sidechain, Nomar, Haru in round 2, and then taking out Hafiz Tanvir 2-1. You know that was a nail biter. And even Ninja Killer, who I think had almost a perfect record too, up until he ran into Low High.
Don't touch my fucking character, bro.
Absolutely incredible run for both of these players here, but only one can stay on the winner's side, and securing that winner's finals, grand finals, you want that extra life like Steve was saying.
Well, look, first quiz of the day, Evo, I got a question. If you guys would like Arslan Ash to take the set, make some noise! You guys want an 8-timer, huh?
8-timer. Goddamn, bro.
But if you guys want the defending TWT champion, Lowhigh, to take it, make some noise!
Oh wow, he got some help out there.
Oh dang.
He's got some help out there.
Dang, I think the crowd might be favoring Lowhigh.
He might be favored, but you can't stop Destiny, bro.
Right.
Arslan Ash might be destined for this number 8, bro.
Arslan Ash
He might be
in for this as well.
All right, here we go. They dap it up. That's the last. These are the last time you're friends in fighting games. When you dap, after this, I don't care what happens.
We're enemies now.
I hope the worst for you.
Yeah.
No luck. No
I
luck
hope you
at all.
stub your toe in this
What's
match.
up, Potty? How you doing?
I hope you don't even have kids, but you step on a Lego on the way.
Wow.
But here we go.
We're asking the worst out but here we go.
But here we
I
go.
want Arslan to lose. I low-key want him to lose as
on
well.
display for Arslan Ash.
We need him to lose.
And of course, the Brian on the
Motherfucking
side
character,
of
bro.
Lowhigh.
Chill
Let's
out.
go.
This is it. Wow, starting it
I'm
off
almost
with the
done
Gatling,
editing.
the down forward ones.
Uh-oh, speaking of, that up-close game from Kunimitsu, definitely a problem. Arslan's always had the attitude.
Gets a floater.
Uh-oh. Didn't get full combo.
Oh, he is still playing Brian.
Incinerator. We try to get him kicked. Hatch it too.
Heat burst. Keeping it on the wall.
Wow.
Oh, he could have
punished.
He could have punished something big out of that. Nice break on the throw. Pull down 4. Nice block.
Wow, it's the first one he even did too.
Oh,
Armor through, but you got to do a fast armor move. 17 or faster.
Nice counters to get through so far. I like the full crouch down back 3. Heat on the wall.
Oh, but blows through it again.
It's gonna work this time.
Oh, the shimmy into cannonball. He's looking for a timing. Arslan with the patience on the Gatling punishes
I would
the
be like, I want to speak first. I appreciate that, dude.
Into the crouch mix.
All right, thumbnail's done.
The challenge with the
Our video
hobbies.
is going up now.
It's the wall, high wall splat. You can get big damage. Down
got
2.
full wall hit. There it is. Boom.
Second round looking a lot better. A lot better for Arslan Ash. Gets the heat smash. 1 round apiece, game 1.
This is it. They both don't want to give an inch, and they want to take a mile. Give me it all.
Oh, the down 4-1.
Confirmation
Couple of videos fast. I mean, you gotta be fast because you gotta get the views first before everybody else gets them. Before people go watch it somewhere else. You gotta have to be fast in this business.
Throw. Takes the 10. She has a third part.
You gotta be first.
He's looking for it though. Knows that if he commits to it and it's not a counter hit, he can just get him.
I have a choice.
Wow. UCF2 caught him trying to step to the left.
I don't like doing this while I'm streaming, but I don't have a choice.
Lowhigh trying to get around a lot of her neutral with like step left duck here. Again, step left gets clipped by the Katon 1-2. Oh, the kunai clips him.
Stuck on the wall. What are you gonna do? Get the machine gun blows. Has an opportunity. Sidestep jab.
Step first though. Into immediate smash, gets it. He low crush the full crouch low. Smash out of trouble, get me off this wall.
See him try to use that back 4 to get the wall splat. Back turn mix up. Doesn't take the bait.
Coming in, chopping elbows and cannonballs.
Oh.
Can't do the 4 if he wants to get counter launch or not. That could have been a jet upwards, minus 14 now.
Nice block. Teasing it. Cannonball straight to push away from the wall.
Not a counter hit.
String. Attack on
Nice
the back
blocks.
turn.
Oh,
Tries to
battle
finish.
with the jabs. It's so tense.
5
Oh, he tried to grab.
Just
Damn,
Kunimitsu balance.
holy shit, yo. Buff Kuni.
Lowhigh fighting back.
Buff
2
Kunimitsu,
rounds
Buff
apiece in his
Kunimitsu.
first game.
So tense.
Engage with the 4-1
Holy
plus 2.
shit, bro. Buff
Tracks
Kunimitsu.
to her left, but the
Nice.
neutral orbital.
From outer space.
Drop it
Let's
on
go,
him.
Lowhigh. Yeah.
Telescope to see that bad boy. To the wall.
Hey, going for that damage.
Body smoking. We call it the Viking.
Oh my God.
Damn, look at that, chat. I think we need buffs.
Down jab out of trouble. Heat smash is good as well. A lot of gray on Arslan Ash's side.
Arslan's got an opportunity now. He's got the wall in his favor.
Oh man,
The mix.
got the wall.
Get off
His
of me,
nice
lady.
throw break.
Oh,
Oh,
big damage. The down 2 string.
How is
No,
that
legendary.
real?
He's blocked.
Get it, watch it.
Back 1 and whiffs. And the down 4. Arslan Ash cheese.
that couldn't have gotten any closer for a game number 1.
What the?
Oh, these boys
No,
want
bro.
it.
No,
These
bro.
guys want
He
it.
was sandbagging.
Dude, you know what's crazy?
Son, he was
Back there
sandbagging.
before this top 8 started, I saw
He was
Arslan Ash
sandbagging.
praying
Yeah, bro.
He was praying.
Arslan wants this. He was praying
sandbagging.
in the back.
Really wants.
That's how you know you want something.
And Lohai was back there on the Steam Deck the whole time, just grinding it out with InferVods that both these guys wanted.
Using technology to get some advantage. That's what I like to see. Game 2. Winner's semifinals going down right now. Arslan Ash coming back from the brink to take that bad boy.
Whoa.
Nice.
That was the jazz, and then we start opening up.
It looks like
Big
Psylocke.
step, but she recovers, crouching.
Wow. Didn't duck it, and then the hoppies once again. Explosive in the background. The Evo Arena.
Ooh, that was
where the
awful.
bad guys hang. Down 2, gonna miss again. Not getting proper angle to get the full hits.
Wow. Let it up to the 4th hit rock. Nice step, and that's gonna be the wall.
Boom! Stage hatches, baby. Full combo. And I got
the wall to wall. This one's a hard one. Yeah, the ender didn't hit.
No duck on that.
Smash is good. Cannonball into the mid check. Counter hit, throw.
Damn.
No break.
But it crazy
Hard to
answers
break.
counter it.
Even for the top players.
Nice block and punish.
So that's why he's stepping left ducking. To cover that 1+2 as well.
Oh, nice. The knees. To the wall.
Requiem ender? No, he wants the damage.
Somebody cooking in there?
Oh my god.
Somebody cooking in there? Oh, wait a minute. The arm
Smells like good ass Tekken.
smells like good ass Tekken. Yo,
Good
mom.
ass Tekken on the grill?
Engage.
The up 1+2. Such a good move. You can do it 3 times off an engage.
This block didn't take
No punish.
punish.
Activate.
Full crouch down back 3. Tries to sneak one in with the heat smash.
Oh.
Doesn't have enough. 1-2-1. Fighting
Oh,
back.
the step.
No splat. Down jab.
Down
Spits the
jab,
rest.
knee smash. Dash for pressure. Nice throw break from Arslan.
Oh my.
He was looking for the orbital?
Did he?
Was he scouting an orbital? That would have been crazy, bro.
That would have been a crazy snipe. I didn't mean she was gonna stop. I have no clue.
Oh, interrupt!
Oh my
Damn.
God.
Wow.
I
The
can check for you.
standing 3 mid check at the end to close it out. Lohai pulling away this game.
Oh,
No.
counter.
Not
Big
that I,
conversion,
no,
really
no,
hard
there
to
isn't.
do off the wall standing 3.
Yeah, I thought for
Unless
sure that down back
one of them
two
pulled
was
out as a pocket pick, to my knowledge, no.
Oh, he's just threatening with movement.
straight. The straight. Stand ducking. Could have got him in trouble. He's not ducked that one time.
Nice. Second hit finds his mark, and the up forward 2 at the perfect spacing at the wall.
The conversion on the wall.
Oh, and the taunt.
Damn. You win.
Wow. One apiece.
Brian looks fun as hell.
One apiece.
He's very strong.
Wait,
Very
let
good
me check with
character.
the people out there. Guys, are you enjoying this good ass Tekken or what? I told you what to expect. I only asked for one thing, and I want the Tekken to be aplenty. That's it.
Good ass Tekken. We're right there, man. One apiece. Arslan Ash, we've known him for the Nina. The Nina is the main.
You said this yesterday. You said, like, yo, when things get down, the chips are out, he typically always goes to the Nina.
But is it time? It's the first to 3. They have a little bit more room. It's only one apiece right now.
And also, I don't think the Nina would be the best choice.
Really?
Because Lohai, DRX boys.
Oh, yeah.
He's got an inside nose.
Yup.
Shout
Damn.
out to Boy Infested.
Yup, one of the greatest coaches for the DRX team.
Yes.
He's doing it big for that, man.
And I was talking to him about this, not competing anymore, because I'm a big
Airheads
fan.
a
He's like,
wild
no, bro, I'm
sponsor
100%
for
coach
Evo?
now.
Well,
But
you don't like
imagine him
Airheads?
only being a coach and talking
I haven't
to
had
Lohai.
Airheads
The
in
knowledge and the
years.
experience and
I don't even
the
remember what
eye
that thing
for Tekken he
tastes like.
has. Yup.
Airheads.
Yo, Evo, one more
Yeah,
time.
I don't
Give
remember.
me some noise real quick, bro.
I haven't
You
had
guys
it in
are
so
killing. This is what
long,
I'm
bro.
talking about. This is what I'm talking
Sweden
about.
got those?
Here we go.
They're not that
Game
good.
three, tied
They're
up
okay.
at one game apiece here in this top 8 on winner's side.
It's just a
Round
sweet
for
game.
round, but
It's
gets the
not
back
like,
turn throw mix up. Didn't go for the
It's nothing
1+2
crazy.
this time. That's her 2 throw.
I do remember the watermelon flavor being really good.
Nice throw punish on the
Another
power
green one they
crush.
had. I remember that one was really good
Maximum
though.
return on that.
See how he doesn't even
I wasn't
try
thinking of
to
something
approach that
else.
full crouch pressure. Finally decides to do something with the wild standing.
Ooh.
Back 4, heat engager with the muck breaker. Okay.
Spends it immediately on the Requiem dash. Oh, smash is out of play.
Oh, what a challenge.
Side step
Yo, Anonymous,
four
thanks
out
for the
of
gifted.
nowhere.
First time
How do you guys
we've
gift
seen-
anonymously?
Wow,
Who hiding?
the second hit, just
Who hiding?
checking up. Because he dug down forward 1, the first hit of so many times by itself. It's like, I
Who's
forget
that
about the
hiding?
2 sometimes.
And on top of that, Arslan delaying it perfectly because he knows if he gets you with that
What you hiding for?
that last one's free and it's going to hurt.
Absolutely, and that could be a wall splat.
Oh, wow. The sidestep. The set slide.
So scary. Low for low, poke for poke. Nice challenge on the 1-1-1. That was ridiculous.
Back one. And with a heat
Oh.
back two.
That's huge.
Guess we'll never know.
To the wall.
What are you hiding for?
Connection this time on that down two string.
You want me to know? Who is it?
Okay, jab into burst, safe way to activate. Spends the smash to get off the wall a little more, but doesn't get a chance to get more pressure going. Arslan takes it 2 rounds.
Reveal yourself.
Smash to close it out. Talking about those down forward ones. He's definitely getting a lot more active at that range.
Yeah, a lot of down forward ones. He's just kind of sticking to him right now. Well, you want to stick to me? Check out this.
A lot of damage.
Big counter into the wall.
Hey. Going for damage every time.
91 damage.
Oh, nice sidestep, heat burst. Almost gets him out of danger. They're fighting along this wall.
Oh, out of range. He did dump
So any
for that
token
back
stuff?
forward
Nope,
well.
not yet.
What a block on the low out of back turn.
Nothing.
Almost got a way out of there.
Oh, trying to orbital out of trouble. Not huge damage, especially with his back against the wall. That was actually a smart choice for. Wow,
the
Kabuki
4-4-4-2. Wow.
Out of nowhere there?
Side switch, even off the throw position.
Oh, trying to lock her down at the wall, but the down one counter hit.
And an answer back. 3 rounds straight from Arslan Ash.
It's the way to do it. 2-1 for Arslan now, taking the lead. Loa, do we have any answers? Going to character select, maybe taking a breather. Yeah, taking a breather, rethinking some strategies.
Changing the outfit, bro.
Okay,
Changing the outfit. That's what we're doing.
The fit change? Hold on. Taking the shirt off.
That's not the knee fit.
Dang,
Taking the whole
outfit?
coat
Okay.
off. Switching up the
He
drip.
usually rocks the preset 3, Brian.
It's true. It's true. Getting Maji Temple. Yo,
Just
this
taking
thing
finals, yeah.
is crazy.
Oh, Bob video's done. Is there any other video I'm forgetting to upload? I don't think so.
Good old-fashioned Tekken.
Pretty close walls. And it's actually not even that small of a stage. You just gotta have combos to get there. But here we go.
Ooh. Starting it off with the mids.
I like this stage.
And then the low tap.
There's some
Back
people
to
hate it.
neutral, and then Arslan's right back in with the set.
To the wall. And this is what I was talking about. If you have the combos, you're definitely going from wall to wall in a lot of scenarios. Big damage, 91.
Damage,
Oh,
yeah.
just a
Now
reminder,
it's all about wall
tomorrow the
pressure.
streams on
Look at
YouTube
this.
will return to
The
vertical.
wing condition is right
We'll
here.
return to
Katone 1-2
vertical.
for the wall splat.
I need to do more
Nasty
testing with
work. Gets the
vertical.
launch, get the wall positioning, suffocate
They're
them.
going
until
to
you get the
return
round.
to vertical if you are watching on YouTube, but that is a reminder.
Once again, this time leading with the jabs, the 1-2-1.
Don't ask me tomorrow why is it in vertical. Because it'll definitely be in vertical tomorrow.
He's going to be able to take him to the wall himself this time.
The numbers game, man. Forward 3-0 on block. And then he did another forward 3. He's back to his 17, though.
98 damage. Thursday heat burst. Perfect timing on the end of that string. Oh. Looking for the back forward.
No, there's, you can, most people are doing their streaming in desktop mode and on vertical on 2 separate stream keys, meaning 2 separate links to the stream.
No,
I'm not doing
hits the heat
that.
up 1+2
I'm not
at
doing
the
that.
wall.
YouTube needs to fucking hurry up and add a feature just like how Twitch has it to where you can do both at the same time from one YouTube link or one stream key, same thing. I don't know why YouTube is so behind when it comes to anything when it comes to streaming, but whatever. Like there's still no animated emotes. On YouTube, like, can we get? That's like the bare minimum. Can we get animated emotes?
Shoes off.
Sucks. Like, you can't add animated emotes.
Shoes on, he said.
Like, what are we cooking? There's still no predictions. There's still no animated emotes. Like, what? I can't stream vertically and horizontally from the same stream key. Even TikTok can do that.
Damage. 102.
Even TikTok can do that. Well, you can do it from the same stream key, but only people with like millions of subs have it right now. A lot of people don't have it.
Yeah, Arslan was not
Why are you
gonna
delayed
duck
for
at
me?
the end
It's
there.
just you.
But he made it so scary to go for it.
I have 0 stream delay.
Down one counter again.
My stream delay is like 1 second or 2.
Oh my God. Up
That's your
1+2
internet.
from heat.
I'm looking at my stream on the other monitor. It's like real time. Timer is 48. This timer is 49.
Don't get away from this wall.
Like, there's like no stream delay for me. 42, 43. Yeah, it's like 2 seconds.
Oh,
That's you.
That's what he was
Refresh your page, bro.
looking for.
Arslan Ash gonna take it over Loha. He did it in
Damn.
the middle of the game last time.
Yeah. I was like, what was he looking for? He was probably looking for orbital. He scouted that.
Bruh.
A step ahead right there. Look at him smiling. He knows. He's like, I was looking for that. I got what I wanted. Nice stuff to Arslan, though. Prime position, once again, to maybe take another Evo here.
Winner's final side, but look, we already know who he has to fight. Rangchu is the person he will be facing in Winner's finals of Evo 2026.
Rangchu, man, Rangchu. But let's go ahead and take a look at the replay powered by PlayStation Tournaments.
And it started off where this dude Lohai looked like he was unstoppable, bro. I ain't gonna say unstoppable, but definitely in contention to take this set.
Yeah, he started off the set really strong, and he really was trying to set the pace. But this, when you have such a close, nail-biting finish like that in game number
Those are
one,
these tabs. I have like 9 tabs open.
Kind of sets the tone.
Yeah, but he was able
we were
to
waiting for the window thing.
And then, you know, lock in, get game number 2, but then after that, this was a hella good up forward.
Question. Ninja Killer? Ninja Killer easily?
And gets the taunt smash,
the first person from NA to make top 8 in like what, 4 years? Like NA sucks at Tekken, if you guys don't know this. So Ninja Killer getting top 8 is pretty major because we have no fucking good players. NA has like no high level Tekken players.
Arslan going to Winners Finals.
But we finally got to one, I think.
Down to that lower bracket this time around where he will have an opportunity to fight it out. But it's blood in those waters. It's sharks down there, bro.
Man, it's going to be crazy. The loser side is a bloodbath, but man, don't go anywhere, chat. Hopefully you guys are having a blast here at EVO 2026 Tekken 8 top 8.
Shit, I was gonna run ads real quick.
Break, but don't go anywhere.
Oh my god, I'm not optimizing my ads.
Burrito meter.
Feel that burrito.
I'm supposed to be running ads right now when they go on break, but I can't because it's on cooldown because they just ran for some dumb reason.
Rewards. Get ready by unlocking custom emotes /
I gotta optimize my ads. I suck at doing this.
Well, look, guys, hopefully you're enjoying, but we got to take a quick break. That way you can fill up this burrito meter, but when we come back,
fill up this burrito meter.
Action here from EVO
what the?
2026.
Burrito meter is crazy. Shit, I want a burrito meter. How long are they going on break for?
Chipotle and
5 minutes, I
2XKO are
assume.
back for round 2. Use promo code TAGTEAM at checkout to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket hat for your avatar. Visit chipotle.com/2XKO for details.
New player. Okay, let's check on let's check on the Marvel shit.
Cards. You can't use any of them as Poco does find a pick in the end. Great chance to maybe turn this into a good fight, especially with that Meteor M on hands for Poco too.
Yeah, did Nitro not deploy that the teleporter?
Necros,
maybe having it still
Boger in here.
Make much of a difference. Either way, Final Judgment meets Meteor M.
Here.
Oops.
Slow. Oh, we have it. Play with him. I'm dead. But it's fine. The East level.
Rocket Star.
White Fox is kind of bad into.
They're using Rocket Star.
Yeah, you can. We did it for this dive. I know, like, I just want to keep them alive. I know how. I think maybe.
You can place back to the Luna if you want.
You can go Luna, yeah.
Yeah.
We have. They don't have any support. Those they don't have stars.
Ew, this game's gross.
They don't have Hulk, so I think
this game gross.
I think we can just. Do you want to start with your ults?
You're looking at me hard here. Yeah.
Okay.
This game is gross.
Yeah, we can just go Paniot. We can just go Paniot, okay?
Focus on Boger's POV. I don't know about that. You guys can take a Spider-Man cheeks. You want Lucky Zeal POV? I can give you Lucky Zeal POV.
Range 1. Very good. Take some space here.
Oh, no thanks. Oh, what's wrong? You don't want Lucky Zeal POV?
Star-Lord. Yeah, I'm shooting.
Luna. Luna. I'm dead though.
Holy shit, she's extinct.
Yeah, I'm going.
Now we're good all of a sudden, huh? Okay.
Kill him,
Okay, kill that banner.
Mini Hulk dead. Keep him alive. Nice. I'm shooting this. Yeah.
This was on 137 ping. Holy.
Nice, good job. I'm pushing forward a bit. Take some spit. It's good. It's good. We need to get our supporters here. Rocket right here. Nice.
Nice,
Good
cool.
job. Yeah, good job.
I'm 72 on my ults.
Yeah, we need to build our ults here. We need to take some damage. Help neck here. I'm shooting.
WIGO Boger.
They have Hulk code, by the way. I'm gonna save my grab. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, keep him alive. Keep him alive. Nice.
Is the Rivals Cup? Yeah. Where's the bracket?
I'm taking damage. I need to take damage here. Starlord right side.
Starlord right, yeah.
Yes. Starlord going right side, neck.
Watching Starlord.
His main.
Yeah.
Can you right side as well?
Strange might have ult here. I'm pressing forward. Help neck.
Above Starlord. I'm on him.
I got a Strange.
One.
Res beacon.
On me, but I'm
Found it.
Can you rocket out?
Ooh, USA versus Australia.
That's fine. Is somebody getting res?
Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. That's Potatoes team.
We need a DP.
That's Potatoes team versus Kingsman Flash JP. Yo, that's. I don't know if Potatoes team can beat that.
Block hole cancel, guys. Block hole.
Yeah, body block.
Brazil versus EMEA. This is what they're doing right now. Oh, that's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's gonna be hard for them to win.
I'm going out. You can go.
Oh,
For you. Nice. Push again.
USA won against Japan. Yeah. I'm not surprised, bro. Like USA as Kingsman J3 and fucking like Flex. So your team is stacked. Was projected.
Okay, so ulting here. I'm gonna grab him.
Yeah, that seems about right. I assume this is gonna go. Boger's team wins this. So EMEA wins this. I think AMER wins against Spain. Boger's team
What if we try our gamma
probably loses to... No, I think Boger's team beats AMER. And then Boger's team versus USA in the finals.
Like, this is not going to work. We need to try something different.
Like just
USA is for sure gonna make finals unless Tato hard carries the shit out of his team.
Before starting fight, like going for my drone, even if I was.
Oh shit! I gotta run ads real quick. God damn it. I'm gonna run ads real quick. Oh, they lost. Oh no.
Sort of hella maybe. Or I mean, do I play cat? I could play cat.
You can try the cat.
Time for the sleeper cat pick.
Yeah, the Star.
I'm gonna run ads real quick before the second match starts. Oh shit! I gotta run the pre-date.
Might be killing them, but they're also.
What's the next second match?
Yes.
Nobi versus Mio.
I mean, I'm
running ads. We're back.
I was managing to survive, but so I wasn't.
The brains of Foot
game.
Esports are telling me to ban Starlord and ban easy supports.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, because they
maybe
played Raccoon as well.
Is it possible that we can get Mantis or
no?
I don't know.
I mean, we can do that. I think.
We can because if we want to play the brawl comp, we don't actually.
We're about to fucking go crazy. If you, I'm gonna type it out in the chat, by the way. But
okay.
We can
Look at their ping. Holy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Was able to tame the beast a little bit and take it over Take, and then Top 24 takes it over the young blood from Korea.
3 because of you. Or the match didn't start yet. Don't worry.
Also, Rangshu, the 2-time TWT champion, is the one that actually sent them down here into the loser.
Also, we're back.
Well, like you said before, man, one of the players that actually stuck with this
My boy. Back. Wait. Why can't we hear shit? I didn't unplug anything. Why was it muted?
Throws don't burst.
Wow.
Wow. The success rate on these throws.
I'm bad.
He is playing Tekken 8. He is throwing you out of your armor stuff. Out of your heat burn call out.
The exact thing you're supposed to do.
Armoring through your armor. Bro, using the heat.
Where's the food? I ate earlier. What do you mean?
Where are you going?
You think I went to go get food? What the?
Is playing ridiculous right now. Big whip though. Nobi makes him pay.
Trying to buy me some food? The arson beat Loa? Yeah.
Eating this. Big body combo, set it up. Dynamic entry stomp.
I like to call that the cool ass stomp.
Yeah, the hit the
Arson
pole
won
out.
3-1 now. 3-1.
Engage.
Oh my god.
This was going pretty well for Nobi.
Nice break this time. Oh, the drill, not gonna get it. The burst gonna make it through, but the shoot, the back 1+2.
The plant seeds.
How did he plant it there? Again, on defense?
Stays on the ground.
All right, Bob Trailer is out.
Out of range.
Oh my god, he won't die. Moyo's defense
there you
is
go.
ridiculous.
Pass out to you.
Hold it out.
Get an alert.
Dude, how?
Appreciate it. Appreciate the alert.
So close.
Bob Trailer's out.
Matches,
Who wants to go
Even
watch
though
it?
he's like, okay, I see. But he also has another character.
That was ridiculous.
But he also has another character.
He dashed on
There we
him
go.
at the wall, and he's like, I'm gonna plant the seeds now. Like,
There we
that
go.
was like, bro, he was like 3 steps ahead.
That is a crazy
Out
one.
of his mind right now.
Back to Steve, okay. At least the right weaves can get out of some stuff. The Sonic Fangs can be a reliable punish on a lot of things. But can we get some momentum? That has been the hard part here. Boy, ill just looking like a wall.
There you go.
A robot wall.
Oh, yeah, don't dumpster robot wall. I love the sound when you hit it.
Doing a lot better with this Steve though. Press it to the wall.
Oh, that was sick.
Off the top.
Off the wall?
Make
That shit
some
was hard.
noise.
That was ridiculous. Dude.
Oh.
He's gonna save the wall for the pressure. Burst out of trouble. Please save me. Recover some life too. But the heat smash and the wall is over.
My gosh.
Dude.
Big damage on the stage hazard as well. Yo.
Boy, ill. Looking ridiculous right now.
In the
1+2.
This is not looking good for Nobi at all.
Nice carry. Holy.
Damn.
Oh.
But a
Nice.
finally.
Who is that
Mess
emote?
it up. Try to adjust for it.
Jefferson?
Pro 4-2 to stop the approach. Nobi staying on the ground has
I forgot I
definitely
added
helped him out
that.
a couple times.
Yeah, sometimes you can choose when to get up in this game.
I added that a while ago, I think. Well, actually, I think I added that last month.
By Fox Fury.
Oops.
Into the smash. Can we deny his heat timer? No, he just gets wrong. Ducked into it.
Gotta get the kill. Gotta get the kill here. Okay, Nobi. Okay, Nobi.
Getting some bubbles. We need those. Good interrupt on the down forward 1-2-1 string. He just like knows what he's gonna do. Takes the right amount of risk too. Into the guard break.
Nice low parry.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, this is how magic happens. We saw this yesterday with Nobi. The low parry and a dream.
Oh, the old okey doke step on his foot.
Oh, the clinch! He got the one follow-up.
Oh, what day did they say
Okay,
Smear
okay,
was?
nope.
December, right? I mean, not December, winter, right?
Staying alive, staying alive. Uh-oh. He got the mini uppercuts on counter. It's gonna hurt. He saved Tornado too. Gosh, he's not done yet.
Oh my god.
Not done yet. Ow. Oh, help me.
Help me, please.
Oh, there's no date.
Oh, wait a minute.
They said fall for Lux.
Okay.
Samira didn't say anything.
Nobi this round. Oh,
I
sweep
see,
the
okay.
legs, sweep it again.
Yeah, full trailer fall 2026 for Lux. Yo, AJ, thanks for the follow.
Step 2.
Nah, Lux's fall. Then, yeah, it had to be winter.
Nobi is
Winter, yeah.
Carry though.
oh man.
Okay.
Wow, counter confirmation?
I don't know, these devs are crazy though. It might just be like not even,
Gamma
like,
out
it
into
might be
Ebert.
like fucking
Oh,
November.
What an interrupt.
Because 2xKO devs are crazy.
recovered in time.
What a block.
Like, I literally said this the other day. What if it's not just a teaser tomorrow? Remember, I literally,
Scary to bet.
I told you guys this yesterday or day first. I said, what if it's not even just a trailer tomorrow? I know they just dropped 2 characters this month, but like, what if it's not just a teaser tomorrow and they actually just show a whole ass character? They showed a whole ass character and a whole ass other character.
Dancing on him. It's so close.
These guys are crazy.
He's saying, come here. Come to me.
They play L2. What the hell is AL2?
5 seconds. I'm not that kind of. Oh my
What is AL2?
And that's gonna do
You got me good at using Jonathan. He's Jonathan. Illusions too.
Well deserved popped off. He's gonna be moving.
I don't even know what that is. If that's a Roblox game, oh my god, no, hell no.
That stage, that is a Tekken legend. Make some noise for Nobi.
Why the fuck would I play that when I can play actual
That
games?
is ridiculous. He's been playing Tekken for a long time.
Inspiring generations. Had his whole arcade museum at Arcade Sugamo back in the day as well. Rest in peace, Arcade Namco Sugamo. But man, so good to see him out here in the top 8. Big shout out to Nobi.
Kids like, well, I'm not a kid, so no point asking me.
Get any easier, but like we said, man, this is the time we start sending people home. Sucks to say, but it has to happen. There can only be one winner, and this is a Masters Plus event, and the best players in the world, I like to remind you guys, are at this event, bro. There is no easy path to victory here.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of that last match. Presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Moil with his jack just like puts up this wall at times, and then it's like as soon as you start feeling like you go on offense, Gamma Howl.
Yeah, and look, I'm so happy that you pointed this out before. Like, yo, he's one of the players that uses Gamma Howl successfully, and he used multiple ways to get to it, and even just using some of the armor options, like in the strings you least
They better
expect.
not go on break again.
Finally forcing nobody to make moves like, hey, now
Look at the other thing. Hold on. Are there another match already?
No, push. We killed them all.
This
Listen,
is
now
bracket.
it's gonna be kind of.
Magneto behind you.
Magneto behind.
Magneto behind you, guys.
Make
sleeping, kill him.
Yeah, AMER
I think
1-2-0.
Nick, you need to go early. They have oats. Yeah, they have a lot of oats here.
Brazil
so,
versus
they have a low support.
EMEA United. Still the one that's playing right now. This is Boger's team.
I'm gonna come with the below me.
Yeah, Diablos, you're gonna have to match their support. We're gonna see. We might have to, if they do a bad support oat, just listen to my comms, okay? I'll tell you if I need.
I'm gonna go back line now.
Can you go? 3, 2,
Oh, maybe
okay.
not this though.
Can you flow code? Nice.
God, this dude shred him through the fucking ults. Goddamn.
Luna me.
Yo, this guy.
We can win this.
Oh my god, he almost died.
Win this, Nick. Nice. Rogue in the back. It's fine.
No, it's not fine. He's ulting.
I gotcha.
That shit is not fun, bro.
Shoot him.
Get this rogue, bro. Don't let her take everything.
I'm trying my best here.
Please don't let her take your Jungus. Holy shit, this girl won't die.
It's fine. We almost
That girl won't die. What?
Okay. They use Bunny, they use Rogue, they use Mag.
That girl will not fucking die. Holy shit.
You guys can go in with Boko ult. You can look to get out some ults, and then we can look for a Luna ult, okay?
That girl would not fucking die.
I'm ready to go.
Wait, I'm 90.
That's fine. You still go.
Yeah, just go.
We just need the Luna ult.
97.
Yeah, I'm shooting.
They're trying to come. I'm ulting.
Yeah, push out. Yeah, it's fine. Can you strange shipping?
Yeah.
Go strange shipping.
They used as well. They used Luna as well.
They use.
They have better Luna ult. Careful.
Nick, I'm with you. Let's try to get our backline.
And that.
I'm tipping.
I got one.
TP.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go.
Can you keep him alive? I'm dead. That's fine. Just help him. Help Poco. Help Poco.
Slap.
Peel Poco.
Yeah, I'm trying.
My god. I don't think we can win this fight.
Good stall, guys. Good stall.
No, that's a good stall. That's very good.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Yeah, it's best of them to give it up.
That's really
They just need to win the next team fight.
They just had a better economy of ults. I have my ult for Plenty ult, and they should have they should have Rogue ult. I think you still go into
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Like Rogue
I
is.
can go with mine. Just make sure you slam. Okay,
I'm ready to slam. Yeah. Let me know.
Sec. Yeah, you can go now.
3, 2, 1.
This is the team that
Take some space here, guys.
This is the team that beat USA 2-0
We don't have any.
the other day. AMER. I mean, not AMER.
I'm trying.
Yeah, AMR.
Can you play for a touch?
Wait, no. I'm tripping. The team they fight after, if they win this, is the team that 2-0'd
Neck is stalling this. I need you to touch point Poco in a bit. I have my oath. We win this 100% if you guys survive. We have Cloco. Play with Cloco.
Oh shit, Ninja Killer.
Who here would like John Dering to take the set? Make some noise!
All right.
Even Ninja Killer clapped. What a professional. What a professional.
That's sportsmanship right there. But if you guys want NA's very own Ninja Killer to take it, make some noise!
That sounds a lot. That number don't sound like that number we just saw on the screen. Those numbers don't match, bro.
I know, right?
Those numbers are not the same. I'm not the best at the maths, but those numbers don't make sense.
It's okay, man. We only need to count
Eddie versus Law.
But we got the sick.
Yeah, we need Ninja Killer to win, bro. We need him to win. We have an NA player on the top 8 for Tekken finally. Holy fuck, please, bro.
This is actually crazy.
We need Ninja Killer to fucking win.
The lone US, bro.
So legendary.
It's been 3 or 4 years, bro, since we had an NA representative in top 8 for Tekken.
We're gonna pick this stage.
Because our region is ass
and
at
I'm
this
gonna
game.
ask Vegas another favor. Yo, you guys ready for this match? Make some noise! Ninja Killer, John Dering to stay alive in this top 8.
Double Jeopardy match. Let's get it.
Double Jeopardy, Batman.
Here it is, though. Rocking the classic fits, shades of Tekken 7. We never left.
Here you go.
And look, both of them playing the Tekken 7 colors. That's actually sick.
Right?
A lot of people don't know. Ninja Killer was definitely out here playing some Tekken 7. He might
He's
not
been
have
around
those
for Tag 2.
but he's there.
He's been playing since a long time. With John Ding bringing the mix up quick already.
Good pressure.
Running 3. What are we doing with it? Handstand low. So scary.
Nice. Majinga has 2 stocks on that bad boy. 1, 2, 3 to try to fight back. Heat burst.
Burst for burst. Wow. Heat 3+4 to close out the first round.
First blood, first round. John Ding.
All right. Getting on the jab with the down 1.
Ooh, back 3-3. Big counter hit on the interrupt. John Ding.
Tornado here. What are we taking? The flip over route.
Come on, Ninja.
Nice block.
Nice.
Engage.
Dragging Kenny.
The nunchucks.
Nice.
Nice big damage on the nunchucks.
Taking
nice
the
counter hit throw.
He's late for work.
I ain't got time for
That's
the
blocks.
Wow.
Woo, let's
from
go.
So far. Nice conversion.
Let's go.
Ninja Killer. Fight back. 1 round apiece. Game 1.
Oh, big side step 3 and a low tap. Counter hit. Oh, he delayed the last part.
Sidestep. Almost got him out of there, but still had enough time to block.
Side step 2. He's playing that neutral game. In and out, both sides. High crush with the handstand 3.
Nice, big launch. Big launch.
Back to this wall. It's not broken yet. He could definitely do it. The crowd's behind him.
We're not done.
He wants more.
Side step.
Nice. Oh my God.
Clean. Combo's kind of funky. The wall.
It was off axis, but he still cleaned it up.
He's a combo master.
He still cleaned it up. It was off axis too.
Down forward 4. Low for low. Counter and confirmation. Did not get the tornado. Missed the micro dash tornado in time.
There's a trade. John Ding. Position on the wall. Looking good.
Oh, trying to keep him locked down. Don't go nowhere. I'm stepping with you.
There's the heat burst once again. Not hit, but he's still finding these pokes.
Nice blocks.
Oh, he bets it with the breakable wall so we can get a combo.
Wow.
Side wall saving.
Nice. Launch that shit. Rage art his ass. Rage art that ass. Rage art. Why are we not rage arting? That works. Oh shit.
And bringing it back
Yo,
from the other
if he
side.
rage dropped, bro, if he didn't drop the fucking combo, I would have lost my shit.
Ninja Killer and the crowd is erupting.
Yo, if he'd have dropped the combo, I'd have been.
Wanted to see, man.
Taking a risk like that is crazy, bro. I'd have just rage arted his ass, bro.
That he squeezes out of
I'm not risking an input error, controller dying or some shit. Nope, we don't risk those.
This guy plays some mean Tekken.
All right, here we go. Game 2. John Ding needs to do something. The momentum on the side of Ninja Killer. Fishing with that down 4-2.
Wow, second it saved him.
Oh shit.
4-3+4
Nice little punish.
engage.
Oh, side step 4.
Nice jab. Nice jab. Oh my God. Floated him on the air. Okay.
Nice down jab interrupt.
Tried to go for that DSS cancel. Delay on the string. There's the
power
armor.
crush. He's going to hold the dash so he can smash.
Oh, side step.
Okay.
Burst to my own. Get off of me,
Nice
bro.
tech
Hands up.
throw. Oh, no, that wall spot's not good.
Does get the unskilled. He does. Not enough.
Guess to guess. Guess correct.
The mids.
John Ding finding
Yeah, crowd is
a way.
hella biased, as we should be. Hold on.
Nice block. Great punish.
Eddie, one of the few characters that can launch that.
To the wall. Big
That's combo.
man live.
81 damage.
The wall pressure. Ninja Killer trying to switch the positioning with the step blocks, and he gets a big punish.
No, drops.
No.
Into the poison arrow. Back still to the wall. You know John Ding's looking for a splat.
Oh.
Yeah, he wants a
Wow,
splat.
the
Oh,
up forward
shit.
1-4 at the wall.
Oh,
Down
shit.
4 big damage. Should be the round, John Ding.
Strong 2 rounds for Johnny D here. Little low taps on both sides.
What a
Nice
side
launch.
duck in the launch.
Oh, misjudged the wall a little bit. Uh-oh.
Might be taking him on a tour. Break this balcony.
He had to burst.
Oh,
He
no.
miscarried. The angle didn't work out for him.
Okay.
Whoa. Jab. Heat burst.
Heat
Find
burst.
the mark. Big
Tries to sidestep after the heat burst. Damn. Nice try.
So much damage.
It does a lot.
That shit does a lot,
the
yeah.
handstand back 4 with the Manjinga stag is so much damage.
Game 2 going to John Ding. I told you not to answer the door.
It's tough, man. Tough. 1 apiece. What do we got?
Into the stratosphere. All right.
All right, so we got a floor blast potentially on the final round. On the potential final round.
W bias
Here we go.
audience.
Oh, just full sense but no punish?
Teasing with the back one.
Oh, we're getting crazy with the offense now, Ninja Killer.
Nunchuck.
Using a lot more DSS and going through some more options too.
Wow, good challenge, good stop sign for back 1.
Okay.
Really careful.
What a perfect option.
I think ad's better and I'm snoozing it though.
Rodeo!
This shit too hype.
For the mid to try to close out again. DSS.
Wow, conversion, nice.
Oh wait, no, they
got
weren't
it.
about to run. I'm tripping.
Peeling off the wall though.
Whatever. They're snoozed.
Good adjustment, good adjustment.
Oh,
Nice
trying
tag.
to take the steps. Oh, counter hit.
Uh-oh. Nice, little no
nice.
tap.
Starting to get the lead. Lead in this set now on John Ding's side.
High crush on the 4-4-3. Luckily it wasn't counter.
Look at this offense. The Dragon Hammers.
It's crazy.
Nice
Down
launch.
two.
Oh my god.
Kept with him down forward 2 on the side 6-3+4. That was nuts. Big
That
92.
does so much damage. Yo, that does so much
Nice
damage.
Down 4-3.
Nice
Oh
interrupt.
my god.
And again, we are tied in this
Tied
set.
again. This is a close ass
Can't get any
match.
closer than this. Game for game, round for round.
Oh my god. What?
To the
He
wall.
just does that there?
To the... Nice, good job.
90 damage.
Trying
He's trying to go
keep
for a
that pressure
reroll
going.
splat. Oh my god.
Full combo. DSS, look at this pressure.
Nice tech.
Throw break puts his back against the wall though.
Oh my
off
god,
of
the
me, bro.
techs.
Legendary.
Oh,
Wow.
engage.
The upward one.
Armored
So
against
Off
good.
me.
Ninja Killer fighting back.
What a block.
Oh, nice freaking
Opportunity
pickup.
here.
That was crazy.
Sidewall coming in play? Question mark. Doesn't go for anything crazy. Oh, nice. Spends it on the mid deep dash. He's been going for the low so often. It was about time.
These combos from Eddie look sick. It feels weird watching an Eddie actually doing combos.
Lava.
I'm so used to Eddie. Eddie just spamming what? 4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
He's gonna get it. They're not getting too greedy for
It's
it.
weird
Both
looking
for
at
both
Eddie
right
doing
now.
combos.
A lot of times you see players go for their floor break throws instantly. John Ding with the first launch.
They use that stage hazard.
He's taking it away. Hey, had to manually delay that.
He burst.
Wow, but the smash. Oh, big hokey whip.
No.
Oh, he's sharp. Oh, but the counter at 4-4-3 and the scramble from John Ding. Incredible move.
Well played. That scramble was crazy.
Yeah,
man,
the scramble
bro, come
was getting
on,
nothing. John Ding
man.
was like, I gotta put this low in there right now.
Oh, man.
Tense.
Yo, Vegas, he needs your help right now. If you want him to take this set, you better make some noise
Yo,
for Ninja
give him
Killer.
some of your energy,
Tournament
chat.
life on the line. Tournament
Come
life.
on.
Give it up for our boy.
Oh,
the Ninja Killer. Da, 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 da. John Ding, though, he wants to end this right now.
We need to get out of here, bro. Please, bro.
You're the reason I'm in the loser's bracket.
Right?
Nice.
Got a little extra oomph to it.
Oh, so scary. Look at the gray.
Oh,
nice.
Wall splat, big damage too. Single hit explosion, and that activation means you're going to get a long combo.
Uh-oh. To the wall, nice.
Great conversion.
And a low tap after. Oh,
God.
The patented back one into up two.
Set lead in favor of John Ding right now as he gets his heat engaged.
Dude,
nice
he
block.
rolls you into wanting to float him on a handstand, and then he's been so good at countering your float options. Handstand 3 to high crush, power crush to deal with the mids.
Great punish. I don't know if that was a missed slide, but he eats a heat smash for it. But now that he's got it out of the way.
This ain't looking good. Oh, man.
Like it, sidestep 34, you got to drum it.
To the wall. And that's that. John Ding on set point now.
Set point.
This is painful.
This is your last chance, man. Crowd, he needs your energy now.
Thank you. Let's go.
To the wall. Junkyard. High splat. He's getting crazy on the offense. You got to get pinned at the wall. The win condition. Wall's parallel now, though.
Talked about that late. Makes you think you're going to interrupt it. Looked out on the combo.
Oh, so scary.
Stance.
He can't get off this wall. Nice.
Nice.
The needle.
Engage on the wall.
It's
and
off
he's
axis,
fighting
though.
alongside the wall. You got a combo for that. Something nice. What a cancel. He dashed to keep it going. DSS low.
Oh.
He gets the hit.
Yo.
What
Nice.
the fuck is
He's still alive. That was crazy.
He fucking jumped over
Scary.
it.
Trying to just push him to the wall, up block, and he gets it with the second hit. Yo, the blue legend king combo.
Oh, the double blue.
Oh, no. Nah. He's locked in. He's locked in.
Oh, nice block.
He's locked in.
He's still
He's locked in. He's locked the
He's
fuck
still
in.
breathing. He's still fighting. He's not giving up.
Let's go.
What nice
Let's fucking come on. Two perfects. No, say you swear to God. Say you swear to God.
The pressure.
Off the wall.
No, he's actually in flow state. He's in flow state. He's in flow state. He's actually in flow state.
Up two.
There's the heat.
Wall positioning is bad.
Don't get wall splatted.
But it gets the counter hit.
Las Vegas, he's still in there.
He's still in it.
He's still in there.
He's still in it.
Another game to play.
Wow.
God.
Wow.
USA champ was crazy right
That was too fucking close, bro. That was too fucking close, bro.
He brought that back.
Final game. Somebody's going home. Las Vegas, are you enjoying this good ass Tekken or what? Make some noise. I told you.
This is it, man. One final game. Who's gonna take it?
Oh, big launch.
It's been so good. You can't put your hand in the cookie jar against Eddie.
Oh my fucking God.
Opportunity, 4-4-3 plus 4. Into handstand pressure. Off board, 1-4.
There's a smash. Didn't get it though. He's got a chance.
Scary. So scary.
No.
Wow, can't guess right all the time. Goes to Johnny D show that round.
Gets the hit. Teasing with the down 4-1. The counter hit could have been trouble.
Down 4-1 exchanges on both sides. Finishes the jab string, catches up. Nice. He finished up to the third hit, so he's airborne.
Oh my gosh, what a move. What a step by John Ding. He's going to get the wall and the heat's there too.
So scary. So scary.
Nice punish. Looking
No
for a
bad
counter
knee.
hit.
Both sides. John Ding spends it though. Up two.
And the
Oh
Ninja
no.
Killer.
He was in this position last game. He needs your energy one more time, chat. Crowd, this is it. Counter.
Big counter hit.
This is a big combo.
Don't fix it. This is it.
Oh my god, he could probably get him to the wall.
No, Mr. Wall standing three.
That works.
Gets the nunchuck. Hold up. Sliding airborne hit though.
He's airborne. He's
hit.
airborne. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. If you didn't know this, Rage Arts do less damage if the enemy's in the air.
And reverses the momentum.
See, look how much damage. It didn't do that much, even though he's low HP. Rage Arts do more damage the lower HP you are, but like. Oh my.
Oh, so scary. He's weathering the storm, yo. The handstand back four to beat the low. Is he stuck in stance? No!
John Ding is gonna take it, avenging the loss and eliminating Ninja Killer.
He wasn't
But
stuck
what
in
a set.
stance.
Well played.
That was actually good, but he wasn't.
John Ding gonna stay
God, he
alive
wasn't
on the
stuck in
lower side of the
stance.
bracket. But damn, what a display. Yo, Vegas, look, I know I ask y'all a lot, but Ninja Killer held up his word. He told me he was gonna be here. USA, Las Vegas, FGC, make some noise for Ninja Killer!
Oh man.
Yeah, he did it. He said he was gonna do it.
He did it.
He said he was gonna do it. He said he was gonna do it.
Multi-game top 8 placer. Also,
He said he was gonna do
champion
it.
himself.
Oh my gosh.
That was crazy.
Damn.
Crazy tournament. Dude, that second to the last game, it was
Bruh.
already out. And then he brings it
Damn.
back. All those bubbles. But let's go and take a look at a replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Dap it up to get into this match.
It was
And this
smart. Like,
looking
I thought he was
so
stuck in stance
strong for
too, but he
Ninja Killer
wasn't.
Starting off. Had an answer for every turn when it came to this
man.
offense coming from John Ding. John Ding known to be
Oh,
able to throw
man.
anybody in the casino with Eddie Gordo.
And not afraid to run it too, but Ninja Killer was making some call-outs. Nice step on the burst, big call-outs on the lows too, but John Ding, the pressure
man.
was relentless when he had momentum.
And the thing is, John Ding has obviously been in this position many times before, but the thing is that he has that experience.
Yeah.
Ninja Killer's been on the stage like this before too, but also going down to some of
It's
these
too
small
Sage,
situations
yeah.
where you gotta
I got one more
block, where you have no choice. Offense is definitely the name of the game, but defense is on display here in Stu. We saw a lot of quick ducks, a lot of punishment throughout that
That's
as well.
a Sage Champ character. No! No!
Yeah. How we feeling about
No! No! That's fucking Sage Champ's character. No!
Ladies and gentlemen,
No, bro! Fuck! Don't give that guy shit. Don't give that guy. I got one more in you. Don't give that guy shit. Don't give that
I
guy.
was really curious to see if that radar was going to hit or not, if he actually canceled or committed to an option at that moment. John
Don't give
Ding,
that guy
let's go.
shit.
Well, look, of course, we got more Tekken for you guys coming up, but look, we're going to throw it to a roll
Don't
to
give
Evo
that guy
featuring Ilias
shit.
coming up, but we're going to come back after this break with more top 8
Fuck.
action for Tekken 8 right after this.
Oh man, let me check on the rivals thing. Oh, Necros ended. Oh, it's over. Oh, I think they lost.
Yeah, they practiced a lot. I mean, they were the first team to ban Cloak, and they were banning Mantis.
Damn, they lost. Oh man,
It's just, I mean, I don't blame the supports either. They
lost 0-2.
It's like playing chess and
Australia
having two
versus
bishops and
USA.
a queen, and we had one bishop and a queen. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like
let's put
it's
J3
hard.
up here.
It's difficult.
Do y'all want to look at Kingsman?
We didn't have another, like all of their players.
I can take Boger out. This team's eliminated.
Well, I play more than just those two anyway. But
their Groot is solid.
Actually, no, I need Kingsman's POV.
But
I
is
didn't
he
be crashing
better
out.
than the J3 hook? Not a lot of things are better than a J3 hook.
Walk it in.
No, this shit be too funny watching Kingsman play. He be crashing out.
God.
This is so chopped.
He be crashing out. Oh, what is that ping?
Dude, look at how long it is after I shoot a plant and it breaks.
175. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Can we maybe switch servers after this game to a more favorable one?
I need
As well?
Tato. I need Tato
And then we
pulled
do
up.
their balance latency. That would be way better. Like, I don't know. Alright, let's lock in, guys. Silky, wake up, bro.
Silky, wake up.
No lamps.
I need Tato pulled up. What is Tato's ping looking like?
3, 2, 1.
190 as well. They're using a ping balancer.
I'm trolling. No, live. That's good. Do you time it?
Where's my
Do that
payout?
again, okay? It's time to go for Mac.
Max half.
Oh shit,
Okay,
that
go
is the
now,
wrong payout.
Go now. Blow up the tanks.
Whoops. Wait. Yeah, it is the wrong one, but what the fuck? Okay, at least you guys didn't lose a lot. You guys didn't, well, gain a lot. You guys didn't gain shit. Okay, yeah, that was obviously the wrong payout, but you guys gained like nothing, so it's not that bad. I'm sorry, Vamp and Dio, though. My bad. That is definitely the wrong one. They would have got a bag, though. My bad. Y'all would have indeed got a fucking bag. That would have been a disgusting bag. That bag would have been devious, but my bad. That happens every like 2 times a year. Literally, it happens like at least 2 times a year. Every time I do this. Oops, that's the wrong bracket.
I get him? Oh, my bad.
They have to play for TP.
Yeah, they're on ad break.
Yo, Frogo, come with me. We're gonna flank these guys. Come right there.
Shit, I gotta run ads as well before it runs in the middle of the next match.
Elsa.
Oh, my ads literally just ran. Before I even said it, the automatic one ran.
Okay, go next. Can we kill Jay? Yeah, go next. I guess we don't have a support all the time.
Again. Fucking J3 going stupid.
Okay, I have mine early.
That boy going stupid.
I'm gonna look to hit early. Can we let them walk past this corridor?
Again.
Can you guys, can you bubble me here, Flats, please? Can you bubble me here?
Again. Let me shut up.
It's fatty. I'm walking with my ult. Can we walk? We need to play this tempo here, guys. I'm ulting in 3, 2, 1. I got two. 3. Nice. Nice. Yep, just him. Stable.
Yeah, I don't know if Tato can carry this.
We got this. We're good. I got ult too.
I don't know if Tato can carry this. Tato's really fucking good, but he's fighting 3 winnable ball players.
My bad.
Lock in. All right. Let me know when you're alive. We're going in. We need to go over that. We need to go.
I think.
Alright. Push forward a little bit, and then around that corner we go in.
Which is why we all keep saying these teams aren't balanced. These teams are not balanced.
Send it. Yep.
Everyone. Nice ult. Can we live that?
I've ult after this.
Yeah, nice.
We can win.
Oh my god.
Kill the Luna, guys. Kill Luna.
L1.
Luna 1 as well. Luna 1. Guys, Luna.
Why back?
Luna.
Nice.
Candy.
Nice, Frogger.
Kill the mag, bro.
How much strength?
On me.
Strain your back line.
Only one healer.
Bang.
Let's go, Tato.
King's been playing for his stats. Wait, they can't touch.
He's playing for his stats.
Can you mark top right? Yeah.
Yeah, blocking it. King's been up top.
I don't know if they're going to the top side of the bracket or they're going to stay at the bottom.
Okay, perfect.
They got it,
guys.
I'm going to assume they're going to do the top side. So I'm going to put Rancher versus Arsenal.
Wait, kill these guys. These guys on. Can you heal me? Woke up.
Yeah.
We need to kill these guys.
Yeah, here you go. I'm going Luna.
Guys, go through. We can't see ya. Lance backward.
Critics up. Falcon Ron versus Cooney. When are you doing this over next month?
Alright, hit the fucking wall, man.
One of the first week of next month. I don't know if it's gonna be on the first.
Play neutral.
I don't think it's gonna be on the first. It'll probably be on like the 4th, 5th, or something like that.
All good. Can you back up?
One of those days. One of those days. I don't know.
Break it.
I'm so busy with this watch party shit that I don't even have time to think or set any of that stuff up right now.
It's fine.
But I've been like writing all the sub rules and stuff.
Try to follow my quick goal.
There's not gonna be that much sub rules this time around. I just want to break my sub count. Remember my sub record, which is 2017.
Bucky's like close left.
It's like the main goal. I just want to break my sub record. I'm gonna have like discounted subs on and all that stuff first day as well.
No chain.
Oh, this was the reference video? The kangaroo choking that guy's dog?
I have macro for you.
No, sugar. Where's the video of this?
Okay, I mean, that's fine.
This gotta be in like fucking Australia or some shit. Ninja Killer still in? No, sadly.
It's fine, it's fine.
You're good, you're good.
Alright, you're doing good, it's fine. I have ult, I have ult.
I have Bruno too. I want to go back on it. Wait, you want me on Luna? Oh, I'm gonna go Luna.
Wait, can we kill that Bucky? Kill this guy, kill this guy.
Yeah, wall.
Wrong matchup? Fuck! I was right. I was wrong.
Can we kill him? Can we kill him? He's like...
I was right that I was gonna be wrong. Low high versus Mio.
They have Luna ult, they have Luna ult.
They used as well, they used. Just live, guys. Can we live? We killed two. He has ult as well. We need to
Jack 8.
We need to go strong here. Look to your brutal, bro. Look to your brutal. We need more guys. We're up. He's gonna ult on the corner.
What the hell did I just do? Alright, Predict's up.
It's Korea versus Korea. Low high versus
a big
Maodo.
elbow to start it off. Big counter hit. Are we going for the burst? No, we're going for the taunt Oki in the open.
Already showing the tech of how he understands this matchup versus
I'll make
Jack.
sure to not pray out the wrong thing this time.
What a 2, Jack then finds the engager so he can get the heal.
Heat burst trying to take that turn back. Nice.
But the sidestep 2-1, still a heat dash launcher. Can he close it out? Not quite. He still got, especially if he drops the ender. Wait a minute.
Oh, the armor.
Keeps it light so he can recover in time.
Be careful, he's getting real close. Man, nice.
I like how Lowhigh doesn't give up on the power curve. It's like, I still got too big of a life lead.
I feel like it's pivotal though. He's like, it's one of those things now. Another back one, just how we saw that first game start. I think that's what you have to do. And it's so pivotal to like kind of the ecosystem or what some of the options are in Tekken 8. You gotta have it there.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta present the options. Nice punish
My
on
bad.
4-2. Hold
I
up,
just saw
jab
funny
for
on that
jabs.
request.
Fishing for it. Oh, he got it.
Hook, line, and sinker. And
Hook,
he's
line,
got the
and
heat,
sinker.
won't even need it.
Dang, he's trying to use the Gamma Howl defensively, but Lowhigh just waiting it out and then counter hitting the button after.
Yo, the cannonball straight to.
From downtown. Make some noise for some pressure. Oh, back and forth. Lowhigh really slowing it down now.
Oh, nice interrupt with the 2-1.
Oil with the lead. You gotta come to me, and then
Smack
he
that
does,
boy in the
and
face.
immediately gets the left knee counter.
Whoa, tries to go for the Oki, not working out.
He's aware.
Gets it, big counter hit with the cannonball straight. Once again, the stage is huge. Heat
Not
burst.
quite enough to kill, even with the dash. So he goes for a reset. That was a smart choice.
Okay.
Smart choice.
Okay.
Brian getting that first W. Once again, the fact is, Lowhigh has so much experience versus the entire cast. Definitely one of the strongest players I feel like out there, just on the planet one and just
For
in
sure.
Korea.
Dude, I remember watching his streams from back in the day during like Tekken 7.
Damn, I'm so sad Ninja Killer lost. God damn it. I'm actually so sad. That shit was so hype, bro.
The stage. Balcony break, explosive walls
Would
downstairs.
have been so hype watching Ninja Killer stay in.
Okay, starting to duck it now. Didn't
well.
duck it that time though.
I just took it to the face.
Oof. Watch the ankles. Maul standing for.
Oh, the classic sidewall saves lies. Never mind. All the forward threes are counter hit.
Oh my gosh.
Kensho getting that
Hit the
for the
wall.
Fury, yeah.
Ugh.
Is he out?
Nice combo from Lowhigh. It's been all Lowhigh.
Is he even out?
Jab.
I have no clue when he drops.
Let it hang a little bit. That was tight.
On the boa crusher? That was crazy. Requiem for the taunt. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, Lowhigh, I get it. Breakable balcony 2.
Casual taunt jet upper in that situation there, and that's why you don't tech after back 2-1. Requiem wall combo.
My man tried to go off the backboard. Lowhigh was ready.
Oh, the patience from Lowhigh. Boyle hasn't got anything started. Every time he tries to do something, there's a counter hit waiting for him.
Hasn't been able to play the game
Oh.
yet. Another taunt. That could have been a lot worse. Yo.
He's not letting him play. Throw break. Just
No
frame
throw
block,
break.
didn't get it.
Yo, out of the air?
No fear, that up or one for days.
Low high, putting on a clinic right now.
He hasn't been able to do anything, bro.
Man, he is not letting him play, bro. What do you do here?
Character switch?
We're switching characters?
Character select.
No way.
No, just an outfit change. Wow.
Changing the outfits, bro. We're going high tech. Last chance.
I haven't really seen him bust out the Victor like that, so it makes sense. Just take a little breather. Pick the blue jack, the best jack.
Okay, okay. I'll agree with that one. I'll agree with that one. All right, here's that
How long have you been in
Low high,
FGC?
2 games up right
2
now.
minutes. No, I'm joking.
Oh, Will needs to do something
I'm part of
if he wants to have a
the
chance to stay alive in this tournament.
the BBC, the BGC. First before the FGC, I'll tell you that. But if you want a real answer, I'm a LARPer.
Pushing closer and closer to this
No,
wall.
I'm joking. Like fucking 4 years, 5. I don't know.
Slowing down,
I
man.
don't know,
They are
dude.
slowing it down. Moyle is so
I don't
scared
fucking
of
know.
these counter hits, bro. He's been getting hit by all
W
of
LARP.
them.
Nice little back
I play
dash right
Rivals.
there to
I'm a
stay out of
LARPer.
range.
Oh, but one whip ain't
I don't
made
know
for it.
shit about
To
these
the
characters.
wall we
Trust.
go.
Big body combo, are we going for Oki?
I don't know how to do command inputs. I play turret scale.
That machine can't move, bro.
Has opened the PlayStation Store and seen him? He might be out already
Big
then.
hips, bro. It's the big hips. You can't
It's
size.
actual dump truck. An actual dump truck.
Doesn't say he's out on Steam.
Ugh. Charge it. Wait a minute. Oh, and instantly answers with a down 4-1.
I do have to try him out. I want to try him out, and also they're sponsoring me to try him out.
The throw break intentionally for the side switch. Absorbs, but okay, guard break.
Using the armor a little bit. Wait a minute.
This is looking so tough for Moyle. Can he
I would
get
do
a
that
bubble
soon.
on the
I don't know when
board?
it's when he's out.
Armor for armor. Nice burst cancel, because he knew if he let the burst rock, he was going to die.
Bro.
That was so good.
Spring. Instant smash. Jeez.
Moyle not ever getting a chance. He had a little
Was today the 28th?
burst right there of a moment, but Lohi instantly denying it.
And another big counter hit. Big boy.
Ice Flat Mock Breaker.
Big body on the
Oh,
wall.
I think
Started
I
slipping
do
on
know
the
when he
wall.
drops.
Wow, he just hit him trying to move.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it yet,
Bro, everything is
because
heading.
I don't know
everything.
if it's announced.
Oh, try to get him with the perfect closeout. No perfect, but that is gonna do it.
Off the trade, and they shake it out. Yeah, good play. Strong
I'm gonna just wait
performance of
till they
Lohi
announce
there.
it, because
Very
I don't
dominant.
Low
think
High
it's
gonna go
public
to the
yet.
next phase of this tournament.
But
making
we're
it
gonna
even
try him,
further
'cause
to
I was
that lower
sponsored to
bracket.
try
He
him.
started on the winner's side, so he's still got a lot of work to do. But make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Mo Ill, one of the best players on the planet. He's been on stages all across the world playing Tekken, and a good showing here in Top 8 Evo Vegas 2026.
Yeah, we'll see him at EWC
That
as
Lohi
well.
takes
He
it.
did lock in that spot as well this weekend. So he's done his thing, man. At least he's got that out of the way, but good stuff, man, nonetheless.
Well, of course, let's take a look at these replays presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And
The
look,
really on
it's
sale.
a
That's what's
pretty
up.
big clinic that he put on right
Look,
there.
the Street
And
Fighter
thing
characters
is,
aren't that
Maul
good in
looked
that game.
so prepared to fight Nobi early on, right?
Yeah,
Did a
but-
great job, scouted it, but coming to Lohi,
Just seemed like he had an answer for everything.
Yeah.
Like, even when he wanted to use a defensive Gamma, how he just kept it like.
Okay, critics over.
Yeah. It's so fucked up.
So what are you going for bans and picks?
I think.
Holy fuck, the ping.
I think if you want Loki as the comfort pick,
No,
like, Loki
no,
is good.
Mantis
Bro, how are these
is
teams
good. If you're
fair?
gonna
Look
let
at
them,
this.
They're gonna
we
ban
don't
it.
want them to.
Holy fucking pro. Did you
Okay.
see
It might
that?
be- we
didn't
have to
ban
wait and
them.
see. We have to wait
Yeah.
and see. I'm gonna keep
I'd
banning
rather them
Magic 'cause I
dive
don't
me
want them
as
to play dive.
Loki than poke.
I think it's like
How was that fair?
No, I would rather that than what that was. That was terrible.
Bro,
That was so fast. Too.
I ain't no expert on this, but like, did you see those ranks? Bro, whatever, I suppose. I mean, what's done is done. It's too late now.
Fighting.
Quasim
Let's go,
versus
team.
John. Making it look
Let's do
pretty.
this.
Can't do it.
Okay.
Oh, my laser vision, man.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm down to try something new. If you guys disagree.
Nah, I think no. I think you're right.
Magic just go, is that right?
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want you guys to play into this dive.
Critics up.
But man, I think yeah.
Yo, Crazy, thanks for the follow.
I mean, look, even this match.
Yeah.
The Casimir, John Ding. I mean, and even the match after this potentially could be another Korea versus Pakistan affair.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Dancing in 90-degree arm angles. Ooh, I'm down, bro.
Well, let me check with the people out there. Yo, Las Vegas, you still with me? Make some noise. That's what I'm talking about. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this Tekken. I'm enjoying the Tekken. And, of course, they got some really cool, lights. Shout-outs to Airheads for giving the people some cool stuff for the wrist.
For the Airhead, Aircam. We see you guys out there looking pretty, everybody.
Now, let's talk about this matchup a little bit, man. Casimir, of course, fighting his way tooth and nail to get up here. John Ding, we just saw what happens. We now know he's redeemed himself, so I feel like he got a little power up going into this next match.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing, too. Big shout-outs to Evil Fantasy, presented by AT&T. And this is the pick rate from you guys. Casimir, 13.7% pick rate to Johnny D's 86.3.
Yo, shout-outs to AT&T, the Evo Fantasy Bracket Live, upsets.gg/Evo2026. But I want to ask the people. I want to know what you guys think. If you guys would like Casimir to take the set, make some noise.
And if you guys want John the Ding to take the set, make some noise.
Ooh.
All right.
John Ding's always had fans. John Ding has always had fans, okay? It's okay.
Yeah, everybody loves John Ding. Who doesn't love John Ding, right?
I also love John Ding.
And John Ding loves himself so much he puts himself on his dick.
That's how it goes, bro.
That's love right there. You gotta love yourself.
You gotta love yourself. Here we go, descent into subconscious. Safina versus Eddie. Let's go.
Tricky character matchup. Eddie looking to slip away in stances. Safina kind of doing the same thing with her own stances. Evasive maneuvers on both sides.
Really interesting to see how some of these interactions are going to go. Two slippery characters.
Wow. Loads the side step 3+4.
Nice conversion to the wall.
Good damage. And he gets the power up. Doesn't need it. Oh.
Yo, repeat offender. Trying to force the duck. He doesn't take the bait, beats out the armor.
Gets the unskilled. Nice. Well timed. Has to manually time that one.
Small punish right there, and instantly goes to the armor. The minute. Oh my God, the smash instantly. Not letting him play. Not letting him play.
1-2 into the low. Got another chance to use the heat smash there after he got stuffed out of the first attempt.
Heavy stun right there.
Wow. Right under the jabs. Okay, opportunity. Going for the damage ender.
Stays ducking, but still it whiffs the QCF3.
Good call to cancel the tarantula stance there. Otherwise, he would have got tornadoed. Wow! Saving himself with the handstand power crush.
Okay, wait a minute. Using the tracking move. Actually has some life here. Two, bro. Wow, gets the back full launch, John.
Nice adjustment. Yo, he's getting crazy with the Oki. Hold on. Smash, not in time. Underneath. Wow. He's done that a couple times this tournament. He eats the heat first, leaves them in crouch and goes for the full crouch low, and he's getting the counter right there a lot.
And on top of it, because a lot of people try to use armor there, they get clipped out of it because the low beats them out.
Yeah,
now
that
we're going
too.
downstairs.
Hey. He's at level 1 already. Okay. Go off axis time. We're breaking the next floor. Floors are gone.
See this combo. Still got something. I like that. Gets the spike.
Chip damage on both sides. Gets the link. He gets to recover his.
Oh, Mike was muted?
Nice. Don't ever
I said
do
fuck
the second
Sage.
Don't test
Tell me he gets his character before me? Yeah, that's fucking crazy, bro.
John Ding healing it though.
That's fucking crazy.
Look at that great life. Oh.
He healed quite a
That's
bit.
fucking crazy, bro.
Oh, chip him right
I
back.
believe he got crossed out his shoes. Wait, what?
Don't try to get fancy on me. Let me keep it frame tight.
There. Okay, wait a minute.
Where the fuck is my damn Yone, bro?
Rodeo broken. What the Manticore counter
I don't
hit
see
again.
Yone, bro. Where the fuck is Yone, bro?
Big Ray.
Like the switch up here.
Bro, not coming to like 2029.
A lot more slow paced. Not approaching some of these things.
2029, dog.
Ray, Casimir is not even going for anything to hit. He just wants him to block this.
He's been doing his job, but he's running away with it. Hit the jab.
He had an opportunity there. Let it slip away. Oh, but John Ding with the clean step into launch.
Bro, he was blocking for so long and was not able to.
Set is gonna come to the game. That's like a guarantee, bro.
Work out. John Ding ready at every
Shit, he
turn,
might
going
even be
straight to
next
the
because
launch.
we haven't had a grappler in a
He
while.
has a side step now in this game. Cleanly steps that, gets the down forward 3. Mirage closes it out. Nice stuff. Casimir though, different stage, open stage. Oh, John Ding's like, ooh.
Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that.
I like my walls, man.
His wall pressure is crazy.
It is, yeah. Especially with like the handstand stuff that he's been implementing a lot more nowadays.
I kind of do hate this stage as well. I like this stage on Clive, but
His Eddie gameplay, but here we go.
come on, Clive, nah.
John Ding, he's got to do
This
something.
Clive corner carry,
He's a lot
whoo.
better with the Safina in those later rounds.
Love me some Clive corner carry.
Rev it up a little bit.
That shit OD.
Attacking on the lows. Ooh. Counter hit. Tarantula 1.
What?
Ooh.
That's a missing foot of doom.
I can't imagine what that could have been. Yeah.
That was a missing foot of doom. Was he like resting his finger on like the rage up button and like rested it too hard or what?
We're not there. We're not that good.
Good interrupt. Little stance pressure, trying to hit her out of the stance.
Whoa.
Wow. The spacing from Casimir just making everything from John Ding whiff, but the step again.
Once again, full launcher, and he's got heat. But the drop.
The chase down. Cancel this stance, hold this mix then. No hop kick. The rare Zabina hop kick not working out.
We've seen it work too many times.
Right?
Already.
It had to fail eventually. What a down jab!
Gets a conversion off of it.
Floats the heat 3+4, full conversion, but it was a heat float. So all gray light for John Ding.
Bro, look at Sabina's great.
Yeah, she could recover a
Looking
lot.
grim had to
But
be.
she also uses her
Oh
moves.
damn,
But
this
yeah,
dude
gets
John
it
Ding.
right back with the big claw.
Okay, wait a minute. The Safina
People play Safina, bro. It's a smooth character.
Got caught by that a couple
It's a
times now.
smooth character, I can't lie.
The first hit. So this
What's
is why
his
it's so
potato
dangerous to
versus
counterpunch the
still
first hit of
them?
Manticore. That move.
And another big counter hit. Not
Yeah, Kingsman's team is just gonna win this. So I'm not watching it. It's like teams are so bad, bro. These teams are so unbalanced.
And the flow conversion.
It's not entertaining if the teams are unbalanced.
What a round for Casimir.
Bro, running it all the way back. Casimir.
That was ridiculous.
And it started with those floats, right?
Yeah.
Started to kind of like check stance a little bit. And even though it wasn't a big damage conversion, he was still able to
There
get
need
something
some more
to
streamers
take
on this
momentum,
team. Happy for
get some
them.
wall positioning if you need.
Let me see.
That's the important part about converting those floats into a full situation flip.
What small streamers are on this team?
Not only did you get the combo, now you have the Oki and the pressure after the
Let me
combo
check.
too.
All right, let's see what he adds to the game plan.
Okay, nobody on his stream. His team's a small streamer. Holy
Momentum on his
shit.
side versus John
Never
Ding.
mind.
Oh yeah, he's been punished by the follow-up.
Oh, yeah,
so
that
many times
entire
he
stream
finally
is
doesn't
big
punish the first
streamers. Yo, Twitter's gonna be on fire again today. Oh no.
The side step right.
It's Emiru, Flats, Lulu, J3, Kingsman, Silky. Yeah, those are all big streamers.
Okay, he's starting to go more toward these lows.
How did that team get put together?
Stance
What?
right now. Relax versus Mantis.
Who put that team together?
Nice.
And approved of that
Punish
shit.
opportunity there if you wait to the second hit.
That team is ridiculous.
A
What?
lot more tight on the defensive side of things. Okay, just backdashing. Great movement. But
Whoa,
No, that team is
good
actually
power
so
crush.
stupid,
Good
bro.
power crush.
Like, it's actually
That's
so
really
stupid.
pulled
But
that
I don't
out
know.
like
They could lose to AMER again. They lost to AMER the other day. But I think they only lost because they had Silky on support.
He's got so many options.
That I don't know what he was doing, but he was like, he was dying off cooldown.
Dude, the 1+2
I hope
is happening
AMER
so good, but
2-0s them
nice
again,
step
low
from
key.
John Ding.
Because
His
AMER
step around the
actually has
Safina
small
have been
streamers on
really
it.
good. Pressure now. We're in the mix.
Oh, wait a minute.
Homing attack. Ain't going nowhere. Yo, crouch throw punish.
perfect punish. Gets the crouch throw. Heat's already active.
Yo, that was sick. Blatant low.
Big low. Nice interrupt. Nice interrupt this time.
Wasn't clean in range. Goes for the chip follow-up too.
Ooh, nice whip punish.
Wow. Okay, a little bit of chip on both sides. She's trying to stack on more chip with that big hand from Zafina. Oh. Nice back dash. That was sick. Goes back to punishing the first hit again. You gotta keep that in mind.
Great movement. Back to the wall.
Oh, it worked!
Oh my gosh.
That's a rare move. That's like a combo-only move. Didn't expect it.
No heat on either side. Gets the...
Oh my god, this is so tense. The time. 13 seconds. Jab control. Running 3. Into range hard.
Yo, invite her to the cookout.
Invite her to the cookout.
Grab a piece of this, grab a piece of that.
Just saying though.
Eat up, sweetie. Boom.
Bro, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
that last little chuckle, like, wait a minute.
Yeah. John Ding, good call out with the rage art there. 2-0 over Casimir with that.
And that's definitely something that we've seen John Ding do for a very long time. Pressure, you start to get comfortable after trying to fight back. Now I'm gonna do rage art.
2-1, excuse me. But yeah, John Ding not shy to go to the rage art when he needs to. Asim though, like he's been having so many good moments with like the Manticore and the Manticore follow-ups and stuff, but John Ding just super raw in some moments.
Like I said, he'll let you guess.
Oh!
What a block, what a punish, and the activation. Dashing up, trying to get a reaction. Fishing for a response.
Is Silky any good? He's GM.
Wow.
He's peak GM.
Tarantula, so going under the high power
Or his
crush.
DPS. But they had him on support, so like obviously it's not gonna be as well as his DPS.
Wow, okay, stacking up the damage, yo!
Get the cancel, run up down 4-1. I thought they were going to be like up 2 or something.
That healed her a lot.
No, I never thought I'd say this. I actually hope Team USA loses. Like, is that? I don't know if that's crazy to say, but I actually hope Team USA loses.
Man, this
But team is still stacked.
The minute he gets that block on the low, goes for the activation with the crouch throw.
Like Tato has to hard carry Team Australia if they want to win against.
Nice adjustment for Kasim there.
Hold on, where's the bracket? It's Australia versus USA right now. USA's up 1. Look at this. Tato has to literally hard carry if he wants to win this shit. He's 19-2. Tato has to literally hard carry this. Like he has to do a lot of work if they want to win this shit. Going triple healer.
John Ding paying attention, gets the launch, and now he's got his back on the wall.
Wow.
Wait a minute, wall splat.
Not out of it yet. Picks it up off the side. Yeah, it looked like it was about to collide into another sidewall, so cash out with the rage art. Time is becoming a factor though.
Gonna recover some of his life as well.
Oh, small wall sending for exchange for John Ding.
Yeah, I like
Jab
upsets.
check.
Nice block. He's been so
We need
consistent
upsets.
blocking the down threes, the trade.
I'm
Not
gonna guarantee
gonna go in your
wins.
favor, John Ding.
And that 1+2, back 1 for Eddie near the end of the round has been so good for Johnny D.
And the setup for it is so good. He's like, yep, you're looking for my relaxed stance. You're trying to see what I'm looking for.
Yeah, check this out. Boom! Gets the crouch throw link once again. Full engager heat bar to play with.
Wow, just tail end of having to block that. The lows, the down jab. This is what we saw last time. Zafina definitely came back with
Awesome
the
fighting out. And the heat smash
Nice.
is just so hard to step, even with a character like Zafina.
The way that he presents heat smash, though, he sidesteps.
Pac-Man
He
stage
moves
is
out
cool.
of stance a lot of times 'cause he knows that
I
you're
hate
looking
fighting
for
on it, though.
stance, and then when you least expect it,
It's a
boom,
cool
that's the
stage
smash,
till I
big
want it.
damage.
Yup, and reaches so
We doing
far,
second
too.
lobbies again? Ooh, we should do those again.
Flip over route. What are we doing for
I
Running
don't know.
free, Pressure City. Oh
We
my
can do
god,
some,
non-stop pressure.
next time I got on
Lucky
second.
break.
Okay, wait a minute. And now he can get it. There we go.
And the floor break deletes a little bit of gray. Wow, not scared though. John Ding right back in instantly.
Oh, the drum roll, please. John Ding. Oh, get up. Block
What a
on the
block.
low.
Last chance, Casimir. Counter is low.
Getting a lot of life back.
15 seconds. Not over yet. 10,
9, 8,
7,
6, 5.
Wow, clutch.
He's like a timer, huh? You're gonna block me out? I doubt it.
He didn't have enough time to be comfortable. Nice stuff, though.
You haven't got it in you.
You can't last 10 seconds against me. Wow, had it. No confirmation, though.
Man, lots of blocking on the side of Zafina.
You just think I got a rusty fang on me? A rusty fang?
We've seen these flows before, too.
Okay, bet.
Side switch follow up. Yeah. There we go. Back one. Oh, but eats the smash, and it's enough.
Damn.
And that
John
is
Ding
gonna
takes
do
it.
it. John Ding stays alive in EVO 2026.
But man, give it up. Qasimir coming all the way out here from Pakistan.
Let's see this.
Okay.
Next predict is going to be.
Line of sight. Just can't die there.
That point.
In front of everyone.
Raichu versus Arsenal.
We don't have a TP.
I know you're
so.
lagging. I think you should go back, Emma.
Please.
Or is it?
Like, we're just doing nothing.
Should be Raichu versus Arsenal.
I can't even move, bro. Like, shit is just.
I know.
It's alright. We'll be fine. Just we need to touch. You make it to flash. Break the big walls.
Okay.
Through one. We're good. Don't rush. Don't rush. Please do not rush. Back up, Lulu and Emeru. Back up, guys. Back up. Heal each other. Heal each other. Please heal each other. You need to heal each other. Heal each other. Heal each other. Ult Lulu. Ult Lulu. Ult.
Nope, too late.
Alright, guys. We'll win next game.
Uh-oh. Tato cooking. Hold on.
Come on, let's go.
Damn you, Laboobers.
W Tato.
Aussie! Come on,
Oh,
wait. I mean, how shameless is Matt?
Oh, that's gonna tilt them. You know it. I feel it.
Oh, she got the MVP. Oh, shit. On the hard carry from Tato. What the fuck? 22 finals, 37 and 5.
Thank you, team.
The Aura MVP and all? Hold on. Hold on. He got the GOAT Frogger on there.
I like free death, bro. Look at you, man.
Nah, that's a hard carry. Look at that. That's a hard carry.
I want to go.
That's a hard carry.
Ping. You guys know that map? It's the map that we played.
Googling.
It was the second map we played against Germany. Do you guys remember that map? The Central Park map? It's like the nightmare-y nighttime one.
They're gonna ban a Star-Lord. But he can play Salak as well, or he can play Elsa.
Are we allowed to play a convoy map, or was it meant to be different?
But no.
What was that?
No, it should be anything, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, there's anyone you can learn from when it comes to rivals, DPSs, y'all should watch Tato. Really good DPS player. He plays like the same hero pool as me.
Nixon, I was
Honestly, the Bucky
we play like the exact same hero pool.
to start for
Other than I play Blade.
Yeah, I agree.
He despises Blade. But we play like damn near the same hero pool. He main Psylocke though and Star-Lord.
They're gonna VOD review.
Yeah, they're.
I mean, do they really need a VOD review to ban Mantis?
Yeah, sometimes he plays Cyclops and also he's literally like same thing as me, literally. Just that I play Blade. I play Boyd. Get you a Boyd. Okay, on break. Ads are running right now, so we're gonna wait.
I want to see if they did they have Cloak Ult at the? I mean, Invis Ult at the end. I'm checking. I swear they did. There's no way.
I think she died.
I swear she just didn't use it.
I think they
Should
did.
have been like one off it.
Yeah.
Because Kingsman was yelling, oh.
Because it was 3 fights she had to build it. 88. Wow. No. Yeah, it would have been 95.
Yeah, she has it.
No, wait. No, she didn't.
She has it. Well, she has Invis ult.
Oh, blunder. Unfortunate.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, someone's restarting their PC, I think.
Yeah, all good.
I think it was still.
Is anyone on that team having like performance issues? Are they all good?
I think he
Leak
had,
the
like, 600 ping,
skincare routine. What the? Bill said leak the skincare routine. But I can't even read half the shit I use. Not even fucking trolling. I can't even read half the shit I use. It's all in fucking Korean.
Just not the same map as map 1 and 2.
The skincare routine will get rid of these bags on my eyes, though. There's nothing gonna change that. I stream too late. I don't get enough sleep. Fuck my bags, though. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of bags. Ugh. My eyes. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of bags.
No. Someone typed. No, guys. Someone typed in Kingsman's chat. They were born in the ping. You merely adopted it. No.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
That is fire.
Damn.
Fire writing.
His writing is this fire? Oh, if it's Korean, it works. So I can get it.
Have we even played a single game on Sydney servers this whole tournament?
Nah.
One of the. Wait.
One of them.
I don't think we did. I think we
no,
were.
we didn't. Or no?
No, we just been doing Singapore.
Yeah.
So we've been on ping the whole tournament.
Yeah, let's, to be honest with you, good
it's
for
like fire. It's like fire writing.
Oh, if it's Korean, it works.
It'll let up.
Whatever this is, fuck, that won't work.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the fuck this is,
My bad.
that shit's in Korean though. I'm not even trolling, bro.
I'm so dumb. I played this game.
I wasn't joking when I said that shit's in Korean, bro. Whatever this is.
Yo, sorry.
Whatever this
We
is.
need to reset that map. Silky only lost 1v1 to Tato on off-angle lanes cause lag.
Okay, yeah, you're not gonna be able to read that. I'm not gonna. That's also in fucking Korean.
Again, they're not used to playing on ping.
Whatever this is.
1v1 because of lag.
All the same thing. It's Metacube.
I guess.
Which one was
Why is that
Silky?
not
Was the Iron Fist?
He's fucking
Oh, no, that was
on
King.
green ping.
This shit's also in Korean.
If Silky has
Just
green
pink
ping,
as
I think
fuck
it should
though.
have apparently.
That's not really what happened. They kind of.
How much is it? I don't even know.
I can't really blame that. I'm sorry.
me
They
to
were
buy
kind
it.
of falling back. Like,
Yeah, they made a few mistakes, but I mean, I'll probably just be.
but yeah. No, let that tilt them.
He was lagging like crazy. Packet loss.
If you get razor bumps after shaving, you should get some of this though. Yeah, I'm using this shit. This shit's kind of fire.
Lagging and
Witch hazel. Copy some of these. If you shave,
Packet loss? Wait, really?
you
Oh,
get
okay,
razor
that's
bumps.
Bad. That's bad.
Why is this shit not?
Guys having
The fucking glorp. Yo, glorp, stop fucking up my shit. There you go. Yeah, Dickinson's. There you go. Get you some
he was
witch
legit
hazel.
lagging, like, skipping across the map. Oh, that's bad.
Shit is fire. It's for
So he entering the whole game?
it's like an aftershave. You don't get razor bumps.
We can...
Just fire.
What? You want to race
I mean, these are like wipes.
Mixed game, maybe.
But like, it's different. There's like some in a bottle, but you need something to wipe your face with, though.
No, but like
Yeah,
you
get you
really
some of
should.
that. This
If
shit's
you're getting
fire.
5k ping, you call it.
I think you can match pause.
You could pause.
Yeah.
If it happens again, pause.
Yeah. I'm just telling them they can pause.
I think.
But yeah, so you don't get razor bumps after you shave.
Maybe
No drama.
next time.
Why didn't they say that in
No,
game?
but you do. I'm
Use it like once a day, like every other day. So your like face ain't itching like down here, so it's not itching like crazy.
3? That's disrespectful.
That is this guy's a two-time TW.
Nah, I don't use a raw razor blade. I use an electric shaver.
What Arslan does have is 7 Evo.
He got 7 Evo.
7 Evo wins is disgusting work.
91.7%.
Disgusting work, bro.
All right, well, look, I'm going to ask the people. These numbers could be wrong, okay? If you guys would like rank 2 to take the set, make some noise. I was about to say, that's a lot more than 8%.
That's what I'm saying, man. But if you guys want the 7-time Evo champion to make it an 8 here tonight, give it up for Arslan Ash!
Okay, we got some believers out there. We have some believers out there.
We do, but it seems like this is going to be a crazy one. Bakam versus Rudy Mitchell. We can see the character select, or is it Nina time? It's Nina time!
Skincare routine, Sabadongle. What the?
Serious business here today. Lockdown City.
I just told you it. I just showed you the products are the order as well.
Engage.
There's actually one more, but it was like a yellow one.
Damn, you already knew he was gonna break
But I ran out of it.
He was like, you already knew he was gonna break the ball.
So it's like a face mask. You're supposed to just rinse your face with it. I don't have it though. I ran out of it. It was a cleanser. I forgot what it's called.
Wow.
Low key blessed. What do you mean?
Up to the third hit.
I used to break out when I was in middle school. I mean high school. Not that badly though. I never broke out like to the point where I'd have like pimples everywhere and shit. Nah.
That is probably one of the most.
Nah, I mean, if you wash your face every night, even the witch hazel thing I just showed you, you can like wipe your face with that. It gets like the oils out of your skin, and you wipe your face with that as well. If you don't feel like using much of your shit. They're breaking up. Do I do ice baths? No. That was that.
That poke mind game. That poke game.
I don't know what to do about it though. You gotta wash your face. Try a bunch of products. If you're not gonna try shit, then it's gonna feel like that. I do a lot. Well, try the ones I just showed you.
This is big damage, and he's got heat steal.
He's still got tornado for the wall. Hey, oh, he's setting him up.
Oh, fake out.
Oh, the stanky.
Dude, bro, for products.
Oh my god, I thought she was gonna
You can try this one. Hold on.
Yeah, right. She was doing something for sure. She was.
Try to back one.
Oh no, I have 2 more in it.
Moving up. Moving now.
You can try this.
Fishing for that counter hit on the 3rd hit. Wait a minute.
You can try this. It's called Stride It.
He's going for the slide once again.
Oh fuck, this shit is not gonna fucking show my damn glove is whooping my shit.
Like the block, bro.
There you go.
First down jab. Takes the throw for the side switch.
You try this.
Running 3 after the heat dash.
Tough on Acme. Try this. They're like pads.
Hey, bends the dash. What are we doing
I
with
only
it?
have 2 left right now. But you can try this.
Steal in favor of Fox.
Oh, nice
I got this on Amazon.
The kip
like,
up.
it was like $10 or something.
Launcher standing 3.
13
you can try
frame.
it.
One of the longest 13 frame mid pokes in the game. Dancer's legs.
More of it.
The tippy toe.
But I don't have any acne, so like I don't
Craziest
use it right now.
Don't you ever get
Body is naturally beautiful. Why your inside so bad? Filthy Spider-Man player. How'd you end up as a filthy Spider-Man player? You may be beautiful on the outside, but your inside's horrible.
I need to work for you.
We're not that evil.
Yeah, right? Like,
welcome to G-Corp.
I know your boss is Kazuya.
I never had like really bad acne. I may have like 1 pimple or 2, but like never had like acne all over my face.
Think it would be as effective versus a player like Arslan, and it's definitely a teetering case.
At least not that I remember. And if I did, I probably had it in
like
middle school.
You knows from like playing bears for so many years, like when to use the keep out button, even if they're risky on block.
You got to put the idea in their head. You do not want them to feel comfortable constantly putting this pressure on you.
Right.
Counter hit, down 4.
Oos. Wow, down 4-3 just doesn't hit Nino on the floor. What?
My chest and back.
Oh, the classic.
I had chest and back acne.
Shades of Tekken 5.
I don't even know how you get that. I think that's just genetics. I just don't have that, I think.
Activates the rage. Sidestep, he puts himself on the wall.
If you're not like taking a shower correctly, I don't know. Do you have something to wash it back with? You have a back washer thingy?
Into the rage art clean. Arslan said, I'm not even gonna waste time. The wall was there.
Scaling too.
You have like a back washer, a little thing where you like wash it back with?
Just kill it.
If you have back acne, you should probably get one of those.
We're watching that I Love Lucy episode, baby.
Eczema? Oh, I don't have eczema.
This is one of your favorite ones.
That's just, yeah, you got lucky with genetics.
Sidestepping a lot more.
Nice. It's just such a good read on the
My friends has acne,
not
acne, eczema on their, is it eczema?
Down 4's hitting though.
Everyone on their hands.
Calls allowed.
Calls out
And fingers.
Could only sidestep right that forward.
Oh, I'm not lactose. Yeah, I got lucky. I'm not lactose or nothing like that.
Wow. Just the first part eats the smash.
Rage on both
Get
sides.
like almond milk or something. Almond milk. I mean, I can't. I don't know if it's just me. I can't taste the difference between like regular milk and almond milk, and like soy and all that shit.
That was a big call out.
I don't taste the difference. Maybe I'm tripping though.
Nice, gets follow up. 3 hits, big damage right there. No break on the 1+2.
Just get like almond milk. I don't think almond milk.
Wow.
Back 1.
Does lactose affect almond? I don't think it works on almond milk. No.
With punish burst.
Just get almond milk.
To that wall, you got to be careful.
Wow.
You ever milk almonds before? No, I'm joking.
Triple. He went for the 10 frame.
Great patience. Breaks the throw this time, but also position.
Just use almond milk.
Yo!
Oh God!
Just the almond aftertaste. What about soy milk or what is the one after? Isn't it like wheat milk? No, not wheat milk. It's like grain milk or something. I forgot what it's called. Hold on.
What does that mean? A little low tap. Wall pressure. He's keeping him at the wall. Are we gonna break it?
Oat milk. What about oat milk?
Big full crops all right.
Oat milk is nasty. I think I've only had it once.
I'm so scared.
Yeah, I've had it before. I had it once. It was
Life deficit.
okay, I think.
Trying to find something. Gotta
What
activate it
about?
somewhere. There it is.
Big life deficit on this side though. Arslan Ash showing no signs of backing up.
I don't even know how soy milk works.
Oh, the chip damage. The chip damage. Jet
How's
kick and
soy
running
milk made?
threes.
That's the plant one, right? Yeah, soybeans.
Oh my gosh. The Arslan
Oh, soy
wipe
milk.
the floor. The unblockable wipe the floor.
Soy's disgusting.
And the down
Damn.
Classic.
Okay, I don't know any other milks past
That's such
those.
a good
So
goal for the Williams sisters because it's like they make generic down fours launch punishable in this game, but the Williams have a follow-up on their generic down four.
I don't know any other milks
Small
past
changes
those.
like that. Did you only pay attention to? I'm glad you said that.
It's almond, soy, oat, regular milk. I guess you can do coconut milk.
You got benefits and everything.
What else? What else?
I don't want to leave
That's
my
5
family.
milks.
Get transformed into a devil.
There's definitely a few more.
He's a family man.
Might be kind of rare though.
Yeah, he tried to kill his son and his dad.
Did I say almond? I didn't say almond. I did.
That's how they do it around here. But yo, rank you.
Trying to sneak in those back ones, but he gets the activation.
No,
Wow. Okay. He's just taking the wild standing one, even those launch.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be crazy because I don't taste the difference between any of them. I'd have to probably have like a whole cup next to them, like a shot glass, and taste them individually. Because I don't taste the difference. I think I tasted the difference between oat milk though. I think the oat one definitely tasted a little different. But the rest of them, I don't think I tasted the difference.
He definitely did that yesterday. We did the catch.
Just consume the whole cow? Okay.
He knows. He's seen it.
Consume the whole cow is crazy.
Engage.
Just consume the whole cow is sick
Gets
work.
under the high power crush with the wipe the floor.
Starting to add up. Not in his favor right now.
Oh, pressure city.
Did I miss any Tokon? Sadly, no.
Trying to get a reaction out of Arslan. He is not fighting at all.
This defense from Arslan, he's just like standing
Oh,
there.
someone got the gauntlet.
And he finishes the string. He
W.
likes to do that first time we've seen it though.
That's a big ass gauntlet.
Wow.
The gauntlet trophy.
Big counter hit.
Okay, good damage.
It's with the feint, the armor not dead though, and the ankle kick is not gonna be in range. Down 4-1. Man, Arslan making this
running away with it now. He wants that 8, bro. The triple side kick. Rama stance. What are we doing? The 1.
Trying to defense up a little bit.
Da, 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 da.
He does that low when you least expect it, bro.
Yeah, he's really good at sneaking those in. Wow. Oh my god, maximum delay.
Charge it.
Nice.
And 3.
4-4-3 to stand 3. Good choice.
Go back, was that Alex? Yeah, it was. It's too late. I already closed it. It was Alex though. I didn't even know he was at Evo. But I guess it makes. Oh, I found it again. I guess it makes sense. I mean, he's Mark.
Can we reach the wall? Nice move. 3, 1, 4. Whoa!
And zaps the bar. D-dash gets away from the wall.
Yup.
That little fuzzy duck right there. Kurt,
Oh,
that's a regular duck. Big launcher here. Back to the wall you go. Arslan can close
Maximizing the damage with the heat dash as well. Arslan, he wants it, bro. 2-1 now, overranks you.
I like how she's like, you know, I could guarantee your family's safety. I got you.
It's like, bro, security, dental, everything that works, man.
And that I mentioned,
you might have to work for the devil, bro. You might have to work for the devil.
But a devil.
A devil, you know, a Mishi devil. But
he's a cooler color. He's purple.
Yeah,
a lot more calming, you know.
He wears clothes now, not like Tekken 2. You know, so it's like.
My man had the fur pants as legs. I was like, yo, this is crazy.
That's true.
Taking a guess, and taking a second right now, taking a breather. He does have other characters, right? We haven't seen the Bears in quite some time. Sticking to his guns.
No Bears, yeah. Going back to the scene.
Yo, Victor in the back.
Interesting.
Chilling. It's his boat.
Yo, Bubsy didn't believe
Ew.
that Victor was sitting in the back.
Wait, really?
He didn't believe me, bro. It hurt my
This
heart.
is not
bro. I thought
Kunimitsu.
you loved me. Here we go.
Oh, man.
This is not Kurimitsu. That from a 20? Yeah, that was the Invincible versus tournament, yes.
To the wall.
It was the Invincible versus tournament at EVO.
I felt like it was a homage to
I don't have time to watch it because I'm looking at
in
it.
the background.
Are they gonna start the next match?
The two kings can never lose, bro. Queso is on standby.
Kingslayer Tato. Kingslayer Tato. That's what they about to call him. Hold on. The Kingslayer Tato.
I'm sure they can get an easy play there if they needed one.
He trying to win, can't
If we
pull out a
had
new
this happen,
character.
it'd be harder to find a player at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't want to watch Nina, bro.
Is he probably has to, like,
Bro,
load his shades
wasn't it
and shit,
last
you
Evo or yeah? I think it was last Evo. Bro, wasn't there like how many Ninas and
All the
Bro,
characters'
that shit.
personalities.
People were booing in the crowd. That shit was bad, bro. I was there in person. That shit was bad. People were walking out. That shit was bad, bro. I remember that shit. Cause I was with the rest of the slammers. That shit was bad, bro. We fucking left. I left too. I'm not gonna lie. To be fair, I was going somewhere, but
25 minutes.
I fucking left too.
Yeah, as well.
That shit was bad.
This is legit looking like
I only left because I was going to a kickback. Fee was holding a kickback or hosting a kickback in his hotel room or something.
Like you guys are getting in right away.
Are they starting? Oh, they are
Let's go.
starting.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Let's go.
They locked in.
1-1.
Oi, oi,
Oi,
oi.
oi.
Come on. I want Taylor to win.
So he's been in these positions before. The
Kingslayer
counter
Tato.
for the third part.
The sidestep to get off axis. He's pushing him to the wall. Floats
Float.
him out
Rank
of
you
the
win?
air.
No.
This is ridiculous. Good position for Arslan. Holds on to the heat for the smash.
Back to the wall. Ranchu has to do something.
That's game.
Attack that's gonna be a grand final showing. And this guy, Arslan Ash,
He's
is on
about to
his
get
way to
another
grand
Evo.
finals again and potentially an 8th
man.
Evo title.
Bro,
Crazy.
holy
In the short
fuck.
time that he exploded onto the scene in
Holy
2019,
fuck.
he already procured
Bro.
7, working on
How
an
many
8.
Evos are we coming up to now? We're about to get like how many Evos soon? This motherfucker's about to get like 30 by 2030.
Yet he's gonna have an opportunity to get one more run as he waits in losers finals.
He's about to go to
for
Evo
whoever
France, get
makes it
another
out
one.
of this Sharks pool.
Dude, absolutely insane.
Later this year,
Arslan
he's gonna
in
get another
prime
one
position
probably.
once again.
Look, I don't think it's gonna be easy, but I feel like if we said this before,
Low
and
Eye
Evo
versus
is
John
basically
Ding.
Arslan's house right now, bro.
It is.
He's been
We're
winning
all at
so
his
much,
house.
bro. Let's take a look at these replays presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And look, that first game was looking a lot better for Ranchu. The Fakaram looked like it was definitely going to get the job done. But round by round, after this, you get to see that Arslan was like, you know what, actually, let me get a little closer, play a little more offensively.
Sonic
That way
Fox
you
is at
won't feel
8.
so comfortable
Justin
going
is
off some of
number
these highs,
1.
or definitely not these lows.
Yeah,
Sonic Fox is at 8. Justin is at 9. Arslan's at 7.
It almost just feels so natural, right? It's
Sonic
just like
Fox
he
could have
knows when
tied
to, like,
Justin
actually
for
just
9
block or try
if
to
he
move
won that
or
2x
try
fail
to
one,
challenge with the
but
button, and I think that's what
Lausch.
makes Nina just a step above.
Hikari gatekeep.
But he also still has a really strong Kuni. He can still bust it out.
Number
And he
4 is
now has
Daigo
2
with
sets
6.
in winner side to play with.
And if things don't go his way, like you said, we could see that character come back up, and it's not everybody that's going to be comfortable defending against Kuni right now. I'm telling you right now, I've seen this character so much in rank 1, 2. She's got a lot of great tools to keep
Yeah,
you
some
on your
people are
toes.
just built different, bro. When it comes to some of these games, like these shits was just made for them. Like some of these games was just made for some people. Like the grasp they have on some of these games is just crazy. Like Justin, when it comes to like Capcom fighters, like Sonic Fox is just any fighting game. Arslan is just Tekken. Daigo is just any Street Fighter. It's just crazy, bro. MK was on. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, MK is not allowed in Japan. Remember, MK is not allowed in Japan. I'm seeing people praise Hikari on Twitter for teabagging that Teemo. I'm crying. No way they let Tato get Cyclops.
No, Froggo, play DPS. Play DPS, Froggo. Play DPS.
No way they let him get Cyclops.
I don't think
Oh,
they
but
have,
J3's playing Cyclops as well.
I don't think they have a Gambit player.
And they don't. Lulu plays Stu.
They don't. No way they're gonna let Silky play Gambit again.
Yeah, whatever you want to play.
I'll try Gambit. I'll try Gambit. If it's not working, I can change to Invis.
Gambit teams up with SJ.
Oh,
Then I have to
shit.
copy Gambit.
If Potato Smith is a Gambit player, this is gonna be crazy.
Good. That's huge, bro.
Wait, they banned Star-Lord?
Or maybe, yeah, and then if
No, they
you
didn't.
feel like you can't get value, just...
What's ranked bans? It's not even MRC bans.
Happy with this?
Oh no, I gotta see this.
Yeah.
Whose match is next?
This is good.
Low High versus John Ding. Okay, we could skip that. I want to watch this. This is match point.
Thanks for taking point while I
Good
was
luck,
out
guys.
We might need a Thunder. We might need
We
to.
could just, like,
yeah, we
keep
might just swap off
switching.
Gambit and just play like Invis for a like an actual support. You know what I mean?
Nah, because if they lose
I
this,
think we
Kingsman's team gets eliminated.
We'll see. We'll see.
There's
how
no
we do.
losers bracket.
It's a
They
lot
get
we can do.
eliminated, so I kind of want to see this.
Just let me know and I'll swap.
There's no losers bracket.
They got capped.
This is the match right here. If they lose, they're cooked. They're gone.
Yeah, Cyclops. Just let us know when Cap is in the... Yo, Frogger, just mark Cap right side. That's your job. Just mark the Cap. Chase him around the whole game. He's right side. Kill him, just feed him. Cap on. Also as well. That's your job, okay? That's your job. You chase that guy around the entire game.
Cap dead. Yep, Cap dead.
Can you live, live?
Right.
Amazing. That's your job this whole game, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Just don't do a lot of damage. We're
Oh,
farming.
that's
They're
such a
doing the
nice.
same
That's
thing.
such a nice little window
They're
for
just,
you to take through.
They're just chilling because they don't want.
I like that.
Give me Cap.
Get the height.
Oh, Wolf, my camera's off.
I'll do that.
We're good. Cap is back.
Cap coming in. MS half.
I'm low. Help me, Iron Fist. When you go.
I'm low.
Use diamond.
Oh, man.
Here you go. Oh, reloading.
Oh, what the hell? What is this rubber band? Oh my god, that lag is bad. Oh, hell no.
Reloading.
Can you TB 8 spades? Can you TB?
Okay.
I can hold on.
That lag is bad.
Can't aim at my block. Little thing.
I'm an X-Man.
I gotta die. Oh, I'm dead.
You got it?
Touch.
I can make it. All good. Swap spawns, guys. Go back into spawn and press G. Go back into spawn and swap spawns.
Damn.
Elbows. Big signs of life right here.
Holy ping indeed.
Not gonna get the wall, but he's gonna be. Oh,
Right. Oh my
Look at this
god,
damage.
Ryan, furious.
115 damage, no rage.
He's still on fire.
115 damage with no rage.
Nice confirmation on the side step
Disgusting
too.
character.
Just pushing him towards the wall. Pressure. Running three. Big step though.
Welcome to the third dimension.
You want to push my back against the wall? Check out this side step. Big block.
Twitch hit me with ads.
Didn't go for the 1-3 because the
Unlucky.
1-4 would have wall splatted if he
Bless
was
you for
closer,
one
but
time.
didn't get it and gets orbital for his troubles.
We bless you for one time.
Gets the wall again.
Every time. Perfect wall carry. Oh, and there's the taunt incinerator. One more chance. John Ding.
Wait a minute. Oh,
No way.
The orb.
No way. He's doing it. Flip
He's got
over.
a lot of gaming. He's got a lot of gaming to do, but he's getting closer.
Again.
Counter hit.
He had it. Didn't believe.
The back one not close enough to down.
Oh my God. John Ding.
Don't
he
answer
Thank
the
you,
door.
Brom.
He almost doesn't believe it. He's like, oh man, my clutch really is that good.
That was my clutch?
My clutch?
That was mine?
That was me? I got those? That's me. I'm kind of nice.
Am I him?
I might be.
I might be him.
Let me see this.
Wait, what's up?
We need to hard win this fight with Gambit.
Gambussy.
Okay.
Got it.
Gambussy.
Hey, Kill me on height. Kill me.
Oh,
Map
that's
is fine,
bad.
Keep marking their cap. You're doing good.
Yeah. I'm waiting for him to go in.
Pushing Moon in the back. Can you use?
Yeah, I can hold on to this.
Just play your lives. Live.
Got it.
Shoot the cap.
Time you on backline.
I can go in after this. Can you poke me? Poke Iron Fist.
Need to go. I'm 1 HP. I need heals.
I'm choked.
I'm on there in biz.
Oh my god, that guy had just 1 HP. They got a Captain America player too. Oh man, I don't know if Tato Team can win this.
Okay, this is good.
I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I think
Tato
Gamma
Team
Look is
can
too
win
hard.
this.
I shouldn't have said that.
It's okay.
Oh, I did not mean to do
That's right. That's right. You're using it. Just go in and yeah. pop up. If you're in the old spawn, you can press G
man.
to swap spawns.
Oh man. They have a cat player too. This shit, GG's, bro. What?
Oh, Luna need help.
I'm back on
This shit is a GG, bro. What?
The wall. Leave the body smoking. Nice.
Leaves the body smoking is crazy. He do be doing that though.
Nice.
Motherfucker beat your ass and he leave your body steaming.
Lucky didn't hit the wall.
Why is Brazilian United not on?
High crush with the
Are they trying to stream every
Good
match?
challenge from low high. Nice step.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Low high not out yet.
God damn it.
Hatchet. Yo, do it again.
Okay. Goes for the easier taunt stuff, and he also gets the snake eye.
Yeah, I think they're trying to stream every match. So,
Oh, he's trying to down jab in between.
yeah, they're trying to stream every match. I
Did
just
a regular
pulled up
jab
one of
and
their
worked
streams.
out.
They're not in
Big
match.
step.
Bro, the side steps in the... he ran into it. Heat burst on the side of John Ding.
He steps it.
Out of there. To the wall we go.
Gonna try to blast it. The ankle's so messed up. He goes for a spike. Nice.
My
That was
guess
actually good.
is
That
that
was a
it's
better
going to be
block,
Team
and he called it
USA
out with
versus
the
Team
smash.
AMER United. Because AMER 2-0 USA. I have no clue how, but whatever.
Looking good.
Step. Big combo to the wall. Explosion just a bit shy.
Oh wait, no, I do remember
He's got
how.
wall
They had Silky on
position.
support.
Big damage, just shy of 90 to 89.
They should just put him on
Down
tank.
back 3 for the pancake flip. And he got the super hatchet. Yo! Nasty.
Jeez.
That was really good Oki.
Cap is gonna get nerfed. It might not be next patch, but he's gonna get nerfed eventually. No rage bait. That character is very powerful. Having a third support all in a hyper sustained game and a heal slop ass game is really good. And his ult gives ult gain. It's not even just the fact that it heals. It gives ult gain as well. Like that's really fucking good.
Big shout outs to Unconquerable, but can't stay down, but can't get up.
Can't get up. Shout outs to the boy Unconquerable. Ooh, nice check with those down 4-1.
Oh.
Stopping all
I love this stage. This stage is so
Out of the
sick.
air, nice.
I changed the music on this stage though. I put it where'd I put it?
Still gets 71.
Ooh, that's a move? I never seen that move before.
Into the rage are
I put a
once
Heat Haze
again
Shadow.
known for it. That's big damage, and on top of that, he's gonna get some
Haze
life
Shadow's
back.
just too
You're
sick.
welcome to the cookout, Brian.
Too sick of a
Nobody
theme.
likes you, bro.
Hold these feet.
That shit is too hype.
Nice.
Cancel.
Mm-hmm.
Force in the mix.
Bending it. No.
So you telling me that the Tokon devs are just at Evo, but they're just fucking chilling. They're not doing shit. Ain't no way. There's no way. There's no way these devs are just sitting at Evo just not doing shit.
Wow, what a
If they don't
trade.
announce something, bro.
Trade actually made it recover much faster, but not gonna get a combo at all.
Yeah, the trade actually
These
messed up
dudes are
like
just
the
sitting
distance
at
he was
Evo, just LARPing.
Good launch punish there on the hatchet. So risky to duel against Eddie, but you gotta chest his ankle sometimes.
As if you don't have a fucking game dropping in a month or two.
To the wall.
Lock the fuck in.
Yo.
Lock the fuck in and give him that damn trailer.
What? What just happened there?
Well, it looked like the
It
relaxed dance.
avoided the
Yeah.
first. That was crazy.
Offload of his own. Gets the wall.
On scale, got it. Nicely timed. Minus 13, nice punish.
Trying to go for handstands and heat.
He's trying to safely put John Dings back against the wall, but John Dings just uses that to
Going
ride
for
the
the
momentum.
vibes.
Nice boa crusher whip punish.
Game was a bust when they dropped Penny over Miles for no.
Otherwise, got heat as well. Gonna push as close to this wall as he can. Hell, he might get it.
Oh my goodness.
Leave that
Damn.
body smoking.
I feel like Steve is doing the wall carry assist. He's adding more wall carry into his combo. Ragehard again, one too many, he said.
Not this time. Okay, all right, still alive. Look, John Ding runs away with sets, so I'm happy.
For sure.
I'm happy Lohai putting up a fight right now.
Got him, man. Tournament life on the line for both these two. Whoa, second hit. First out of trouble, pretty early burst, but he doesn't like the momentum going in John Ding's favor. He starts to steamroll, missing the mock punch. Rare miss.
The power up. He's got 2 stock.
He's mixing the hell out of a
Wow.
bro. Missed the taunt.
Smash. What's the gas? The low parry.
Chance. He got so much work to do.
But
No!
Nerves getting the best, maybe in the punish. John Ding at the ready. That's 2 games.
Oh, unfortunate there, super unfortunate. Was the start of a beautiful comeback. Was the start of something. Then just a combo drop into the rage art. It happens to the best of us.
Things get tense, bro. The nerves get high. I'm trying to tell you right now. Those inputs get a little sloppy towards the end.
For sure, man. Long tournament as well, too. But this is it. Set point for John Ding, or game point.
Oh, they're having trouble taking sight.
needs to do something.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Can't lose another game or he's out of the running to be a champion. Oh
They're having
my
trouble
gosh.
taking sight.
That's the way to start.
They have a penny?
Look at the
Flats,
carry.
come
Huge stage
on,
advantage.
bro.
If you can get to this wall,
Oh my god, Flats pulled out the fucking Penny
We should
Parker.
pre-copy and then we just jump on the team assault.
Bro, we're fighting new players, bro. Chill.
Yeah, I'm trying to get value. I'm not good.
Chill, bro.
I'm gonna play right side. I'm gonna go
We have
behind
close
him.
support.
Penny, yeah, Penny in a second is crazy,
Can we
but
deal
still.
with Penny Nest? I really need Penny Nest going.
Got it. Trying to find where it is.
Yeah, I'm going in. Hello?
Yep, just don't die with the mines. Guys, kill the penny.
You guys have got to kill this Penny. You have to. You have to. Thank you. You guys have got to kill Penny.
Cyclops one.
Like, you can't take sight until you kill this damn Penny.
Go for ult again.
Still on side.
Wait, you guys can win this.
Kingston one.
Kill Luna.
I got him.
Oh my god, they took sight. Let's go.
They bent him now.
Ninjas, yeah.
They bent him now. It might be far back line. Probably. Anyway,
Gray life on either side, all real damage.
No, 3 minutes.
Finally, some gray. Heat activated, below 50% on both
20
sides.
now.
Neo Mock Breaker.
wow. Blocks it. No break on the throw, low high. 1 round away from taking us to a final game for this set.
Final
all the
round.
game.
Oh, big counter hit. Double the knees. Double the damage.
Double the fun. Oh yeah, they're aware of the taunt Oki after back 2-4.
I like that little mini tracking move right there just to catch you.
Oh, second hit actually saved his life. Guess the engage with the heal on top of that. Nice step, too low for a conversion. No, never mind. Brian with one of the best heapers in the game.
Get up attack. You've seen how he likes to use his heat.
Nice!
He gets walk this time.
That is so hard to do. Walks around the heat smash.
It's the 3-3-2, bro.
That is so hard to do. Really impressive play by Lowhigh there. Bringing it back 3 rounds. Wow.
Final game of the set. We get 1 more to see who's gonna
One
go
more.
to losers finals. Yo, Evo, you enjoying this Tekken? Give me some noise for the one-time people.
All right, we just have to stabilize there. We cannot not look at each other.
Let's go. Let's go Australia.
Fake CP.
Let's go Australia.
I have ults here.
I don't know why the fuck I'm rooting for
We
Australia.
need to go
but
earlier with our ults too.
I never
Sylvie,
thought
you
I'd see
have
the
to
damn
go
root
with
for
our supports.
Australia,
You
but let's
cannot go
fucking
alone, like in the back line. Because
beat their ass. Beat USA's ass. Beat USA's ass. Ain't you USA? Yeah, but their team is giga stacked. I don't want my team to win.
I can hit backline.
I don't want USA to win.
Top left.
I don't think the teams are fair. I don't care.
Guys, everyone shoot the cap when he goes backline. He's gonna look for his ult.
Fake American?
He's gonna go for
I
his
never
ult.
claimed to be American anyway, okay? How about that?
I'm out. I've been close, yeah.
Yeah, you're good. We're pushing call for free.
Chance range.
I need a heal.
Oh, shit.
Did we live?
I died.
That was sad. Yeah, we died. All sad. All good.
Touch Elsa's patch? They just buffed it. Why would they touch her? Why would they touch Elsa?
Oh, Silky doesn't know what staggering is, bro. Can we go right side?
I did last game.
He says Silky doesn't know what staggering
We
is.
go far right. It's hard to push that main.
This buff Elsa. I don't think you're gonna nerf her. That was clearly wanted to be meta.
Kept watching left.
Yeah, I'm gonna push through behind him. They're gonna pull.
Because Elsa being more meta
Cap's wrapping.
is healthy for the game. Like, I mean, I like Elsa because she's good in the triple support. That's why I like Elsa and
Grab
Cyclops.
on this, on the straight.
But
Just grab the
Cyclops
straight,
does need to get nerfed
no,
for
no,
him.
no, no,
It
no,
does
no,
damage is way too high.
Wait. No, you're him. You're him.
I'm
And
gonna
J3's one.
You guys have to destroy that.
Can you ult us?
I can't. I got grabbed. I got grabbed. Didn't she already have?
Massive ult. No, he saved it.
He just got like 4 people
It's
in
fine.
the
It's fine.
also.
DPS soul. It's unfortunate. I thought I was out of it, but the latency is fucked.
Whoa, that was fat.
Okay. Yep. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna play.
Who's gonna go first?
His
Lulu.
entire chat is spamming USA, 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 USA.
We have
Dude,
better
it's just
tempo.
32 people.
When this tank walks up, we should
32K
cage.
is fucking crazy.
In 3, can you cage in 3, 2? Can you cage now? Can you cage now on their tanks? Nice. Just live, just live.
32,000
Emma.
people watching is
Emma.
crazy.
Live. Luna, can you go next? Can you go? Please go. Nice. Good fucking timing. Good timing. Emma. Cyclops behind. Feeding. 1 HP.
Feeding is crazy.
No CDs.
I don't know about feeding. He got 3 people.
Okay, now we have
He flanked and got 3 people. Oh wait, no, that was him. Oh, never mind.
I will tell
forgot
you when,
boosting to the
Silky. Let me
Cyclops.
give you a count, okay? Let me give you a count.
Let me give you
They
a
know where you are.
count.
Yeah, no, play mate. I'm just gonna drop on him and I'm just
And that's gonna do it. John Ding goes home. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Lohai fighting tooth and nail from the loser side of the
Raichu
bracket.
versus
Eliminates
Lohai.
John Ding and has a chance to make it back to this winner's side.
Let me
of the
see this
bracket.
USA. Let me see a USA versus Australia predict real quick.
Absolutely incredible.
For this rivals
run.
match.
If you guys love John Ding's run here, give it up for our crowd favorite Johnny Ding.
Shout outs to John Ding. Everybody loves John Ding. I love John Ding.
I love John. Who doesn't love John Ding?
Love John Ding.
Right? We're gonna have to talk.
You gotta have
Let me get a quick USA versus Australia predict real quick. Who y'all think wins this shit?
Okay, I have all 2. They also have Cyclops. I need you guys to keep me alive. Okay. Can you go now, please? Walk up flats. I need you to walk up. I have ults.
Yeah, walking up.
Help flats. I'm hitting backline. Or I'm ulting you.
Vote the predicts up. Vote.
I'm gonna ult in this. Keep me alive.
It's
Keep me
for
alive.
this
Keep me
match.
alive. Keep me alive. I got 3. I got 4.
Nah, I'm in this predict. Nah.
Kill point.
Nah, this ain't fair.
Point.
Fuck that. That's a refund. Nah.
Everybody in their chat was hard shit talking me. You guys literally won a 5v6.
Nah, bruh.
Good shit, guys. Good shit.
Nah, bruh. Man, fuck USA, man. All my homies hate the USA.
GG, guys. Good luck
I'm about to
in
get
your games, guys.
deported.
Good luck in your games.
I'm about to get deported. Fuck USA. All my homies hate the USA. I'm a Canadian now.
Finals, baby. Let's finals, baby. Let's go.
I'm a Canadian now.
Look at Jay.
Ice coming as we speak.
Oh my God.
Jay, I swear to God, if you steal one more of my MVPs, bro. Dude, I get like 6 5-man Elsa ults, bro.
The MVP belongs with me.
They had Elsa and
Alright, bro.
Cyclops, bro.
Sometimes let you borrow it.
Man.
Can I get a single
So
MVP?
We're third place. Yeah, we're third.
We're third? Are we?
I mean, it's 3rd and 4th.
Does anyone?
Right.
Can
We'll say
people-
third.
Oh, it's like both.
Math
3 and
differential.
4?
Yeah, both
We made an
are
extra
the same.
$1,500. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great job, everyone. Great job, guys. Let's go. Nice.
They got $8,500.
Thank you
Pretty
so
good.
much.
I'm proud of
for,
everyone.
That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
good shit,
Thank you
SJM.
guys
Yo,
for
the
good
fact that you
stuff,
learned
yeah.
what you did in that time is insane,
Learn
bro.
tank in 1 day, dude.
Well done, man.
Like, let's go.
Well done.
I appreciate it. I'm excited for the Brazil versus USA match.
Yeah, that game will be
Brazil.
genius.
I
Yeah,
hope Brazil wins. I really hope.
I think Brazil is gonna win. I think they did win.
Well, why are there people in my chat like flaming? What? You guys okay? The fact that you were able to learn that much is insane, bro.
Yeah, no, that's huge.
Yeah.
wish I
well,
had
next
cloak
time I might
around.
be a bit higher, more experienced, hopefully.
It's fine. There's like there are people. I think some of the supports. Yeah, I guess like Emeru like doesn't really play the game. You know what I mean?
Unfortunate. Man. Fuck USA. Fuck USA. Man, fuck USA. I'm a Canadian streamer, bro. You thought I lived in NA? No, I live in Canada.
Hello?
I live in Canada.
Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep.
I don't live in NA. I live in Canada.
15, but we have to wait for the next best of 3 to finish. It could go to 2-0 or it could be.
Can someone send me the bracket real quick in the Discord or something? Sorry, I'm Chad.
Yeah, I have it copy pasted there.
I live in Canada. Next predict rank you versus low high losers finals.
What time is it?
Got it. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
It's 8:30.
Yeah, that's us in the
8:30.
finals.
I think I might go party, guys.
Please, we are in the finals for 300k tourney. Let's lock it in.
Did she just
It's a
say she's about
300K
to
tourney
go
finals.
party?
We cannot troll right now.
Did she say she's about to go party? Yo, Emery is trolling.
IRL and you don't you walked away.
Wait,
Bro. Guys, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Brazil
She
and America.
said she's about to go party?
Brazil and America United, our entire
She's
group
about to go
is in the
party?
finals. Look at this. Of course, Brazil. That's how hard our group was, by the way. Brazil versus America United. It is literally just our group. Was our group like made of
Spain?
Yes.
Wait, they stomped Spain.
That's what I'm
Holy
saying. That's what I'm
shit.
saying. How hard was our group, man? Oh my god.
Actually, the best group.
We can do it. Rooting for you, Date.
Starting soon.
Was Brazil or America United?
Oh, they just announced Fatal Fury Season 3. Season 3 of Fatal Fury is July. Interesting. Wait, why doesn't it let me open it? Sunyon Ring. What's in it? I don't think they showed the characters, though. I know the Grand Finals, I think, just ended. What stream is probably Evo 2, right? Oh, nope, not Evo 2. Evo 1. Oh, it's not over yet. Never mind. It's not over yet. Alright, so let me close Tato stream. Close the rival stream because I'm watching it there. What's this?
Along with fun tournaments, there is a Tekken Ball tournament, and there are even games on the older Tekkens. If you want to run the set on all the games, if you think you're an OG, you can definitely pull up there at the Bandai Namco booth. Also fun activities here at
Bandai
Evo,
booth.
but Tekken 8, definitely one you should not miss. See you soon for more booth activities.
Well, next hit for the win, just like that. Spend it all now.
Right, man. The one time Squall was out looking for the
KO.
by the ankle.
Mr. Karate, I never tried that character. Ronaldo in Fatal Fury? Yeah, it's random.
Just right away, like no scramble. I'm gonna play in this neutral place where the only thing you can do is just neutral skip top two, right? Because at that specific range, like you can't jump. I'm ready. I'm looking for the high dodge / DP break at that.
That would be the one.
Right, you can't throw your fireballs because it's kind of risky for Robert. And then also just like his normals.
What does he do?
Such stubby. Right, the ones that are
Oh, she can dash cancel his fireball?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rock has great normals for cancel.
Yeah, great wild punish button.
That's tech chase.
Standing D.
Just defense. I forgot about that mechanic.
Look at that.
There it is.
Can't throw his fireballs. No. He had a stand light.
Oh yeah, don't you have to like break the DPs? Yeah, there you go.
Man, he is like 5 for 5.
You can anti-air DP, but you can break it so you can combo off your DP. Ooh, wow, punish.
He got the answer, Rock. That's the answer.
Wow, punish.
And I think that's because Score felt pressed. He was like, look, man, I can't
Fire
take
levelist?
my leg up. He's gonna raise
I like
my
Reza
ship."
Kitsune.
Because he's like he's not.
Forgot about this game?
Opportunities to
This
that
game's still a
close to
thing.
Even dude have any good use of Draco Supremo.
I mean, oh shit. It's not going anywhere. I mean,
Mitsuhashi just letting them fly
it's owned by
right
SNK and they have infinite money since SNK is owned by the Saudi Arabian government or whatever.
Yeah, why not have an opportunity?
They have infinite money, so even if the game is not doing well, it's still gonna get updates.
41-0 at the first round. Like,
It doesn't matter. What's an SPG? That's like the thing on your health bar. You can use your ultimate if your health is at where the SPG is. And also, doesn't your health recover at wherever you put your SPG? Some people put at the start. And also you get access to like one extra attack if you're an SPG. Like see, he's an SPG.
Austin, Mitsuhashi is cooking. Oh,
No, he is.
Does your offer cover away in it? I know it doesn't.
Yeah, nothing. Hyper defense
Could've
and
sworn it used to.
everything. Can't keep anything safe.
That's so scary, and this is where the game is at its best. He's gonna get
Oh, you're dead.
2 games for Mitsuhashi. Not yet, not yet. He didn't want to.
Oh, we don't want to spend?
What? He DP break the neutral skip. He's ready. Look at him.
That guy's locked in.
Feel it in the air.
That guy's locked in.
No, bro, and you know, it's everyone who's lower ranked than you too, and that's the worst part. It's like, you know, these people just they've never touched competitive, and they're still talking like that, and like, it's infuriating.
No, my favorite is you make like one mistake, and they're like, you threw.
Legit,
Like,
and that's it for the rest of the match. That's it at the time.
I'm like, okay.
I get the you threw when I made the correct play. I'm like, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I wonder if I got back into the TikTok creator program. I got kicked out of it because I kept getting strikes.
They're experts.
That's true. That's true.
With false positives, obviously. Oh, I think I got back in. They accepted me
All
back in.
engineers, top A students.
No.
They're smarter than you.
Oh wait, no, they didn't. They're reviewing my application. Okay.
We're all a bunch of chuds.
You're rich. You're rich. Give the 100
I'm
subs.
trying to see Morales. It's not even on right now anyway.
Still
Oh,
hurts
it's back
though.
on.
Oh. Yeah, he played the mind game. Punish the second hit or step right the third.
The next one, next what?
Again, tried to get
Next
over it. It
game
didn't
after
work
this?
out in the 1-2-1 to jam him up. Not making it out of traffic. 2
Next game after this is
rounds already.
Damn, that SoCal traffic.
SoCal traffic, bro.
Takes the minus, yeah, takes the 10. Wow!
Backdash in the jet upper to make it whip.
That was so clean. Now this time getting up with holding back instead of tech rolling there. So you create more distance while you're getting up so you don't get taunted.
Ooh, the back one.
Dude, he's just been marching on people with the back one.
I mean, the dash ups kind of set the tone. He uses a lot of.
Fuck is this? Who made this shit? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? It's a minute and 20 seconds long. I'm not watching this shit. Is that Shanks? Okay. I'm not playing the whole thing. Not playing that whole. That shit is like a minute long, bro.
Right?
What the fuck?
Kicks it with
Send me. I already closed it. I don't even think I can find it again. That shit was just on my feed. I closed it already. It's just gone. Yeah, I lost the link to it. I didn't like it or nothing like that. I literally closed the whole thing.
There he is again, marching in there with a chopping elbow.
Yeah, it's gone, bro. I can't find it.
Open Kadila.
The low parry.
You probably find it pretty easily, I'd say.
There's the heat burst to the wall.
Perfect routing for the
You see
wall.
that quack second and third? What the fuck? Quack second and third is
He
crazy.
ducks for the back four. Strong round for low high.
Yo, low high.
Momentum building. Confidence oozing. Bro, dude, that was ridiculous. He was looking to kill him. Dude, the way he's moving
Pound
right
it?
now, there's so much
Jesus.
confidence, and he's covering so many options right now.
I figured it would take you like 2 seconds to find it. Yeah, so the next match is for.
That's kind of what you want to do against Baccarat. Don't let him play at his optimal range.
Should be
Other than
AMER.
man,
Try to guess.
if you can.
Well, not guess. It's AMER versus who again?
Wow! Lift right in front of him. That was crazy.
Brazil.
I mean, we just saw the same thing. Backdash,
Brazil.
jet upper. Backdash,
True. Backdash to create the whip. Confirmation raw.
Punish. Nice punish.
That's so hard to do.
4-3, not gonna get it this time. Ranks, you're starting to stiffen up with the sidestep.
Cannonball, but not afraid. Triple side kick. Now guess.
like that. Didn't finish it down 4-1, didn't commit, instead resets 3-1 just to get more pressure against that wall. But now the floor is lava. That means you get an opportunity.
Are the throws coming out? The throws are coming out. He wants to break it. Whoa, mine is faster. Ugh. Uh-oh,
Prepare
scary.
yourself. Lucked out right there. He could have got another wall splat. He lucked out.
Could have been real bad.
Hulk is so tough. Yeah, until you do a heat engage and put you in the 50-50 of doom. Into 80% of your health.
Still got the wall combo. Ow.
Ooh, okay. Wait a minute. Rank 2. Answer back. Yo, kick his body into the curve.
So brutal.
No, man, you couldn't do that to me, man.
Right?
No, man.
He said he couldn't do that to me.
How do I explain that?
Right.
It's tough when you aren't fighting them. Exactly.
Drop down in this thing? Like, what the hell? Going back to preset 3, Brian. All right.
Okay. Give yourself some time. Switch up the outfit, you know? The evil arena. Bad guys. Where the bad guys chill.
You know, Falcomom seems like he's a bad guy, like appearance-wise, but you know, you never judge a book by its cover.
His motivations are not of a bad guy.
Of course,
he looks like a bad guy.
He's a family man, you know. He's just really intimidating looking.
Family man.
Falcomom's a big teddy bear, is what you're saying.
That's what.
Motherfuckers can be criminals and then they all of a sudden a family man in the next game. All right.
Ooh,
all right.
Big counter.
Okay.
Wow, just not there for the down 1 ground hit. Out of the air? No, the armor slowed it down, so he got to land, and he just does it again.
I was about to say he's too tall, bro.
Yeah.
He never left the ground.
His tippy toes are still on the floor.
Still on the floor, dude.
Too tall to fly?
Ooh. First time we've seen that the entire set. I mean, feel like not an entire day from Mohawk.
Yeah, it feels like that hasn't been as much of a counter tool for a lot of Brian players this game. A lot more forward 3 and cannonball for that range.
No, that's absolutely true, actually.
Oof, okay. Burst out of trouble, trying to safely navigate away from the wall.
Great punish. Ooh,
even better. No!
The jab, wait a minute. He's got a little bit of recoverable life, and he just acted.
What
a duck. Rank 2.
Is that drop gonna cost him? It does for this
the
round.
Knees. The knees.
Unfortunate for Lohai. Okay, gets some damage on the board. Takes the frame trap.
Bro,
yo, I love this.
Pushing him.
1, 2, 4. Confidence.
Back to the low.
Coming back. Jet kicks.
Switching it up finally into the mid.
Oh, break the glass. Dun, 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 dun. Second armor wins.
Damn.
Let's go. Lohai gets a bubble on the board.
1 game apiece. Round count in favor of rank 2.
Really close. Nice punish. Good patience too on the string.
Range 2 going back up into this range 2, range 3, and now you can see him waiting.
Wow.
Now you can see him waiting.
He even adjusted the punish too.
And now you see him waiting.
Uh-oh. Wow. Opportunity though.
Oh man, no explosion. Oh, 82 damage, yo, damn.
He's back in it. He's right back in it. Down 2 to interrupt. Yeah, Lohai was looking for another down 2 to low crush with the knee. Didn't get it.
Range of taking this lead back in the set now. A lot of back and forth between these two.
Hold up, Rank Lohai just took off the headset.
Oh dang, he wants to feel the energy.
This is
both of them. Yo, they can hear you. Yo, Vegas, let them hear you guys. Make some noise for this Tekken Top 8 Losers Fun. They want to hear you. They want to hear you.
They want to hear you. He took them things off, bro. Beat him that
Okay,
energy.
best fighting 20s, good money, laundering method.
2 to 1,
What?
Rank 2's favor. Losers final.
Excuse me?
Oh,
Wait,
Rank
what?
turning up now.
What
Like, I got an extra
what?
game of cushion.
Elimination is
Oh my God! Triple chopping elbow?
Lohai playing a crazy game right now. Still fishing. Big counter hit.
Holy shit. Damn, his legs, bro. He needs those.
A big game of chicken right now on both
Kicking the
sides.
shit out of his
Jumping
legs.
elbow again, counter and throw.
No recovery.
If he gets a launcher, he can probably kill. Okay. Like, if Rangchu gets a launcher, he can literally kill this guy. Maybe Loa gets a launcher, he can literally kill this guy. Like, Brian with rage. Oh my god. Oh, wow, nice.
Orbital.
You can get the wall for sure.
Hey.
Wow. Is he dead?
Just barely pushed him.
He's not dead.
It looked like it was going to be in, yeah, exactly, in jab range. Oh, good back three there for Oki. What a down jab. Oh, again.
Gonna get the interrupt. Got
Barely
Nice
stayed
tag.
alive.
Oh
my
no,
God.
this is gonna hurt. This is going to hurt.
How does he do it? That's the bear instinct right there.
Oh, look at the damage.
Oh my god, he's getting into the wall. Oh my god.
Damage. Oh my god.
Good God.
It's 7 damage.
He's right back. He's in the lead now.
Get off of me. Call an ambulance.
Well, but not for me. Oh, 7 seconds. Trade.
Oh my god, the second hit got him.
What a way to
The second hit got him.
Because he was trying to rob you.
Bruh. You see that guy with that gun? He was trying to rob you.
Yeah, right.
He asked you for your wallet multiple times.
Get the ambulance.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Tornado. To the wall.
Hey. Also has a wall combo. Ugh. Cannonball, get me off this wall. The TA Brian, Cannonball Requiem.
Little fake duck out right there.
Right. Looking for a low parry maybe. Whoa, missed it. Oh.
Rangchu.
Wow.
Set point to eliminate Loha here and go back to grand finals. Arslan Ash waiting in the rafters.
Does Low High have an answer here? Counter and throw. It's gonna break it. Yo.
The double tornado.
Hey. Casual 70 damage going in. Low tap, double it up. Into the burst.
Life lead in Loha's favor right
Takes
now.
the 10. He doesn't even have the Garuda, so he's gotta take the 10. Guaranteed.
Damn.
All right, not going out without a fight.
Okay, low high.
Final round, game 4.
Set point for Rangchu, elimination point, Low High. Oh, break the glass with the jet kick.
When that shit hits, oh, you can hear that shit, bro. Oh no, he dropped it. Oh, this is even better. Yeah.
Was that a dirty,
The
like,
fucking
with
glass
burst
breaking
setup
is
so that you
crazy.
get a kick or something?
That's what it felt like.
It almost felt like that.
Back once.
Oh, gets the Requiem though. Don't drop it this time. He's going for the hard combo.
Going for the hard route is crazy.
So scary. Down 2. Oh, so tense. So tense. Oh, 15 seconds. He's fishing for the counter it.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god. Back one.
Any poke will do it for
Oh
Rangchu.
my god.
5 seconds.
He's plus. Don't press, he's plus.
He won't die.
Oh my god!
What?
He's sweating, you can see
That
it.
was
He's sweating.
ridiculous. What? The clutch. What? The
That was a clutch.
management, the life man.
That was a clutch.
Is this
Oh
not some good ass
my
Tekken?
god. That was a
Not
clutch.
some good ass Tekken.
That was a
I didn't come
fucking
here to
clutch,
lie to you.
bro.
I came here to look with you.
That was incredible. Low High stays alive with the most insane clutch.
That was a clutch of
Last
fucking
game of the
doom,
set.
bro.
Oh my goodness. Let's go to final, please.
Let's go to final.
Give it to me. Jab for jab, hold up. Wall positioning, Rangchu's favor.
What a jab to interrupt. The armor didn't get the wall splat though. Oh, big counter hit.
Ow.
Oh.
So scary. Burst, steps in. He doesn't lead. No, still got it. Still got the round though. Rangchu takes the lead.
Bro, this set is crazy.
That was nuts, man. He
Oh.
was dead to rights.
Had him in handcuffs. He was already in the back of the
Dude,
vehicle.
he was in the electric chair. He was there.
Wait a minute. Low High, wait a minute. Just remember who he was.
Whoa.
The cameraman showing his allegiances.
He's in on it. Rangchu slipped him a 20. Oh, but the cannonball, just like that, ties it up. One apiece.
Damn.
A real match.
Hatchet,
Real
put him
match.
in.
This might be one for the ages.
This might be one for the ages. Huh.
Oh, they're all adding up. Second burst wins.
What a sidestep. Didn't do anything with
Damn.
him.
Oh.
Heel box breaker, get off of me.
Spins it.
Ah!
No heat on either side.
Ah!
What?
Oh my god, didn't stick.
What is up?
Oh, charge it.
Yo, no block, doesn't stick either.
What a punish. The 1-1, the straight.
Oh god.
Nice throw break. The 3 strings. Just the tiniest bit of pokes. Oh my god.
Yo, Lohi's actually bringing this back? Are you dead ass?
Better than yours.
One more
He's dead
round.
ass bringing this shit back.
Ranked, you can't lose another round.
This is
Oh, this is looking really good. This is already so mad.
Oh
my god. Lohi is just so locked
He
in.
wants it, bro. He wants to face Arson in grand final, short of the wall. Oh, this is the taunt.
Gets the hit. Tries to follow it up.
Oh, here we
Prepare
go.
yourself.
Prepare
The
yourself.
Oos.
Spins it. The mid hits.
Doesn't have the Garuda. Don't have to worry about the guard break.
The punish. Fakes him with the low. Teases it.
Oh, just the jabs. Chopping elbows. Going in. Pushing towards the wall. Cannonball.
Oh my god, he kicks the shit out of you. Damn.
We got it. A final round.
Let's go. Final round. Somebody's going home. Somebody's
Who's going home, bro?
This is crazy. Battle of the down.
Oh, with punish.
On the cannonball. First, both heat activated. Oh, the triple.
What are you doing? Low, low? Oh no. Oh, what the? Oh, boom.
Final chance.
Oh man.
Take it for
Rangchu takes it. Might be saying Rangchu play actual characters instead of fucking the Bears again, bro. God, watching him play the Bears was like, come on, bro.
Leaves the stage. Make some noise for Lohi. That boy wears it on his sleeve, bro.
Yeah, man, he
that
wanted
dude
that.
did not like to lose.
Wanted that.
Look at this.
Nice. Shit.
These customs?
Let's go.
These are customs.
Champion.
Because why the hell is he fighting?
With a galactic legend that doesn't need the picks. And whilst it was the Star Lord shining in the sky.
He's fighting Panu.
America's United just won their first match.
Again, a full team showing gets
America's United won their first match. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be America's United versus.
Yeah, but we only lost because like it was just we didn't have our comp down. This is going to be very different. Plus, this time we're going to be playing best of 5, and we're going to be on Convergence and Convoy. They won the Dom. That's the thing. When you have a better team, Dom, I'm telling you, Dom is just like, it's like one person can solo carry and his snowballs. But better team, you feel it more in Convergence.
Yeah.
And Convoy.
Hey, are we only playing one screen, by the way?
The battle starts in 5.
Probably one, and then we're just gonna watch the rest of their matches. Probably.
Yeah, let's finish this matchup and then go watch it. I might go over a TP play.
Americas are 1-0 right now, apparently.
Yep. I'm ulting up, by the way, like immediately. Can you walk with me? Can you bubble me, Flats?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Big ult.
Yep. You killed that. Throw early. You throw early. Oh, sorry.
They got it.
I'm trying to keep you alive, Flats.
Back up, Lulu. Back up, Lulu. Don't walk into the ult when they call you cannot. Just don't go into it.
If they push forward, I can use
Yeah, maybe you can.
Alright. Predic's up.
Ooh, okay. I got bumped through the wall.
Why the hell is the Predic's not up? You announcement start yet? No, it's after this.
No, I might use your
Tap on us in the back.
Grand
That's good.
finals. Go big or go home is what I like to say.
That's behind us.
I pushed him.
Good move. He's purple, by the way. Oh, they got Lulu.
Had to fight Lohai and a nail biter to get there. We have not seen any other
Ads
character
just ran,
outside
so
of the
I don't have to
Bakura,
run ads.
but I can see plenty of wristbands out there with the Airheads Air Cam. Look
Put
at the
'em
wrist
up.
shot.
Yeah,
Look at it glow.
Yo, that's so sick.
Grand finals. Go big or go home.
Got him. I like when we just drop down on people and they're like,
surprise. He's like,
got him. You know,
This shit is getting banned, bro.
Look at him, he's doing it. He's on his phone. Look at him.
Getting the shot of the RPS, the legendary. Which side are we gonna be on? 2 out of 3, one apiece. Now the draw. Now I can't see the hands. It's a mystery.
Who won?
Rangchu.
I think Rangchu won, right?
He said he wanted 1 piece.
Hold on.
Well, here we go. Grand finals.
All right, all right.
Oh, it's been a great weekend, you know?
It's been a blast, man.
I've enjoyed myself. Las Vegas, have you enjoyed EVO 2026 or what? It's almost time for us to wrap this Tekken Halo. I can't believe that we got another one, but we're gonna get a champion, a return champion possible. Well, so question, do you think at any point in time you get a character switch from Rangchu?
From Rangchu? Do you think he's gonna bust out the Bears? It's so tough.
These are
man.
the gold skins in Avatar?
I feel like the whole reason he picked up the Pokemon is because the Bears got touched.
This shit getting banned, or what?
Right? So it's like, he has
Oh,
brought it out
fuck
in
no.
season 2. Even in season 3, he
This
has
bright
brought it out
ass
a couple
skin, this shit
times,
getting
but
banned.
Not to very good success. I feel like he's
That
really
shit's
just
getting
locked in
banned,
Pokemon
bro.
at this
What?
point, so I don't know. It's gonna be tough. And we've seen the matchup happen before, Nina versus Bears before. We haven't seen the Cooney versus Bear. And every time
What's that
after
Boondocks
season 1,
clip?
it just looks like it's been getting harder and harder.
Well, the
What's that one clip from Boondocks? Fuck, I gotta add. God damn it. Hold on, I'm on the wrong YouTube channel.
To be in our cribs, the fulfillment of a lifelong dream of the
Sword.
God damn! Can somebody tell me what time it is?
What the fuck wrong with your watch?
Shit, nigga, the sun is deflecting all this ice. I can't see a motherfucking thing.
Man, get the fuck out
Nah,
of
for
here.
real, nigga, look.
shit.
Yo, you got your stutter shades, right?
Yeah.
Then put the motherfuckers on there, nigga. Tell me what time it is.
Nigga, it's 2:30.
That's literally how that skin looks. Like, what the fuck is that, bro? That shit too, bro. What the fuck? That skin getting banned.
Somebody want Arslan Ash to win. All right, let's go. That's what I like to hear.
Even, man. These heavy hitters meeting each other in grand finals now. This is it. Are we gonna see the Bears? Most likely gonna be
Like, what are these? What? Oh, hell no.
Nina for Arslan
Yeah, that's
first.
true. That's true. We definitely got options.
That skin need to be banned.
He might even just rock Kunimitsu from the start.
Hey, I mean, look, why not? And on top of that, that's a matchup I feel like it's unexplored. You have to go so much deeper into the pocket to actually be like, you know what? I'm going to train my Kuma to fight against this Kunimitsu, my Panda versus this Kunimitsu.
So hard. Yeah, you gotta
Referee, yo, shout outs. Good work this weekend.
Yo, big shout out to the bracket runners. All you guys are the unsung heroes every event, man.
Yo, shout outs to the TOs out there. A lot
Shout
of
out to
people
the
came a long
TOs.
way to help out at pools. I just want to say
W
thank you
fucking
guys.
TOs.
And if
Shout
you
out
see them,
W
they have on
fucking
the sick
TOs.
referee jackets, make sure you let them know. Give them just a little bit of appreciation because they was working hard this
Show
weekend.
them some love.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, and show them some love.
WTOs. What's after Tekken?
Yeah,
Street
bro.
Fighter
Las
6.
Vegas.
Well, actually,
Hands, I clap for you myself. You
special
guys have been
announcements first.
ridiculous. Make some noise for yourselves, Vegas. You guys are ridiculous.
If you need the schedules right there, screenshot it.
Hanging out, watching this Tekken as we get the opportunity to see a brand new champion, maybe an 8-time champion.
Damn, look at that crowd shot. Holy heck.
For me, what is that? 9 p.m., which is in 5 minutes. I mean, we're in the grand final, so it's literally next. But you get my point.
We're gonna find out right now. Grand finals, first set. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Here we
Predicts
go.
about to
Grand
close.
finals,
Last
EVO
predict for
2026.
Tekken,
We need
but it's
a
not the last of the
champion
night.
to close it out. It's the Bakaram versus Nina.
Ew.
This is the Evo champion 7-time.
Yeah, kick her shit in.
Rangchu versus
Yeah, kick her shit in.
It's gonna be Korea versus Pakistan.
Kick her shit.
The stanky leg.
Stand on the ground this time.
Ooh, the triple.
Prepare.
Ooh, +1. Side first.
Sidestep heat burst. That's
Also,
nice.
we gotta talk about the fact Rangchu's warm now. He just came from a nail biter
He
set.
ran the gauntlet too with Lohai. Oh, good combo for the weird axis.
Ooh.
But the QCF2D back for Arslan. Off the side, he knows it's a sidewall too. Keep it light.
Oh, almost. That was danger. That was danger. Down jab, saving his life. And the wild standing 4. He tried to do something.
Token doesn't announce another beta. I'm losing my shit. I'm saying.
Range was a factor on the jabs, not reaching for the punish on that one, on the super T. Oh, had the counter knee into a follow-up. Throws the armor. How did he know?
Once again, proper option to deal with the usage of armor.
Need a new team and found beta? I need a beta, bro. I'm trying to play at home, bro.
It's never not as...
Son.
Turn. He even did
What?
something minus form. But you know, this is what they say, pressure builds diamonds, so can
Oh my
you do
God.
this? That's one way to start.
Broke the jet key, broke the glass. Look at the damage.
So 73 damage before you even get tornado is disgusting. Oh no, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He can use heat dash. He can cash out his heat. Cash out your heat. Yeah, see? Oh, the last hit dropped. Too much scaling. That optics for the game? Yeah, literally. How are they, like, the devs are here. They're just fucking doing fan meetups and shit. I'm like, bro, can y'all, like, lock in? The devs are here. They were at EVO Japan, too. I literally met them. Well, let's just LARP at EVOs. They don't announce shit.
That doesn't seem fair at all.
Fellas sitting there acting like the game not dropping. Like, what? Can we lock in?
That was really good.
Hope the trade.
Chance for Rangchu.
Oh my God.
Another one. Evil Arena.
Oh my God. He still got
The game dropping so it feels weird. They sure are like not doing a lot for promo. Yeah, they're literally just fucking sitting there acting like the game dropped already. Doing signings and photos and shit. Like, brother, you have a game dropping. Can we show something? I mean, it was already weird when they went a whole year announcing the game and then not showing a single character. That was already weird.
Perfect defense from Arslan. Sometimes you gotta hit buttons, sometimes you gotta move. He just knows.
We've seen people float out with this jab, right? He ran up, did 1-2, prepared for the float steal, and got that confirmed. Arslan Hash.
Takes the first game, winner's side. Only needs 2 more.
2 more games.
He wants it, bro. He wants that 8.
Once again, we're talking about a 2-time TWT champion over there.
These are juggernauts going up against each other. A lot of breakable walls on this stage.
Charging. And look, and I feel like you got to talk about the fact that that chip that you get from him charging is actually really important. Puts a lot of pressure on his opponent. What a counter.
Especially so early into a round like this. You start pulling ahead in the life lead. Here we go. Interrupts. Get me off the wall. He was late on the punish.
Keep up.
He actually did a 12. That's only 11, I think.
The counter's ready.
Nina, bruh.
Yeah,
Nina,
there
bruh.
it was. He knew what range he
Shall
was at while standing to a little bit stubby, but he was sure.
Back to the wall again, and Arslan ready with the low parry.
He's ridiculous, man.
Jeez.
Final form Arslan.
No, that's like
with
got
momentum on his side too now.
Tried to interrupt.
Counter hit Link off the second hit.
Damn, the gunshots.
Punish.
There it is. Power crush. It's never your turn. Lockdown City, where do you go? He's literally cornered. He can't step left, he can't step right. Just gotta deal with this.
Goes for the mid. Fighting back, goes for the counter.
Whoa,
nice counter.
Whips, back one, not gonna block.
Stayed ducking because the threat of the high extension, but Arslan didn't pull the trigger on it. He's like 2-3 steps ahead on every poke.
This is not looking good for Arslan, for our Rangchu.
Yeah, Rangchu looking like he's in a lot of trouble here. Getting the blocks though, getting the punishes. He's still awake.
Still getting the big hits too. He's gotta run away with this. Here's the heat burst. He's got to run away with this. Arslan fighting back with his away from the wall.
Oh!
Sidestep. Too slow on the heat smash.
So scary. Gets the up 4-3. Oh, the low crush. Dude, I'm telling you, man, he will make the reads.
Willing to bet it. Knows he's up rounds.
Wall carry. Just short.
Pressure.
Oh, the lockdown. 3 rounds straight in game number 2. And now Arslan Ash is 1 game away from that.
They dropped the Kinshiro's release date.
He is chilling, bro. Rangchu right now really thinking about it. Is it the character? Is it the time to go back to the Bears? He's had a lot of history with that matchup in the past before. No, he's sticking
Kenshiro, they dropped his release date.
Well, what can he do different here? It's looking so tough.
It is today.
Let's see what the options are. Let's see how deep the bag of preparation of Arslan
It is
Ash goes.
today.
And is it enough to get him an EVO 2026 8 championship?
Right after the Evo Grand Finals.
Okay, starting off with a jab punish into the mid, and he gets the counter at low. The damage,
So
70%
right after this.
already off of pokes and punishes.
Oh, that's not finals yet.
Rage art. I think that's gonna hit.
Yep.
Yeah, boy. Counter hit 2, which means big damage. Not a lot of gray life to recover, obviously. So
That'd be
that's
fake.
Good,
I mean,
but still.
is Street Fighter next? Yes.
This before.
It's not fake. It's today.
First on the wall.
Yeah, you give him a chance, he'll definitely take it away from you.
It's literally today.
Better be careful. See, be ready with the counter.
Didn't get to use this heat. Spent it on the extra bullets.
Jab the punish. Rangchu. Oh, some tries to
So
go for the feint.
scary to go low on him, bro. Yeah. Dude, this is the Arslan defense at Evo, bro.
Yep. We saw it at Evo France as well, bro. And the standing 3, okay. The momentum, okay.
It's almost like he lulls you into wanting to go mid or low. And it's like, I'm too scared to go low. I can't.
Yeah. Kind of streamlines your offense.
Wow.
Nice punish.
That's where you get your damage guaranteed with punishes from Rangchu.
No.
Chance. Lucky. He tapped the wall, so he got a turnaround.
After Street Fighter is it done? Yes. How's yours go? It's going good so far.
Charger got the 3. Was looking for something. Bro.
Engage. A little bit of chip as well. Lockdown time now. Gets clipped, trying to move.
Great option, free follow-up. And the
Nice.
down. Okay.
No talk on. There's a announcements show after this, and then Street Fighter.
One throw.
If it's not after this, then we're fucked.
3-way throw game too. Ooh, wow, that avoided the down jab.
Defense looking solid on the side of Rangchu.
Yeah. A little bit of chip.
They're on schedule? Yeah. Tekken should have started 4 minutes ago.
Everything. He just knows.
Evo Saudi Arabia. Isn't that already announced? I mean, they're definitely gonna announce the next venue. And probably more Evos, but like.
Dude, don't test him, man. He's just on it, bro. He knows all your options.
Nina slop Evo win. Like we haven't seen this for the millionth time.
Down forward ones.
Engage.
Nina slop win.
Looking so tough. Rangchu still in the lead in this game, though.
Slop ass win, bruh.
Dude, and we've seen how he's gotten away with these down forwards.
Slop of a character.
They're just annoying enough to make you second guess.
Slop of a character, bruh.
And the multi-throw, the 3-piece.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Break the leg.
Zap the bar. And the low. 1 round away from crowning our Evo 2026 champion. If Rangchu doesn't switch it up, something's gonna go down.
He needs this round. Clutch block again on the
Rangchu,
down back
please
3.
beat his ass, bruh.
Counter burst.
Don't like this slop win,
Heat
bruh.
now. Going for heat denial maybe on Rangchu. Smash is good. Doesn't spend the dash.
Live
Spends it on
in the
block.
distance. Hey, yo. You might go to alone.
Back to this wall.
This is sleep finals.
Life so even. Arslan with the smallest lead.
But please,
Less than
Rangchu,
30
cook him, bro.
seconds.
Please, please, bro.
Oh!
Free follow-up. Running 3. Reach is there. Holds him out.
Yes.
Welcome
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Okay, I'm awake now. Let's go. Hold on. I'm awake.
Stressful. A little sigh of
Yes.
relief from after
Yes.
that round 2 from Rangchu.
Don't let that
Can't
slop
you
away.
blame him, man. It's been looking like Arslan's defense was unstoppable at one point.
And just the way he started staggering his offense, right?
Yeah.
Slowing down a little bit. Just a little mini hezzy. Throwing
like
Arslan. just throwing Arslan off the trail just a little bit, just enough to get the momentum back, put another game on the board, and now we fight further in 2-1, first set. Arslan Ash with the lead.
2-1.
Ranked you, gathering momentum. It's building up.
He definitely is. But can Arslan deny it and secure that evil dub? That's what he wants. He doesn't want this to go to reset. Whoa! He thought he was going to clip a button.
God, drag. Bro, season 1 dragging out. Oh my God, season 1 dragging out, bro. Season 1 dragging out, and season like half of season 1 Azucena. No, that was just launch Azucena. We're running 3-4, or no 3-2. Oh my God, bro, that move was busted, bro. And then they tried to fix it, but it ended up being a buff.
Big low, everything's hitting.
That shit was so stupid, bro.
He's no longer scared, Steve.
Oh my God, I'm gonna play Dragon. Yeah, people still do, yeah.
Playing back a little further than he was typically.
But runs into a Miggy up.
Dragon up in top 16 actually.
Great damage on the wall. And look at the movement, great punish.
Triple kicks, where are we going?
Low? Mid.
He never mixed it up. Just
he never mixes it up. Yeah, he always goes mid.
In that situation now.
First, Bakaram still got a little bit left, but his back is to the wall.
Denied.
What's the character in Tekken? Ulas.
Just an empty crouch dash to bait you out with movement.
Man, the fact that he was so ready to hit the brakes on that bad boy.
Right? It's the signs of a 7-time evil champ.
Damn.
Okay.
Side step? No. Wow.
Yep.
That ones are working again off the keep out timing.
Like I said, the little hezzies on the offense.
Yeah, true. Just in case there's like a button there or something.
Punish.
What?
Okay.
I swear he's blocking every single down back 3. How is he doing that? He's on one right now.
The adjustments, they're starting to happen. Little hezzies.
High crush, down back 4. Pushing the momentum. Arslan denying it with the down jab.
Early spin on the heat on both sides.
He spends the dash
and using
for wall position. I agree.
Damn.
Keeping her cornered.
Look at the chip, is adding up. Gets a little bit back. Had to spend all your resources though.
Oh.
Down 4-1.
Oh, the super team, and he got the follow-up.
Now we're talking.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Not gonna be easy.
Now we're talking, bro.
Tell him, NYK. Tell him.
There we go, man. 8 time, you thought it was gonna be a walk.
You thought it was gonna be easy. You thought this was gonna be sweet. Think I'm gonna just give this to you? You're gonna have to shoot me. You're gonna take me out of the bracket.
Have to earn it.
Did AMER win yet?
Back to Rebel Hanger again. Are we
Chat
gonna
is
get
hype.
the reset from Rangchu, or are we gonna crown the
He's frozen for so long. It's so awkward just watching someone get frozen by Luna. They're just stuck there for like 10 years. It's so hilarious. They're literally just standing there stuck.
Rangchu the most current.
Here we go. Battle of jabs, now the lows.
Froze of shame, yeah. Freeze of shame.
Whoa.
Little fuzzy duck right there.
Finally goes for the down forward 1-2 option. He's been looking for the down forward 1-4 so often.
That's what's getting him a little leeway. He's starting to go to some of these extra extensions.
Yup.
And it's actually getting the hits and even making Arslan as second guess.
Low, he hasn't gone. Dude, every single time he's gone mid. And it's like, it gets Arslan to second guess it in that situation.
No heat, so no extension. Needs to be careful on this wall, the slide.
Oh, gotta keep him there, the win con. Don't let him off this wall.
The jab.
Good interrupt,
so
still alive. Oh my God. Whoa, tip range. Oh. There was no time, no time.
Small Rangchu.
So tense right now. Tries to test the whole string. Ugh. Just building chip.
Yo, man, buff Clive again, bro. They fondled my damn character, bro. Buff Clive, bro.
At least least it's an option. You could be looking at a full life bar over there.
Oh, the full 3-piece and the
They dulled my blade.
Oh.
Buff Clive. No, let's not. Lock this man up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What did I do?
I don't know how you blocked
What did I do?
Chance here. Right? It looked like it was mid-step, but the step block from Arslan.
What did I do?
Tournament point.
Would y'all rather just Nina slop win or Clive?
Floated out. I think it was the dashing running threes.
What did they show before finals?
Oh my god.
For Evo?
Yo, sick.
That's all on the second channel already. The 2x scale stuff, and they showed Bob. You can go look at my second channel if you want to look at it.
Through the third kick.
Breaks it, but the position definitely in Arslan
Fuck
Ash's
Clive.
favor.
At least
Keeper's
Nina's
not
pretty.
gonna
That's
work.
crazy.
Sidestepping right. Nice
Really
block.
high. Good armor from Arslan. Hold this smash. What are we doing with it? Just a mid check. Yo! Got him ducking. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, hold
Please
on.
hold. Wait a minute.
Don't call it a comeback.
Blow for blow. Jab
Come on,
straight
rank you.
up to the fourth hit. Arslan hasn't bit on that yet. Oh man.
Oh,
spin on him, push
no.
towards the wall.
Oh,
Fight back with the
no.
burst, push himself out.
Nice.
Generic throw for the homie.
And the side switch too, so now he's got that wall.
Burst down, jab, keeping his turn.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Okay, next hit kills for both of them.
Be dangerous.
Depending on...
Arslan can smell the victory.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
Gotta use the rage art.
Oh, he's not dead.
Oh my
He's
God,
not dead.
He's not dead.
He's not dead.
Crazy.
He is not dead. This is not
That combo takes tornado. I mean, that started takes tornado.
A little bit of recovery. There it is. Oh, counter it! We got a final round. Set number 1. Let's go.
I like that. Oh, whoa! Oh, yo, he threw. Oh no! No, we just no, bro. Yo! Why he just took 2 launches in a row? Okay, here we go. Oh no! Bro just threw out 2 big ass launches in a row.
No punish. Ranchu gets the punish though.
Nice.
Interrupt. Wasn't aware.
No, 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 please. No!
Sign it up! 8 time! Your Evo champion! 8? It will be none other than Arslan.
He's 1 away from tying with Justin for 9.
Ridiculous.
8?
It looks like he'll run out of hands before he run out of chances. 8 times! 8 times! 8 times!
8?
Your Evo champion! Insurmountable odds!
Arslan Ash does it again. Gives us the bow. Makes the impossible happen
8 is
one more
fucking
time. And you know what?
crazy,
He could
bro.
also make it a 9 this year.
He could definitely make it a
9 press the wrong one
if
this
he gets the
time.
opportunity, goes back to talk to Ranchu,
8?
who will be going home in 2nd place. And man,
Oh,
Arslan Ash
man.
still can't believe it himself. The amount of traveling he's done from the time he started to right now should be documented, especially because it got him 8 Evo victories in the
8?
bag.
There it is,
That's
the
a lot. There it
8.
is. We got 4 of them.
The 8-time Evo champion.
8
Ever
is
since he
fucking
exploded onto the
sick.
scene with Evo Japan to start it off in 2019, he has just made himself a household name in the world of Tekken, in the world of fighting.
All right, we only have 1 more left now.
He's gonna have to start counting on his toes too, bro. He's got to get an Evo.
Is Xiaohai about to win Fatal Fury?
Dude, I'm gonna need more hands.
Bro, he gonna run out of hands. I'm telling you, before he run out of chances.
Oh,
bro.
Fatal
He gonna run
Fury's
out of hands
hella
before he
behind.
run out of chances.
Why are they
Your
running so
Evo
far behind
makes some
schedule?
noise.
Did they start
Your
late?
Evo 2026 champion, none other than Arslan
Oh, they did.
Ash.
Invincible went on for a while.
Arslan, the story continues.
Yeah, Invincible went on for a while. They started at 6.
Contention across the board. Let's take a look back at that set. It definitely could have went another way. Presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And look, we kind of figured that we wouldn't see a change on the character. You at least scouted. I had hope. Yeah. But great fight, no matter
All right,
what, right?
this Street Fighter 1 is going to be a sweaty one. I got my money on Mena RD. I got my money on Mena RD, though. I got my money on Mena.
First 2 games right there. A lot of big reads from Arslan too. Up forward one over the low. Rage arts on defense on sometimes. Sometimes you gotta do it, man.
You gotta let them know that you're not afraid.
Yeah, you're not scared. This is an option on the table, and I will use it.
I got my money on Mena Ardito.
Arslan Ash, known for his movement.
There's a Jamie player in top 8. There's no way.
Not deterred, bro.
It can't be real.
Himself. Like even with the lows
He's a
getting
paid actor.
so often, he never strayed away from it.
Ain't no way that's real.
That last chance set right here. He started using moves he had not used the entire day. Hell, maybe even the entire weekend.
Yeah, the super teep right there too. Yep. He hasn't really used that all of top 8. Maybe one other time all weekend I remember I seen him. But Arslan at Evo, just absolutely unstoppable for Las Vegas.
8 times an Evo champion. Whether it takes a character, whether it takes him traveling, moving to a whole nother country, this guy is unstoppable. Like I said before, but we're gonna have to start counting on his toes.
Dude, which is great.
Oh, she got the sweep?
France later on this year.
I didn't know she had the white girl sweep. Oh shit, she do.
I mean,
I didn't even peep it.
If he does the traveling,
She got the
if he
sweep.
does the traveling, he
Remember
can
got knocked
definitely
out?
make it a reality. And it's not going to be easy still because you
Yes, he
still
did,
don't
yeah.
see a lot of these players in the same run. You know,
I didn't know
Wayne
she
wants
got
to
the
get that
sweep.
down the line somewhere in one of these
I
tournaments.
ain't peep it.
know how much Lowhigh wanted that too.
Oh,
There's
yes.
Thought Caitlyn would have it.
competitors that are hungry, bro.
Yeah, man, it tells quite the story, especially for the Tekken World Tour. But now we have our 8-time champion. We
8?
still got the TWT to worry about.
Hop on
That means
Discord.
There are definitely going to be some matches.
Hop
that you
on
guys are gonna
Discord?
see down the pipeline that have
Why? For what?
crazy
What
ball
happened?
out. The consequences come from here. They want those runbacks, bro.
Even EWC is right around the corner. There's
That's
so
true.
many
That's
big
true.
events coming up. This is just one.
They added
stop,
Lux
right?
to
We
2X?
still
Yeah.
got France
They're
to
adding
go.
Lux.
Arslan Ash, though, when we were talking about it last year, right? It's like, you know, he doesn't look as strong going into this Evo.
Yeah,
You know, but
didn't
then
give me anything.
he did it last year. This year, too, he doesn't look as dominant in the Masters events and the other events, but come Evo time, man, I don't know what's in the water, what's in the air here. He just
Android
walks in and
18.
turns it up.
I mean, I feel
Does
like
she
it's
have
just
that?
the Evo
Probably.
air. If he was like, is this Evo air that I'm breathing? That means I'm the best now. Oh, yeah.
Evo air
as
is
soon as he inhales
crazy.
the Evo air, he's like, oh, bro, I know I am.
That smells like
I'm the
an
champion.
Evo trophy to me.
That's a champion.
Smells like another one, man.
No, man. Shout outs to everybody, though. I'm glad that we actually got to talk about this, especially at length. What we got to call quite a few of his matches as well, just looking at his path.
Y'all don't like Evo Air?
And some potential shortfallings where he definitely could have failed. by the wayside.
Ads are running real quick.
Fun top 8 too. We also got NA representation with Ninja Killer doing his thing too. But man, let's go ahead and.
Oh, they're about to go into their next match.
Can you see me another one?
Okay.
Wait, did AMER win?
Nice.
I think AMER won.
Yeah. I'm
Oh, no,
sorry.
they're still-
I had to go to the bathroom.
What are they doing? I think they're just warming up. They're just warming up.
I think I know what I want to ban. Gambit, Cyclops, DD, or Gambit, Psylocke.
They have a DD player? It keeps sounds like I'm saying Diddy. They have a DD player. Diddy.
I'll alternate it, but
They have a DD player.
Probably gonna save Elsa.
Yo, Lulu, I can't even see you now. 7th place, nice and loud for Ninja Killer 2.
Ninja Killer.
2.
Oh, it would have been so hype to see Ninja Killer go crazy, bro. It would have been so fucking hype, man. It would have been so hype, man.
And also in 5th place,
Watching
we
Ninja
got
Killer just like pop off and just fucking go crazy. It was right back though.
Keep the energy high for Kasim Mir. We all know this guy in 4th place. Get loud for John Day.
Nah, he's fine. Don't worry. He's chilling.
In 3rd place, Low High.
I just realized, where is Knee? Did Knee not go? Let me see.
Your 2nd place winner, make some noise for Raichu. And now, with
Oh,
great
Knee did
honor,
go.
I present to you an
He got top 24.
time Evo
8
champion.
times. Oh,
The one,
what?
The only.
Oh, Knee lost to John Ding
Arslan
in top 24. Damn, bro. 8 is fucking bonkers, no? Shit, like this game is just built for him.
For our first, second, and third place winners.
Cool.
Beautiful stakes, guys. Please hold them high. Let's make
Dude,
some
Arsenal
noise
got like
right now
90
for
of
our
those.
top 8. Let's go, everybody. One more time. Get loud, get loud, get loud.
This dude Arsenal has like 90 of those already. He about to have a whole room full of them.
Shout out to Vermilla for the stakes. Thank you very much for our first, second, and third prizes. But before we go anywhere, Mr. Arslanesh, Mr. Arslan, can I bother you in the center of the stage? We're going to conduct the EVO Champion interview presented by AT&T. Please, sir, right over here.
Yeah, we got to study his brain.
All right, first and foremost, I have to ask you, easily established as one of the best Tekken players in the world.
If not the best.
But when you come to EVO, you are like a different person. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. But you
Open his brain
play
up.
with this ferocity
So
like
if someone says no, I don't think someone would say no after winning.
Different about this tournament that drives you.
I can only think of like one player that would probably say no.
I feel like even we have like 7 EVOs next year. I feel like this EVO is the biggest one because of the prestige it has.
That's facts.
And the history that this EVO has. I think that's why I want to win the biggest event of the world, like biggest FGC event of the world. So I think that this is what triggers me.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And you guys can clap for the man. The guy's got 8 medals.
8 is fucking crazy.
Leslie, is there
Yeah, but in the last
anyone
one,
back
it was
at home,
Tekken.
anyone you
They
wanna
had like a
give some
key
props
system.
to? This is
That
an
was
achievement
EWC.
That is almost unheard of. You're one away
That
from
was
dethroning
EWC.
someone
Talking
of
about
a medal
the
count.
thing that you
So is
destroy
there anyone back
and you
at
smash
home,
it, that's
partners,
EWC.
family, anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah. First of all, thanks to Allah Ta'ala for giving me the opportunity. And my family, first of all, Anam, Mama, and everyone, my 2 children. And also my sponsors, Red Bull and Twist Mind and Kamba and everyone who has been supporting me. And also the Japan community, you know. Before coming here, I play so much with the online, with Japanese community, and they never say, you know, no, I don't want to play. And they helped me so much. And also my friends, thank you. And to you guys who supported me throughout my journey. Thank you.
Well, sir, I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer. There is one more prize we're going to give to you. We can please give the man
Bro got his 8th
his
trophy.
well-deserved and incredible 8 victories.
8th fucking trophy.
Hold that up high.
How many
Let them
times
see
have I
that
seen
you
him do this?
are The EVO
He can't
2026
keep getting away with this.
8th champion.
He can't keep getting away with this. Dropping it is demonic. It's all good. I got another one. I got about 7 more. It's all good if I dropped it. He's also thankful for the Tokon beta is crazy.
And before we go nowhere, let me get it back to Tasty Steve and MYK.
Start giving them away.
Well, history has been made. We have an 8-time EVO champion in Arslan Ash, well-deserved, and one of the best in the world. And like Elijah said, undoubtedly one of the best Tekken
times
players
is
to ever live at this
crazy.
point, bro. Ever. It's undeniable. Can't say anything else.
Nobody else that has won this many EVOs for Tekken.
Especially when
such a short time.
The competition has only gotten crazier.
Yeah.
And still, he persists. And still, he's the winner. I'm telling you, it's
Thousands
EVO
of
and
entrants,
homework
it's the same
about
guy
him
that
too,
still
and
wins.
Just grinding, like trying to figure out what
It's kind of like Mena for a Street Fighter.
He's still on top of it.
Thousands of entrants. Mena won EVO Japan twice in a row.
With a game like this that has been, you know,
Last time was like 7,000 entrants. This time it was like 8,000 or some shit. Or last time was like 5,000. This time was like 7,000. Mena still won.
Like, it really does show that this game is definitely still alive and well. And shout-outs to the players. Shout-outs to the players for giving us amazing matches. EVO has been crazy.
He won 2024 and 5, remember?
And it's because of the
Well,
players.
not
So
this
shout-outs
year,
to them
but
as well.
2024 and
Everybody in the
25. The man
top 8,
won that
if you
shit.
showed up to your pool, you got a card.
You guys are
Thank
part
you,
of that
bro.
C in
Yeah,
FGC, bro.
Yes,
Don't
that's
ever
100%
forget that.
true.
Don't
This time,
ever
wait, who
forget
won
that,
this year
but yo,
again? Oh, Yamaguchi.
Is he gonna do it again? Evil France?
I mean, look, I feel like, once again, and I like to make sure that this is known, right? Obviously, he's the big man on campus. But the bigger you are, the bigger the target
Mena
on
won
your
last
back.
year for
That's
Vegas.
exactly what it is.
For sure, man. And, you know, big shout out to Arslan again for doing his thing. It's never an easy feat. It just seems
Remember
like
that
history is repeating itself from last year. But
remember he fought Kakeru? It was like a 3-0. It was the fastest grand finals I have ever seen.
Yo, Vegas, before we get out of here, can y'all make some noise?
The fastest grand finals I
This is
have
my
ever
brother
seen.
right here. Amazing play, talk.
Thank you,
and I just want to say thank you guys so much for allowing me to get up here and talk this Tekken love.
I didn't get to watch it. I had to watch it at home, even though I was there in person.
Thank you guys for letting me
That
talk
shit
about
went by
fighting
so
games. It's
fast. By the
always
time I
love.
sat down to watch
It's
it, it was
always
over.
love. And I'll see you guys next year. Y'all be well, yeah? Y'all be well, yeah? Y'all be well, yeah? Peace.
Peace, y'all.
W.
All right, now there is one more top 8 that we do have in store. Ooh, yeah, there is one more top 8 we have in store.
One more top
More
8.
like it. Thank you, everybody.
Boost the volume.
Before we get into that, we do have a couple of little surprise announcements going on, so please give me a big round of applause as I bring
Let me
out
see this.
someone that has elevated the tournament scene for the last...
Rick.
I'm going to say 15, but it's probably more. The person that's responsible for a lot of what happens today in our community and at events. Please make
Rick?
some...
That is Rick. That's Big Rick.
It's very nice of you. Rick.
That'd be Rick.
That's very nice of you, Joe. Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome. I am here to talk to you about some updates regarding EVO events and projects coming up over the next year. I have enough of them that they gave me some cue cards.
What?
So please bear with me.
We about to get 10
And let's get
Evos.
right into
Oh,
it by
no.
talking about EVO Singapore first.
I was about to say, he about to announce 10 Evos. Oh,
Next
no.
year, for the first time, from January 15th to 17th,
better
we'll be
announce
going
10
to
more
the Marina
Evos.
Bay Sands in Singapore.
I was about to say, bro, why do you have that much cards?
There's a date. There we go.
There's an Evo in January now?
Opening 2027 with a new
Okay.
event is a milestone for EVO.
Okay.
But it's also a milestone for our friends at Bandai Namco, as they'll be celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Tekken World Tour Global Finals. I was very proudly involved with the creation of that event series, and I'm honored today to bring you some details
New
about
York.
the next edition.
Folk. Son. What? Oh, it was a TWT trailer. Evo New York is crazy, bro. They probably will. Evo New York, that's gonna be the East Coast one. There's gonna be an Evo Central. I don't know, bro. There's gonna be an Evo Central. Evo Atlanta.
Who wants it more? Got it!
Evo Texas.
You know what my name is!
Evo Canada.
Oh, man, he's so good.
There's gonna be a second one in NA. I don't know where it is. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be on the opposite coast. It'll probably be in New York though, if I had to guess. Is there an arena in New York? We gotta be.
Oh my god!
100% an arena somewhere. Or a venue somewhere that I can use it. Evo Philly.
Oh my god, that was crazy!
This guy is a monster.
Evo Utah. Evo Idaho. Evo Atlanta would be crazy.
Made to look. Power thrust!
And he takes it at the dawn! Qualifies, showing why he is one of the best players in the
Last
world.
chance qualifier. On the record 17.
It looks like we might
Oh,
have a
it's
brand
gonna be
new
at
champion.
Singapore. The World Finals ends at Singapore. Ooh, interesting.
We are incredibly excited to kick off 2027 with an entire weekend dedicated to fighting games as EVO Singapore and the Tekken World Tour Global Finals come together at the Marina Bay Sands in January.
So there's gonna be
Also
an
coming
Evo
up
at
in
Singapore,
2027 though,
and then they're
is
also
another
gonna
weekend
do
where I'd like to ask you to save the date.
the World Tour
as
Finals
EVO returns
there as well.
to the birthplace of fighting games.
Unless I'm tripping, I don't know, whatever. I might be misunderstanding. I have all the dates. I'm
Earlier
like
this
tripping.
year, we set a Guinness record for the single largest fighting game tournament of all time.
Cool.
And we'd like to do it again next year with you from April 30th to May 2nd
April?
at Tokyo Big Sight for EVO Japan 2027.
Cool. Get ready to learn Mandarin, buddy.
I appreciate you, man. That's very kind. Before we get to 2027, though, I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things right here in 2026 that EVO's working on. First up is early details into EVO's Locals project. We believe strongly that locals are the bedrock of fighting games. And we want to make it easier to find them,
this is cool.
to host them, and to grow them. So over the next year, we'll be launching tools and resources to do just that.
I have no
First
locals
up today
here.
is a beta of a directory that will be available at locals.evo.gg.
How's it
There's
gonna
a
work?
gigantic list of every single local that we can find, and you can contact us today through that website to get your
funding?
local listed.
Do they get funding? Can they get funding? That'd be sick.
Then a little bit later this year, we're going to launch an interactive
Y'all got
map
infinite money.
and calendar covering all local events
Y'all
and
have infinite
streams.
money after getting
It's
sponsored
going
by
to launch
Saudi.
alongside something the
Can
FGC
they get
has never
funding,
had,
though?
and that's a grants and partnerships program for locals.
Oh!
We want to create something that helps you start, maintain, and grow local fighting game communities.
That was like one of the main complaints people had about why they don't want to go to EVO anymore because of the Saudi Arabia stuff, because feels so far away from grassroots.
Applications for that program are going to open in late August with over $1 million to give away to organizers around the world.
That's pretty good.
Each year.
1 million not enough though, but that's pretty good. Nah, they got more. They got to put more than that. 1 million not enough though.
Mary, that graphic looks
But that's
great.
pretty cool. Yeah, I got way more money than
We're
that.
looking forward to supporting locals. We want to have the first
That's
wave of
peak,
those
though.
grant recipients awarded by the end of this year, with many more to come throughout 2027. We want to help you start,
They need to put like 10 mil
maintain,
in.
and grow this community. Please come together with us so that we can try to do that. Thank you.
That's pretty cool.
Before we go, though, we've got one more opportunity here in 2026 to get together that announced this morning, as we put out a nice video hosted by Kayana in Damascus talking about EVO France coming up in Nice later this year. Right now, today, you can go to start.gg/EVO France to register for that event that from October 9th to 11th is going to have the opportunity for each and every one of you to compete in 8 different fighting game titles, one of which is the debut of Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls at an EVO tournament.
Speaking on Tokon,
May we?
Can we get a fucking trailer?
To let all of you know a little bit more about what to expect during that tournament, please help me welcome to the stage from Arc System Works, game producer Takeshi Yamanaka, game director and lead battle designer Pachi, and localization director Amber.
Yes! Can we see some fucking Tokon, bro? Yes! 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 Show me this last team already, bro. Stop the damn trolling.
マーベルとコンファイティングソウルズプロデューサー山中です。
Hi everyone, and thank you so much, Rick. I'm Yamanaka, the producer of Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls.
はい、エボフランス、正式にマーベルとコンファイティングソウルズがメイン
I'm
タ
at
イ
the
ト
guy
ル
in
と
the
して
middle.
採用いただきまし
Hey,
た。
you in Japan. He's chill.
本当に嬉しくて光栄に思っております。
We're extremely honored to have Marvel
There's no way they come out
Tokon
here and announce
selected
nothing.
as
I
one of
would
the
literally
official
end
title
this
sets
stream so
upcoming
fast.
EVO France.
はい、そして、
This
当社
stream will end
アー
so
クワール
fast.
ドツアー
Stop playing
の
with me.
マーベル同梱としては第一戦となります。最高の戦いが繰り広げられると思います。皆さん参戦観戦の方よろしくお願いいたします。一緒にニースに行きましょう。
And it will be the first qualifier event for Marvel Tokon as part of the Arc World Tour. And I'm very excited to see all of the players and everyone there to support it. So I'll see you in Nice.
はい、そしてここからが皆さんお待ちかねかなと思いますが、マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ製品版最後のチーム、ゴーストライターのチームリピールトレーラーをこれから、流させていただきます。
And now we have what you've all been waiting for.
Thank you.
The
They know.
announcement
They're
of
not
the final
stupid.
team for
They
the
know what we
upcoming
want.
release.
Let's see it. Look how hot the crowd is, bro. Let's see it.
Allow me to introduce your glorious
Allow me.
champions. The Fighting Avengers. The Unbreakable X-Men. The Amazing Guardians.
They got all the teams posted
the
up.
Knights of Doom. And
Stay out of my face, lady.
Let's see it.
With the Ghost Rider,
Let's
you'll
see it.
end up
As a ghost.
Hey, Vamp, how about some help here?
Let's fucking go! Say Jam, you're cooked. Say Jam, you're cooked, bro. You're cooked, Say Jam. You're cooked, Say Jam. Ooh.
But I am also a god.
Loki? Wait, what the? Loki?
I saved Asgard.
We get
More times
Loki?
than I have threatened it. Honestly. No, really.
Thor plays his shit, but you got Loki before Thor?
You dislike my
Who's the last character?
You will not
Who's the last character?
My Ragnarok. Whoa! Great.
Deadpool. Oh my god, it's Deadpool. Oh. The MGC's favorite. Yo, where's Say Jam? You're done. You're done, buddy. You're done, buddy.
Random bullshit vote. Deadpool's assemble.
Oh shit, let's go. What the fuck is that?
Wait. There's
We're not
something
done?
else we should do. I remember. Enter the Midnight Samurai Outriders.
It's not Midnight Suns.
Now,
It's not Midnight Suns. Let's see the Teemo.
Shadows. One does not cross a frost strike. Everyone, get ready. You're gonna feel this. Rest in peace. All on attack. The power of fuck? Hell is coming for you.
Whoa. That was cinema. That was cinema. Yes! Open, let's fucking buy PC! Yo, we're eating. It's PC too. We're eating. It's PC too. It's PC. Let's fucking go, bro. It's PC. Nah, the blade cut in and then it cut out the close to being open. Nah, that's hard.
Listen to me.
That shit was hard.
Never rage quit.
Never rage quit. Are they gonna show DOC now or what? No, I'm just kidding. They're probably gonna show DOC at Comic-Con.
はい、というわけで、最後のチーム、サムライアウトライダーズのチームトレーラーいかがだったでしょうか
So what did you think about the game trailer for the
Yes, we're
final
gonna
team,
get
the
both.
Samurai
We're gonna open
Outriders?
data as well, bro. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking
はい
go.
今回新たに登場したブレイド、ロキ、そしてデッドプールという個性的な3人がチームに加わり、新たにストーリーを彩ります。ここも楽しみにお待ちください。
This is a really unique team consisting of the
No, that
newly
team is
announced
hard,
characters,
bro.
Deadpool, Loki, and Blade. And please look forward to learning more about their team
Is it a
and the
different
story.
voice actor? Is it not Gabe for
はい
Blade?
そしてですね、次は
I don't think it's
キ
Gabe.
ャラクターの
I didn't get to hear
紹
it
介を
well.
簡単に、させていただきたいと思います。
Next, I'd like to quickly introduce each character.
はい、ブレイドは、今見た通り、
fucking
刀
go.
と、マシンガン、そしてグレーブといったさまざまな武器の扱いに長けた攻撃的なキャラクターとなります。
You can see Blade fighting with his katana, his machine
No, you're
gun, his
fucked.
whole arsenal
I'm
of
fucked.
weapons.
You're
So
fucked.
he's a master
You're
of a
fucked,
variety
Unc.
of armaments.
You're done, bro.
はい、そ
Count
し
your
て
damn
ロキはで
days.
すね、数々のス
Count
キル
your
に、
days, Unc.
幻影や分身といったフェイント技を多く持
Count
ってい
your
て、
damn days,
いた
Unc.
ずら好きな彼らしい
You don't
戦
got
い
much
方をする
time
キャラ
left
クター
on
に
this
なってい
planet,
ます
Unc.
And Loki specializes in a tricky style of fighting.
fucking
Each of his
go.
skills can be used in different ways to trick the enemy with feints.
And die, it's over.
はい、そして最後にデッドプールですが、今
You don't
ここ
got
にいる
much time left on
皆
this
さんは
planet,
結構
Unc.
お気づきの方も多いと思うんですが、彼は
Say your
今回
goodbyes.
第4の壁を乗り越え、
伝説のゲーム雑誌を手に入れ、数
Tokyo
々
Game Show?
の
What do you
素晴ら
say?
しい技を引っ提げて、闘魂の舞台を引っかき回します。
And as you can see, Deadpool's here to break the fourth wall, and maybe you've already recognized some of the legendary moves that he references.
Loki, yo, when I saw Cap, I was like, oh no, what the hell is
この辺
this?
の情報はですね、
But I forgot
また
Loki
後日
can turn into
お伝え
people.
するので楽しみ
I
に
should have
お
known.
待ちください。続い
Damn,
ては、
Loki.
オープンベータの情報にな
That
り
was
ます。
not on my list.
And we'll have more details coming, so definitely keep an eye out.
A
Next, I'd
PC
like
open
to
beta,
cover
let's
the open
go.
beta.
はい、オープンベータは、来
It's on
月
PC.
7月の
That's bold.
24日から28
But it's only like a
日を
week
3
or
日
two before launch. So.
PS5 そして並びに
Wait,
ブ
but
レード
that
が今
open beta is
一気に
during
されたように
Avatar launch,
PC で
no?
も開催します。もちろん
Wait,
PS5
wait, wait,
PC
wait.
で対戦ができます。
The open beta is coming up next month on July 24th to 26th for 3 days. And as you can see, it will be available for both not only the PlayStation 5,
what?
but also for PC.
No,
and of course,
this
you'll
is
be able to have
no.
matches
Avatar
between
launches
PC
July
and
23rd.
PS5 players.
This beta is July 24th. Dude.
はい、
Bro,
では
oh my god.
OK
Oh man.
は
Why?
い、詳しい情報はですね、また追って伝えるので、はい、続報をお待ち
Dude,
くだ
if
さい。
Avatar didn't get
And we'll have more
delayed.
information available later on the official website.
Because
はい、
fucking
そして
Avatar got
来
delayed.
週
If only the game
ロ
didn't
サ
get
ンゼル
delayed.
スダウンタウンで行われますアニメエキスポにも、出展が、ブース出展が決定しま
If
した。
only Avatar
And
didn't
we're
get
also
delayed,
excited to share
bro.
that Marvel Tokon will be available at Anime Expo
Yo,
happening
I'm about to
next
play
week
Blade
in
in
downtown
both
Los
games.
Angeles.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Let's
はい
fucking go,
まあ
bro.
今回ラスベガスまで来れなかった方、このラスベガスエボバージョンと同じバージョンが遊べるようになってますので、ぜひアニメエクスポの方にもお越しください。よろしくお願いします。
So for anyone who couldn't make it out to join us here in Vegas this weekend, you'll be able to play the same version of the game that's available at EVO Vegas there at Anime Expo. So hopefully we'll see you there.
Thank you. 改めまして、マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ、アメリカでは8月6日発売となります。
That team was not what I expected.
どちらでも結構です。
It wasn't.
本日予約して帰ってください。
And Marvel Tokon is
This is
coming
what I
out
wrote.
on August 6th for
Well,
both PlayStation
oh,
and
it was
PC.
close to the first team
so
that I
don't
wrote.
forget to place your pre-order.
Wait, so I was right. Daredevil's DLC. I was right. Daredevil's too good of a character to have on
そして
base
です
launch.
ね、これからもキャラクターのディープタイプ動画など続々情報を出していくので、
Loki, wow.
はい、皆さん
Not
オ
what
ー
I
プンベータで
expected.
お待ちしております。
I
We
mean, it
have
was
a
an
lot more
obvious fake out.
excitement coming for you, especially the upcoming deep dive videos for cover the rest of the characters. So I hope to see all of you playing in the open beta.
はい、我々アークシステムワークス、マーベル闘魂チームは、FGC の皆さんと一緒にこのゲームを盛り上げていきたいと思います。皆さんの力が必要です。ぜひこれからも応援をよろしくお願いします。本日はありがとうございました。
The Marvel team, I can speak for all of the Marvel Tokon team to say that we're hoping to continue creating a lot of excitement for the FGC, and it's all thanks to your support.
Wow, bro. That's fucking crazy, bro. Yo, hopefully this game doesn't do him dirty like Rivals did.
Yo, you guys gotta get louder than that.
Nah, that shit was crazy, bro.
I saw some stuff on the
Nah,
side
that trailer was
that I
hard.
ain't never seen in my life.
That trailer was hard, bro.
I ain't never
I gotta
seen it in my
rewatch that
life.
shit. Nah.
All right.
Him cutting the fucking closed beta into being open beta was hard. That shit, nah. That shit was sick. That shit was too sick.
But before that, we're gonna cut to a quick break, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
That shit was
you
too
will
sick.
miss Street Fighter 6 Top 8 coming up next. See you soon.
Perfect time for them to do an ad break. Okay, I'm looking at that trailer again. Nah, that shit was too sick. That was way too fucking sick. That was too fucking sick, bro.
Allow me to introduce your
Before I even go over this, dude, I was close. Ghost Rider, Blade. I knew Blade was a guarantee. There's just no way we don't drop with Blade. Like, I'm gonna just say it. The game doesn't have enough black characters. That's why I kind of felt like Blade is gonna be a character. But besides that, even though we saw that comic of like, what was it? Daredevil and what was it, Daredevil and Moon Knight. I think those are gonna be DLC. I instantly thought Daredevil would be DLC. This was what the comic team was in the issue chapter thingy. If you guys didn't see the picture, but like, this was just too good to be true. This is too good of a team to be true. Like, and also, I don't know. I figured it wouldn't be real because it has no girls on it. I feel like at least the last team would have like at least a girl because there's not that much girls on this game. But shit, the team still doesn't have any girls. But I mean, I guess you count Loki. He's like gender fluid. But whatever. Regardless, let's look at this trailer again. I was one off. I was one off. No, I don't think anyone would have expected Loki.
Unbreakable X-Men.
Who would have expected Loki?
The Amazing Guardians.
But yeah, like every team has like one girl on it except Dr. Doom's team.
Unbreakable X-Men.
Okay, well this team has 3 girls, but still. How much characters are we on launch? Let's look at this again.
The Fighting Avengers.
It's 1.
The Unbreakable X-Men.
2, 3, 4.
The Amazing Guardians. The Knights
5, 6.
of Doom.
There's only 6 girls in the game.
And
There's only 6 girls in the game, so I thought there was more.
You mess with the Ghost Rider, you'll end up as a ghost. No skill, no luck. Hey, Vamp, how about some help here?
I'll make this quick. Show me how much monster you've got. Don't blink.
It's not the same voice actor. It's not Gabe. It's a different voice actor. Imari Williams. It's not Gabe.
You've got. Don't blink. Here, take this. Gotcha. Weapon's hot.
They already did him better. He has a fucking Uzi in this game instead of that weak ass rival shotgun. Instead of that weak ass rival shot. Oh my god, he's already better than Rival's Blade. He's already better. He's already better. Already. He's already fucking better. He's already better.
Nothing stops the Muramasa blade. Close your eyes. It's over.
They say I'm a legend, but I am also a god. So easily tricked. I've saved Asgard more times than I have threatened it. Honestly. No, really.
What's Loki doing?
You
Oh, he's
dislike
gonna
my
mix up
prattling
tricky,
tongue,
annoying character.
beast. You will not survive.
Wait, did he take Ghost Rider? Oh, no, that's
My Ragnarok! Whoa! Rage quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Let me check out some strats. And now, time resumes. It's me, the FGC's favorite.
Nolan North.
This pose.
Lock it up, Wade.
I love it.
Did
when
he
you
stab
threaten
himself
me.
to...
C's favorite. How's this pose?
Isn't that Jacko's?
Get up, Wade.
What the? He stabs himself to hit Wolf.
I love it when you threaten me.
What is that? What is he tethering? What the fuck? Is this fucking yarn or some shit? What is that?
How's this pose?
Lock it up, Wade.
I love it when you threaten me.
What is that? It's like a fucking rope. His guts? His intestine? Oh, look at that. Do you see the detailing? Look at the fire is like...
Wade.
I love it when you threaten me. Roasty!
It's like a Deadpool explosion thingy.
Hey, chat. Somebody clip that.
Let's reflect.
So elegant. Random bullshit go.
I do wish they were with Saab or Yu. I wish they did because his voice is just too fucking. It fits the character so well. Hearing him in Rivals, but whatever.
Deadpools assemble. Deadpool Corps.
Hey, Chad.
Wait. There's something else we should do. I remember.
But it's a part drawing me.
The Midnight Samurai Outriders.
No one's more OG, yeah.
Oh, we're cooking.
Wait, so it's not Midnight Suns. It's Samurai.
I remember. Enter the Midnight
Because everyone thought it was Midnight Suns. Because why would it not be Midnight Suns?
Samurai Outriders. Oh, we're cooking now. T-E-A-M, get 'em!
Time to step out of the shadows.
One does not cross a frost giant. Everyone, get
One
ready.
does not trust a frost giant.
You're gonna feel this.
Rest in peace.
All out attack! The power of Jotunheim!
Hell is coming for you.
Holy shit. Hell is coming for you. Oh, fuck.
Nah, this isn't it.
Nah, this isn't it.
Nah, this isn't it.
That shit was hard.
You need more practice.
You need more practice, chat. Nah, this isn't it. Nah, that shit was hard, bro. You can't tell me Blade ain't sick in this game. We do. Shit, we do. I'll take it. We fucking do. We fucking do, bro. Okay, let me look at this shit frame by frame.
Rider, you'll end up as a ghost.
Nah, you need more practice.
Hey, Vamp, how about some help here?
Oh, shit.
Make this quick.
Yo, this shit is hard, bro. Oh my god. Nah, you can't tell me this character ain't sick, bro. Blade is confirmed for the beta? They just tweet that? Oh my god. Let's go. Wait, who else is gonna be in it? I want to play Magic as well. Wait, who else though? We need more. We need more. Bro, what? Who else is gonna be in it? No, they didn't say anything. Because there's no way we just get the same character as last beta, but just with Blade. That'd be kind of ah. But whatever.
Show me how much monster you got.
We need more characters. That we need to at least get like the. I'm assuming it's gonna be like the Evo build. It's gonna be like at least with Blade, and then like what? It's gonna have Wolverine, Magic. Who else? I'm missing someone. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think Carnage would be there though.
Gotcha.
Wait, so what does he do right here?
Don't blink.
What does he throw? Looks like a rope and a like. What is that? It's like needles or something. It stuns you for so long.
Here, take this. Gotcha.
Whoa! What is he? What is that thing he's spinning? Is that a dagger? Oh yeah, it is. It's like a little, metal stakes or some shit like that. That's like the little dual dagger thingy or whatever the fuck it's called. I forgot what it's called.
Weapons hot. Don't blink. Here, take this. Gotcha.
He just teleports behind him. Damn.
Nothing stops the Muramasa blade.
The Muramasa blade.
Close your eyes.
Oh my god. Yo, this shit is hard, bro. This shit is hard, bro. This is thumbnail worthy, bro. Look at this. This shit is thumbnail worthy.
It's over.
They say I'm a It's over.
Close your eyes. It's over.
Nah, bro. Yo, why did they make him so cool in this game? In fucking Rivals, my man's a fucking bot. My man's a bot in Rivals. An absolute bot in Rivals, bro. Why did they go so hard? Rivals gotta be racist. There's no way. Bro, he's crazy in this game. He's actually ridiculous in this game.
They say I'm a legend, but I am also a god.
Loki
So
looks
easily
sick too.
tricked. I am also
He
a
does
god.
this.
So
I was a fake Loki.
easily tricked.
Alright, counter.
I've saved
New stage,
Asgard more
Asgard.
times than I have threatened it. Honestly. No, really.
Okay. What are these projectiles? What the fuck?
You dislike my prattling tongue.
Oh, he's
beast.
one of those characters. What's that flame sword?
You
That
dislike
looks
my
sick.
prattling tongue.
He freezes you. Dives with like some flame sword thingy.
You will not survive.
Is it like stances?
My
Wait, so
beauty god.
I think he does have stances or something.
You dislike my
Because there's a different weapon in his left hand.
prattling tongue.
Oh, maybe I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Beast.
It's hard to
You
tell.
will not survive. My
Maybe not.
Ragnarok. Whoa!
Rage quitting is
I think
the
he is a
ultimate
stance
fighting.
character though, kind of like Sandalphon. I think he has like different stances. Like now Sandalphon and Granblue has like Earth. What he had? Fire, water, and what else did he have? I think light.
Game Sin. Let me check out some strats. And now time resumes. It's me.
What the fuck is this throw, bro?
My
This throw is ridiculous.
Rage
The
quitting
Johnny
is the
Cage
ultimate
nut
fighting
punch,
game,
yeah.
Sin. Let me check out some strats. And now time resumes.
Son. Yo, why? Bro, what the fuck?
Me FGC's favorite. How's this?
Main me, it says. Jacko's
Lock it up,
pose.
Wade.
Stabs himself.
Love it when you threaten me. Roasty.
What did he just say at the bottom right?
Me FGC's favorite. How's this pose?
Lock it up, Wade.
I love it when you
When he does his
threaten me.
fire thing? Oh my goodness, bro.
Hey chat, somebody clip.
Nice reflex. What are these animations? What the fuck was that? What the fuck is this? He looks like an unfinished ass character, but what the fuck is this character, bro? He had grenades. He just self-explodes.
Random.
Oh my god, was that really Dr. Doom's foot dive?
Random bullshit go.
Random bullshit go. Where the fuck did Gwenpool come from?
Random bullshit go.
Is that a dolphin or what? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god! Why does he have Totsugeki? He has Totsugeki, bro. What the hell? Son, what is this game?
Wait. There's something else we should do. I remember.
Enter the Midnight
Samurai Outriders.
The Samurai Outriders.
Oh, we're cooking now. T-E-A-M. Get 'em.
Time to step out of the shadows.
One does
What was that? It was like a bomb? Who did that? Oh, it was Deadpool. He throws like a zombie head bomb and a Molotov. Is that Jinx's bomb? He combined both of them. He can combine the bombs. Look at it. The fucking the zombie is carrying the Molotov.
Step out of the shadows.
Loki has his little ice axe.
A frost strike. Everyone, get ready.
Loki looks really good in this game. He actually looks really cool. Look at his model. We haven't looked at his model that much. They made him handsome as shit. He looks like an anime character. Why did they make him so handsome? Wow.
You're gonna feel this.
Rest in peace.
Yo. Rest in peace. Oh, we can't see the rest of it. Fix Blade's hairline. Son. What the fuck is this? What? That is so much bullshit.
The power of Jotunheim.
Hell is coming for you.
Hell is coming for you. Damn, you doing this on fucking Magic? That's fucked up. On Magic is fucked up. Doing that on Magic is fucked up.
Nah, this isn't it. You need more practice.
What a great day of gaming. That's peak, bro. That's fucking peak, bro. That's fucking peak. That's fucking peak. Are they showing another Street Fighter trailer for the movie? Unless we've seen this already. Oh man, what a great day of gaming. So yeah, I was one off. I didn't think it would be Loki. Oops, I went off for my first prediction. I didn't think it would be Loki. I thought it was gonna be a girl. Gwenpool, okay, I was close. Moon Knight was one. Yeah, I was one off. This was just the comic team. I didn't think it would be the comments. I think it's pulling that would have been like, I don't know.
Everyone keeps going on about your thighs.
Hey, let me see
I
him.
don't see what the big deal is.
I don't see what the big deal is. That's the old cheerleader. What? Bro, doing that Tokon beta on the day a day after Avatar launches is fucking evil.
That was some abracadabra shit.
So evil. They couldn't have picked a better day. Like, I don't know.
Positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
I'm positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
Do it, Ryu!
Do it, Ryu. Do it, Ryu.
Everybody, welcome back to EVO 2026. We are here, and it's almost the end of the road. We have one.
Yo, this motherfucker cut the fucking screen.
Game.
He cut the fucking screen. He cut the fucking screen. This motherfucker
We know
cut
what
the
the game
screen.
is, and I want to hear this entire room give me the chant that I asked for before. Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6. All right. No more breaks, no more nothing. Let's get to the action. Please, can we roll the Street Fighter 6 intro video presented by Visa? Make some noise, everybody. Let's go!
Act like you know. That's a new one.
Yo, you know who it is, your boy Kiss, man. Make sure you check out that EVO 2026. Nothing but fire. You know he got my brother on there. You know he got some other heaters, heat rocks, and bangers coming at your way. You heard me? It's your boy Kiss. Let's get it.
Evo, what up? Street Fighter 6. D-Block, baby. Dun dun. I used to be a street fighter. Glock in my pocket. Army coat with the lighter. About to pull an all-nighter. Love hip-hop, but I never thought I'd be a writer. Explosive bars, my pen is the igniter. These people might try you instead of walking by you. No game, I kick one of your ass like I'm Ryu. Police dogs gotta come by I tie you. Or separate your body from Yonkers to Ohio. I do the same, but all that tough stuff you gotta show me. My whole career, all I did was score like I'm Kobe. Grammys, Moonmans, but I don't need no trophy. You don't even own a stick, so how the hell you gonna smoke me, homie?
You don't even own a stick, so how you gonna smoke me? Oh my god. You don't even own a stick, so how you gonna smoke me?
In the game for a while and I ain't talking.
Is that Yipes?
Talking a virtual place, learning how to scratch. For now, how to prevail, try every time. With every loss, my quarter up, back of the line. A time where arcades jumping the pride there. Port Authority, Times Square was live there. Different skin tones in the zone, my eyes clear. My skill honed, I'm home from Chinatown Fair. Pushing forward, never moving backwards. Cause he getting greenbacks like the drive games, it's automatic. Dedication is the only practice. Street Fighter 6 back at the grand stage, another classic.
Hey yo, the flow is EVO. Better act like you know. Take the sticks up, run it like a stick. IFC and shit, do it with that filthy mix up.
Nah, they cooked.
Yeah, that's right, get louder. Now it's time for the top 8 player introduction presented by Visa. Let's keep the energy high right now. I got Shigematsu!
Oh shit, I gotta put my reaction to the Tokon shit. Fuck, let me hurry up. Give me a second.
No introduction
Guys
needed.
got bars,
The
he rap
ball.
every stream.
Mena are
You ever been to his stream? They rapping every stream.
and the Jamie Menace Tauntaun Man.
They be rapping every stream.
Make some noise for Francis on Kills You. We got the legendary Zen. Make some noise for the young one, Kraime.
Nah, this beat is hard.
One of the OGs right here. Make some noise for Dogura-san. And last but not least, let's get loud. Keep the energy live for Crossover RD.
What is
and
that
one
noise?
more time, Evo, make some noise.
What the fuck
for
is that?
your Evo Street Fighter 6 Top 8.
What is that noise? Who's doing that? Yo, get that shit out of here.
We know what we want. All right, we are going to get things started with our commentators. Make some noise for
Get
the
that
boys.
fucking air horn out of here.
IMC Yipes and Ringe.
Welcome to the tournament where dreams come true. That's the only way I can describe it. After hearing an intro track with Jadakiss, Sheik, Lucha, and IFC Yipes.
Oh, he got the Mena shirt on. Ooh.
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to D-Block, man, Buddha, and of course Evo for getting this all together, man. I appreciate everybody. Man, this is just an amazing feeling. How y'all feeling tonight?
Yikes on the mic.
I know Steve was wearing y'all out. I know he asked for noise 45 times, but we still live, we still in full effect. I can't wait to get into this Street Fighter 6 top 8.
Shout out to the Airheads, Aircam.
Infer reacts.
Let's see.
What is the title of that shit?
Great job on the stage. IC Yipes and Regiment one more time. I know you're giving me some love on the track side of things, but yo, it's kind of crazy. I'm still surreal about it, to be honest with you. I'm cheesy from cheek to cheek. I'm gonna be real with you. So yeah, this is gonna be a good one, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We got some fresh faces, of course, some familiar faces, some young bucks. Pretty much a whole clean lineup that we don't really get to see every single day in a big tournament, let alone, of course, in this big stage known as Evo World. So very excited to see how this plays out and see who's going to be crowned our champion. Of course, you got Mena RD with a chance to be the first time, two-time Evo World champion. So it's a lot to see it.
Indeed, we got the top 8 predictions presented by
I gotta make
PlayStation.
a thumbnail real quick.
Live and in full effect for the chat right now. So you can see chat.
I'm gonna run the first predict. Mena versus. Where's my bracket at?
And all the way through to crossover RD.
Oh shit! Team USA versus AMER. I forgot that's on.
I already know what I'm going with, man. I believe
not be
in
losing.
the Jamie, bro. Give me the Tauntaun Min number
Wait,
one.
is it over? They lose?
Well, I mean, it's no surprise.
It's 1-0.
Considering where I'm from, man, I'm a Platano eating bandit. And of course, I love that we got 2 Dominicans here, but I can only choose one. And that's going to be, of course, my
why did I
boy,
lose my bracket?
Mena RD.
Ooh, talk to him. I love seeing that. But yeah, man, how does it feel, man? The 2 Dominican Republic representatives in top 8 at Evo 1,000-man tournaments. It's so hard to get here. The consistency of Mena RD is on display once again. And crossover, he's peaking right now, man. He had a great showing at Grease Spawn, had a great showing at Combo Breaker, but this showing is even better than both of those. So you know he's keeping that momentum going.
I mean, it's consistent. That was a long road for those guys, but again, they were well equipped. The way it was training, of course, all the way from the battle that they had with Daigo, of course, the Mena versus Daigo first to 10. So anywhere that crossover went with Mena,
I have no clue Shigematsu plays.
Big shout out to the boys being there. Me being a proud Dominican, I thought I was going to be the only one, even though I wasn't born on the
Critics
island.
up.
But I'm very proud to have that Dominican heritage in me. Just to see
We getting another Widow game. Wait, you thought Widow would be in Togon or something, or?
It's a beautiful thing, man. 100% right. It all started back in that 2017 Capcom Cup with Mena RD taking it right and really making his goal to bring up the Dominican Republic community right in the FGC side of things. And we've seen it. Obviously, Kaba has followed his path. There's so many players in crossover. The latest to make a top 8 at Evo Vegas is going to be amazing, man.
But yeah, let's check that victory path presented by White Claw Surgeons to see exactly how was their path all the way here to the top 8. Shigematsu. Damn right, so he took out the likes of Mickey. That dude was a tough cookie throughout the whole tournament. So that's who defeated Enzo. I should be upset at you. That's what I'm saying.
Giving him the foot dive is ridiculous. That foot dive, bro. They actually gave his ass foot dive.
Kind of poetic. He actually defeated him 2-0. Nauman, of course, one of my personal favorites. He 2-0'd everybody. 2-0 Fizz, 2-0 Revamp, 2-0 Silly.
Yo, predicts up. Vote. Run that money, bro. Let me see it. Where the money at?
And
Let me see that shit, bro. Stop saving it. Let me get that off you. Give back.
But now he gets the chance to avenge Daigo in round 1 of top 8.
Give me your damn money.
You can see the path right there. Nothing to sneeze at as well.
What you holding on to it for? Give me it.
Akutagawa, Hailey, Taisei, Backstrom, and so many more. Shouts Morbid Manor as well. But
you want my opinion on this? I would vote Mena, but that would be biased.
You don't want to play the Blanca Mirror. I don't think he's going to want to.
So I was having.
This is your predict, not mine.
Sure. Definitely. So I definitely want to see.
But if you want my opinion,
personally, I want to see the chaos.
I would vote Mena RD.
Just to fill it out. I mean, it's a 3 out of 5, and you know, Mena has a.
But if you do end up getting robbed, do not get mad at me.
But we'll see how this plays out.
Because I will just be laughing.
Some madness. So y'all ready for this top 8? Y'all, please make some noise for one time. Oh
yeah, we love hearing the noise. Maybe that feeds us here in the arena of Evo top 8, man. But yes, we are making sure our players are getting everything clean and proper before getting into it, obviously. For the Evo Championship, we want to make sure everything is crispy. It's going to be fun, man, because as you mentioned, right, I would love to see the most electrifying match in Street Fighter Entertainment with the Blanca Mirror. You feel me? Like, literally the most electrifying. But yeah, man, I mean, Mena is such a well-versed, well-rounded player. We've seen him on a multitude of characters, as you mentioned. Obviously, the
if I lose, you got me?
We've seen the Bison, we've seen the Geef. He's been able
I boot him out right now and vote. Hold on.
And nobody's going to know Blanca better than him, right? We might see a character that we haven't actually seen from him before just because he knows that Blanca has trouble with them, but tries to keep it low-key because, you know, that's his main character.
I mean, what a pretty guy. You dumping all my channel points on Mena RD, bro. Quit playing me, bro. I got 500.
Into that lightning beast that we all love to see and enjoy here from Mena RD. So I'm actually excited to see how Mena reacts to Blanca.
I only got 500 channel points, bro.
Just to see what he has.
When you gonna break down for me?
With that Blanca, so we'll see what's up.
Yeah, like what he's prioritizing, right, in terms of trying to stop.
You should break down for me.
The neutral. It'd be very interesting to see for sure. We are going to see it regardless. We just don't know if it will be on his Blanca as well. But Shigematsu as well, having a great year so far. Riddle Order in general is having a good year. They have Junior under their belt. I believe Hikaru is part of that organization as well. What's crazy is that, like, we see Shigematsu in this top 8. He's not even on their SFL roster. You know what I'm saying? They might have to rethink that after this show and just show how deep it is in Japan and how much depth of talent there is.
Go get him off the bench, man. Look who he's dealing with in the winner side. He does have a big chance, man. Can Japan take Evo Worlds once again? That is the big story here, of course. But you got a lot of the young bucks, of course, in the top 8. You've seen it. One of my favorites, of course, is Kills You. Shout out to the Cuzzo. For people that don't know, he kind of like looks like one of my brothers, light skin and all that. But nah, this is going to be amazing, man. If Mena RD could pull this off. Now, mind you, last year it was a speed run.
It was.
To be honest with you, everybody left packing, everybody went home pretty early. But let's see if there's going to be a
last year was a speed run of doom.
Did you see what his
speed
driving
run
force is?
of
He
doom?
tweeted about it this morning.
Was it, I think he missed the Yakiniku.
My man, you know what's up.
That shit was a speed run of doom.
All right. No, but you're looking good, my boy.
Hey, I'm trying. You know what I'm saying? We both trying. We all trying. So definitely, good looking at. I hope he gets his Yakiniku, you know what I mean, in a celebratory fashion. But it's going to be fun. Obviously, like we talked about, it's going to be Shigematsu versus Mena RD first, but then we got Tantan Men versus Kills.
What's that mean? Fuse the aura? I didn't put that shit up here.
I mean, having an incredible year. Definitely the strongest representative out of the European region as of late, right? He got second at Capcom Cup. He's been doing an incredible job lately. But this is his first offline top 8 since Capcom.
Wow.
Yeah, he actually got 9th, I think, at CB or Blink, one of the 2 recent tournaments. He got 9th. He got very close, but now his return to form, man, in top 8 winner side. It's going to be a good one to watch. And then Tantan, man, I mean, I know a lot of people are unfamiliar with him, right? I looked up his results. There hasn't been much outside of this tournament. This is where he's really busted out and shown, but he is part of La Vision, which is founded by KSK. Which, yes, a legendary Third Strike player. So it's so cool to see the different factions forming in Japan and seeing the different players to come out of it.
No, hold on. When I finish the thumbnail, you're going to see.
I want to see who is correct here in terms of the percentages, who's going to win. Of course, 47% goes to the favor of Mena RD. I mean, that is the returning champion, so I'm not surprised on that. Let me see. Let's go to the 20%. Of course, a lot of fans around the world going for Dobura. Why the hell not? This dude is recording content while he's on the stage, man. Come on, he's trying to connect with you guys every single time, of course. I mean, the percentages don't really represent, of course, the favorites, in my opinion, because it's all about who has the best day-to-day on this grand stage. I mean, I'm already looking at killers like Crossover. I know he's been looking for that big placement, and he earned it. Now, how far can he go going up against Dogura? So we'll see. That's going to be pretty challenging considering Crossover doesn't play too
My night is so much better now.
True. Yeah, that's I think one of the big things that's really
Nah, that shit was hype, bro.
so far, right? Is that he's been able
I
to
told you
pilot
guys
a
this
lane
shit's
at
gonna
such a high
happen.
level, and I mean,
I'm dead ass
that
about to
practice,
become
right?
a fucking Marvel streamer. I'm gonna play Rivals and Tokon 24/7, bro. I'm about to be a fucking Marvel streamer, bro.
He is a legendary fighting game player. He's been at the top of fighting games.
I'm about to be a fucking Marvel streamer, bro.
Bracket and see who's gonna be matching up. You guys.
All I fucking play is Marvel games, bro.
Right? We're getting Shigematsu
What the fuck happened to me, bro?
I told you, Tauntaun Min versus Kills You, and then the loser side of things, Jen versus Cryman. These are two players that have been struggling as of late, right? 2026, their results haven't been there. They busted out in this tournament. Top 8, they're gonna be trying to ride that momentum all the way through.
All I play is fucking Marvel games, bro. What happened to me? How did that happen? I like DC more. How did that happen?
Crossover has been
How did that happen?
steadily building to this moment. Result after result has
I know way more about DC than Marvel. My favorite superhero is the Flash. How did this happen? Watch this reverse Flash. But still, how did that happen?
He really wanted to lock in, and you've seen it through all the seasons, through all the online tournaments. But he found
Fucking DC. How did that happen? You ass fucking Warner Bros. That's fuck ass Warner Bros. Yes, suck ass.
Both of these guys enjoy watermelons.
Fucking Warner Bros. I fucking hate Warner Bros. so much. Like these guys cannot make games to save their lives, bro. I swear to God.
I think it's like
they think about the money first before the game is even out. Like this shit is ridiculous. Before the game is even made, they just think about the fucking money.
Well, guys, we're just figuring things out here so we can make sure we have a smooth ride throughout the whole tournament. Damn, man,
Okay, I was gonna go something crazy, but I went with something simple.
That is tunnel vision. That is, I love that, bro. That is the man, the myth, the legend. Mind you, it's a legend that's still going and still kicking ass, which is pretty crazy, man.
Absolutely, man. I mean, we've seen it, right? I think
I felt the aura.
has talked about it, right? How much mental fortitude and mental composure and training
I
your
felt the
mentality
aura.
when approaching all these tournaments, when approaching competition matters, right? I think that's the make or break and why he's proven to be so consistent.
I got blown away by the
where,
fucking aura.
I mean, barely anybody has been able to be consistent. You know, he has somehow figured out a code
I got blown away by the fucking aura. That's actually a frame from the fucking reaction, by the way. So don't tell me it's not. It literally is.
Again, as we're trying to get everything on stage, all cleaned up before
Feels the aura.
Oh my God. This is the replay. You guys didn't tell
Feels
us that
the
this
fucking aura, bro.
Good
I was vibing out during the song, bro.
That's a good one.
I was like, we're gonna watch some NRD highlights.
I was gonna do something crazy than that, but I don't have time. It's the fucking second channel. I shouldn't be doing crazy thumbnails for that anyway.
I love hip hop. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's a great opportunity. Anybody loves hip
Is
hop?
whoever's this view? What is the fucking the one with Dabo and fucking Blackboy Max? Is this?
And look at all the beautiful people, man. Let me see your hands up
His
right
room
quick.
feels the aura.
Yeah.
Another Evo, man. Let me tell you something. This is my 21st Evo.
Feels the aura, bro.
So it's pretty sick, man, to see this. Obviously, man. Shout out to
No, what the
AK
fuck were they
for
reacting to when they did this? It had to been Playboy Cardi, bro. It has to be. The way it was fucking glazing that shit. They fucking glazed Playboy Cardi, bro. Dude, Dennis? Oh my fucking God. There, no way, no. Okay, where's the original video? No, I'm finding the original video. Feels the aura.
Shout out to the Red Bull seats, the best seats in the house, in the building. And
I found it.
there as well.
What is this?
Answer. Who the fuck you think he is? My boss?
Oh my God, Duke Room?
Do you feel that?
This is crazy.
I know. Play cool.
No. No, this is special grade Big Eat. There's no way. There's no way he said, "Oh my God, Duke Room."
Oh my God, Duke Room?
Do you feel that?
Fucking Dabo, bro. Oh my God. This is such glaze.
Yo, stop, chill, relax. I know. Play cool.
What, bro?
How did he do that?
What? Nah, this is insane, Dickie, bro. I can feel the aura inside me. My shit so no, bro, no. He said play cool, put his hands on his head, and was getting blown away.
What he's trying to do mentally to process the match. It's going to be a good one, man. I want to see how familiar
bro.
Shigematsu
All right.
is with Mena's gameplay.
So one of the things that I want to highlight about Menace is he's
Bro, what
hyperactive
the
every
fuck
week.
is
Even
that?
when he's not doing absolutely nothing, the left right is just looking crispy in terms of going in that range, in terms of how he wants
You
to
want
land
that as
those
an
big
emote?
faces into the big meter
I
build.
got
That's
you.
what you
Hold
really
on.
got to look for.
Let me upload
Mena
the video
loves
first.
to file those nails down, and when I say that, I'm talking about the drive gauge. He goes for the green, he goes for the cash immediately. Big buns, I keep highlighting this because he keeps building fast meter as well. Always looking for those punish counters on the parries. That way he can build that even
Feels
faster.
the aura.
So it's all up to Shigematsu, so sorry.
Yes.
Shigematsu, if he could keep on par with Mena's momentum, I do feel like he could keep an eye on. Oh, psych! And he's not doing the mirror. I love that. Let's go to Shadaloo, baby. Oh.
But check, it's okay.
Damn, I got a little too hype. I'm a big fan of Bison, so that's actually not a bad pick.
Yeah, I like the Bison in this matchup.
We'll play pad, yeah.
You get a good read on the fadeaway Blanca ball. That's a free hell attack. So
yeah,
it all depends. I wouldn't be surprised if you picked this, but I would love to see the mirror. I mean, we need a reversal, especially against Blanca.
Yeah. Psycho Crusher should do really well against the Blanca ball as well. Just gives him something to react very quickly with if he does have the charge available. So something to look out for as well.
Fuck,
Bison's
bro.
got great range on some of
Photoshop.
his normals, right? That can kind of contest
Yeah, open
some
Photoshop
of that
back
stuff
up.
that Blanca
If you
has
want
on the
that as an
ground.
emote.
Obviously, Blanca is a very strong footsie character. The crowd's strong. A bunch of other normals that really highlight how tough he is to kind of bully. But Bison's gonna have stuff to do.
He's not gonna play Bison. He's not gonna play
Goes
Bison.
extremely far. The stay medium kick just is a great round ending button. Great like bang for your buck when it comes to speed and range.
Dog, he's doing it, and I'm with that. I mean, he got to be careful. As long as he don't do no reckless double reverses so he won't get blown up by Blanca standing roundhouse, he should be okay. This is going to be a very, very grounded game. It's all about who's going to destroy whose drive gauge first. But, of course, we are trying to detonate that bomb immediately on the side of Bison. So let's see how we're going to handle this matchup.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Oh, we putting glasses on, huh?
And I'm interested to see if Mena tries to be the aggressor coming out of it, right?
Do I have an emote slot for this?
Mena told him, he's like, let it rock. He said, let it rock sort of fair. Yeah, the crowd getting it off. The man of the people. Mena RD. What a show, man. I know y'all been here for hours, but this is the first match of SF6. Let's make some noise!
Opening gambit time, my favorite time. Shigematsu, Mena. Who wants to go to the winners finals? Already the first throw was established. Ooh, stand rounds, punish counter. Bomb, the bomb isn't planted. Can you defuse?
So
It's gonna be an overhead, no, we're gonna just camp it out, wait till it explodes, and what's it gonna be? Wow!
Yes, indeed. I believe our names are all reversed, if I'm not mistaken. Mena does tend to dodge the block of
It's gonna be titled InferFuel's Aura.
Going to work right now, already in the corner. What we gonna do with it?
Detonated again. Oh, wow, yes, the fadeaway Blanca.
Oh, I do have
the
an
OD
emo
version
slot.
this time. Oh, just wake up crouching strong, just snipe them moving forward, and that is
Should I
the
do as an
first
animated
blood
emo
here on the
or-
side
Oh,
of
I
Mena
have no
RD.
animated emotes.
Yes, indeed. Looking very strong already out the gate. And this is what I was really interested in. Who was going to dictate the pace in terms of being the aggressor? Oh, that's baited.
You know, I like that, just to test them out early on, just to see if you want to keep throwing, to keep pressing the issue with mediums, with the standing medium kick. I like that answer right there. It doesn't bleed as much, so he's cool.
Yeah, Mena likes to establish wake-up reversals early on in the set as well, right? Get you to think about it. What an answer after the backdash on the throw attempt. Had the Blanca ball ready. Another throw set up here. And then Shigematsu going in right now. Oh, you cannot come out for free. What a response with a perfect.
Shigematsu, okay. And picking up on Mena's habits a little bit, of course. This is what I was scared of, man, getting pressed in the corner and you don't have something to slow down Shigematsu like an OD reversal. Standing medium kick as the anti-air. All right, that's the bomb. Drive pressure to do nothing. You're just going to wait for it? No, we could have got that bait. It would have been bigger damage. But it's all right, though.
He was like looking to attack the drive gauge like you said before, right? He had the bomb on him. He was looking for the back heavy kick. Definitely looking to shape it down.
Stupid, bro.
Wow, confidence on the check. No confirmed error to the OD scissor kick, so it's okay.
But why is it not letting me upload the video?
We're gonna go for the overhead. No, I like that. Masking the block stun with the parry, just letting those OD Blanca balls rip. I like that. Very sneaky. That's the bomb. We're gonna go low. Overhead.
Oh, I'm going to
right now, might be what resulted in that, but what a perfect parry to start switching this up. Shigematsu, oh, he goes for the overhead, but Mena lets the CA rip. And that's going to be massive damage to raw CA.
Okay, you guys are right.
Oh my God,
oh, puts him on a pixel. Oh, he's dead, just like that.
Raw, unscaled,
Yo, whoever's
unfiltered
with
damage.
the arrow in the audience, please
throws
kick
it
that
all
guy
on
out.
the table. Cojones. Successful.
Cajones Malone, the classic.
Let's go. Oh, not wow. I didn't think that was gonna reach. That's what's so good about that cross strong, because it snipes you moving forward. You're not even looking for a whip punish. Most of the time you are, but it's just.
Bro, I'm just getting blasted away in the fucking.
That was wild, right? Meta actually woke
from
with
the
that level 3
fucking
after
aura.
getting his level invaded earlier on, right? Like he did not let that discourage him
I'm
whatsoever.
getting blasted away in the.
Got a whole up back for the blocker ball. He got exposed by that brown
That shit
house.
is crazy,
that is
bro.
the bomb. It has been planted. All right. It's almost about to pop. What we're gonna do?
If
Nice.
you know, I wish I could put the text,
throw right
but
beforehand. Oh,
actually, I
let me get
probably
another one.
could.
Well, we're gonna continue this
It's like
with
really
yes,
small.
sir. Shigematsu, you better
You probably
do
wouldn't be able to
something.
read it if I put the
All right,
text.
he actually just blocked it out. I'm gonna try to switch it up, and now the back throw.
Like, you gotta make me believe. Oh, we found a pocket to get out of
Man's on
there.
the wrong
And
side.
look at that. As you can see, Shigematsu was looking for that footsie little whip punish game. No, we're just gonna hop up out of there.
Wait, is
and
Meta
even
not
if he
playing
did
Bison?
at least he's out of there. Took a little bit of damage, but he resets neutral.
Nah,
Here comes
these
the bomb
are
once
correct.
again. I think this is gonna be a loaded time range. Hold on. There it is.
Oh, you already knew? We're gonna do this time and then baits out the parry response. Was looking for anything that Shigematsu was gonna do, but now he actually got caught trying to press a little bit early on the lightning.
Oh, what? Whoa. He's going all over the place. The compass rolls, Blanca. Are we gonna go for the overhead? No, I like that. Trying to buy some time and then probably possibly double reverse out, but no, he's getting mauled in his corner. Mena RD is receiving his own medicine.
Trying to bait something out, I think, just like a raw parry, thinking that he would have stolen the drive rush and didn't come out. Responds with an OD Blanca ball, trying to get him. Oh, but I was gonna say, it's not gonna chip him out. It's only gonna put him in burnout. He thought the normal was gonna put him in burnout, and then he would get the chip from the super, but it was too short.
Shigematsu, that is very unfortunate. It's just like that. Mena RD with a quick 2 powdery donuts in this set. One more, and Mena RD goes to the finals of the winners.
Please.
That's 100% what he
With
thought was
this
gonna
air
happen.
horn.
Yeah, the normal would burn him out, and he would
Please.
get the chip out with the level 1. Wow.
Yo, kick that guy out or
That's how you know they're so
fucking
locked in
stop.
like that tunnel vision. They had it. I mean, it was a slither drive game, so I don't blame him for even going for it.
Yeah, 100%. It would have been, I mean, Galaxy Brain if
That
it actually
shit is
worked out,
loud
right?
as
Just
fuck.
slightly miscalculated.
All right, here we go. The aggressor right here, Men RD. Down only to a drive gauge and a half. That's a meaty throw. No, he's going for the legs. He's exposing either a tech or the up back. I'm loving this for Men RD. Damn, this man is running a speed run. Hold on, is this gonna be a throw? No, looking for the Blanca ball, but there it is. Great anti-edge, Shigematsu.
Yeah, great discipline to have the charge, not reach or anything like that. Just wait for the jump in. But man has done such a good job, man. We've seen the scissor kick over the slide. Oh, jumps the slide. This time it actually resulted in Shigematsu getting burnt out. Only 1 bar to his name as well. Mena suffocates and goes on set point.
This man got open toe sandals right now. He's gotta stop abusing the fadeaway Blanca ball. Oh, nice, all right. Looks like Mena tried to challenge with a technical or a button, either or.
I like that.
All right,
Since
the
Bison has
reaction's
no
up. I just gotta wait for the turn HD.
DPOS, might as well try to tech him with that.
Exactly. Oh, trying to hold up there in that situation as well, getting exposed. Mena, you're about to hold this Blanca challenge. How do you feel? No, I'm very familiar with that toy. I'm getting the hell up out of there.
Why is it quality so ass?
Sneaky. All right, there you go. Dominance. I see you, Shigematsu. Wake up.
Let's go with his back against the wall. A new animal may have been awoken.
Hold on.
Shigematsu can bring it in here.
Let's go. I like that. Go for the jab meaty first. It's a test.
Is quality better on Capcom fighters?
Caught him delayed teching, and that
Quality's
background
so
house is
ass.
paying the bills right here for Mena.
No,
I
it's
like how Mena's
insane.
not even scared of the wake-ups. As long as he holds the... I like how Mena's not even scared of the wake-ups. And the momentum in that
Yeah, it's
corner,
insane.
he's all right with that.
Fuck. Precisely right. He looks at the big
It's like
picture
blurry.
here. He knows he has the overall advantage. But Shigematsu had some nice
God
game.
damn it.
Throw beforehand.
Oh my God, anti-air.
Yo,
Almost
Kingsman
a block
got
the ball to avoid it
clapped.
entirely. That was so smart. Mena thought that Shigematsu already committed to a jump in.
Yeah.
What a way to change that altitude, or the trajectory, I should say, of that jump in. Very nice. Tie it up, if you can.
Oh, and then trying to catch Mena RD, moving around a bit, right? What a down back response to that slide at the last moment. Now we got the bomb planted. Oh my goodness, another Hezi. Nice parry on the explosion.
Publishing
though.
it.
Mena was just that surprised that he even ate that back roundhouse there.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go for a
Feels
whip
the
crush or
aura.
grab. No, he's gonna just wait for something. Waiting for that jab range, of course. Waiting for that counter poke or put a nail in the
I
coffin.
regret
Says
looking up the
Mena RD.
origin of that
Perfect
video.
dish.
I remember that meme.
The timing for the overhead into the
Because
mine
you telling me that
explosion.
shit was
We're
over
right back
Duke
to set
Dennis?
point.
Let's go.
Oh my fucking goodness.
Going to
Okay.
that look. I mean, it looks like he's doing a whole lot of nothing, but he's walking slowly but surely into this corner. Of course, Shigematsu respecting that scissor kick. You don't want to whip. Oh, you're going to pay full price. That's a bomb off the target combo just to keep it safe on the drive game side of things and keep that meter. Oh, we out of there?
Okay, I like that. Rather than take the scaled combo, you're gonna side switch, but it didn't hold the corner, bro.
Oh, we're going to go for the check? No. I like that. Whiffing buttons early. That way he can just recover fast enough. Shigematsu's about to get punished. Not enough. Next hit. I think he's going to do it regardless. I would too. He's getting closer to burnout side of things. Why not? It's gonna be a stand phase, or he's gonna OD reversal. I think he's gonna do it or wake up something.
Not OD, right? Oh, I thought he might have done a level 1 to preserve the drive beater, but he ends up getting
Oh
burnt
wait,
out.
that's the wrong link. I linked the tweet, not the video.
The lightning beast. Yeah, you know what? Don't go down without using that meter.
Nah, it's on the second channel. Reaction videos always go on the second channel. I don't do reaction on the main channel anymore.
First, but the lightning beast has already gone wall to wall.
All reaction videos are always second channel.
All right,
Unless it's like
we're trying to bait something out right
I'm
there.
reacting and playing at the same time or something.
Driver's kiss on pressure against Bison. Oh, and he gets caught reaching. And Shigematsu brings it back.
Very nice, okay? Nice and composed, and from the depths of the burnout, the dehydrated state, and bringing it all the way back against the champ. Like that big combo, meaty throw. Looks like Mena trying to challenge him.
Ever.
Counter hit there. Another throw. This is getting dangerous, and he's getting quickly. He's gaining that meter very fast to get it to that level, to that lightning beast.
Does it stink at Evo? I've never had smelling issues or stinking problems at Evo before.
Hopbacks here. He knows he's got such a life lead. Wants to make Mena come to him at
but
this
then
point.
again, I mean, I'm around my friends, so like I don't
Close for comfort. He was trying to snipe
expect them to smell bad. Like I don't know.
Either or.
My friends don't do that shit. They don't play like that.
Of this match momentum on his side.
I don't know.
Going immediately into the character select screen. Man,
like I'm literally with my friends with other slammers, so they don't not take showers like.
Nothing but Blanca and Luke. For the fact that he picked
they
this
wear
Bison on the
deodorant.
grand stage, that just goes
So
to
I never
show
had
the
like
level of
smelling
confidence.
problems or nothing.
This is crazy. The level of preparation he's put in, he knows that he's put in as
I've
much
never
work as
smelled
possible
anything bad at Evo before.
This moment, right? Because of that, he's always confident no matter what he brings
I
out.
went to
But the
Evo.
crowd wants the mirror, and that's exactly what Mena's gonna give him. Shakes it up a little bit, very reminiscent of Blanca himself. For all the marbles to get into winners finals. Shigematsu versus Mena RD, the most electrifying match in Street Fighter Entertainment. Let's go!
2-2.
All right, Blanca trying immediately from the side of Shigematsu. All right, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a parry
Two
attempt next
Blancas
time
is
on that
crazy.
Blanca ball. Shigematsu got to be careful. Mena's getting mixed right now. He's trying to hop back, of course, with the fade
I gotta make a gif out of the field goal shit.
Is Mena. Then
I
Rouse,
could.
of course, looking for that delay.
Talk about it, right? That's one of his favorite buttons.
I didn't make a
He's
gif
so good
out
at
of it.
using it. Oh, thought the parry, tried to parry because he thought the reversal button was going to come a little bit quicker. Oh, actually tested it with DI early.
Why not? First one of the game, right? First one of the set?
Absolutely. When you're 5 games in already as well.
Okay.
Carry on the overhead.
Using the emo maliciously is crazy.
A little sticky for Mena. I've seen this before, but this is actually.
After streamers, I'll see if I can make it like an animated version of it.
I like Shigematsu. Oh, I was going to say going for the jump in when he saw that man didn't have charge. Oh, he tried the jump, but it reached to the heavens and brought him back down. Shigematsu on set point.
Unfortunate. That was the right idea for Mena. He was trying to hop over the OD.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, OD pressure incoming right here. Now, look at the confidence. He's playing so fast now. Shigematsu, the lightning beast. Oh, nice. Jump back and caught the Blanca ball. That was so slick. And I activated myself. Say it with your chest.
What a way to side switch. What?
Oh my God, overhead. I think he's gonna set him up right here. Oh no, the Blanca Chana's not in there, but he is filing down those nails. There's a drive impact.
Matsu has so much of Lightning Beast still available because he's been primarily on defense.
Oh my God,
Mena's
ew.
Lightning Beast, despite activating it first. Oh, tried to parry, wrong neighborhood.
That's right.
We don't like that blue stuff here.
Oh, what a way to collect this. I thought he was gonna fix that combo. What a bait. And that's what he tried to do the round before, but this time it was successful. Mena RD. Shigematsu. This is a classic, historical. Who's gonna go to the winners finals here?
Oh my goodness, brother. Manipulation around this mirror match. A big perfect parry on that end, though. Give Shigematsu the opening. Oh, caught him with the air blocker ball, though.
I'm loving that. Just always challenging that. He's not scared to do none of that lightning beast.
Loki was unexpected, though. I still can't go over that. Loki? That's so random. I did not expect Loki on that team.
Are we gonna go for another one? No.
But I mean,
with
it's not Midnight Suns. They're not vigilantes.
That Mena was going to try to continue to press the advantage while Lightning Beast was active. The Blanca chain gets activated, granting
They're not vigilantes.
further damage. Put another one
They're
on
samurai outriders.
Oh my God, nice.
And they all have blades.
I like how he recovered just in time to hit that standing kick. And there it is! Mena RD with another chance to repeat, getting closer and closer, climbing the mountaintop with a roar. I know for a fact that was stressful, but if anybody can keep his composure, it's definitely Mena RD in these high-level situations, high pressure, if you will. But ain't no pressure on the side of Mena RD, man.
100%. Comes through, gives the people what they want, goes with the Blanca mirror for the final match. It is so tough.
I've uploaded how many videos to my second channel in the past 24 hours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've uploaded 8 videos in 24 hours.
And that's one of the advantages that having multiple characters gives you.
Well,
exactly.
it'd be like
I was just
that.
about to point that out. I feel like, man, I hit him with the rope, though. It's like,
Be like
you know
that.
what? You think you got the data
Hey, it's working though. Hold on.
this Blanca mirror match. Hell, even the Luke probably paid
They
attention.
getting views.
So hopefully Shigemitsu was actually doing his homework on all the other characters. But the fact of the matter is, he rolled out with Bison, and of course on the clutch out, bring his moneymaker, Blanca.
The moneymaker.
Stop.
Blanca the moneymaker.
Actual replay now. Thanks.
That shit is a moneymaker, bro. Let me pay out.
Presented by PlayStation Tournaments, we were going to highlight some of the greatest moments of this set. But man, yo.
What's up, Bandit? How you doing? Is Kingsman's team winning or what?
Hell into more, but we should be fine. Should be good enough.
I'll say then. I'll say.
No, this is good. If you get farm, it's good. Because we got all charge.
You see the score, the whole tab, bro. Why do you tap it? Let me see the shits. Damn, that guy got. Wait, well, how did Silky fall off the map?
Whoa, I almost got one shot. I'm good.
AMER is strong ass team.
Oh, game at one.
This is the grand finals. They're fighting AMER. AMER United.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop my ult here.
AMER United 2-0 them.
Yep. Help Jay. Help Jay.
Day for yesterday.
Walking.
Nice. Good for it.
This set, RD was able to
We're in the
clutch
next
it out
predator.
with the mirror, right? Keeping him locked out. And that crouch medium punch, man, it has been a menace since
Who's
the
next?
beginning and always in the hands of RD. Winners finals. For the
Yo, can they tell whoever's doing that horn shit to stop, please?
Ooh, man, RD. Well, let's see. Who's
That's
gonna
gotta
deal
be
with him
annoying
in
as
the
hell
bonus
to whoever's
finals
in the
this next
crowd,
match.
no?
Let's look at our bracket just to see how we're gonna build up these storylines. Who we got up next? We got Tom Man versus Kills You. Ooh, that's gonna be good one. That could be anyone. That could be Jamie Mai or Jamie Cammy, depending on the scenario here. That is, of course, if Kills You is comfortable to pick a Cammy here, but I think it's safe to say he's gonna pick the Mai. So that's gonna be interesting. Tom Man, to me, this is his debut album here for me at Evo Worlds. I never even heard this guy. I just seen
I've never
Jamie
seen
just
this guy.
busting ass and everybody that he bumped into, and I'm like, yo, is he really gonna take it all the way? And bam, we blink and he's
Critics
the
up.
top pick.
He's on the 2026.
Yeah, like if I'm in the crowd and someone's next to me doing that shit, I'd flip out.
100%. We're getting a real good look at Tom
Critics
Tom
up.
right now.
I don't know what this Tauntaun guy plays. This guy's new. It's a top pick.
The fight before they went invis, but so they probably have Gambit all, right?
So are they?
Gambit.
See J3.
Yeah, they have Gambit.
Gambit range.
We have Groot ult.
Oh, that's the
More top
interesting
right.
spin.
Half. No bubble.
Oh, Gambit never folds.
No way. No.
Oh, you guys are getting blasted. Damn. Oh, this team is crazy good.
Fine.
We
That's
see this.
Next, what, 3 ults that they have?
Let's see. They're running Helena Moore. Yo, get this slop out my damn game, bro. Helena Moore into Helena Moore, brother. Oh, ew.
Keep getting better.
Slop ass team up, bro. Get this slop out the game, yo. Yeah, Kills You. I think it's gonna go out with mine.
I'm just trying to get my way up there.
That's the team. Yeah, that is the team that 2-0'd them. They 2-0'd them on Friday. Well, let me move my camera out of the way.
Their ult rotation is just too fucking good, bro.
Their ult rotation is just too fucking good. Damn.
I can try matching. I'm not sure what
Team AMER is this team. Where's team AMER? This team. This is AMER. They are cooking. They are cooking. They are cooking. They said America rigged it to be only Americans in the finals. Team USA is cooked as they should be.
Okay, I have my ult here. Can we bully the Strange?
I pulled him.
Kill the Strange. Some point.
Oh shit.
Can you kill the Hella?
She still dies.
I can almost see you.
Oh my god, she doesn't die. Okay.
We're gonna be down.
Their card.
Both support us. This is good.
Me first.
ATP.
Almost there.
They're gonna try to probably split. Our healer's off. They're probably gonna try to split our healer.
By the way, good ult, okay.
You should Lulu. You should ult aggressively. Right now. Change to the point.
I did.
Bro, he has a Uzi in Tocon, bro. This dude's already better.
Get it. Kill him.
Watch out.
Oh, y'all are dead. Oh my god, Kingsman just got 2. Kingsman's playing DPS Deadpool.
Good shit, good shit, good shit.
Come on. Look,
I forgot he did learn DPS Deadpool.
Yo, they might try to change their comp up again.
It's fine. Who cares? 30 seconds. We have both support ults.
His magic is banned.
No changes, no changes.
Can't play Bucky because J3's playing Bucky.
Did Invis ult? Did their Invis ult?
She didn't.
I'm assuming Elsie's banned as well, if I had to guess.
No, they're gonna have invis. They're gonna have invis.
Okay,
I'm zoning them more here.
Yeah, his magic is 100% perma banned, yeah.
I'm baiting them to look at me. They're all looking at me.
They're chasing, they're chasing.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. I'm good. I'm good here. I'm good. Don't worry about me.
They give up.
I've ult in 5 seconds, so
They might have change ult too. Just be careful.
it's fine. It's fine. He definitely has it. Can we Luna ult aggressive? Can we Luna ult aggressive? Please, please, please. Go aggressive. Go aggressive. Go aggressive.
Right, let me see this team
Let's
fight.
live this. Live this.
No, get behind me, get behind me, get behind me. Oh.
I block. I block. Hear me, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. I have ult. Good grab, good grab.
Oh, no way.
Nice.
Bro,
Sable,
his
sable.
camera is having a seizure.
It's fine.
Oh, that's not fine. That's how letting more just wipe 4 of your teammates. That's game, no?
I'm A. No. We still have 19 seconds, bro. Don't rush.
Oh, you got chased.
ICTV, right?
43
Yes,
kills?
yes, yes.
They both the hell and the more have 43
Back up,
kills?
back up, Amir.
Okay, one more team fight.
Make sure he doesn't die or get hit. Yeah, he shield. Huge.
You should keep you see.
Live, live, live.
Kidnap.
Strange! Strange! Don't see 9! Don't see 9! Don't see 9! Don't see 9! Don't see 9!
No.
Wow, we had both support or no tanks up.
no.
Nobody touched.
Oh,
No one,
no.
like-
Yikes. Yikes.
All you had to do was touch me. Won that. I had ult too. That actually sucks.
Yikes.
That was so free, man.
That's 2-0. No, they're done. Or is it 1st to 3 for the finals?
How did we?
Oh,
I
it's
have
not
to-
done. Oh, fuck.
Dude, I have to rewatch. I can't. We had the cart
They have
TP.
3
like,
more
no one touched it.
games?
Oh.
This is,
I misclicked. I
it's a
misclicked. Can you read that me?
best
Can
of
you read that me,
5.
please? I'm sorry, I misclicked.
Wow.
I tried to click on the match replay to rewatch.
Interesting.
Fierce and fan. You're gonna either spin the meter and burn yourself
This
out
dude
to get
plays
out,
Jamie?
or try to
Oh
do
my
something
goodness.
or take my mix.
That's a rack. It's a fact. Oh, man, that was max distance.
Best
we
of
got
5.
no
I
drinks
don't
on the
know,
side of
first of
top, man. So kills you could take full-blown advantage here.
Nice conversion off the counter. Hits that medium kick right there. Exclusive stuff.
Like that, don't even got to worry about the defensive dive kick here. Oh, trying to get that quick throw to get that quick beverage, that quick sip. But I like that from Kills, keeping it super aggressive. He has all the mean in the world. One more hit, the overhead, that's gonna kill. Hell no. Overhead right here. I swear it's gonna come. No, not even gonna chip him out.
So good. He just went back to the same game plan, right? Back up Fierce Fan. Fierce Fan is such a good harassment tool. It does so much drive gauge damage. In a situation like that, Tauntaun Men have little hope.
You would think Tauntaun Man early on in the round, he went for the perfect parry. You would think Kills, you would be a little bit discouraged to throw that out there. No, no, no. Keep representing that.
Exactly right. Show me that you're consistent. It is high pressure. It is Evo Vegas top 8. We on the big stage. I don't think you could do it every time.
I love that from Kills, you didn't go for the DP. Sometimes it's a little shallow, it's not gonna reach
I'm gonna
right.
put 2 thumbnails on it.
Block.
I'm gonna put this one in as well.
Low forward
So it
to the
doesn't
fans,
spoil the
create
team
some
for people.
Speak, but that space is getting
the other thumbnail
occupied by
spoils
that
the
lovely
team.
5-frame stand fizz. That's a sip, absolutely. We got a dive kick now, so we got some defensive options.
That Kills you is trying to hold North right there, trying to get it up forward to get out of the corner. Tauntaun Man has conditioned him to block now, but Kills you has so little drive gauge to work with, just getting harassed down, and right there when he tried to move again, Tauntaun Man hit him with the heavy kick, made sure to burn him out with the DI after. What a throw tech to stay alive for now. He doesn't get the neutral jump finish, but does find it the second time.
Oh my God. Trying to buy some time so we can touch grass again. There we go, the charge fans, just so we can get some time to recover. And there it is, we touching grass back
thumbnail is
outside.
so silly.
The delayed throw. I like that. He went for the defensive one just so he could get a little bit of that drive gauge back. Oh, commitment. I love it.
Yeah, and he also did it on that drive rush cancel, right? He did it off of fear, so he was trying to bait out an OSDP as well, but Tauntaun Man didn't give it to him. He's so good.
Stuff, yes. Head of the game. Speaking of head of the game, already powered up. We got 4 fans in the tank. All right, looking for the shimmy. I mean, you know what? Killsy does have the data on him, considering that Tauntaun Man is doing a lot of delayed throws, so he's going to have to be careful here. But full control, caught him on the clip, on the walk back, immediately goes into the level 3, and he still got some juggles here.
I like this a lot, right? Go spin the meter early, try to even up the life deficit. And you can have a gigantic, I was going to say, drive advantage now as he burns him out with the DI at the end. Cuts him off with the pass with the raw drive rush. The check was not in time.
He's looking for the shimmy. Wow, it's overcommitted. Not too sure what he was looking for there. Should have just went for the regular jump in, but that's all right.
And KillZu was so clean with it, right? Just to walk out to take the corner now. Look at this. He's been making the most happen, but the Bakai, that's what I was talking about earlier, the projectile invo dancing.
There we go.
He did it that close, so that's big of a gap. Got you. Noted. Oh, there it is, the burnout.
Oh, man.
So dehydrated. What are we gonna do? Just gonna walk him down. I like that. Tantan man, super patient. I wonder if he try to backdash.
Mike can crush several watermelons.
Sure. Very unfortunate for Tantan man, but kills you. Finishes his play.
Yeah, I didn't see any counter hit or anything like that, but it was after like the driver screen freeze as well, which I mean, the inputs get eaten all the time during something like that, so could have definitely tried to like jump or backdash or just didn't come out how he wanted it to.
There we go. Okay, nice. The perfect parry on the second part of the fan was juicy. And he takes another sip of the juice. Speaking of which, got a little too close there. Nope. Try to go for the throw attempt there, but out of range for sure.
But again, being so careful about respecting the fans, right? Even putting out the parry right at the edge of it, trying to nullify the follow-up that Mike gets, but it's not happening.
There you go.
Kills you once again. Stock it up.
I changed it.
I think that's the second one represented. Might as well, and that is a finish. Good game piece out. 2-0 solid. Here for KillZu with a chance to go to the winners finals. Go up against the Bull, Menardi.
Control your cock to it.
KillZu and again, right? He's just ready with that reversal crouch, medium punch, even on head.
Oh, y'all are gooning. What the? I'm gonna be like, wait, what are you guys talking about? I realized my son's. Yo, lock in.
I don't care. I don't care.
Lock in.
All right. Wisely takes the throw.
Must use ads.
Oh, again, the fears, bro. One of the best blends in the game. That stand heavy punch from Mai.
Active too, boy. Oh, nice. No charge ones for you. I mean,
Please no Mai finals.
We're not taking those risks here on the grand stage. The crouching strong.
I don't know. This Mai is cooking.
In time. Yes, it's no.
No, that's too far. What the fuck are we cooking? That's way too far.
So he's not in danger yet. That drive impact is incoming, of course. You know KillZu is churning butter. He's waiting for it. Hold on, let's go. Tantan man is not going to get greedy. He's going over the tip of the tick. Commando to go to the other side. That was so sneaky. Is this a finish? Hell yeah, it is.
Let me get that break dance.
This is the first time I've seen a Jamie in top 8. I'm not even trolling you. How many Street Fighter tournaments have we watched? This is the first time I've seen a Jamie in top 8.
As well. They even need the DI to make the most
We've watched
we unlocking next
hella tournaments. Like I like at least 50 plus by now.
We're gonna activate absolutely. We're playing RPGs here on the side of mine.
Oh man, the status buffs.
I've never seen a Jamie in top 8.
Reversal heavy punch, always a great option for Jamie.
Absolutely. Fight this. All right, get in there. I know he's not going to spend it again. He's going to save it for the kill, or he's going to save it for the next round. Smart choice. Super control there. Damn, he's just like running into everything. I don't know if he's just assuming that he's trying to walk up and just probably parry to go for the standing fist. Either or.
Yeah, definitely something like that, right? He's trying to like nullify the space that Mai's getting, but he's paying a little bit too much with his face. And now kills you know what I'm saying?
Sure. Ooh, the raw sweep. That would have been safe anyway. The layered offense here from KillZu. The knockdown, no Tantan man. The tab is open on the side of Mai, of course. Thank you for the.
I don't know if he meant to do sweep. I think he meant to do crouch medium kick.
He's probably going to invite
and then the fan would have hit.
Dive kick is a possibility. Trying to get the punish counter there on the whiff.
Well, Mai's better lock in.
Looking for right there, right? Just,
nice.
Son doesn't come out, but KillZu once again. Nails the drive rush overhead here with the level 2, no enhancements.
DP.
Even DP does not kill him off yet and chases down the air with the dive kick, but the jab doesn't kill you.
Like,
we'll be in winners finals.
Uh-oh. Okay, Munga.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Munga. West.
Uh-oh.
So what do you want to save?
Bucky was good at the end, though.
I think the Bucky was good. I think we should ban Hella, low key. Bro, his pokes is just...
Ban that Hella no more. Ban that Hella no more. Do not let that shit...
And then we could ban... We need to ban a more valuable character. Like, we could leave in Gambit. We left in Gambit. They cannot play it perfectly.
Oh, they protected Gambit. Ooh.
Mantis is a better ban because they have to... They have Mantis Flare and they have 2 hit scans. So it's like, we need to get that out.
True. That's facts. They have 2 hit scan players? Damn.
Well, we banned it. We banned it every game.
Oh, okay, we're banned it.
That's why. They have a Mantis with 100 hours on her, so I have to ban it.
Yeah.
You were right.
As a champion Mantis? They have a champion Mantis. Oh, hell yeah, ban that shit. What?
We banned Dino.
It's a champion Mantis. Get that shit out of here.
Oh, no, we did it. We banned Cyclops.
No, we didn't ban Star-Lord last game, did we?
No, they keep the Dino. Interesting.
They're saving Dino. I mean, I guess.
That's alright. Let's
Who cares? Last game's last game.
Yeah, Mantis is not that good. Mantis is really strong in triple healer.
What do you want to
say? He is that good. The best triple healer character in the business.
What do you guys want to save here?
I mean, you're also kind of cooked on this map. Just
also could be nice to have, maybe.
Okay. Okay, so I need to do it.
we ban Star-Lord so they don't have a Gambit Star-Lord?
I think we should definitely ban Star-Lord 100%.
I felt some aura today, chat.
1000%.
That shit was crazy. I felt some aura
To say
today.
the least, man. I can't wait to get to that. And of course, the losers round 1 action.
I felt some aura today.
As well.
Oh yeah, the PlayStation blog is up.
The Chipotle Burrito Meter. I don't know why I'm doing
Oh
this
yeah,
with
we
my
looking
fingers.
at this
Coming
later.
up next is the Chipotle Burrito Meter.
These are the
Spam,
burrito
We reading
now.
this later.
spam custom Chipotle emotes in chat to fill the burrito meter to
Sure,
unlock
probably read it now,
Chipotle
actually.
rewards. Get ready by unlocking custom emotes.
Oh shit, I gotta run ads before the next match. I'm gonna run ads real quick. Be right back.
Smiley face on the wrapper of the burrito.
I'm pretty sure they're about to go on break anyway.
I definitely smile every time I get a Chipotle burrito. You feel me? But it sounds like we're gonna get a chance to do just that and give you a chance to maybe win some Chipotle yourself at home. We're gonna take a quick break right here at the last Evo Top 8 of this year, Street Fighter 6. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Chipotle and 2XKO are back for round 2. Use promo code TAG TEAM
I
at
felt some aura today.
checkout to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket
I
hat for your
felt some
avatar.
aura today, bro. I can't lie.
Visit chipotle.com
I felt some aura today.
2XKO for details.
I felt some aura today. I can't stop saying it. Did he do a volcanic viper with a Totugeki? Oh my fucking god. And then he did Jam's Dragon Kick. Hell yeah, I'm playing Blade. I felt some aura today, Joy. I felt some aura today. I felt some aura. Nah, that thumbnail is actually so goated. Blade has no aura. You're tripping, bro. You're tripping, bro. Wait, so wait. Meet this. Wait, so what's gonna be my final team now? I'm gonna read this PlayStation blog in a second, but well, not now, later. But what's gonna be my final team? Okay. Huh. I'm gonna open up Photoshop. That's my team. I want to keep cap. Link that in chat. This? Which one? Or the blog or which one? This? This image? Yeah, I got you. Oh yeah, did you beat Liza P? I need to tap into the VODs. Okay. Let's see. What is gonna be my Tokon team? I got chapter 9. I don't remember how many chapters the game has, but I wouldn't tell you anyway because I'd be spoiling. Nobody tell her. Like a train station. I remember that place.
Hello? Whoa.
What the?
Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Trying to think. I'm trying to think of what team I want to do.
Legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Okay, so this is the image, right? Take this. Shrink this. I'm gonna shrink this.
We're checking in with the Airheads Air Cam. Make sure you LED Arena wristbands is on to be part of the fun
Okay.
candy game.
My team is gonna be something like. Damn, they actually have Blade in this game. Damn. Blade is a must. Blade is a must. Blade is a must.
You gotta worry about everything else besides the video games.
I think I'm gonna do Blade Second would be Magic. I'm drafting. We're gonna do Magic, Blade.
I cannot wait to see this one, right? Jen and Crime been hitters for a while now, but they've been trying to break through, trying to get another performance to build that momentum, and they
I don't think I'm gonna play Deadpool or Loki.
where we see Jen taking down the likes of Kosa, Punk the God, Akutagawa, Kings Vega, Yas, Idom, and Mickey. That is an incredible route to go through, right?
Star-Lord. I'm not sure on Star-Lord just yet. I'm not 100% on Star-Lord just yet. I know I main Doom. I main Doom in last beta. All I played was fucking Doom, but I suck ass with him. Last character will either be. I'm not playing Storm. Wolverine is a possibility. Yeah, I can just literally just cross out who I'm not. Who is definitely just not a contender. Oops, they're wrong. It was the brush tool.
Who was a monster. Actually, it made almost top 24 winners, almost made top 8. So yeah.
Oops, why is my thingy so big?
Anytime you beat Zangief on a warpath, I'm gonna make note of that.
Magic is not. No wait, why is that still so big? Not Magic. Storm is not happening. Danger is not happening.
I think he won the last chance qualifier, right? Went all the way to the grand finals and then bumped it to
Spider-Man is not happening. Miss Marvel is not happening. Penny's for sure not happening. Cap is not happening.
These one of these guys even thought about traveling. That's crazy. Primate and Blas was pretty.
Would I play Iron Man?
Of Chile, right? They started going outside. People started seeing what they was.
Would I play Iron Man?
Know what Blas bring to the table, but today is Primate's time. So let's see how he represents his side. But
I don't know. Not playing Hulk. Dude hates big bodies. Oh, you don't say. What fighting game do I play a big body? Name one. Doom. Magneto. Green Goblin's not happening. I haven't tried these two, so I can't say just yet.
This one, I mean, in my opinion, can definitely go on.
Blade is already happening.
The better player on this day, but as you mentioned, right, Crybane's kind of got that thing.
I'll put these green.
Where he's always trying to put the onus on the opponent.
So these are guaranteed.
He's not
Did I not run the next predict? What happened to the predict?
He's not trying to sit there and wait to see what you're gonna do and react in the neutral.
Wait.
He's gonna be like, show me that you could stop.
I ran the predict. Oh no, I didn't. Fuck.
First losers match, brother. Ooh.
I just love their attitude. Obviously, like Zen is so calm and chill, but you got Climate so excited, like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm on this stage. Look at this guy, oh my god. And gold,
we'll come back to this. Not just starting. We'll come back to this.
Obviously, rocks a lot of DJ in this game as well, but Bison is who we know him for from Street Fighter 5.
Plus Blade, yeah, I figured.
Doing phenomenal. He's been picking it a lot throughout the tournament. So we might see it pop up. Kraime, of course, plays Bison as well, and Sagat. So if he really wants to, he can switch it up. But it's definitely his pride and truth. It's the right. The backdash. Okay, that could have been a scissor kick there. So got to be careful. Already with the donkey kick, the ringworm lands. More ringworm on the side of the jump in. There we go. Safe jump. It could have been a throw there, but he's conditioned him now.
Oh, and no hits here as well, right there from Primate. Just trying to keep the corner as safely as possible.
Feels the aura.
Stand Fierce here. Speaking of Stand Fierce, this goes back with it, but hey, Jen calling out the backdash.
That was fire. Okay, good play here. Zen is low, but that doesn't mean he's not aware.
Ooh,
I got my money on
the chip right in. That's exactly what Primate tried
but he just lost the round.
He's like, you can go ahead and jump this fireball, try brush upon landing.
I got money on Zen though.
Some elbows, the Mitchell Robinson. Oh man, like that. Heavy bomb. That's the guarantee. Oki. That's the only bomb he can do mid-screen for the big damage. Forward fist. Oh, not even. Damn.
I don't think I'm gonna play Deadpool.
It's okay, but I like that.
I have to try him. I don't want to write him off just yet.
I love that. We're taking his drive.
I don't think I'm gonna play him.
Oh my goodness, though. At least he avoids the punish counter by drive pushing out. Right now, though, you gotta take these throws. Jen definitely trying to switch it up on him.
What region is CL?
It's not crackers. Like, you gotta earn this kill. You can throw me all day, but you gotta earn this kill.
Oh man, Crime put a ring on down back.
Right?
Like my goodness.
Ooh, low forward. What we're gonna do here, trying to look for the shimmy or delay parry, just throw him off a little bit.
Country.
Then it's gonna be a throw. He's close to the burnout. You gotta be careful, Zen. Wow.
Yeah, I think he's trying to fake him out, right? That looked like a fake safe jump. He wanted the parry from Jen. Didn't give it to him, but oh my goodness, neutral jumps on that one. And he just puts him into the yellow before the CA. That's Ryu, dog. You got no chance of surviving that.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
my
he just
bad.
fireball his ass.
you was
Fireball
right.
his ass.
But we was wrong at the same
Oh,
time.
he tried to talk to it. It's still anybody's game.
Look at the double versus the feint.
They're both within gym territory.
So you did. The hell you think this is, then? You try to test his reactions, huh? Well,
No, he was not supposed to survive that.
K.
He wasn't supposed to survive that.
That's Jerry West, a
He
Street
was
Fighter
not
right
supposed
there,
to survive
right?
that. Not at all.
I like that trade-off. So this is fire,
That's a
bro.
willy kill for sure.
Both
What?
of these guys, you already knew they were going to bring an explosive match here. The slide has Zeke catching Zen, trying to wiggle out.
That's a willy kill if I've ever
get a
seen
meter back as
one.
well because it did counter a throw. That's why you saw the slight screen freeze.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's a meaty throw. He's gonna take it, know the backdash to avoid it entirely. Crime, staying active on the defense. Low forward, you ain't just gonna walk up and stagger, get those counter hits, my friend. Is this gonna be a throw? No, a delay explode. Psych! I actually thought he pressed the button.
Yeah, you saw Ryu, he was doing squats in front of him. He's out working on leg day, baby.
That was crazy.
Leg day,
That's
baby.
a good way to manipulate a button press, right? Just do sudden movements. It actually does look like you're gonna press something. What a check from that proximity is crazy. Climb, man. We need a checker, man. We need a drug test.
100%, man. The performance enhancing. Prime is looking so clean right now.
Come again. Oh, not even Perry. Give me some cash on top of that. Level 3 is there. Is he gonna spend it? Everything. Give him everything. All the Hugo. Everything. All that you got. Bam! The logo. The Jerry West of Street Fighter.
My man Ryu, he be dealing out CTE with that punish counter roundhouse.
He was 36K concurrent.
Yeah.
W.
Splash of ringworm.
Yeah.
Now you catch
W.
a rash.
Is that including multi-streams?
How about that one?
Walking on Earth.
Oh shit, that's not.
Immediate. Character
If you
select,
include
know what?
multi-streams,
I'll be
it's
gangsta and I'll go
64K.
right now, Zen. You got it?
W for that.
Oh, we going with the DJ.
Oh, dance on him. Dance on him.
Picks that DJ, aka Cook Up Man. Cook Up Man.
Okay. Go Caribbean on this man, bro. Let's see what we got. I like this pick though because it's gonna be able to match the tempo and pace that Crime likes to force, right? DJ is definitely one that thrives in an environment like that. So let's see it, bro.
I will say this though, those whiff punishes better be pure. It's not like he can buffer something into something super easy.
True.
You're gonna have to be careful because Crime, I feel like he's gonna smell even more blood now. But of course, considering that Zen got a reversal, things might get slowed down. But Crime, I don't think he gives a crap about that, low key.
Yeah, 100%. I think Crime is gonna be more than willing to just do his offense. Right there, Jeff's like, slow down a bit. Puts the blue stuff on the screen, is pushing him towards the corner. Failed check on the drive rush attempt, but not for free. Going back to the corner.
We got options now, the big buttons. Give me some of that drive gauge. No plasma on this stage, my friend. Another one, absolutely. The jackknife connects.
That's a classic DJ strat, right? You sway back, then immediately drive rush in.
Oh, yeah. He went
while
to
they're
DJ.
processing the fact that you swayed back, you're already in the face with a jab.
I swear, 3 years in and everybody still gets caught with it. We do too. So it's all right. Oh, the
I
back
hate
throw,
fighting
yes.
this character, bro.
Put that foot in his chest.
Oh, God, Crime Man. Excuse me, Jen, trying to wake up with something there. Way to protect your drive gauge.
Might as
That would
well
have shaped
try
off
it, though.
so much.
He made love to that parry for sure. That was an excellent choice.
I hate fighting him.
The stand roundhouse. Then that reached max distance and probably clipped the crouch strong with a low forward.
I can't
Look
wait
at
to
that,
shout
raging out for the
what's her
crouching jab,
name?
the counter post.
Was that a new character?
Trying to jump up.
That was nice.
Yeah, and it's a little surprising to me
dead?
too because
Oh,
Crime
you
had
are
been down
hella
backing
dead.
so much with the machine gun, just shaving off so much health before the
Fuck
level
him up,
3.
DJ.
We don't gotta ask any questions on
Jasmine,
this
yeah.
one. 2-1, Jen is on the board.
If I like her, I get her to
Now
master.
I'm curious. Crime does have a pocket full of characters. Does he stay with the character that he's warmed up with? Yes, he does. So right
far,
back
like
in the field. Touching that good old cobblestone. Like the back dash right there. That was pretty cool. Already. Low on the drive gauge. This is danger zone here for Crime. You got to be careful. Out of range for the throw. Big damage.
That's why he just goes with the donkey kick, right? Wants to build back at that drive gauge. So again here, catches some low. Zen not gonna be able to walk away from that, but does get a perfect barrier on the solar plexus. That's gonna bring him back into this game. Allow him to try and push to the corner, but Crime will not let him do it. Wakes up with something of his own.
The logo, baby. Oh, he had that powered up and enhanced. It's gonna be a throw scenario. No. Respecting the jackknife, but the OS was there.
I like that a lot. Crime caught Jen try to walk back multiple times in that round, right? We saw the crouch slide kick, catch him, the crouch medium kick this time. So that's why you see Jen already down backing when he gets to that range. He's really recognizing the fact that Crime is looking for it.
Fast-paced chess, man. I like those strings for Crime to invite that drive rush. That was beautiful stuff. The cross-up, the heavy knee, the ACL and meniscus was there. Airborne. Like the space traps here. I like that he follows up with the chase with a drive rush.
Yeah.
Wow, Crime wants into that action.
DP?
Another jackknife on the side of Zen.
Jen, man, yeah, he's really establishing the fact that he's willing to wake up with these reversals. See if Crime ends up with a clutch bait towards the end. Oh, but again, trying to snipe the walk back, right? That's where Jen has been able to adjust and make sure Crime doesn't get those clips.
And Kaime got to take a book from Justin Wong. Just take those throws from time to time. As you can see, Zen being a professional here and taking that, even though he's in the corner. But now he is dehydrated. No electrolytes in sight.
Nice.
Oh no! Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhythm. Cook up. Cook up, man.
Oh, wait, it's the ones I
playing
project
no
on,
games
huh?
with these. I was spinning the level 3. That's what I was already thinking about. So I was already buffering. Let's just make sure we answer this DI, go to a final round.
Strong Foompa play here from Zen. Yeah, oh, sure. The turnstile, I like that. The drive rush to hit the brakes. Oh, nice. Wow, that was organic. He reacted to that.
Legit had the charge, right? He was already down backing right there because he's trying not to get clipped by the walkbacks. So very smart for Jen to recognize that he had the charge in the first place.
I like that Zen being the aggressor just so he can hold all of that. Wow, what a walk under. That was so clutch. Zero balls on the side of Zen. He's going to file him down before he goes for the drive impact. Big buttons. No drive impact there. Wow. Oh, try to hit him with the DP. That was the right idea, but just off the mark. Another jackknife, of course, no, immediately into the level 1.
Huge chunk of damage right there. Try to get Crimey to give a throw bait off, but didn't get it. Big backdash to avoid the throw directly into the C8. That's again huge damage from Crimey. Jen has no meter to protect himself, and he is burnt out. The chip is definitely a danger.
Oh, that was so sneaky. The sway. That was God like
my God. Oh my God.
Not gonna survive this one. Absolutely not. Crimey moves on the losing side. The young gun.
Oh, this fucking bro. Iron Fist?
They use 3 ults.
What the fuck? We just trying shit.
I'm trying to kill Dino. Kill Dino.
We just trying shit.
I almost have my ult too. We almost have.
I'm dying now. Stall.
You can stall though.
I'm stalling big time. Big stall for me here.
Do we TP or walk?
Oh, we should CP.
We just trying shit.
Right, I mean, no, walk. You're right. We have Gambit. all. You need to build that ult, Silky. Just everyone, let Silky. Let Silky heal for a little bit.
40
Heal each
kills.
other.
Why
Heal
is
each
there
other
a
here
rogue
because they're gonna
with
die.
40 kills?
And then you guys need to be stable. Okay.
Why does the rogue have 40 kills?
We're good.
On the team? Like, what the fuck is happening in that match?
I'm gonna need help right away. I wanna die.
Oh, hell no.
Silky, you have ult? I need pair point.
Yo, there comes his running the lobby. Yo, she just killed his. He just killed 2 people. This rogue is crazy.
Nice try, everyone.
GG's, guys.
Nice try, guys.
Hey, second place. Hey, second.
Yo, this rogue is crazy.
That's not bad, but GG.
Yo, this rogue is running the lobby. What the fuck? Why is there a rogue running the lobby?
They were a good team.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, they're a really good team. You pull up the stream.
GG, everyone.
GG.
What's that girl's name?
Really well.
Lene TV.
Did really well.
Yep.
Where are her teammates at?
GG's IGL.
GG's, guys. GG's.
What the rest of her teammates? They're not in a stream together?
Yeah,
But this guy.
We almost held right there.
No me lo puedo creer, güey. No me lo puedo creer.
They cheering. How much is it per person? 20, like 3K per person? Now the only issue is that they're already big streamers, except like 2 of them. So they, but still, that's 23 fucking K. That's fucking a W of doom. That is a fucking W of doom.
Vete a la verga. Y todas las partidas que ganamos literal fue así de que no nos
This guy a big streamer? Let me see.
ganaron ni una ronda.
Muy buena,
Oh, W. W small streamer love. Love that.
Qué buena, güey. Y sí, sí.
Holy shit, this got 13K watching. What the fuck am I watching?
Yo les dije que si podía ganar un torneo, hijos de su puta madre.
No mames, güey, no puedo, güey.
Ay,
increíble.
No mames.
No puedo, güey, no puedo creerme esto, güey, no puedo.
Scroll up. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I pass.
I'm dead.
Bo said that was in the
like, I
wrong
was trolling everyone, I'm being so serious. Like, it was dead ass mad funny, good vibes with y'all, I swear.
Yeah, good shit. You know what that means? Korean barbecue on Selkie.
Yeah.
Whoa.
How is it still on me?
Oh shit, I forgot to run ads. I'm gonna run ads real quick. I'm gonna run a 1-minute one.
Right, and then taking down Akuma Sake, Pugera, Asuda, Noah the Prodigy, Enzo, and
Please,
Dual Kevin,
Infer.
that top 24,
Nah.
killing all of
I'm gonna
America's
go back.
dreams with that 3 straight victories.
Ah, man, shout out to Dual Kevin. I know he
Wait, back to my Tokon team.
it's not a bad thing, though.
What was I doing? Okay.
Crossover really Dominican. Look at those biceps showing his strength.
Let's see. Green. Green. Those two are guaranteed. Everyone else, I'm not sure of yet. Blade and Magic are guaranteed. Ghost Rider? I tried him last bit. He's fun.
2-1 with both of them, so it looks like it was a nail bite on that side. And then we seen that epic match where he lost the kills. Yeah. But that epic match with the modern Zangief, one of my personal favorites now, High Tech. Yeah,
I don't want to write off Deadpool yet because I haven't tried him.
Everything, my man was one with his character, and it took.
I don't think I'm gonna play Sherry. But she looks cool as shit though. The combos look sick that she was doing.
They're favoring the legend, right? I can't blame.
I don't think I'm a player though. Goblin, I don't think I'm gonna play Goblin. But I don't know. Maybe I will. That could change. I have to try him. I like the characters on I have to try him.
He's been building to this result. His combo
I have to try him.
Was great. His big respawn result was better. Now we got here at Evo.
Loki. I don't think I'm gonna play Loki either. I have to read the PlayStation blog for these characters. I'll read it after Evo's done. I don't have time to read it right now. The Asgard stage looks nice too.
Y'all make some noise. It's gonna be a banger. Let's go, Evo.
We all LARPing Tokon? Yes. I'm not even buying to get no joke.
Let's get it, man. Dogura versus Crossover are the Elena versus Sagat. It's gonna be a fun one too. You don't get to see this match that often.
And not Crossover.
This is the game. I think it's like $60.
Get some early practice against Elena's, but there's not too many high levels. I know he was trying to look for Levi Hakai, but he probably left the building already. But there's no excuses in this grand stage. Already Dogura with good neutral control. Crossover spine is almost in the corner.
That's all Dogura's looking for right now, right? Just neutral control, beating Crossover to the butt, with punishing when he overextends, punishing on the Tiger Nexus. This has been clinical for Dogura so far.
Let's go. Going for the basics, all throws. I like that. Going for, I like the standing roundhouse pressure there just in case he clicks a back dash or a jump back, but it was not enough. The back throw to finish that first round for Dogura. But I like that approach with Dogura. Super aggressive. We all know Sagat, great offense. However, his walk speed's a little cheap in terms of trying to get away from certain pressures.
And honestly, I think that overhead that got thrown was supposed to be a walk regular button, and he just ended up getting the overhead. Okay. So yeah, I think that's a tough break for Crossover in the end of that first round, but nonetheless here, he's starting to apply the pressure that he needs to up against Dogura here. Already having a drive gauge advantage, but they're both in the green, so nobody's hurting too bad.
The capoeira style is getting represented here. I like that. He's looking for that punish counter, stand shorter to the DP, possibly the overhead.
Man, not an easy button to whip punish whatsoever, even with some of the normalizations to it. And I'll tell you what, Elena in the corner, she could definitely do some damage. Shout outs to IFC Yipes.
Thank you, man. It's pretty sharp on the Spanish. I see you. Damn. Saw the 5 o'clock shadow on the screen. What monitor we rocking on? I'm not too sure, but who's rocking out right now is Dogura. First blood on the side. One of Japan's favorites, well, the world's favorites. There it is, already with the conversion, the knockdown. It's gonna be throw loop city. Are we gonna condition first? No, we're waiting for the reversal. The patience here from Dogura. I like the standing medium kick, hitting him with the Muay Thai special, looking for those counter hits into the back fist, but he's attacking that drive gauge. Now we dehydrated.
That was so good from Crossover, right? He put a gap in the pressure just long enough for Dogura's carry to become no longer active.
Like the team was Midnight Suns until Loki showed up. He's got no
escape if he wants the DI, but he wants to wait for it, right?
Like Loki just randomly showed up on that team.
But he gets a punish counter instead. That means he's still not out of the burnout just yet. Are we gonna test him with the DI here? Oh, yes, indeed. That was just a combo, though. So now Dogura in the green has a chance.
Nah, I'm cool off the Elena. I can keep Elena.
Turn on that string after the drive rush, and then he counter focus quarterly. I'm loving this here from Crossover. You see just the walk up and become the wall.
Stole MVPs.
Looking for the driver versus MVP, but Crossover taking control here. Hands on the steering wheel.
Let me close these guys' streams.
Like that? Jumping out that gate?
Wish finish tagging me.
Johnny Blaze, Blaze.
That's a DP, absolutely. With a button to stand strong, of course. The medius is stuck. If that hits raw, you get a back fist without the counter hit, too. So I'll see what Crossover's going for.
Overhead.
Oh, that time, yeah, he definitely meant that overhead.
Let's go, baby. Nothing but fists, kneecaps. Go ahead, just hit all those ligaments, Sagat.
Oh, the ACL.
Ryu clearly the baddest bitch in Street Fighter. Hey, yo. Okay.
Take flight.
To the injured reserve, Elena goes 1-1 here.
This horn.
Yo, shout out to
this horn has got to stop.
No, okay.
Oh, there it is.
Bro!
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm it was real.
The fucking match has started. What are you horning?
Here we go. Is it going to be a back throw? No. Quick
Fucking
combo.
horny.
Switch sides here with the barrel roll. There is a setup where Elena can actually barrel roll and switch sides if she really wanted to.
Hey, how did, like,
Parry
who
at the
approved
side,
that?
right? Thinking that crossover was going to immediately press a button, but instead got thrown, and that's going to put Dogra in a tough situation, especially with crossover.
Bro, you're just using it to use it
all the
on
way to the
me.
corner.
That's that punch. The heavy
Oh, I didn't pay
punch
out?
DP. I love how he leans into it. All you see is spinal and duff. We're going to go for another throw? No. I like that. You had to hit the ejection seat. I understand Dogra. Wow, crossover is on one. Ooh, that could have been a DP if you really felt like it. But it was like a delay low forward, I feel like. So I like that he ain't taking those risks.
I like that crossover. Wasn't just waking up with going back right when he sees the drive rush, right? He was disciplined about it. He down backed. He made sure he didn't get clipped low. Not giving Dogra anything easy. The trade and
1 minute long
the combo. Dogra looking like Sam Presti out here. Let me get them draft picks, dog.
Are you serious? Man, F them picks.
F them picks.
We
don't need them.
Hey, yo.
Damn, son, off of that trade. And, of course, it was crossover on the light side of things with the jab, Dogra with the medium. So it was only right that he got that trade. The fact that he was aware of it is what impresses me.
100%.
Okay, there we go. The barrel roll. Trying to get in there. No mallet smash yet. I haven't seen it yet. No need to. We're just trying to play good old honest neutral. But, I mean, to be honest,
He's crouching, so he's plus.
Elena's just one of the best space
I be
trap.
forgetting that.
That's why I like to call her the space trap queen. She's very efficient.
Super accurate. Like the fact that she's able to control this pace, she's got great range on her normals, and again, the spacing traps really allow her to control and make you second guess where you want to reversal at. Not even just with your specials, but with your normals.
Damn, target combos, long range with the big toe, the capoeira. Here we go, trying to just push himself out. Hey, crossover, how is he going to find this option? Crossover's really good at whip punishes with target combo, crouching strong. So I think he's looking for that right now, just to find that pocket to get the hell up out of here. Next hit definitely gives him the victory.
Ooh.
Oh, those whip punishes. The space traps, like we're talking about. You overextend and you get punished accordingly. Dogra, super strong, immediate character select screen from crossover. I agree with this.
The patience from Dogra in that moment, right?
Man, I still can't get over that Tyler 1 versus Ludwig exhibition. It took him getting 5-0 till he finally went to the character selection.
Legitimately just trying to bait out a bud.
He sat there getting 5-0 and then he finally went to the character selection.
Incredible harassment and corner control from the legend.
Bro, this shit was ridiculous, dog. He was just sitting there taking that shit.
All the time. Like you see that little down back every single time, trying to invite a normal.
Tifa's gonna be hella fun, yeah.
She's got twitchy animations, right? Which makes you a bit twitchy as a
yeah,
player.
We'll use capoeira.
That is that mental stack, man. What my man George St. Pierre said, he said something
top
along
one?
the lines of just keep.
Oh wait, Elena toes. Wait. What are you guys talking about?
The mental stack is a huge part of it. Big perfect parry from crossover. They're not gonna let Dogra continue that offense. Oh,
too high.
Yeah, I lost the plot.
Too high. He had the right idea, but at least he's in the opening game. But again, so he got some space. Wow, found the pocket to get the punish on the tiger knee. Throw, absolutely. Let's condition first, ask questions later.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, there it is. Oh my God.
Yeah, I lost the plot.
Actually, that was like the better choice in terms of the button.
Yo, gifted one. That should have
that tiger shot trade. Hit the back throw as well now. Crossover's the one with the screen advantage. All the real estate in the world. Big tiger knee on the whip punish. Counter hit as well. Dogra trying to wake up with something, but it was clean. And trying to wake up with another something only for
we will all be at that
crossover
talk on open
to
beta.
beat it out.
Let's go crossover. De lo mío. Let's
I'm just annoyed though because it's a day after Avatar.
It's how you finish. Already with the pressure. All just a space out for the crouch fist, but Dogra just holds back with dear life. There it goes, the slide, clean. Back to extra crossover, thinking it was a throw, but the target combo, of course, lands a second time. Now we're back in his corner. What's it gonna be here from crossover? Hold up forward, get a tech. I like that option. Oh yeah, big money, bow!
Big money.
There we go into the level 2.
What we doing?
Overhead here. That is, of course, if he's going to risk it.
Oh, a comboing.
Oh, no, back. We want damage guarantee. 50% gone. Shit.
Damn, bro, that charge.
Afterwards, I was going to say the
that
trade
charge.
combo. You do not want to trade with Sagat, bro. He's got enough draft picks. Don't give him more.
Bro.
Oh, wake up with the level 3, the big CA to send a message here. This is not only going to get Dogra back into the life situation, but a huge drive gauge advantage as well.
Oh my God, to attack the drive gauge. Already hitting the brakes. He's Dogra waiting for a drive reversal, of course, or reversal. Get off of me. Nice technical, good defense. The space is getting held from crossover, but he's getting walked down, losing the space.
He was buffering as well.
Oh, he thought it was going to be a DP.
God.
What a way to call his up. Wake up, crouching short to clip the walk back.
Wake up, crouching
Talk
short.
about high-level chess, high-level guessing is getting displayed here from Gogura. That's Cajones Malone right there.
That's what I'm saying. To make
Malone.
such a gutsy decision in a top 8 at Evo stage in the losers bracket already. Sure, he's up a game, but nonetheless, that took a lot. And then the overhead right there. Gogura is riding all that momentum from that last decision. Gets a throw down. Crossover's got to do something here. Oh, and he finds the hit with crouch medium punch. Wait a minute.
Do it, or you're going to go for the safe jump first. Yeah, oh, no, actually, no. He could have gone for a drive rush right there, but he hit the brakes knowing that he was low on the drive gauge side of things. Oh.
See Gogura, he's been looking for these back dashes as well. He already found one up against the Tiger Knee before.
Oh, the trade combo, bro.
Crossover, both of these characters really thrive.
No
in
level
those
3?
moments.
Oh,
he
you're
lays out
dead.
the ODDP
You're
again.
super fucking dead.
How is he right every single
You
time?
are
Yikes.
super dead.
Oh, man, it must
This
be the
guy's got the
plátano.
reads.
Oh, man.
It must be the tres golpes.
Yeah, even Gogura nodded on that one like, damn, son,
Like,
you got
damn,
me
son,
again,
you got
huh?
those?
I didn't think you'd give me that last time.
Why would Gogura
No level 3 needed, yeah.
late tag just to fill it out.
Trade.
I mean, he has
Oh
been
my
switching
God,
his
trade
stance,
combos with
considering that he woke up with a crouch
Sagat are
right.
scary
True,
because since his
exactly,
normals
yeah.
are so
Be a little
long,
more flustered until
you
they're trying to
trade
go
with
for
him and you
base
can't
straight
reach
off.
him, but
Nice
he
perfect
can.
parry. Snipe ball,
And
snipe,
he gives you a
snipe,
full ass
snipe.
combo.
Some of that vision actually
This shit
highlights
is
crossover.
scary.
It's
Oh,
almost
his turn.
unconditionable, right? He is very rarely shooken by his opponent's strategies, but Gogura has him
And she
locked
do
in the
2
corner
DPs
right
there?
now. What are we gonna do with it?
Oh,
Gets him
damn.
the reach, hugging nothing but air, and now Gogura gonna drive rush
Level
juggle
1?
him all the way to set point.
Yo, it took 5 games to
okay.
cross over the tech.
Yeah, bro.
And
Wow.
there it is.
Wow.
So just a point, just to prove Vicious point.
This is a
But
DO?
getting conditioning here, a little bit on the side of Gogura. I like that he's not flustered yet. Crossover still
DO,
at one ball,
DO.
building a second
Let's choose
one.
DO.
Wow, straight right there. That medium kick range, just go for the drive rush. Why not? Make a fidget a little bit, looking for that counter hit. There it is.
I thought it was DR.
With jab, go for the back.
It says DR. DO belongs to Dominican Republic, but I thought that's
Oh, he
DR.
sniped it out again. Big
Is
damage
DO
out
not
there.
DR? What? How's DO?
Crossover, man. What a showing so far, but Gogura does manage to press back in the moment.
Then why is it DO?
Hold that.
Oh, now sniping with the lows as well. Nice job confirming into the target combo.
Oh no, I don't know if crossover try to anticipate Gogura.
Oh, he's got 2?
Up and go for a throw. Oh my God, he wasn't ready. And he got the level 3. No way, this is enough.
Yeah, but that one says
On the
DO.
grand stage wasn't ready for the drive impact. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. One of the favorites of all time in fighting games. Gogura advances in the top 8. I know everyone is happy. I know everybody that voted is happy.
Oh, yeah. 100% right. Yeah, it was a very heavily favored when it came to the fantasy pick, but man, Gogura had to sweat and earn that one so hard. Bringing out the DI, we rarely saw DIs from either side the whole set, right? So that makes, of course, the game 5 in the heat of the moment one so hard to check. But y'all, can y'all make some noise for crossover, baby? Top 8 Evo, let's get it.
Republic of Dominica? Yeah, but whatever, forget it.
He never left his foot off the pedal, bro. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna give you so many looks.
Yo, Yipes, tell the guy with the horn to shut the...
Congratulations. Yep. If you block it again, congratulations. Let me go for a wake-up crouch short this time. Okay, you got hit, congratulations to me. But the fact that he never got discouraged to just give him a different option just goes to show you that that man's heart was pumping with momentum, man. So big shout-outs to Gogura and, of course, Del Amigo, my man, Crossover. I know this is an early end for you.
Man, they gotta get this one out of here, bro. Please,
100%,
bro.
man. Crossover has only continuously been able to improve it and
Like, how is
his
that guy
results,
still there,
tournament
bro?
after tournament. Like I said, this is the best result he's had in a string of these recent ones with Blink Respawn and Combo Breaker, both where he made top 16. So it's just sick to see him continue to do better and better. We got a great look at not only the whip punish from crouch medium punch, which was extremely difficult to do. It is not easy whatsoever to catch Sagat whiffing that crouch medium punch and able to get the punish in time. But then we see again right here, right, just spacing it out. He's done such a good job the whole set of being primarily aware of the ranges that Crossover likes to play at, right? We saw a backdash up against the Tiger Knee as well. He's just been so good the whole time.
Man, I feel like this is a reoccurring theme in this top 8. Actually, no, I've seen it throughout the whole tournament. Yo, nobody's really throw moving that hard. No. From what I've seen, it's more so conditioning delay buttons just to see if you're always going to tech and then apply the throw situation, right? But it's been a reoccurring theme throughout this whole tournament. So I don't know if it's just in the air. I'm not too sure if it's the temperature, but man, the temperature is high for all of these players, man. Yo, one more time, Evo. Are y'all joining the Street Fighter 6? Talk to us.
That's what I like to hear, brother.
Shout out to the Airheads camp. Yo, can y'all bring like a bucket of the Airheads over here? Just for
A bucket is crazy.
Me too. Wow.
You already
Come on,
ball nowhere right here, man. Ball nowhere.
Damn, they're actually about
Take a quick break
to
before
launch
we
the
get
game
into
with
some
no
rounds
strange.
of our Street Fighter 6
That is
top 8,
interesting.
Right? Round 1 is in the books. Don't go anywhere as we get closer and closer to crowning a new Evo Street Fighter champion.
The Chipotle burrito bus is here. Let's
Chipotle bus.
Evo is back.
Shit, I need to get some food.
All weekend
I'm
long,
getting food. I'll be right back. I'm running
Burrito
ads.
Bus is doing its
There's
thing.
nothing else to
Looking up
watch
the
because,
FGC
I mean, the
with
Marvel
free
tournament's over.
air-conditioned
So I'll be right back.
rides to
I suggest you guys can get some
burritos,
food or do
bowls,
whatever as well. At
and
time.
tacos. Let's go. We made it to Chipotle. Let's get out of here. Chipotle, always looking out for the FGC. Thanks, Chipotle.
Ooh, that boy Kus is breaking Joe in the loops. Look at him go.
How is he beating me? This guy's a scrub. There's no way I'm a scrub too, right?
Use them, Joey. Use the Zennies. They're built for blue light blockers and corrective lenses.
Eyes fresh for the world now. Getting the gear in the occasion with Zennies. Best gift of the year.
Melty Blood, Doa Illumina.
Hey everyone, this is Damascus and welcome back to Getting a Closer Look presented by Zenni. Whether it's blue light protection, everyday frames or prescription glasses, Zenni offers you plenty of options to keep your vision sharp, and that's what I want from you because I'm gonna show you plenty of things that are happening here in the Evo floor. I am right in front of the Capcom booth, another booth where there are plenty of things to do. First off, Yasmin, the new fighter from the Philippines, completely original character, is available to test here, world exclusive, impossible to try it anywhere else. She's going to be out on August the 3rd, so it's in quite a while. So get in there and get to try the character, new character on Street Fighter 6. You can also enter a winner stays on tournament on Street Fighter 2 on this ring behind me, inspired by Street Fighter the movie. Get there, try to get your wins, and maybe get some swag. An Evo Moment 37 poster inspired on the movie. There's also a kiosk where you can sign up to World Warriors and get some extra swag from Street Fighter 6 side, and the beautiful motorcycle, the Jury motorcycle, is right behind for you to go for pictures. Plenty of things to do, of course, at Evo, and with this, I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna try Yasmin, man. See you soon.
Man, what a top 8 we are receiving here for everybody to just love and enjoy, man. Shout out to the best seats in the house, man. Red Bull, I see y'all, man. Make some noise. Can y'all just wave your hands from side to side, left to right, please? Who's on the best seats? Just left to right, side to side, if y'all listen. Okay, there you go.
Logan, do the left to right.
He's like, no way.
At all. Not listening to us at all.
Logan, really? You had to be the unk? Come on, man. Are you serious? Let's do it.
It's like, no, not today, fellas.
See the Street Fighter. He looked like stressed. He looked like he got some investments.
I was gonna say, that's definitely what it's looking like.
It is what it is. Oh, man.
And, you know, I hope everybody was filling out their fantasy records as well, right? That was a cool thing. That was a feature for this first Evo, of course. But I got some news that the chat was able to fill out the burrito meter during the break. So remember, text JTQ963 to 888222 to receive a free entree on the House of Chipotle.
What's your favorite Chipotle, actually?
Give me extras. Give me all the extras.
Any burrito with me is cool as long as there's actual protein in it. Just straight vegetables. No, I'll be upset about that.
Yeah, sure.
I need straight protein in there.
I like when they got the barbacoa in the mix. You feel
That's my favorite. Come on, man. That and steak, one of my favorites. So it is what it is. All right, let's take a look at the bracket one more time. We got a banger on the stage for you guys. If you missed out, you see what's going on here. The closest set we've seen so far, both of the closest sets was Shigemetsu Mena, and then, of course, Dogodan Crossover. So it's been some bangers. But yeah, you can see the winners finals already set. Then, of course, we're going to go straight down to the losers side to go and check out Tantan Men versus Crime. Oh, that's going to be a good match, boy. And you know what? If anybody's well equipped to go up against a Jamie, it's Crime due to the fact that he has dealt with Blaz's shenanigans when Blaz was playing Jamie. And he picks Jamie when he really feels like it, depending on the matchup.
What about that?
So he's well equipped. He's well equipped. So let's see what Tantan Man brings to the table. I ain't gonna lie, the ferocity that Tantan Man brings.
Oh fuck! I didn't do a predict before I left.
Pretty different than everybody else. I mean, there's not many Jamies left, so we can't even really use it too much reference to see the differences. But this man has been showing out throughout this tournament. I think the buttons is checked. Here we go. Yes, I see elbows on kneecaps. I think we're ready.
That's good, man. I believe Blaz actually used Jamie to win one of the first World Warriors for Chile this season. So he's been playing the character as of recent as well. So Crime should definitely have plenty of matchup experience up against a high-level Jamie, which is a rarity. Beautiful, perfect parry though from Tantan, man. You're not going to get bullied.
You're going to see a couple of instances from Crime where he's going to set up the tone in terms of pressure off the driver. So hit you with random backdashes off the straight.
I got my free food.
From Jamie.
What?
So you're going to see some big punishes.
Oh, I didn't get one. Hold on, I missed the code.
Definitely sniped that out.
Nah, it's probably too late now.
That many drinks already.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I don't blame Crime for getting hit by that. I can't believe he already has 3 drinks. And not to mention he's got 4 hair down.
What a size. I'm sorry, stop the records just to see what Crime does afterwards.
Playable open beta?
It's so annoying. Punish count on top of that, which means it was a what punish. Okay, right back at you. What a counter for crouch spears, really?
I know, right?
Stop.
Oh, hair down, man down. Tantan Man in the building.
You know, we can appreciate some long hair.
That guy who drinks?
You know.
Okay, X.
We definitely always gonna highlight that.
Yes, sir. Unhand me.
Oh, I didn't play X. I don't know who you're talking about.
Palm was there, blocked though from the side of Climate. We got 1 drink, access to the dive kick early on. Wow, what a way to invite the normal off of the whip dive kick. That was
I was trying to think who you're talking about for a second.
The Tatsumaki Senpukyaku. Hopefully I said that right.
Oh yeah, perfect. Perfect pronunciation as we get the side switch, but Tantan Man fighting back to the middle of the screen has 3 bars again, or excuse me, 3 drinks. So the command grab is available.
Oh, looking for the neutral. See, neutral jump. He's looking for the stand fierce or the dive kick. Either or. He's trying to cover both options. There it is, breakdancing. Shout outs to the Bronx. Of course, all on the cardboard. Oh.
One of the pillars of hip-hop.
You already know. Here we go, the refreshing beverage. It must be tasty. See how he just wipes his every single time. There's the level 2. No, excuse me, I thought he had it. Pardon me.
Yeah, the EX Makai. Yeah, the level 2 is actually active right now.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Wow.
Yeah, he drank. Oh, and then again, just let in the sweep. Ring out.
Ever played the best MK?
Yeah. We're gonna go to the Bison.
I like how fast it is. Every time I see gameplay, it looks really fast. But to be fair, every time I've seen it, the person's playing Takeda, so I guess that's expected.
Was having to play a little bit around the manipulation of the walk speed that Tantan Man was kind of presenting, the different normals, the roundhouse, and when I felt like he didn't have a great feel for it. But we're getting into the Ryu again. The first game can be just intel after all. Let's see what Crime's got now.
Man, Tantan Man's playing this out. Playing it slowly but surely till he gets this drink. No,
MKX.
not yet. Oh, there it is. Okay. On the house. There we go. Back. That's what I like to see, the aggression now. I like
he looks cool in MK1 as well,
but just in case he can snuff out.
I already stopped playing by the time he came out.
And that roundhouse again, and definitely causing Crime some issues here. Not feeling comfortable in that range that Ryu can normally press buttons at.
Okay, respecting the neutral right here is Crime. Tantan Man trying to get his maul on. Of course, the back throw on the side of Crime once again. Battle of supremacy here from both of these guys. Who's going to take this first control? And it looks like it's going to be Crime with that top. Oh, what a bait!
Nice.
Oh, beautiful stuff right there, right? It was especially coming right after a drive rush that was successful. You know Tantan Man's going to want to put a stop to that. Great bait timing from Crime.
Oh, on the counter, of course, we'll take the no. That's actually off of the drive rush. Pardon me. All right, here we go.
Lashard didn't go. I don't remember why. I think he was sick or something.
But now we in the corner once again. Crime. There he goes with the long, big.
I don't remember what he said.
lands the
I
low
think he
forward and
tweeted
puts
saying he was
himself
sick
out
or
another
something. I
base.
don't remember what it was.
And we got that level 3. We're going to do this early. No, the Tatsumaki. We're going to go for the corner carry all day. Conditioned right now is Tantan Man trying to find an answer. Trying to hit him with the defensive dive kick and getting exposed into the level 3. Dominant performance here from Crime Man.
I love the way Crime is going about his meaty pressure, right? We see him consistently baiting out the ODDPs, but you saw at the end right
Jamie
there,
has
he's got
negative
a built-in
body type.
timing to it. He's blocking and then immediately pressing a delay button, right? He's covering the wake of reversal, but he's making sure he's not giving his opponent
He was
much
knocked
time
out?
to react.
I could have
to the
sworn he
fact that he's
tweeted that he
not
wasn't going.
needing
Let me see.
them. He's
I'm gonna
just
just
giving
look it
that
up.
window to block on the opening and then immediately pressing a button after. That's why that crouch.
Oh, no, he is here.
Continue that pressure and take the game.
Correct. I like
Ended
there's another, it's like a high
129.
Sure. If you hit the brakes with the jab and you're ready
Close to too strong, and there was many mistakes.
Your button and the DP comes out,
Maybe because of food poisoning. Oh, shit.
Good. So I like the layers of offense here from Crime Man. I love his crouch rear use. Usually as a counter poke, too. Yeah. Speaking of which, the perfect parry.
Oh, shit. Wait, no, he is sick. He wasn't supposed to go.
Absolutely meaty throw. No delayed jab. Trying to look for the technical. I like the counter poke into the ringworm.
He's been throwing up non-stop since this morning.
Perfect parry right there. I was actually holding down back, but man, neutral jumps. The OD dive kick attempt, Crime Man coming up with so many answers from Tantan Man.
Damn, I looked away for a second. He had that neutral jump when this happened. I looked back and he's breakdancing.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Oh, pure. I mean, it's a guess on top of that, but it's still pure.
Yeah, it's food poisoning.
Another beverage. Okay, level 4.
He
We got
says
access to that command.
maybe it's because food poisoning got knocked out, but I don't feel hungry at all.
You see that
When I eat, I take one bite and I can't continue. My body feels too weak.
He was in Ryu's face. Like, I was definitely catching Crime Man off guard.
Big buns. The crouch strong starter. Wow, after the
Yeah,
charge,
it's food
just
poisoning.
go and run up in his house regardless.
Yo, playing with food poisoning is nah.
Mad close, yes. Another one. He has no levels for the dive kick, so he can abuse this all day. Are you gonna wake up with the DP? No, more throws.
Yeah. Oh, big throw tech right there. Ah, but I love that the shallow drive rush. That's a Crime A special. He's really good at using the shallow drive rush to manipulate an answer out of you, then doing stuff like donkey kick or walk up throw when you try to parry. Super strong.
Oh, that was organic. And so was that drink. Get a ball for me.
He said, give me a double on that one, too.
Oh, we're going to have a couple of those later.
You know.
So 5 to 6?
Stand face while recovering the time.
staple.
You put that bottle away immediately. Right, buffering right here. Playing a bit of shadow boxing on the side of Tantan Man. I like the plasma just to get a little bit of space.
Man, both players are playing so careful now, and that's why we bust out with the OS, excuse me.
Wow, he thought he was gonna hit the brakes, but he kept going with the record. Disrespectful Tantan Man. I mean, you can say Crime was disrespectful too, considering it.
Oh my God, bro. I remember that.
He still got juggles
The Hungry Box shit.
Of course, just for the bar.
Why the fuck is he had COVID and he went to a
trying
tournament?
to give him some time to wake up, and Crime immediately pressing a button instead.
I remember that.
Took full advantage of that opportunity.
He was coughing up blood.
Now it's burned Tantan Man
And bro
out,
was still playing and competing.
Has no meter. Crime
Like, what the fuck?
I'm just spinning all of his.
That shit was crazy.
Oh, he's gonna abuse it now. Touch the grass at the side of Crime Man. No meters on the side of Tantan Man. This man is getting walked, but he does have access to a dive kick. He needs that good read on the throw, but
He wasn't sure. Nah, I'm pretty sure he had COVID.
He got all the meter in the world to finish the job.
I'm pretty sure he had COVID. That was like prime COVID.
From the logo.
But I don't know. COVID wouldn't make you cough up blood. He had something.
Crime Man, one more match away.
He had something crazy.
Move on here in his top 8.
Lock that man down, and man, Tantan Man. Just
I don't know why you competing when you coughing up blood.
That was just great priority from Crime Man, knowing to attack the drive gauge. Oh man, but Tantan Man with a big bait out this time. Wheels have been turning.
That's right. Quick little 30%. Add a throw there. That's a bit about 42. Right to the overhead into the target. Oh, get off of me. The OS has been solid for Crime Man. It's been consistent. Wow, a bit of a scramble here. I feel like Tantan Man usually gets most of his mileage off of a scramble, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%, right? He really thrives in those moments. Like, he's definitely willing to play against expectation, take a risk just because that's not the optimal thing to do.
It's time to start the propaganda?
He's able to snowball from there.
Yep, throw off the play.
It's time to print out the flyers.
All right, here we go. Throw City. V1 with the candles. It's intimate here.
I think it's time.
Oh, you actually reached? How dare you? It's going to be a throw.
See how it's chilly, yes.
Read on the reversal. We got a level 3.
I think it's time to print out the flyers.
Tantan Man is still here to play.
And this is kind of the set we expected, right? Both of these players extremely aggressive, wanting to get into each other's faces, put the onus on the opponent to make something happen. And man, some big baits out on reversals from both sides. We highlighted the fact that Crime was doing delay wake-ups earlier, right, to bait out reversals and then put a button on him afterwards. We see in this round back-to-back baits from the side of Tauntaun Men. It is going to be a fun one to see in this final round. Who is willing to do the reversals with their tournament life on the line?
I know Crime salivated. He's like, yo, as long as I can get in and he don't get a drink, I should be okay.
He don't get a drink?
Go Tauntaun Man wants to get that one whiff punish, one offense going to get that refreshing beverage so he can get the party started. Oh, the standing meter kick. I hate that button in neutral. I ain't gonna lie, low key. I walk into that every single time.
It's quite good. 100%, and of course that allows Tauntaun Man to sneak in a drink as well, but Crime, nice little spacing and frame traps.
Go put this food away.
There we go. Now level 2 activated. Looking for that low forward. That's why you saw that standing roundhouse.
Yes, sir. Oh, actually trying to react to that. Maybe he thought the Hashigeki was a fireball, but instead gets baited for it.
Correct. That is actual factuals. Oh, come on over here to my house.
He at least avoided the punish counter by canceling into the drive rush, but Crime beats him to the button, and it's on set point.
Crime is looking good. Tauntaun Man, how are you feeling? Wow, what a check. The Rumble in the Bronx, a.k.a. the Standing Fierce. What a way to check it. That's, well, I mean, it's 5 frames. It makes sense. I was about to say Fierce to check it. Hello. All right. The whole shoot. Damn, that was organic. And he had that sinister smile when he buried.
Oh, man, trying to take the drink from him. He said, not today, fam.
Don't you make round? Oh, speaking of reversals.
With it, bro, Tauntaun Man. He's down around him, was still waiting to do it, but he gets caught with the step kick. Crime with the neutral jump. So much damage on this combo. Can you survive what comes next?
You better make an executive decision. Tauntaun Man, dehydrated state is on the way. Wow.
Oh my God, Crime trying to bait out a reversal. Tauntaun Man called it out with a crouch medium kick. Gets the throw in as he down backs. Hair down.
Activates. Trying to get the drive gains right away. No touch of grass again. Oh my God. Wow!
Walk up overhead. Wow.
Crime, really? Run up in your house and just do a raw overhead.
Bruh, creeping the dough with the 4-4. Crime. Wow.
The overhead heard across the arena. That dude just, what is it, double dash? He just double dash overhead? Wow.
That was such a cool point that you
double dash
the fact
overhead
that
is
he
crazy.
went to level 2 despite having 4 drinks just to get out of burnout, right? To get that drive meter back. I definitely thought it was gonna be all momentum from Tauntaun Man at that part, but Crime getting in his grill and doing a clutch overhead to continue in the tournament. Amazing stuff. But y'all, Evo Vegas, can y'all give it up for Tauntaun Man? Incredible performance, man. Getting to see a Jamie
I closed the bracket.
1,000-person plus bracket and get the top 8 of Evo is an incredible accomplishment, a testament to his work and skill. Hope to see more of Tauntaun Men in the future.
Man, let's take a look at the replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments, dude. This was an awesome display of tip for tap. You want to talk about somebody just trying to be the aggressor and just trying to condition at all times. It's like these guys was unconditionable throughout the whole set. So always had to give different looks. You saw Crime with the drive rush, with the jab, just to bait out reversals. Crime was pretty much about 100% on DPOS. So Tauntaun Man definitely had to switch it up, man. But in terms of who was really the favorite here, I'm talking about
Blanca versus Elena.
Tauntaun Man had no drinks was definitely
Man, I really love the way both of them
I lost
played,
on my
right?
bets,
Like, we
got Blade, hell yeah.
Parkos, they really were. They were so good and not
We do got a Blade.
manipulated by the opponent's decision, and yet they were still able to adjust to some of the things that they were like, I have to adjust to this though, right? I cannot just like keep playing the way I am, or this is gonna eat me alive. Like we saw in the very last round, man, Tauntaun Man called out the shallow jab. He called out the bait when he woke up with a crouch medium kick, right? It was so close to being his round, but Crime showing no fear, man. That it definitely is an overhead that's never paid a bill in its life. You know what I'm saying? No sense of responsibility. There's 0 cents.
Zero.
So I don't have to worry about that yet.
I love the excitement from Crime, man. Absolutely. But guys, I hope everybody at home is excited. Everybody in the arena, y'all enjoying this Street Fighter 6 high level, please.
I just love looking back and seeing the people, man. It's amazing, bro. It's amazing.
Shout out to the Airheads, Aircam. But guys, please don't go nowhere. All this exciting action will continue.
Oh, actually,
are they going on break?
Bracket instead. Yeah. You know,
Again? Damn, didn't you just go on break?
Let's take a look at the bracket instead. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why I went Macho Man for a second there.
It's all right. No, you're a wrestling fan. Hey, Hanzo, we love you. It's okay.
But as you can see, winners finals, like we talked about, we've been teasing it a little bit. The Dominican Republic men are
Kill Cam featuring the horn got presented by Chipotle.
Crime has secured a top 4 placing. But
yo, whoever's doing this horn at Evo, like I actually hate them so much though.
Shigematsu versus Dogura.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. Blanca versus Elena, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a good one. Of course, waiting in the wings. Mena RD versus Kills You. Obviously, they got their respective teams, but the management, of course, holding them down, Bandits. Yes, sir. Man, bringing the talent out. Just, you know, pretty much getting that mentality in terms of championship DNA, if you will.
It's going to be a fun one, man. Now, Blanca versus Elena, I do not recall the last time I actually saw this matchup. We're going to be able to see it in a high-level environment.
Briggs,
man,
vote.
Japan, right? That means the probably going to be a little bit familiar with each other. But, of course, Dogura is Mr. Osaka. You know what I mean? He's Mr. West Coast of Japan. So you already know he runs that whole side. So I always love seeing him. And he definitely primarily plays with the Osaka players. But he's been part of SFL. And he's been a legend in Japan for so long that I'm sure he's been exposed to everybody at this point.
Let me tell you something. For the 21 Evos that I've been at, this guy has been in every single one that I've been. That's crazy, man. So it's pretty crazy. Dogura's a legend. Of course, Shigematsu is still getting his legendary status, his stats up as we go on. What a great start, of course, in the top 8 here at Evo. Man, no, straight up, man, Dogura's a rock star. You throw a guitar in that man's hand, I wouldn't tell the difference.
Legitimately, bro. Like, from the beginning, I've always seen him. He's always embraced the showmanship aspect of being on camera as well, right? Charisma through the roof. Always love seeing him. And he's always one of those players that, honestly, you could tell how his personality translates to in-game. He's never one to shy away from the big risk, the big moment, the one that he will make the decision that will make sure we determine what's going to happen in the future of the match. So I always love seeing Dogura. I always love seeing the people out here for Evo.
Yo.
Get that best. Oh, now y'all waving. I appreciate that. Damn, that's a lot of people. I can't even see y'all in the back. But what was in the blood in the blood C section, man? We love y'all too. I mean, we got a big ass screen, so it's all right. But we love y'all too. We love everybody here. All right, here we go. Opening game and top buttons has been checked.
Like, I actually hope that guy gets wet socks, bro.
Like, I actually didn't even expect Dogura
for the rest of his life, bro. Like, I honestly.
Oh my, already scared.
I don't want to be mean, but like, holy shit, this guy is annoying, bro. Whoever is doing that horn, like, I actually hope you don't sleep well tonight. Like, I actually do.
Yeah. Looked like he wanted to parry the anti-air. He just put the OS in to avoid the potential throw, but he got clipped because Shigematsu committed to something on the ground. And now we got a big throw here. Shigematsu's such a hefty life lead. Yeah, that like he was a little bit too far, but the shallow Blanca ball does him in, as it always does.
Everybody gets squirmy when they fight Blanca, huh? Yo. Everything is cool when we fight Shotokans, everything favorable. Blanca's on the screen, definitely going to have to have a knowledge to check.
So he's gonna get the throw down. That's why Dogura's trying to stay offensive, right? He's like, I'm not trying to give Shigematsu any opportunity to start playing the neutral, right? To start guessing, because like that, we get the parry coming out, and then the whip punish, perfect spacing and timing from Shigematsu. Knew exactly what Dogura was gonna be looking for.
Electrolytes lost.
Damn.
On the side of Dogura. Chip him out. Don't drive impact. Wow, sight, no, do it. Don't, yes, drive impact. I'm so sorry.
Do it. Do the drive impact. He was up around, right? He was like, hey, Dogura, if you're going to spin that meter aside, right, you're not going to be able to take it into the next round anyway. Great stuff from Shigematsu. 1-0 already.
Man, I thought Dogura was young. He looks young. Oh, I thought he didn't recover in time. Okay.
There you go. Now, he's definitely young at heart. My man Dogura will never be old.
Let's go. Are we going to establish speedy standing meter kick pressure to stop him from holding up back? That's why you see the backdash there. All right, here we go. Looking for the driver first. No.
Trying to bait out the Blanca ball right there. Didn't give it to him. Nice discipline from Shigematsu. In the shallow Blanca ball and then beating him to the blade afterwards.
Absolutely. Space traps are getting set here from both of these players. Nice DP. This is Throw City. No. There's the backdash. I called this out earlier just to space out to get the Blanca ball.
That was so awesome from Dogura right there. Well aware of one of the best defensive options in the game and punishing it in kind. That's the type of dude he is.
I'm not too sure if she has like a button that could like juggle. Somebody's like holding her back. So I like that. That's an option for Dogura where you can just backdash and just punish it entirely. Yeah. Very nice there. Like that, getting close to the level 2 is Shigematsu. Though he's low on the drive game.
There we go.
Oh man, is that a jump in? No, a dash up into the roundhouse. Love it. Let's go. That's a DP for the finish.
Oh my god, that could have been a mean work punish.
But no big punish here. Of course, look at that stand heavy kick. Big trade though. Oh no, like this.
Oh no.
Go to the lightning beast when you have low drive meter.
Okay, I like that killing Supreme. I thought he was gonna throw out the Funko Pop. I think it's coming out right here. There it is.
Funko Pop.
Oh, the trade with the big
combo.
Sniped out Dogura match. I think that was a low forward. I'm not too sure, crouching short, either or though. Sugar Metro was gonna touch Earth, but he still had Cho'Gal properties.
That was wild, right? You ain't touching Earth unless you go in the grave 6 feet under.
That's it.
That's how we doing it. Shigematsu already onto the races here in this next round as well.
Oh my God, are you serious? Already up to that level 2, Dogura is gonna have to find a pocket to get the hell up out of here, to stand fierce for the extra damage on the drive gauge, just to get him closer and closer to that burnout. Wow, the challenge for Dogura. We out of there, immediate level 3, I concur.
I like that, right? The time is not just freeze on the install, right? It is still draining slowly a little bit. Did freeze towards the end here, but of course the drive gauge now is such an advantage.
It's level 3 that side switches.
That's why I like that level 3, and now he's pressing his button quicker on the Shallow Blanca ball as well.
I'm trying to think, who's level 3 in this game side switches?
Oh,
does no one have a level 3 that side switches?
Shigematsu knows that he's gonna be in danger. Wow, try to hit the brakes.
Because there was at least one person.
But Dogura did not bite. Oh, I think I wasn't. He's gonna DP. No, jump back short just to actually.
Oh, maybe it's nobody.
Throw what's up here on the side of Shigematsu. Wow.
Damn.
Risking the slide right there. Knowing him with that much of a life lead, he figured Dogura would try to walk back, right? Bait him to come to him, but beautiful from Dogura. Like, he is such
I can't think of one. I don't think anyone's
knowing that he has a slide, I'll just down back instead.
Like that combo right there. One of my
I know people have like level
favorites.
1s like Ken's. But...
I like juggles, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no one's.
Target combo. Yes, let's go all the way to the corner once again. This is the control that we need. Throw loose city. Is it going to be a jump back? No, I think we're going to see a backdash on the side of Dogura in one moment. No, not yet. He's fully committed. He's not scared. DP.
This is, I love a lockdown right now, bro. You are not going anywhere. Oh, he tried to get a ranger, but just barely got clipped.
Loving the delay take on Dogura, too. Oh, the crouch strong just walked into it. Actually, it was a counter. Not too sure what Dogura did there. Unhand me, another technical.
Oh, my crouch medium punch is my savior.
Ay, dangerous. We go into the beast that is lightning. What a bait! How dare you? That's actually one of my personal favorites on the playbook. I do that a lot with my
Yeah, I love that from Shigematsu, right? Knowing that the punish counter from the extra damage will be enough to kill off. That is the best meter build punish as well in that moment.
No.
But now gets caught trying to reversal himself.
Let's go. That capoeira style. That chepache nebra quebra. No, the delay got exposed a little too hard. Oh no, drive pressure hit the brakes. Took a little bit of a page from crossover.
Level 3.
True. And the level 3 as well before Dogura. I was going to say
build to make
sure he gets burnt out here. Huge from Shigematsu. Dogura, of course, does have 3 meters, so it's not going to be a free DI, but it's going to connect anyway.
That's not good.
Showed him the drive rush first. Dogura can't find an answer, and it is 2-0 for Shigematsu.
He flinched. He thought it was a button. No, it's a drive impact. Yeah. He tried to be honest, but in this game, you just can't be honest sometimes.
He's playing Blanca, bro.
Where
these Blanca players come from? They be spawning in. They making Blanca players now at the factory? Oh, hell nah.
To send Dogura packing to the spectator seat.
We don't need Blanca players.
I like that good defense with Dogura back.
Oh, hell nah.
Love it. Reset neutral.
They spawning Blanca players in
the long legs of the law, the gazelle from hell.
The meta influence? Oh, God, bro.
That throw, no.
Wow.
Damn.
Sure, that was a missed input from Dogura or what?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Turning that hard, sheesh.
I'm still confused. It feels so weird being here and not at Evo. After going there 2 years in a row.
Play those musical instruments.
Well, I went to 3 now, I guess. Since it was Japan. It feels so weird.
Always, right? Definitely encourage.
Because I haven't watched one of these in like.
For you to take full advantage with the throw.
I don't remember, bro.
Oh, ooh, she dancing. That's that good carpet. She can walk barefoot on that. She's cool. Check the bottom of her soles. Never dirty. There we go. Capoeira style. Banana way. Scoop.
I was nice trying to wake up with something to it. Oh, and we are not being dissuaded from waking up with something. Gets the lightning beast activation. You know that's why he was feeling frisky. Oh, a little bit of ambiguous jumping, I think. Dogura may have was expecting a cross up. Honestly, if you press a different button, it might hit cross up. DI as well. There was a big damage. Dogura here, strike throw away from death. Oh, and he just stayed in front.
Why didn't you go?
Not move an inch after the back.
Didn't want to go. Didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Also, I don't really have a reason to go. I'm not gonna go to. Usually when I went to Evo.
Oh, psych! I thought you was gonna get something popping.
Usually when I go to Evo, it's to record games and also for.
Yeah, on the airborne drive.
Oh shit! To meet with friends. Yeah. All my friends didn't go this year. Well, majority of my friends didn't.
There it is.
Knew it was perfect calculation as well. He built the level 2 with that fierce, but wait a minute, Dogura fights back and baits out the reversal.
I don't have that big of a friend group, but like a few.
Let's go.
But majority of my small friend group didn't go.
Elena.
Literally manifest the grass. You can never find her on Twitter. She outside. You know what I'm saying? She outside.
Oh, man.
Oh, walked up and didn't block it. Time unfortunate. Oh, my God. Empty jump into the crouch, into the stand short to expose the technical. Shigematsu
Shigematsu takes it.
performance. I know he's excited. Moving forward here in the top 8. Please give a round of applause for this great match, but please give another round of applause for one of my heroes of the game, Dogura!
Alright, Prime versus
Please give it up for
Shigematsu.
Dogura, man. Legitimately a legend. Has been one of my favorite players since getting into fighting games. Always love seeing it. Always
I don't think
marches
he's next
to the
though,
beat of
so
his
I'm
own
pretty sure
drum
over the
as
top
well.
now.
And Elena in
Yeah,
top
they went to the
8.
top.
My man does it like nobody does.
Mana versus
Superhero
Killzu.
real life? What can we
Ooh, this
say?
is gonna be a good one.
Man, but the control is definitely on Shigematsu, man. Let me tell you something. Anybody that sees a Blanca approaching, especially
This is
when
gonna
they
be
have
a
the lead and they start
pretty
getting
crazy one.
into that zone on the crouch jab where they start walking back, it's pretty scary considering that the big buttons come out for the early meter build on Blanca, right? Especially on the defensive side of Blanca, throwing off the offense.
Now, who do y'all think wins this?
As you can see, he kept switching up his options. He would like string him up, backdash.
I would say Mena, but like an upset would be
he started implementing a little more string.
I can't lie.
Up back and,
An upset would be pretty fucking hype.
With Blanca, you just don't know how to
Screw
condition
Blanca,
it
bro.
consistently. You just have that many.
But y'all hate Mai.
Yeah,
I
I'm so
like
glad you put
Mai.
it that way, right? It
So
really
I'm voting
comes
for
down to the amount of
Killzu.
options
But
you
I
have
feel
to
like
have. So, like, just the fact that you can cycle through so many
I
things,
feel like
it's
Mena
very
wins
hard, and
this,
his
but we'll
options
see.
all work together so well. So like one answer is never the answer for something else, right? Like you have to.
Don't you guys
really
hate
call
Mai
out
though?
the one
So like, why
option
would
that
you
you're
guys
looking for. And then, like you could cover some of the other
I don't know. You
options,
guys hate
but
both
most
of these
likely you're
characters
giving
though.
up your
So
turn while
fucking
doing
know.
that. It's not like you're going to be able to keep the offensive pressure going. So yeah, I mean, he's a very much a problem character. As we can see, 2 of them in top 8 here at Evo. Shigematsu doing the damn thing. Has some great Labubu setups as well with the doll in the corner. We've seen that time and time again. You know.
Yo, man, it's just, I mean, this is a tall tale when it comes to Blanca. You never think he's gonna hit those 2 meters fast. Like during the match, we're just watching, and then out of nowhere, I just look down to the corner, and there's a 2nd meter incoming. It's kind of crazy, and that is all attributing to punish counter throws, and of course those big buttons.
Cancer versus Ace.
So, exactly right. He does such a good job of sequencing his
Y'all some
offense
haters,
to really
bro.
just make every block straight
Y'all
count.
are
Like,
haters.
the heavy's coming on out. They're gonna build him meter, and they're
You
gonna shave off
guys
a lot of
are
drive range as well.
haters.
So you always got to be parrying, which then opens up like a short string. It's a walk-up throw. Like it's just so many mind
You
games to
guys
keep track of.
are haters.
Well, for real this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a small break.
Oh my God, I should have more time on the predict one.
To enjoy some more Evo Top 8 Street Fighter 6 action when we return. So please keep it locked. Don't go anywhere.
Fellas run more ads than me. Damn. Let me stop.
Chipotle Honey Chicken is back. Step into summer with fresh grilled chicken, spicy Chipotle peppers, and the perfect touch of pure honey. Open the summer with Chipotle Honey Chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Well, I guess I'll just run ads again. I mean, I have to wait 3 minutes anyway, so. Be right back, I suppose. Yeah, I should have put more time on the predict. Fuck. Alright, so there's 3 matches left. I'm about 4.
This is looking really good. I'm not even gonna front like that. It's a bold hit. Optimal. It's the surge. It's the one, Jay. You ready?
I've never seen a mix like this before. That's refreshing.
That was a great combination.
What the fuck? Why do you do that?
Why does he get a White Claw surge? Did I get zoned out?
Tough break, Jay. Gotta have that championship mentality.
That's the best assist I've seen since Captain.
でストリートファイター4っていう形で格闘ゲーム久しぶりにやった時にその時になんていうか自分に特別なものがあったんだなっていうのを、思い出したっていうことがあったんですけど
I don't see myself quitting for at least maybe 20 more years.
This dude's still gonna be playing in 20 years. Don't listen to him. He capping.
Ladies and gentlemen.
He's capping.
More than just playing. It's being a part of this community.
With Anthros, your next match will fix your sit. Try today, risk-free for 60 days, or your money back guaranteed. Anthros.com.
Oh man. I wonder how the rest of them are doing after that tournament. Maybe I can check on them. Did they all end? And they lost. The Kingsman's still streaming.
I'm past the second point as well.
Yeah, majority of them ended. Shit. Fellas are up, what, 20 something K? The W, no? The W.
Back to the beautiful Evo 2026 live in Las Vegas. Shout outs to the air.
It's a fat W.
In the building, Airheads is bringing the fun to Las Vegas during the event. Power up your candy game with some Airheads. I'm still waiting on the bucket of cherries for me and Yipes. Hopefully we get those before the end of the show. But Las Vegas, how y'all doing, man?
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear.
Nothing but magical lights. I like that we're keeping it safe here. No lights.
Let me read this.
No lights. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Blade, Loki, and Deadpool announced for Tokon.
Street Fighter 6 top 8. We're already actually at top 4, man. It is wild to think about it, bro. Myself, Reginald.
Not the Midnight Suns, but Samurai Outriders. Were you expecting this lineup? Yeah.
Man, you already know.
Samurai Outriders are a group of dark heroes, as you might mix. Wait, let me just mute this. Samurai Outriders are a group of dark heroes, as you might expect. They don't start out as a cohesive unit. In fact, they're quite the opposite. Oh wow. As fate threats up to the world, blah blah blah. This whole grows involves. Wait, when they do DLC for this game, is it gonna be batches of characters, or is this gonna be individual characters? I guess these are like the only teams we're gonna get. Or I guess they're just gonna slowly but surely fill up team slots, I guess. I don't know. I think that's what they're gonna do. Team goal for team grows involves something to look at experience in episode mode. I see. We don't know yet? Wait, do we really not know? I thought we knew.
So he is definitely in the building, and this is definitely where the champions are shaped. So big ups to World Warriors holding it down as per usual.
It says year 1, but we don't know if these thingies are just like teams or if they're individual characters. I guess we don't know yet. Yeah, you're right. Asgard, cool. King Odin, Thor, Loki. Yeah, we get it. Blade. Eric Brooks, born human vampire, hybrid after his mother's attack. Okay, we don't gotta read that part. Blade is in this title, Blade has completed his training in Japan, gaining greater physical and mental strength. He wields the Demon Slayer sword Muramasa. Whoops. We've been capable of slicing through gods. Damn. Muramasa was nobly kept sealed with its power restrained, but when Blade releases that power, the blade turns red and reveals its true power. Oh my god, he sounds cooler. Oh shit, a stare off? Hold on.
Ooh, that looks serious. So you think it's stage. This is beat.
Okay. Specializes in aggressive combat style, skillfully handling a variety of deadly tools, including Muramasa machine guns and glaives. His unique abilities: Heartstopper throws a stake and pins opponents. And place the long blade to close in distance at incredible speeds. When it hits, Muramasa glows red, enhancing the performance of his sword-based skills. Closing it instantly and delivering powerful slashes. Blade tree lives up to the name of Hunter. Ooh. So when he throws his glaives, he can like teleport to it. You can teleport to an enemy if they're stunned. I don't know if he can teleport on block.
Anybody that was teaching on the matchup was kills you. So let's see what kills you does to switch this
up. No weak ass shotgun that's mid. No mid ass shotgun that's only good at like mid range.
All this pressure, really nullifying that stand fierce, right? Trying to stay inside that range to make sure she can't do anything. And Mena RD has the best slide reactions in the business.
100,000.
Nobody is close.
100,000%. Yeah.
Woke up standing fierce just to snuff out the crouching strong. Now we elevated here. We are maximized. Oh,
we are
that's
maximized.
A burnout. That's big. That's not a burnout, but that's a fierce. Next sequence, no, we're gonna go on our own accord. I respect that from kills you. Drive reversal. Big damage incoming. Oh no.
Blame my king.
How many throws are you gonna take is the question.
Oh my god, he's just getting chipped down right now. And again, Kills You has no meter, right? So he's just doing all this damage to precede the DI, so it's even more when you count it all up together.
I'm tripping. Talking about throws here, but this is Lightning Beast.
Sure,
he
right.
walked him down. I didn't know you was that good with
That's
your
block.
Sheesh. Oh, and the Blockachon there, all happy with the chompers, ready to get in the action. Is this enough?
Boom.
Absolutely dominant. First game here.
I've been live for 9 hours.
Dominic.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna play games after this.
You gotta find it here.
Did I put that in the
Mena's
title?
definitely going to be looking to nullify the
Oh, I
neutral
didn't. Okay.
apply.
I'm
Get
not
her on the
gaming
back
after this. I
foot
think I'm gonna
early.
end.
Prevent this
I've been live for way
game.
too long.
Prevent having to deal with the fans and the charge fans.
We
and
are
all the
not going to be
tools.
gaming this
And
stream.
that's exactly where we find ourselves in this round
Because this
as
is
well.
probably going to go on for at least like 1 more hour.
Here it comes. More action in the corner. That's a no. Respecting the drive reversal, the reversal. Here's another
12-hour no.
snacks right here. Oh, nice. You're not going anywhere.
Dude,
trying to get out of harm's way.
I was trying to chill after this.
Too close to come.
It's like this because they're West Coast. This would have been over already, but they're West Coast.
Beautiful stuff. We talked about highlighting how much that stand fierce matters.
I ain't doing no
to
12
my
hour
right there.
nope.
Mena RD makes it out of the range with punish all day.
I do 12 tomorrow, probably. Maybe.
Jab,
Doubt it. I don't know.
in
We'll
that
see.
Sweet spot to get that punish. It's
Not
beautiful.
today, though.
Here it is. The bump go pop. What you call it?
3-3-0.
setups.
Let's go.
How many subs
no,
for one
in this
tomorrow?
card, don't need
I'm not
beat,
doing one
'cause
today.
you will die. I know Kill, that's in the back of
For
Kill's
one tomorrow.
Oh, that's what he was looking for with the drive reversal. That's why you saw the delay there for Mena. Wow, the stand Rouse was ready. Are you kidding me right now?
That's graduate. Yo,
He could push
congrats.
that block a ball, but he was not. Didn't go with the right
Congrats.
movement, right? So Mena just immediately pressed it, knowing he might be going to be
You're
short.
right. Recommendations.
Ooh, get that
I
out of
don't
here.
use like specific brand Durags, nothing like that.
I like that.
Just
Wow,
buy
we're
one.
going to defeat the fans. For people that don't know, yes, that is not a true fireball. Obviously, if it's in hand short, it'll clap.
Oh
up.
my
Wow,
God.
Is classic.
Old school Kills You.
What the
Okay. The vintage stuff, bringing out the jury, the first $1 million character in Street Fighter 6. Let's not forget.
That's a fact. And I like that. And mentally right now, he's locked to these characters, considering that Mena is really good at fighting Cammy. Kills You has an exceptional Cammy as well, but I like this pick.
True. We've seen Mena, right? He's been able to really get the better of Punk for most of Street Fighter 6. He's well versed in the Cammy matchup.
Like that, parried and immediate crouch fair. Shout out to CVS too. Every time I see that button, I swear, oh no, the empty jump, beautiful. No delay DPs in this house.
It was just a little bit too late. Pull the trigger on the anti-air. Oh, so we're gonna pull in triggers.
That
We
horn
got
is
there
so
on the drive
annoying,
push
bro.
cam, so you gotta keep it tight.
It's actually so annoying, bro. This fucking horn,
Oh,
bro.
not yet, but that's a crouch fish though. Oh, try to check it. Probably thought that Mena was gonna hit the brakes or overhead. Exactly.
One of those two for sure.
100%. Oh! Ooh.
He did big time, and this switch to jury worked out for a second. But Mena, with the quick adjustments, has himself on grand finals point.
This man is getting whooped down. Oh, chomping. Getting a free little snack here just to set the offense. Don't walk back a little too hard, says Mena RD. Better watch those toes. Wake up buttons, no respect on the side of Kills You. He ain't showing no fear.
Facts, right? It was like, from that distance, I'm confident waking up with the jab. Thinking that Mena was gonna want us something a little bit more rewarding. He needed to get close for that. Nice. All from Kills You. He actually did the jab, but then pressed afterwards.
Uh-oh. It's that time for the party. Oh, the burnout. What are we gonna do? Oh no. Conditions.
Oh, man.
You have a level 3. You are young, my friend, but how are you gonna stop the onslaught? And he's almost back to a level 2. This is kind of, there we go. Spend that cash, Kills You. Wake up. I don't want to see no free matches here. I want to see nothing but difficulty here.
Mena's fucking teased.
Mena was about to get his bag too. He did a dash forward. You know some shenanigans were coming after that.
I hate
maybe a
Monk level
hop through,
2. It's
maybe a
actually
hop
so
back.
scary.
Definitely trying to base something out. Kills
Not
You.
much you
got
can do
the
about it. You
jab,
kind of just have to
check the
hold
dash
that.
just in time. Oh!
Keep those toes
shit.
to yourself. Put them in some socks. Lord have mercy.
Put the dogs away.
Put them away. Put the leashes on them. Man, they're salivating, literally. Oh, Blanca, you're just such a savage. Level 2, the beast that is made out of lightning.
Yeah, you see level
is
2 and level 3,
activated.
100%.
Here we go, another Funko Pop.
Oh my, Mena covering every option possible. 3-0 to get in the grand finals. Who's gonna stop
he's gonna
this
win
man?
and go again.
That active.
He's winning again. He's gonna win again.
That was literally at the last active.
He's winning again.
Come on.
He's gonna win again.
What a setup. You want to talk about calling plays?
He's gonna win again, bro.
Mena RD is always one step ahead. How did you know he was gonna panic?
That boy
He's
Pat
gonna
Riley
win
with the
again,
X's and
bro.
O's, 'cause, like, wow,
Fuck.
wow.
X's or O's indeed. Wow.
He's winning Evo again.
This is kind of looking reminiscent. I'm not gonna front.
The moment that shit happened, like,
if you saw it last year,
it's like Aang when he got shocked by lightning and he and he saw the previous avatars. Like,
we're good. We're getting the hell up out of here.
That shit hit me, bro.
RD is just looking that dominant once again.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
But yeah, let's take a look at that dominating set from Mena RD via PlayStation tournaments. Great stare down as well, but
bro, please, bro.
His territory, you know what I'm saying? He is always about that type of life, and he proved it with the way the rest of this set played out, right from beginning to end. Complete control.
This fucking horn is going to make me lose my shit.
Game, right?
This fucking horn, do not bring this shit back. Why is there always some weird ass shit?
It really nullified a lot of what Mai wants to do. Now she doesn't have room to throw fans. She can't really use her stand fierce in the range that she wants to.
Oh my god, bro. These fucking the horn, bro. Please get rid of it, bro.
Right? It looked pretty good for an instant, but Mena is just too strong, and this in setup is just a ridiculous, bro.
Really? That needs an Evo award right there. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. That's the thing. That's how fast. And remember, I pointed this out earlier. He plays super fast. He's not timid. He's not just going to string up backdash and let him sit. No, he's going to stay on your ass like white on rice, dude. That dude is ridiculous.
Let me read the rest of this Tokon thing.
Like on the defender side, obviously
Loki. Originally a villain, Loki is attempting to turn over a new leaf and become a hero. What? What? Okay. As part of this, what? Just the fuck? As part of the Samurai Outriders, he makes a full use of his powers of deception. His combat excels in trickery with many skills incorporating feints and counters using illusions. He also uses projectiles based on ice and magic, combined with clever, erratic movements to constantly confuse his opponents. True to his mischievous nature, he can dish out frustrating deception attacks, but tricks are exposed. But if his tricks are exposed, he may be punished heavily. Oh, okay. Loki is a uniquely unpredictable character who takes advantage of opponents' bad habits. Interesting. Deadpool. As part of the Weapon X program, he was injected with the healing serum, derived the Wolverine's blood. What saved his life and granted him superhuman regeneration. His ultimates left his body severely scarred, and his mind unstable. Oof. Deadpool's combat reflects on reckless nature enabled by his powerful healing factor. He uses guns, grenades, swords, along with his high-risk techniques that involve taking damage himself. Oh, he's actually going to take damage. Interesting. In this title, Deadpool somehow obtained a game strategy guide. Okay, from beyond the fourth wall, granting him access to unique attacks from fighting games. Wow. Okay. From fighting games of legend, which is why he has like what? Totsugeki. He has Jam's Kick. He had Bandit Bringer. What else did he have? He had like a bunch of shit from Strive and like a bunch of shit from MVC. He has like a bunch of random ass shit. Anyway, filled with his love and hype and excitement, he enters the arena with outrageous arsenal of crowd-pleasing moves. Wow. Heading up to the launch, we're releasing deep dive trailers for all the playable characters. Yeah, there's only Cap out right now. Yeah, we will be looking at these. Yeah. Upcoming events, final stretch, open beta 24. Okay, cool. So far what I got from this is that I'm not playing Deadpool. I'm not gonna be playing Loki, and yeah, I'm only playing That just told me that I'm not playing Deadpool and I'm not playing Loki. But we'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see what I play, bro. Hater. Those characters are not my playstyle. They put that video out already? Yeah, they did the Cap one, yeah. It's the only one that's been out.
I still throw them invisibly in my household.
Something to say. Y'all said New York Comic-Con is where they're gonna show the last team. Fuck no. No way they show a team right before, a week before the game launches.
There was no attack there. Nice little meter gain there from Kleinman and getting that Hoshugeki pressure to finish the job. First blood hit Kleinman.
Like it, man. The young gun
Sheesh.
kick right there, trying to outspeed Shigematsu a little bit, but he inched forward, and now that lightning beast going crazy, twerking on it, bruh. Let's get that throw established. How are we gonna activate this Labubu? Oh yeah.
Notice how that coward refused to show his face. Wait, what? Oh, predict? Oops, my bad.
that time. Back
The last match was so fast that I wasn't expecting to run up Peter this fast.
Players like Crime Shigematsu was ready with that check. Beautiful stuff.
Mind you, he walked forward too when he did it. So that's how you know he was ahead of the game, ahead of the curve.
Brings up.
Just to make sure it doesn't cross up. I love that. Ooh, the sweep. Keep that plasma in your back pocket.
Oh, I show the face of the horn guy.
Again, right, Shigematsu has been walking back a bit, and you can feel that
So what are you
Crime
talking
is a
about?
little bit frustrated by the ground game of Blanca. That's why he's been doing so many sweeps.
The
Checks the
oral
driver's
kill-
cancel pressure with the up ball. Oh, Lightning Beast.
My favorite. Oh, that's that. Oh, not yet. Imagine.
Clearly, how much magic you got in this pixel.
Oh my God. Drive rush into what? You can't do anything here. Try to set the tone with a fireball, probably just force him to walk back a little bit, or just force him to just throw out a button afterwards. Try to get a sequence there, but nope. Was ready for the punish with the drive impact beside Shigematsu, and he ties. No, actually, no, he takes first blood. First game.
Able to establish a lead here. My goodness, though, Crime chunking him down, but the delayed setup. Well, he might have went with something with just too long a startup. Either way.
Oh, the overhead finally represented. Now we got another wave of offense in the blueprint of Shigematsu. So Crime is going to have to be wary here. I feel like we're going to get a little more OD reversals on the side of Crime. We'll see what happens here. The Tatsumaki, the big ankle bone.
Blanca about to win another ban. Wait, what? How much money does the winner of this get?
Right there,
First
right,
6
the true block springs in the back
Wikipedia.
of Crime didn't give it to him.
Oh, no DP. I know
Oh, that's what he's supposed to look up. First place gets 40K.
The donkey kick right there.
Damn.
Fake the safe jump, but Crime called him out for it. He's coming for the chip damage.
Damn, Twix here really did have the highest price pool because they had the first impact skins.
To get that final piece of chip.
So they put 70K in funding to first place.
Okay, had the right idea, but was out of range there with that low forward and the crowd strong. Multiple strings, I like that. Just a condition for the walk back, and he activates the Lightning Beast.
The first place also qualifies for Capcom Cup in EWC.
Yeah, we ain't gonna stop Mena's in grand finals.
Facts.
Isn't Men already qualified for Capcom Cup though?
Mad saliva on the first bite. That's how you know it's delicious. Oh man.
Yeah, he already is.
Medium well, Ryu right now.
Oh, he's qualified for EWC. Let me see about Capcom Cup.
Oh, there it is. Thought he was gonna go
Oh, he's qualified for both already.
Okay, no perfect parry.
He's qualified for both already. Curry got 70 bands? No, he got 40 something. That one has a different split.
Making sure he's risk averse.
He got like
Trying to keep the
42K.
rewards low for Crime. Does sneak in a crouch medium kick though. And yeah, that was gonna say he spent so much drive. He didn't have much to defend himself with at the end there. Does bounce away from the driver, so it would have been safe up against the burnt out opponent, of course.
Oh my goodness, what a way to get out the corner, man. Oh, Leandro, you ain't going nowhere. You're gonna sit right here with these cherry blossoms overhead.
Yeah, long distance on the overhead. Felt like it was barely in range right there, but Shigematsu well calculated as per usual.
Absolutely. Ooh, the empty jump to try to snipe out the parry, right? Just to get a casual throw in. Oh no. You know what's next. It's my best friend. It's me and my friend. Oh no, we parried to avoid the crossover. I love that from Climate.
Very smart with the parry timing right there, right? Shigematsu was now going to call him out again, canceling the parry this time to avoid the punish counter throw. He's going to be able to keep a little bit of his drive meter for now because of it. Didn't come down with a button. That was actually a chance to punish him. So tough though, like we talked about it. Keeping all the options of Blanca. Now he's getting the throw loops going, trying to bait him out. Crime disciplined here.
Oh man.
Back.
Uh-oh. Next counter poke is a level 200%. This man Blanca's a mouth breather. Oh! What a whip.
He do that
That connected?
Consistently.
That looked like that wasn't gonna hit.
Don't forget.
That looks so far, but all right.
Before you leave, Crime, I don't think he's gonna switch for sure. We need that reversal just to slow down the onslaught just a little bit so he can have some time to think. He's thinking about it though.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of maybe any of his other characters in the playbook, or the Bison, huh? Okay.
Bison?
I do like this idea. This is actually what we saw Meta RD come at Shigematsu with, right? To start the set, he picked the Bison as well. So did get 2-0 to start. Shigematsu brought it back, but we've seen Bison have some success in this matchup up against
Funny to
Shigematsu
me that you
before,
see the
so
Ari skin everywhere, but just from Echo is like a unicorn.
Crouch light into the jab.
I be forgetting Echo even has one.
Tools, man, with just any character really, especially with a driver, she can just stick in right into there with the offense. Oh, the bomb has been planted. I'm looking for that counter hit, no dice. I like that spacing now. Nice drive reversal too. We're not gonna stay on the plus frame side of things. Love that from Shigematsu.
Really cool. Bison is
Nice
so
anti
good
there.
at pulling your drive meter down, right? Might as well just spin the drive reversal in that instant, avoid all of it entirely.
And it's so good. Mind you, it got toned down, but it's still really good.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel good Evo ending, so I don't have to start stream so damn early.
Okay,
I've been starting stream early for the past like 3 days now.
It wasn't cross strong as well, right?
Oh man,
ended up just getting the scissor kick to interrupt.
I have not been getting enough
He's
sleep.
trying to press a button, counter hit by the overhead, but it's not out of it just yet. Trying to bait something out. Huge crouch for his anti-air instead. Wants to catch him.
So after I ended stream last night, I had to edit till like 5:30 a.m. I didn't sleep till like 7.
Does it one more time, burns himself out in the process.
I had to edit shorts and edit
both players not committing to
videos for the
anything
second
right
channel and
now.
then the main channel.
Oh my God, you know what we should have done that would have been gangster? Scissor kicking in immediate level 1 just to test it out.
Scissor kicking in immediate level 1. Hey yo.
Maybe it would have recovered the time, who knows, but that's what it's all about fighting games.
While he's in burnout, I think he would
Oh, that missed.
So I think it actually would have caught
Normal marble slot? Not true.
Such a scrubby decision, right? You gotta do it sometimes, you really do. Oh no, say it with your chest. Where's my homie at? Oh, not yet, not yet.
No, he's staying in the cut right now. Oh, wow. Beautiful from Crime.
That was saying very, very good. Very, very good. Buy some time. Now you get some offense, put him in that burnout. Let's see. Remove the possibilities of any electrolytes. There you go.
There you go.
We'll take those trades all day, man. He tried to hit him with a trade into a straight raw roundhouse scissor kick, but he got it.
Oh, no.
Give him another chance at life. And he's almost touching grass. Unfortunate hit for Kleiman.
That was so unfortunate, right? The normal in between, the normal that happened and the special just didn't come out. Oh, he does parry.
Yes, commit, nice. That's what Don't wake up with it. Wow, wake up with a button.
Ooh, then he immediately pressed after the OE lightning. Beats him to the button and Crime stays alive in the set.
See, I like that he represented it this time on the driver. She went crouch short, it hit, went for the crouch strong. That's what you want to do to implement that bomb at all times. Ooh, the sweep. It took about 30 years to get one, but we got it.
Facts. And then the empty jump sweet chin music, just calling out the delay tech.
Yeah, don't drive reversal now. It's going to get ugly. That's why he had a parry in between.
Oh my God, level 2 again.
Doing such a good job of staying out of range of that normal because he knew that's what the activation was going to come from.
That's parry, anti-air, side switch. Oh my God, neutral jump.
Ooh, I would have teched. Oh no, he's close to the corner, but we do have 2 balls. Do you have the reactions of a young child? I mean, you are a child. So let's see.
I mean, you are a child.
Very young adolescents. Oh, we see the counter.
I mean, you are a child.
Wasn't clean enough to escape.
This is
At least
combo.
he'll survive here. He's gonna get a chance with the grade. Oh no!
Oh, safe jump?
Ends up eating the jump in, maybe thinking.
Hey, what is that? I don't even know if that was a safe jump or not.
I'm not sure, but either way, Shigematsu puts the
Shigematsu's cooking.
semifinals away and has guaranteed himself a top 3 placing.
God, like
Woo! Shigematsu versus kills you.
A round of applause to one of the killers of this tournament, well in the world.
Incredible performance from the young gunner. Beautiful style again. One of the players that I'm really looking forward to watching his career over the course of many, many years now. Again, just a young legend in this scene. And
Losers
with
finals.
A top 8 Evo under his belt. You know the sky is only the limit, if that.
I could have said it better myself, man, for real. That's literally, this is just the beginning for Kleiman. Mind you, we've seen him about, what, a year and a half, 2 years in Street Fighter 6 right now? But I like how, and not to even be like on some jokes or stuff or nothing like that, but I'm real like big on anime. It's like Blas had to be the sacrificial lamb in order for Kleiman to get his light and shine. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. It's like you can't have 2. It's pretty much what I'm trying to say.
I'm eating real big in Tokon.
I really do feel like that a lot.
I'm eating real big.
But I love that, man. Credit to Kleiman.
I'm eating real big.
In a high pressure situation against Blanca, I know
See Arslan win again.
In my mind is that need a reversal. So to go
Again? For like the millionth time.
Doesn't have those options. I mean, it's pretty, I wouldn't say risky, but it's pretty ballsy, if you will. But he does
I fell asleep? Oh, I figured. You didn't miss nothing. It was he was playing Nina. You ain't missed nothing. He was playing Nina, bruh. He played Nina, bruh. You didn't miss nothing.
Like, you want to wait all day? I could do it too. Yo.
And it feels like Bison is
Played that Nina, bruh.
Blanca, like the scrubbier Blancas, right? They're just kind of, we're going to rely on the Blanca balls and stuff like that.
Some of the matches were hyped, though.
Spawn with Psycho Crusher, but Shigematsu plays the character tailored to the matchup. He's like, I'm not going to give you anything easy to counter. Nothing like that. We never even saw much full screen options that it was easily able to react to, right? He just did a good job making sure he inched closer and used that beautiful Blanca ground.
I think they're going to break, chat. Oh, God.
It's kind of crazy considering
the low high matches? Yeah, the low high matches were great.
From Bison. It was more so he wanted
the matches were really good. Same with
there's so many decisions to be made, but this is a decision you can make.
Don't go anywhere. Good match.
Okay, because we're gonna take a quick break. So please keep
the Falk was cooking. Who was playing Falk for him again?
Live here at Evo 2026. Losers finals on the way. When we return.
Yeah, Ninja Killer was cooking with Law. Hey, Rankchu was cooking with Falcon
Chipotle
Rum.
and 2XKO are back for round 2.
Sadly, it wasn't enough.
At
Sadly.
checkout to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket hat for your avatar.
What is this picture, bro?
Visit chipotle.com/2XKO for details.
Come on, everyone!
I'm in orbit, Quill. Too easy. Bam!
Spider, activate!
With great power comes a great...
Yo, what y'all doing on tonight, bro? Yo, tonight players is crazy, bro. Is that cool? Tell it's supposed to be a Scorpion reference? Oh, I see. Anyway, they're on break, so I'm gonna run ads. That was a good set too. What the hell? Why do you know that? Why do you know that? You was watching Big Black and Premium Strokes? What the?
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gurgan 85?
What is this?
This year we see the
I didn't see this. I missed this.
It's the Evo Prize Launcher. This year we see the return of some familiar faces. Rob TV, Yipes, and Justin Wong.
Hey guys.
Your FGC favorites are about to take to the stage and fire prizes into the crowd. Who will be our lucky winners?
I didn't see this.
You're gonna learn today.
It's pretty funny. What is this? Oh, it's just Japanese voices? Let me hear this.
Fighting Avengers! Unbreakable X-Men! Amazing Guardians! Knights of Doom! Boo!
Boo is crazy. I hope you can change individual characters Japanese and English. He sounds hard in Japanese. Oh my god, he sounds like... Oh my fucking god. Who is... Oh my... I know this voice actor, bro. I just can't think. He's that These references are ridiculous. The Totugeki is crazy. Yes, it's Hisoka. Yes, that's who it is. Hisoka. Tell me Loki's trying to be a good guy now? Bro, are you fucking dead ass? Are you dead ass? The Muda is crazy, bro.
Evo, it's just a lovely, lovely time to be alive, man. It's a lovely time to play fighting games. And Courtesy of the folks at PlayStation, they got a new way for you to do it. Maybe the Flex Strike is the premier stick that's coming out. Join the fray at home or away with the Flex Strike wireless fight stick, man. It will launch starting August 6, 2026. It's actually kind of hit the sweet spot in terms of size and weight and everything. I like that stick. I'm a cop one.
There was a couple of booths that was running it, and I had a pretty good time. It was pretty light, sleek. You could actually feel the click of the button. It feels nice, pretty solid.
And it's not, and the buttons aren't loud either. So if you're conscious of your failing
like
people at home, you know what I mean? If you're trying to play late at night, not gonna wake anybody up with that. And it's non-slip on the back, so it won't go all over your lap and whatnot.
And you can actually pack that in your bag. Just throwing that out there.
Legitimately. So big ups to PlayStation with the Flex Strike. Definitely looking forward to it again, launching August 6, 2026. But now it is time to conclude Street Fighter 6 2026 at Evo Vegas, baby. We are down to 3 players right now. RD sitting pretty in grand finals winner side as we do take a look at this bracket, and we're going to be determining who's going to face him with our next match, which is going to be losers finals. Kills You versus Shigematsu. France versus Japan for a shot at the king of the Dominican Republic.
Who's gonna go up against the dawn of all dawns tonight? Kills You versus Shigematsu. Now, you know, I'm all about the drama. I would love to see you run back in any of these matchups. I want to see it more on the side of Kills You just because he did get a little washed.
Good VA choice. Yeah, the voice actors in Japanese. I wish you can. I hope you can change certain characters to Japanese and certain to English, like you can in Street Fighter 6.
At this point,
Nice.
I want Kills You to get a little bit.
I like Ghost Rider's Japanese better.
That right, defeating Shigematsu to actually make it to that grand finals to go up against Mena really Dominican.
My man Kills You caught as the meat in a Blanca sandwich.
They got like a why is that staff member dripped out like crazy?
Finals had to face a Blanca, and then Shigematsu.
My man iced out. Did you see that?
At least he's a bit warmed up in the matchup.
That Evo staff member
iced out because obviously this is a different player. He's gonna be making different decisions.
Yeah, I like Star Lord's Japanese better as well.
You gotta make sure you're not all caught up on the way Mena goes about piloting.
My man is iced out for some odd reason.
Shouts to the Red Bull best seats in the house as well. We see y'all.
Why is he so iced out?
We see y'all.
Man, I always feel like I miss a seat. I'm not gonna lie.
Did they murder the guy that kept using the horn yet?
I see everybody, man. Shout out to the beautiful people. Such a diverse folks, man. Shout out to Airheads, Aircam, of course, so you can see how beautiful this crowd is. Please, put your hands in the air, guys. Please, your moms is watching Pops. To go, everybody.
I like that I skipped the raid for this side. That was a good one. I will sacrifice my gaming addictions to make it to Evo, as you should, just to be an addict in another spot when it comes to the video games. You know how we get down, man.
Absolutely. Look at this gaming, man. From a hole in the wall to this. Can't believe it, dude. And mind you, there was, you know, back in the day, it kind of felt like an exclusive club, if you will. You go to your local arcade or whatever the case may be, you'd be like, you know what, I belong here.
Yeah.
So diverse, everybody's so honest with each other. It's that offline. You get to know people, you know what I'm saying? Now look at the culture, how much it has grown. Look at all these beautiful faces, these smiles, different nationalities, man. This is what it's about. It's about sticking together, man. Okay, that's nice.
Okay.
Yo, anybody can dab on the in the crowd? Can anybody dab? Let me see, can we catch somebody? That's actually one of my favorite moves. Okay, no, not dab. What's that? Not.
I was gonna say, I was like,
what's this?
Oh, the Millie Rock.
The Millie Rock. Who can Millie Rock? I said dab.
Oh, who Magnolia? Who Magnolia strong out here? Oh, I see somebody over here. They Millie Rock. I see you.
It's all good. We'll catch you on the cameras.
Yeah, right here, homie right there. Oh, he was doing it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's 30. All right.
Oh, my goodness. All right.
Okay.
Let's go, Terry.
All right. Hey, man, listen, anybody that got a sturdy Millie Rock, you can come see me
did I run the predict?
later.
Ooh,
okay, I did.
Definitely find us later,
I did it
baby.
for a second.
Right
Losers
now,
finals, bro.
It looks like our losers finals.
Oh, I closed already.
Ready to go down again. It's going to be Shigematsu on the Blanca. Kills You, most likely going to be rocking the Mai, right? We are button checking right now. But
I got my money on Kills You. Damn, you guys all voted for Shigematsu.
So it's going to be interesting.
Damn, you have your money on the Blanca?
Ending with the jury.
Mostly I voted for the Blanca.
Here against a different player, different style of matchup up against the Blanca. So I do like him starting with the tried and true.
I wonder what's the pressure here for, I want to say no pressure. I wonder what's the thought process and comfortability for Kills You at this point. Like, obviously, you dealt with men already, now you're dealing with Shigematsu. You're like,
LeBlanc?
Do I go for the same approach, or should I just call him as usual? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true, right? Like, yeah, I wonder if Shigematsu, considering Kills You has just come off this matchup, maybe he tries to change the game plan up a little bit. try to see if he's
gonna go Meyer
looking for
Kame.
anything a little bit harder than he would otherwise because he just played a different Blanca.
Fucking Blanca.
Wonder, you know, I mean,
we don't need more Blanca players,
the
man.
reactions that Mena has with the slide up against Fireball, he honestly makes it very difficult for projectile characters to go against that. We'll see if Shigematsu's got similar reactions. But oh man, it is time they skip the intro on y'all. That's messed up. But it is going to be Killzu versus Shigematsu. Vegas, let's hear some noise!
Blanca is crazy.
Oh, I love that.
You know what I loved also? That they skipped the intro.
Yeah.
So that was great. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to kill y'all buzz, but man, it is what it is. I want to get straight to the action. Speaking of the action, already Killzu.
He's trying to get home.
To this corner. Already Shigematsu found his footing.
Time is over.
Play the range at a foot
9:32.
Whatever you want to whatever you want to call it.
You can see, I mean, like Killzu, you can see already, I feel like he's landed more fierces in this set than he did in the entirety against Blanca, against Mena, I should say.
Everybody's getting so good fighting this character, huh? Mind you, this
kinda
is top
have
shelf
to if
mind
you're
right here
competing.
inside of Killzu. What?
There's very few Blanca players, but you want to know one, you gotta know how to fight it.
Input error, but that is a berry and a half. Give me some cash on top of that, and I'm going to kills you.
Bam! The layered stuff right there. Then again, just making sure he comes down with a proper jump in, right? Probably was gonna chip Killzu out after that anyway, so very smart.
I mean,
just
the crowd was cheering when Hikari teabagged team.
Respecting that crowd with strong rage on the side of Killzu, but finds his pocket. Now he has
Oh my god! At least Blanca fights. Timo, like, you just run timer down.
Again, we talked about it
Just zone and run up timer.
Like
that's actually a strat you can do with that character. It's so stupid.
Coming out.
At least Blanca fights you.
No continuous Blanca ball shenanigans.
Like, Timo literally just runs timer out. It's so smooth.
Looking for that counter poke that kills you. But the respect
a character like that should not be allowed to be good. Or if you're gonna make him good, you gotta rework that. Surprise me, we gotta rework that shit.
Has earned himself almost a corner.
I mean, they've already been nerfing it a lot. Like, when you hit him, the mushrooms go away now, finally. It also takes them longer to get badges.
Activation. I'm not on never mind. I thought he was gonna get something going there. All right, is that gonna be another throw? Back, I like that, the jump back. Oh, overextending was Shigematsu, but Killzu was on point with that and ready.
Yeah, you can tell Shigematsu like wanted the back throw, but he also didn't want to be predictable about it. It was tough. It kind of made him hesitant in his approach. Definitely allowed Killzu to get some room and snipe that. Woo. And speaking of which, overhead this time. Not too much damage though. It was a bit visual cluttery right there. It's a little tough to determine what was happening.
Yeah, literally. He landed a clean hit. He probably respected the defense a little too much, right? Respected the mind of Shigematsu while he was trying to whip punish that walked right into the slide. Unfortunate situation here for Killzu. And he's down half of the drive gauge. I mean, he got a little green now, but that level 2. Oh, no, actually, I'm looking at the wrong bar. Excuse me.
That's all right now, right? Shigematsu doesn't have any meters, so you don't have to worry about the install coming in anytime soon. But obviously with an install.
Oh, my God, another one? Damn.
Blocking the overhead afterwards, resulting in the punish counter. DP to end it. Killzu striking first blood.
These overheads. No level 1 should be an install.
No.
Hey, bro, we got another one coming, actually.
Like
Yasmin has one, right?
You know, first up against Blanca, you know.
There you go. That's what I meant. I see you, my brother. There, you know?
Or is there a level 2?
Oh, that's that space. Trying to cage him in,
so
but
she gotta be top tier, no?
Shigematsu's like.
There's people that have for sure played her here. They're just probably not allowed to show footage. I'm pretty sure there were appointments to play Yasmin, but if I'd have went, I'd have got some. But I don't think they're allowed to show it yet.
Was gonna do some type of thing to activate the block.
If I had to guess.
Yes. Nice DP, nice and delayed. We've seen that. That's the patience.
Probably not to like her character got his out.
We're gonna go for another throw. No, he's trying to challenge.
They said you could play her?
Still recovering from the stand strong.
So people have played her here.
Yeah,
but like, if some people probably have like actual hands-on footage, like with training mode and stuff.
He tried to actually hit him with a shimmy first, and now he's going to spend the rest of his OD
meter
on that
because
the fears into the activation was coming next. Killzu, either backdash it or jump it.
I'm sure people have recorded some of that. They can't show it yet. They'll show when the time is right, though.
I like how he's just trying to shave off as much help as possible before he activates smart stuff. Trying to get the professional kills in. Speaking of kills, Killzu activates. The OD air block ball. Let's go. What are we waiting for here? I think he's waiting for that stand face or the stand strong at this point. Yeah.
Ain't using my color too? Right? Oh shit. I gotta read from Killzu. There's no way I don't.
I really like that. After blocking the roundhouse, just dashing in for Shigematsu. Oh, but he's trying to rear back from Blanca ball. Killzu beating him to the option once again.
But I love that he walked forward and
you could have killed.
That was definitely
that shit was probably. Well, if he done level 2 at like max height, after the spin.
Oh, yes,
he could have
respect that. Keep him
EXDP.
honest. Blocking ain't the only option here.
I really like that from Killzu, right? He knew that it was a very frustrating round from Shigematsu. He barely got in. And when you have a frustrating round, when you get that knockdown, you go and apply pressure.
Absolutely. Now you're making them think twice about mountains of offense. That was 2 for 2 right there for the side of Killzu. Immediate level 3, I concur.
Yeah, as soon as he built it, right, he built it with the last hit of that combo. Goes into the level 3 to take a gigantic life and drive lead. Oh, wait a minute though, Shigematsu, he's like, I got enough to survive here. Activates the lightning beast into the DI.
Wow.
I was gonna say, I mean, the rest of his meter, but the counter DI is well worth.
I just thought he was gonna go straight for a drive.
He's seen a DI in a while.
But no, we're gonna go for Okie Dokie City. We want damage. Oh no, one more decision has to be made here. What you gonna do, Killzu? I thought
Bro.
you woke up with it, I swear. Yeah. That would've put him in the burnout though. That's why I didn't do it.
Yep. I wonder, he might have tried like wake up crouch medium kick or something, right, to call it a shimmy back. I don't know. We just saw the counter hit notification.
I'm gonna be honest, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, probably.
That's called. Oh, okay, trying to go for the counter hit shenanigans. Looking for the technical side of things from Shigematsu. Kills you. Nice DP as usual. Great anti-airs. That's what you need here.
No reach here, brother.
No throws yet. You see the delayed walk-up stand jab. He's just trying to get counter hits. Like I was saying, it's a recurring theme. You're not seeing so many throw loops here. Bow! Drive impact. What are we gonna do? Another drive impact. No, to level 1. I didn't even see the meter. Excuse me.
Why is my monitor black?
Love that ride. Perfectly calculated to make sure
Better use
Shigematsu
controller
gets burnt out
D-pad.
in this
Preference.
round. Immediately doing the DI, even with Shigematsu having a level 1. That would have been a win for Killzu if he did it, honestly, with such a life deficit.
Okay, we got a technical hit. We have a problem. Now you're kind of gonna get that feeling of how he's feeling on defense right off of that first shimmy. So you're gonna see a lot more delays on the side of Killzu.
Yes, indeed. Exactly what I was looking for now. Shigematsu goes into the lightning beast here. Not a lot of drive meter, but he actually just committed to the parry and they actually built him back some 2 bars. Still gonna get bullied, but presses out.
Don't walk back from this. I got the reach. Oh, the throw. Still recovering from the parry, excuse me. Another one. I think he's gonna do it, just overcommit. Why not? Overhead and over that range. I like that sweep. Caught the charge.
Huge right here. Shigematsu though, just on a pixel is gonna be so tough to get any type of damage on Killzu at this point. But now in burnout, he spent that last bit of meter on the OD, right? It's gonna make the frame traps a lot more accessible and does get a DI. He doesn't have any meter to kill here, but it will be interesting to see how it flows from here. Reset,
I knew it. You son of a, you piece of, oh my God.
Bro.
That was so meaty on the block shot. He woke up into it perfectly.
Man, that reset,
Are you
I have never
serious?
seen that. Legitimately have never seen that Blanca reset in my life. What a way for Shigematsu to bring this one back.
Up, man.
Hopefully Killzu ain't mine, Jam. This is the esports version. You know what I really want to say?
Yeah, you are ready.
Oh my God, standing meter kick, no. Respects the jump, interesting. I thought that was going to be a stand roundhouse. Oh, waiting for the dive, possibly.
He's looking a little shaky, yeah, the jabs into like the hold parry was definitely strange. Hopefully Killzu can compose it up a little bit. The Blanca ball straight
It's my
through the man.
Nah,
The
bro.
Blanca chain is coming for you, bro.
Nah, bro.
Shigematsu, bro. He's dancing on him, dog. Oh,
Bro.
no. 2 games on the board for Shigematsu here. Killzu.
Come on, man. We're about to get a Blanca mirror.
He wants to get back to the action.
We're about to get a Blanca mirror in grand finals, bro.
Killzu is doing great on offense. He's just
Are we serious?
Like a can of you know what.
Indeed.
Yo.
My goodness, the sweep there was water would punish. That was organic. It was pure.
That level 2,
Trying
bro.
to test your luck a little bit right there. It was a heat check, but it didn't work out on the side of Shigematsu.
Be like that sometimes. The logo 3s don't always go in.
Absolutely not.
Oh, counter hand gave Shigematsu just enough time to try and react with the button, but not enough time for it to be successful. Wakes up with the OD Blanca.
Who wouldn't be scared of Blanca? What the?
Trying to get some breathing room, and the hop works out.
You're not scared of Blanca? This kid is fucked up.
To the hop, but it is what it is.
What the?
Let's go. Oh, wow. Dancing in the range. Lord have mercy. This man Shigematsu's eyes is wide open. They gotta be the glasses.
My goodness. Shout out Lee Chung. Oh, my goodness.
They gotta be the glasses.
Gotta be.
Lord. Okay, here we go. Trying to clip the walk back with that crouching medium kick.
Fierce yet again here, opening the door for Killzu. Put the feet back in that button, but man, Shigematsu starting to bulldog him down a little bit. Yeah, definitely smells the blood in the water. It's turning up the aggression, but Killzu managed to fight him back to the corner. But you can see, right, he's taking, especially after that roundhouse, he loves to dash in after.
That's right, we're gonna take our sweet old time as our drive gauge gets a little more cash in the bank.
Whipping it.
Exactly. no overheads represented here. I feel like a driver shoulder is coming for the kill, I promise you.
Next to your
Oh, I
aim?
thought that's what it was. Even kills you thought it was. That's why he jumped.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's just like
I
how much
that.
points they
Fade
have.
away. Oh my
It's
God.
to 3.
Trying to catch him flinching. Oh, he's moving, boy.
Yeah, kills
Get him out to winning.
dash out, summons the blocker chain yet again here.
Oh,
Oh, the air throw, anti-air.
Let's go, Mungal. Hang in there. It's all right. Oh my God, he got 2 meters. You know what this means?
Oh, and indeed, we're gonna see it to close it out. Yeah, Shigematsu and the Lightning Beast get into Grand Finals.
Yo, I'm gonna speak on the lore in a minute. This is some incredible stuff. I like how the stars are aligning here, which is pretty cool. But y'all, please give it up for the young gunner.
Dude.
Kills you.
Dude.
Excellent performance throughout the whole time at EVO. Of course, you've seen him at Capcom Cup. Great performance, 2nd place finish, and finishes strong here. 3rd place in EVO World Finals. So that's nothing to be upset about. And you got a couple of points to match. So you're getting even more and more comfortable to see you again at that Capcom Cup coming up.
100%, man. Getting 2nd place at Capcom, got 3rd place at EVO.
All right, last break of the night.
Amazing performances back to back. He's knocking on the door. I have no doubt he's gonna knock that thing down.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me, man?
Highlight stuck to the man. That's how you know the difference in Blanca's, right? In this case, he's stuck into the mine. It was going back and forth. That's true, man. He switched into the jury. So of course, style clash as always. But man, I think I would say this. I feel like towards the midway of the match,
last predict, bro.
Was just too focused on defense. Like he wasn't really trying to take no risk. And you could see like he couldn't even react to like a regular button to hop into a crouching medium kick on top of that. It wasn't even a jab. So he had all the
the setups are infinite possibility of setups that he can do. When he goes level 2.
No shampoo properly.
For combos, like there's so many different possibilities. You don't know what.
Yeah, I couldn't put it better myself, guys. It really felt like Shigematsu. There was one moment in particular, it's kind of escaping me what it was, but it felt like that's when the momentum shifted, right? Like it was like Kills You was gonna win. Oh, that's right. Remember, Shigematsu was on a pixel, and then Kills You ended up getting put in a burnout. Shigematsu was able to bring it all the way back with that reset at the end, and that's where it really felt like it turned around. And it felt like Kills You was kind of in his own head after that. Like he was thinking too much, right? Trying to be active, like trying to consider all the options at once when we have to have a balance of conscious thought and instinct in fighting games. That's just how it works.
And I feel like he definitely got into that flow state because he started freestyling a little more.
Oh, Shigematsu? Oh, yeah, big time.
So good stuff. So this is the lore I wanted to talk about. I'm going to talk about it in a minute, but take a look at the bracket. If you missed all the action today, we had a brutal battle all the way through and through. But now we get into the creme of la creme.
Just damn.
I can't even call this a dessert. I think this is it. This is the meal that we all been waiting for. Man. And we all get to watch.
Shigematsu came all the way back from losers.
Mena RD versus Shigematsu. It was a nail biter at the beginning of the semifinals. As you can see, it's 3-2.
We play Mega Man 0.
The saga continues as Shigematsu earns that right to get that run back. Now, this is what I wanted to highlight.
Where'd that come from?
I think you know where I'm going with this. First and foremost, this is the man, Shigematsu, the one that trained Daigo to deal with Mena. Now I wonder, after those results happened, which was 10-6, shout outs to Daigo.
I'm about to end the predict when the match starts, so vote. Last match of the night.
Just thought to himself, man.
Last match of the stream, too. After this, I'm out of here.
You know what I'm saying? I pretty much showed this guy all the gimmicks, all the ropes, all the possibilities that Mena could showcase to Daigo. What can I do different to throw off Mena, right? Obviously, it's a
10-hour stream.
But the mentality is still there, right? So it's kind of crazy.
Oh, fuck, I gotta run ads quick before this thing starts. Give me a second, I'll be right back.
In the grand finals at EVO Worlds. I cannot believe it. You can't.
I almost forgot to write ads before this thing starts.
I swear.
Absolutely not. You know, I mean, like Shigematsu having trained Daigo for this exact matchup at
I'm not donating shit,
and then putting on the fact that Shigematsu defeated Daigo in this very tournament to get to this point, right? For the chance to avenge Daigo up against Mena. This is amazing stuff right here. I'm always big fan of when the stars align and the fighting game gods know the script. We got a big grand finals here in tow. Look at the beautiful people in Las Vegas, man! Damn, son! I love fighting games!
You know, you kick back and you look at this, the only thing that could come to mind is Earth is our turf, man. Everybody from across the world here to enjoy some fighting games. And here it is, the grand finals. Winner side, Mena RD, with a chance to repeat. Back-to-back champion again. It's just something about Mena and back-to-backs.
Predicts are
but here we go, y'all.
closing
Let's see if
in
Shigematsu
10,
can bring
8,
this together
7,
so he can take the
6,
championship gold.
5,
Make some noise for your grand finals, y'all.
3, 2, 1.
Let's get it, man. Mena RD here.
Bets are
gonna have the winner side advantage, of course, and he is starting with the Bison, as we saw in that winner semis.
That's a lot of games. He could take his time all day. That is what he did, right? He got a couple of lashes in with the bites, and then it got a little too serious with the 220.
my
He went back
point
to the
is
Blanca. I personally think he should have just went straight to the Blanca, but I like that he's giving him different looks so he could keep stacking on him in terms of how he wants to approach Menardi.
Oh man, Shigematu's so clean with these anti-air throws.
Yo,
but
Furious,
right now,
thanks for the
Menardi,
thank you.
be able to wake up with a button, get himself clear
Appreciate
from the
it.
corner, apply that pressure. Shigematu responding in kind.
You see the respect here from Menardi on that driver. That's why you're seeing those delayed back roundhouses. He's trying to snipe out those reversals for sure. But now we're gonna play at that good old championship edition range. The stand medium kick, Psycho Crusher, one of my favorite anti-airs in the game.
100% right there. I love Mena just parking, making sure he had the charge right. Because if Shigematu also that Blanca ball, he could have responded with Psycho Crusher to that as well.
Oh, man.
Wow, the disrespect, I love it. That's a show you can right there. Might as well.
Okay.
We'll take it. And he resets neutral on that one.
Yeah, up against the jab string as well.
Mena's gonna clean this up 3-0 like he did last year.
But still connected in time.
That was a godlike setup. Instead of Psycho Crusher, he did
test this 3-0 like last
no, he
year.
did,
I don't know.
Scissor kick just to get the shimmy. Wow, okay, stolen. Let's go. Let's throw the block. You and your friend, your best friend is in the mix. Oh no. It's a little bias here. That Blanca-chan loves Mena too.
Yeah, that's true, right? 100%. Oh, got the hell attack, but he tried to put the big heavy kick on him. Shigematu able to challenge that gap with the light.
And ran away.
Yep, that was a great, nice little rock, paper, scissors scenario. Menardi has been representing that delay, so he's seen that gap and press some buttons. The back throw.
It was an animation, bro.
Oh, and then
Nice.
you go, Mena switches it up real quick, shows him the drive rush again, but it's only
It might be
a
a
bait. 1-0.
Yo, this guy is just too
Pull
good
that
at this
momentum.
game.
Yo, I feel that aura, that Genki
It
Dama
might
on
be a
that side.
3-0.
It's
Oh, no.
Oh, meaty throw scenario.
Nice.
Goes for
Jump
the drive
back.
rush, but the bust out
Blanca
here.
ball.
Shigematu, I don't blame him. Keep Menardi honest. Trade City. Scrambling a little bit. Okay, takes control here.
Yeah, you can call it glaze, but some people,
trying to walk
there's just
away,
some
not gonna let him
games
do
that
that
was just
for
meant
free
for them,
whatsoever.
bruh. That shit just clicks too well for them. It's
Go
like
straight for the
Arslan
knock
Ash
on the
with
block,
fucking
disrespect.
Tekken. It's like he
Wow.
card with tag
Okay,
fighters.
representing that a little too much. They're
Or
trying to
like
get the
Mena
perfect
with
Mena
Street
trying to
Fighter.
sneak that in and take his turn back. Everybody gets hit with that pixel.
This
Guess one
shit
of the
clicked too
greatest
well
mix-ups
for
of
him.
all time.
I like that from Mena, though. He's very active defensively in that round.
Just
He already
crazy.
has a game advantage, right? You might as well, because he gets snowballed so hard and he's so good offensively that you just get one correct defensive decision and the opponent might not play again.
Don't whiff, that's all I'm saying, because he is sizing you up. Anytime you see Mena at that standing medium kick range with a lead and he's walking back, he is waiting for you to press a button first.
We saw it right there, the drive rush whiffed, he immediately whiff punished it.
Wow, the standing roundhouse to snipe out the up back, that was ridiculous.
That's also some good piece of tech right there, right? No free up back Blanca balls.
Oh my God. He's buffering, you see it? Anytime,
Oh
there it is.
my!
There it is. Whoa! That man's dead. Bicycle. Bicycle.
Bicycle, going down the hill, brother.
Menardi gets me every time. I think Yasmin has like the same thing.
He's 1 round away from taking a 2-0 lead.
Yasmin has like the same thing. Bison's is fast, but his doesn't go that far. I think Yasmin has both. I think hers is fast and goes really far.
Necessity.
But I don't know, we have to, I haven't seen it that well, but it definitely looks fast.
He's in. No
Or hers
free
might be the same as
lightning
Bison.
beast.
Hers
Says
might not go
Menardi,
that
you're gonna
far.
have to earn this. Oh, he just did it raw. I respect that. Forget
But
about
I
it.
wouldn't be
I'm in here
surprised if it was
now.
both.
Yeah, especially with him
That
being
carry
so
looks
low on
fast
drive
as
gauge,
fuck.
right? I like him just automatically doing it, but ooh, Menardi thought he would do something to pop off, right? Actually a little bit too close on the scissor kick. Whoa!
Slammed him into the fucking bomb.
I never seen that.
Me neither.
I never seen that, yeah.
Nice.
I ain't never
Sniping
seen nobody
out
do that with
stack
Blanca
of
ball.
pressure. I like that, just switch sides. Okay, yeah, veteran Bison right there. Season.
That's wild. Menardi, man.
Oh, caught him low.
It does get clipped. It looked like he did the back dash and then he was gonna walk back in. Just got clipped on the walk back in.
I thought that was a throw too. Just the animation of him just going like that. It looked like he was reaching. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Whoa, tie that up. I like that, Shigematu. Let him know this is not gonna be easy. This is not gonna be easy.
Doing that again right there, but man, Menardi with a stand jab check this time. He's so good. Like, he's gonna know
That guy was too
all
late
of the
to
frame
answer, so he
situations
didn't bother.
regarding the Blanca knockdowns, right? So he's definitely gonna be able to expose a lot of these things on wake up.
Yo, the confidence. This is how you know this man feels like he's the best in the world. You're in the grand stage, you can just pick whatever you want, huh?
Yo. Yeah, he plays like he knows he's the best in the world.
Seriously. The back throw, the respect for Shigematu, did not want to die to a counter hit because he definitely would have died. Oh, he could have went stand jab drive rush. They could have finished the job. Could have built the meter for the level 2 as well. It's all right.
Definitely, the scissor kick was there. This time Shigematsu immediately challenges, activates the block at Chen, and was able to block the sweep in time. Oh, and then the fears just catch him in RD. The wrong timing's right there, trying to challenge.
Interesting.
In those moments where you block a jump in, right, you usually like
both
input
villainous
something because
characters, I'll tell you that.
leave a big gap like that.
I still haven't no Bison to master.
Maybe
I
he
can't
was
do
just
that.
mashing number one that bad that it just wasn't on. It wasn't
This seems like
syncing
next
with him,
I'm probably
right?
gonna be
Absolutely, the
Yasmin,
auto for sure.
I don't know.
Right, here it goes. We are waiting for an activation here on the side of Shigematsu. That is, of course, what he's trying to gain here. Okay, meaty throw scenario, yes. Shigematsu will gladly
Oh, it
take
switched
that.
up when Infer started glazing.
The laid back
Glazing
roundhouse
who?
from Cade with the stand short.
That's the second time he's been successful with that, right?
I don't want none of these dudes to win. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Highlighting the fact that Meta has been looking for a lot
I want
of, like,
Kills
the
you to win,
lane
but
or
he's
the big
eliminated
plays
now,
set
so
up
I
for the
don't even
drive
know what to
rush.
do
That's why
anymore.
he's switching it up right there, right? Try to call it a check attempt from Shigematsu that time.
Like that stand.
You still got a month? You got that?
Oh,
I could, yeah.
Damn, organic Barry sniped out the offense.
He's lazy,
That
though.
is a go-to with Bison, right? Stand strong, crouching strong.
Realistically, part to me just one stream. If I just get a 10 win streak.
Oh my lord, if he sees that
Like if I get a 10 win streak, it's over.
Oh my goodness.
You see how he's hiding the charge?
You would think getting a 10 win streak isn't that hard to get, but like
right now,
some people be playing crazy on that game, so it's actually really easy.
He could have anti-ed that first.
What am I looking at?
God, nobody's sticking their hand in the blender until they both did. And Shigematsu able to come away clean. 2-1 now with a lead in this set, and Mena is locking into the Bison for this first one.
I will guarantee, satisfaction guarantee. If Mena gets resetted on, that will be a block of the trade in the Shigematsu side of things.
It's over, bro.
Oh my God. I'm so nervous right now.
This is wild. You can feel the atmosphere getting tighter and tighter.
Wow, Raw sweeps the
Nice jump.
homes on this young lad. Go forward, I like that.
Nice.
Drive rush overhead, you might want to represent this now. No, he was ducking too. He could have just let that rip for a little bit.
It was so wild. The wrist roundhouse after blocking like the plus frame back heavy kick. Yo, they are on a different layer right now for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Sniping out this stagger pressure. That is
Oh
correct.
no. Oh no.
Oh, big buttons is coming. That's why you see those medium kicks. Good sniping on the wall back there for Shigematsu. Oh no. You know what's coming, man.
Ooh, and again, he beat him to the butt on the back heavy kick and then baits out the level 1. Shigematsu on reset point.
Man,
we got a
RD,
set.
how you feeling?
We got a
Looks like
set
we
on
got
our
the
hands.
blueprint on this block. I mean, that's what we said. This was looking kind of similar to when they first met early on in the
Mena not
bracket.
gonna win this year?
What the difference is we're in the grand final, so it's looking a
He
little
might have
shaky
to
on the
mirror
side
him.
of Mena RD. The lightning
Take
beast
his,
is
snatch his
active.
fucking chain
Here
back.
comes the Blanca. Trying to anti-air. What? He looked like
He
he
need
tried
to
to hit him
snatch
with
his
a
chain
super
back.
anti-air.
No jabs here, bruh. Right now, though, does get the perfect parry, preventing Mena RD from continuing to apply that pressure. Low on the charge gauges as well. That's why you see he's waking up with a parry here, trying to get some of that backdash. Gets clipped though. Oh man, and yeah, you talked about it. He doesn't want to give him that free fierce in the activation. He doesn't have the meter, but still eating the fierce regardless.
There we go, driver versus. Whoa. Now he actually finally gets to play the 2-player game known as Street Fighter 6. My man Shigematsu was looking, was in shimmy range. Definitely tried to walk back, but he got caught in the crossfire. Shigematsu resets the set. It's looking like the Pooh collective kill. Okay, looks like you from Natural Born
Yeah, I know
Killers.
y'all that put points in are sweating right now.
Let me get that video.
89% said Blanca. I'd be sweating if I was y'all right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be sweating right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Make some noise if you enjoy this grand finals. InferVods, let me hear you.
This is not.
Hold on. Saying double Blanca. Let's get it. Grand finals last set. Mena trying to take to the skies. But that counter hits with the best anti-air starters for Shigematsu. Immediately with the OD Blanca ball back, nobody is trying to let the other gain momentum.
There it is. Okay, establishing the throw early on. Mena RD looking like the Great Hulk out here.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Let's go. Standing strong. Okay, just to get that space out and then right back into that whip punish range.
We're gonna find out if it's a brand new day, Yipes. Or we're gonna get a former Evo champion put another board on his accolades.
Damn, that was boss.
You know what I'm saying?
Feel me? Stand fierce. Oh, what? That was a hard read. He was trying to catch the counter, poking the side of shit. Oh.
Nice wall slap.
Okay.
Yeah, willing to test him early. I like it, getting spicy with the options here. Empty jump in the throw. He's like, do something, Meta. I'm daring ya. He's not doing it just yet. What are we gonna do?
Wow, he went for the juggler. He wanted to kill this man. I thought he was going to go for the hop to the other side to bait out the OD reverse on the side of Mena. There's the buffer. Oh, my God. Both of these guys can activate at any given time. Oh, they playing footsies. They playing footsies. they walk into those uncomfortable
They
ranges,
playing
uncomfortable ranges at this point.
They were both so low on drive, right? Meta actually connected with a crouch medium kick, but he couldn't cancel it without burning out, so he didn't. And now he gets actually interrupted in the middle of the counter crouch stance.
Oh, we back into that potential throw loop range. That's what Mena was suffering early on here in this set. Oh, immediately got him in the air, so you got some juggle properties here. I like that. How to the other side, switch some sides. Blanca shot, my friend, please help me. Here it is. We're gonna go for throws. Up back block ball here for Shigematsu. No, we got a block ball regardless, period.
Oh, and then immediately waking up with a button in his own right? Look at the little frame kill badge right there. I seen that. And now we're going to be able to force the drive reversal out. That means burnout for Shigematsu.
Oh,
perfectly spaced on the air, Blanca ball. Mena on the board.
Ooh.
Okay.
My man was just right on time, huh?
Okay.
Mena RD, great punish. Okay, regaining some composure here because this was looking a little shaky. I'm not going to lie. Shigematsu was looking phenomenal here.
Both of these players right now looking at their top game.
I did not anticipate a reset, I'll tell you that.
Okay.
This is way better than last year's. Oh man, last year was pretty bad.
Oh man, it's gonna happen.
Shigematsu got the latest blockable anti-airs I've ever seen.
Oh, not me! Says Mena RD, now I'm gonna activate as soon as I connect.
Oh, I'm so surprised he did it right there. I definitely thought the fiercely activation was coming.
I mean, they're both pretty aggressive characters.
Reversal, either or.
Definitely.
Oh my God, level 2. I thought that was gonna be a blockable stand roundhouse. It's getting shaky. Oh, blaster, there it is.
And Mena, he was willing to go on a burnout just to get this started, right? Shigematsu does manage to get the drive reversal off, but he ends up eating the lightning beast. Oh, baited. Mena RD taking a lead here in the reset.
He snatched his chain back.
I feel speed.
Man snatched his chain back.
I never thought I'd be excited to see a Blanca mirror match, for real.
My man snatched his chain back.
They really did.
They really did.
I really have never liked Blanca before this. Oh, nice on the... Definitely making sure he waited on the Blanca ball to be very deep, so he caught the cross.
Oh, he was with it. He said no block stun on that side. Throws, yes. Don't do it, man. He got the drive rush. He's going to get in there. There's the overhead representation here on the side of Mena RD. We are adding more layers to the offense. Drive impact. This is definitely enough. And he got cash. If he really wants to do this, actually, no, let's be safe. Does he have this?
Okay, he's gonna set up shop right there. He waited for Shigematsu to get active defensively, but he ends up getting thrown. Oh my goodness, and Mena, yeah, he wasn't above 3-0.
It was not a 3-0
that OD Blanca ball. No, the slide, it was too late. The juggle doesn't connect, and Mena takes full advantage.
We like to call that the Shikai.
The Shikai.
You're in Mena's world, which means you have a 99% chance to choke it up a little bit.
Facts.
That's how much pressure is involved here in this grand finals. Oh my God, killing those frames. Ooh, input error, but no punish.
Okay, got away with one, but nonetheless, Shigematsu does find himself at the advantage here. Lightning Beast and the corner control is available. Mena back down below 2 bars here. Yeah, I was gonna say if he pops out with an OD Blanca ball, it's gonna put him in burnout. So hard to get out of the situation.
Absolutely. We're gonna challenge. That's the first one I see represented here from NRD.
Like that, oh man, that roundhouse from long distance again.
Oh, they're still active.
Oh, the classic. That's one of those moves in this game, right? Where you see the first startup of it, you try to whiff punish and you get counter hit by the end. Mena RD up 2-0.
Man, championship point. Can he go for it? The back-to-back. Is it possible? Shigematsu, how are you feeling right now?
Is it possible?
I know the nerves must be killing him. His heart is pumping out of his chest right now.
Is it possible?
Look at the onslaught. The momentum is definitely on Mena.
Is it possible?
Look at him just building at me to being a savage. Never just find that pocket to get the hell out of harm's way. Woo.
Yeah, Shigematsu, he knew, right? He had to get active defensively, but Mena snipes and goes on tournament point just like that.
Oh my God, is the prophecy true? Wow, good check, okay? This man ate his breakfast today. Good stuff there, great reactions on the side of Shigematsu. The jumping, I thought he could have went with an early jumping roundhouse, would have actually defeated him there.
Is this really how it goes? He's just the blessed Blanca to ever do it? Like, he just got it like that?
There's the jumping, caught him on the recovery on the crouching strong.
It's over. It's over, not over. It's over, bro. It's over.
To the corner, not even.
It's
actually gonna stay with the mid-screen mix-up instead.
He's just the best
put him in the blender. That's why
business.
Shigematsu, he had to put a stop to it. Wakes up with the light, got his own lightning.
No one's better than him at at it.
Oh my God,
He's just
here
too
comes
good
the
at it.
Blanca. Now it's gonna get easy. He's gonna get
He's
serious.
just too
and
good at it, bro.
That was a call out and a half.
Oh,
that was ridiculous.
shit.
What a way to hold on to your tournament life. What a hard read on the jump back block. Are you serious?
Message sent on that one. Interrupts the counter crouch yet again. Shigematsu starting to build this momentum. And it gets cut off by that crouch strong, the patented of Mena RD.
A classic.
Oh no, he's looking for that delayed tech. That's why he's represented those roundhouses. And he's gaining traction on that level 2. There it is. Oh my God.
Okay,
this is the burnout.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
This
it's over. It's over. It's over.
My sweet child of mine. The back-to-back champion. Is he gonna do it? And there it is.
He's just too good, man.
The prophecy.
He's just too good at it, bro. Bro, snatch this fucking chain back. Give my shit, bro.
Give it up.
He's sick of my shit, bro. He's just too good at it.
Evo championships in total.
He's just too
back
good at Blanca,
here
bro.
At Evo Vegas, as well as a
Bro,
two-time
snatch this
Evo
chain
Japan
back.
champion.
That
Hold
shit
that
back.
flag up, brother.
I'm not
Make sure
refunding
they
shit.
know
You
where
got
you
your-
from.
Get your money taken, bro.
I know everybody's celebrating in DR, man, like your Knicks won again.
Oh, you know this.
Look at this, yo. Yo, there's no denying it. There's no
Bro,
denying
snatch
it.
this chain back.
Is the GOAT.
All I hear is how hard it is to get consistent results in this game. And the Bull, somehow, some way, has put 4 Evo titles on the board.
Man, I almost
Oh, my ears. Yo.
I started seeing white everywhere in my eyes.
Oh,
did that?
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I definitely know what that is, bro.
Production.
100%.
Man, the RD's bringing it back to the island. And mind you, he's posted up in Japan. Japan
Went
got
with the mirror.
100%, bro.
I mean,
Part of
didn't
the
he win the
Topanga
first
League,
match
part of
doing
SFL
that?
Japan as
I think he
well,
wanted to just
bro.
win with Bison,
He is
though.
making sure he gonna get that celebratory yakiniku. That is for damn sure.
Damn, bro. He's just too good at this
Think about the
character, bro.
yakiniku right now. I see him. I see
Yo,
him. You definitely think
production,
about the yakiniku.
please.
That
bro.
wacky was just on standby. On that plane. Yo, man, te quiero mucho, loco, oíste. Muy bueno, loco. Diablo, el Bull, son. The Bull is just ridiculous, kid.
He's too good at it.
Man, that was so sick, bro. You know, where Rio at? Where Boss at? Get the reservation up, brother. Get the reservation ready. Gonna get the wag. You're gonna get all that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, stand up real quick again. Stand up real quick again.
You know, it was a safe
back to back.
It was a safe pick. You know, it could have been a little bias on my side. But just
It
know
could have been a little
that
bias. A
consistency
little
shows
bias, he
every
says.
single
This
time.
guy.
Look at that.
Just a little bit.
Yo, whoever's back there clipping those, we appreciate you. Thank
Bro
you so
said
much.
a little bias. This guy, bro.
Man, like, he is just so well aware of the ranges of a Blanca, and of course, why wouldn't he be, right? He is the master Blanca himself. Did a good job on the Bison, but Shigematsu really had answers for it. After seeing it in winter semis, coming back on in 2 games there, was able to take it 3-1, but when we got to the Blanca mirror, we saw who the most lethal was.
I love Mena's game plans, man. I know what he did. He hit him
Oh,
with the
man,
I'm gonna establish your mind state.
no,
Oh, yeah, it's
man.
going to be Bison paced, right? Then out of nowhere, going into a fresh
He's
set.
just too
And
good
mind
at
you,
him.
This is a real thing. When you have pressure in high pressure situations, okay, cool. He resetted his bracket, right? But I can only imagine how fast his off.
He's just too good at it.
He probably was good.
Anyone want to donate some channel points? Bro.
Just get, get
Bro.
some footing into the set to actually
Son.
concentrate and focus on the matter at hand. Mena RD, of course, switches his whole style up and goes for the mirror match on the second set. Wow.
He's just too good
Talk
at him.
about championship mentality. Talk about championship DNA. Talk about no excuses. He just gets the job done.
None.
Mena, really Dominican. Back-to-back Evo World Finals champion.
You know, I've been a fan of how he carries himself outside of the game for so long.
Technically back-to-back-to-back,
He really
if you count Evo Japan.
approaches fighting games as a passion, as a professional career. He definitely does whatever he can to put as much work in as possible, looking into the nitty-gritty details of the game, right? Not only just the game, but studying player habits. I know that's something that he's always talked about, right? He's like, yo, we need to highlight
24,
habits,
and he
we
won
need to
25, and now
understand
he's won
about
26.
dissecting the way
So
people
technically he's been
play
Evo
and the
champ every
little
year,
things
technically.
that add up to matter. And he is, I mean, he exemplifies how good
static
can
guys
be when
avenging
you
horn
focus
guy?
on things like that.
Hey, I noticed
I
the
just
horn
love
guy
the
stopped
blueprint,
doing
man.
it for some
He has
reason.
the characters for a reason.
I think people started
Though
complaining.
I think he only picked Luke like once.
Yeah,
Right.
so like that's
The
how
horn guy
detailed he
stopped.
gets, right? Like he's like, I got one character
like
for one
halfway
match.
through losers,
Like,
the losers
bruh,
bracket. I think they
being
told
that good and
that dude
being
to
able
stop.
to like not play a certain character at a tournament level for so long.
I'm
and
pretty
then
sure they
bust
told
it
his
out
ass
up
to
against,
stop doing that
I mean,
shit, bro.
Okudagawa is probably the best.
That shit was
in the
not
world.
it, bro.
And he was
I
like,
don't know
yo,
who
bring it up,
suggested
bust out
we
my
bring a
love.
horn
Like,
to Evo
Come on, man. I mean,
and
it's
blow
all
that
needs to be
shit,
said,
but
bro.
like,
But I want to hear from Long Island Joe and Mena RD on the
Thank
stage.
goodness
But we'll
they
get to
gotta
Mena in a
stop.
second.
It
Holla
was not
at me,
cooking.
Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Evo 2026, please make some noise one more last time this year for your Street Fighter 6 top 8 lineup.
wow. Champion Mena
All right.
RD.
We got some trophies and medals to give out. So, in 7th place, we got Zen.
I don't think there's gonna be any announcements. No, they would have done it before this. No, there's no announcement. I'll look at the word show and I'm getting
And
out of
also
here.
in 7th place, get loud for my man Crossover.
They don't like Capcom don't know shit at Evos. Like I don't know. They just don't. Them fellas just stop doing it.
In 5th place, the OG legend Dogura-san.
Top 8 filled with Blancas. Oh, brother.
And also in 5th place, Tantan-man.
Whew.
In 4th place, the young prodigy Kraime. Another young prodigy kills you.
Wow. Just a wow.
Here we go. Let's get loud for
Yeah,
our
they upload the Robo-
second place
Kinda,
finalist,
yeah.
Shigemitsu.
I'll look at it next year. I'm way too tired. I'm trying to just chill the rest of the
And
night.
finally, with incredible honor, his second Evo in a row, one of the most dominant Street Fighter 6 players to walk
all
the
time.
face of the earth.
Yep.
Let's get loud for the one, the only, the Bull, Mena RD!
W.
That is your first place champion.
W, bro.
All right, now also for our top 3, we do have these wonderful sticks from Barbarella. Thank you very much, guys, for bringing them out. Here you go. We got our first, second, and third. Hold those up high, guys. Let everybody see what we got. Hold them up high.
It's the same ones from last year? Or it just has like different number on it, 2026? No, they're not showing costumes, bro. Hey, I'm telling you, if they were gonna show costumes, they would have showed it before. Like, I don't think they're announcing anything. Trust me, bro. Nah. I don't.
Before we conclude,
I don't think they're gonna
Mr.
show
Mena
anything.
RD. Mr. Mena, can I meet you in the middle, please?
They would have been showing it because it's pretty late over there.
Interview presented by
It's 10 o'clock over there. They would have been showing it.
My friend, how does it feel to now have 2 back-to-back Evos in Street Fighter 6?
It feels incredible.
Isn't it 3?
Honestly,
Are we just not counting Evo Japan?
It's all because of my environment. I'm surrounded by a lot of amazing people. And
It's 3.
this result in this amount
Nah,
of
I'm
success
looking this up.
It's not because, you know, it's just
He
me.
won Evo
the
Japan
bull.
last year.
It's
Evo
because
Japan
I have a lot of great
2025,
players around me. I have a
SF6.
lot of family members present at Evo today and a lot of friends showing a lot of support. So
Yeah, he
that's
won
why.
Evo Japan last year.
Spoken like a champion. Spoken like a true champion.
He won Evo Japan last year.
Second.
And he also won Evo Japan in 2024. So technically he has 3
win in the
Evos.
first of 10 against one of the legends
Well,
of
he
the
has,
FGC.
wait, yeah. Wait, apparently he has 4 because he
Idea
won
or
NA
wants to do that again with another
in
opponent? And if you do,
2025.
what do you have in mind?
Honestly, I'm
Won last year
extremely
as well.
excited.
He has
and
4.
It's something that I want to do. Of course, I love Evo. Like this is the essence.
It's back to
of
back
Street Fighter.
for NA.
But I'm also in love with playing.
And it was
first
also
and
back to
the
back
experience
for
that I had in
Japan,
Kimono
which is fucking
truly
bonkers.
special. So At the end of the day, I don't think it's my place to challenge anybody, but I'm open. If anybody want to do it, I'm ready.
And lastly, one real quick one. You're obviously an incredible inspiration.
What was the
to a lot
score
of
between
people.
Daigo and him
Up
again?
coming,
Wasn't it like 5 to 10 or something?
Young people
Or what
all
was
around
it?
the world that want to play fighting games and be just like the
I
boys.
didn't
Do
get
you
to
have
watch it 'cause I
any
wasn't
advice
home.
to those people that look at you and say,
anyone
I
remember?
want to do that too?
10 to 6?
Honestly,
I see.
I'm going to give the advice through a personal situation. I want to dedicate this win to my nephew, Soel El Goldo. I promised you last year that I was going to do it. And I know you're just growing up right now and you're struggling to figure out what you want to do. But at the end of the day, what I want to tell you is whatever you do, do something that you love. It's going to work out.
That's facts. That's facts.
Beautiful. Very well said. Well,
That's facts.
There's one more piece that you get, and that is your first place trophy. If we can please bring this man his trophy. His second trophy in a row, mind you.
Second in a row. Oh,
all right, this is it. EVO 2006 is about to conclude. We are on our last game. We have our last champion. Make some noise for Mena RD.
Mena RD. Pokey MMO video. When? What the? Those are on the second channel. You want to go with those? I did those already. I just never edited it. Oh wait, no, it's on the VOD channel. That used to be InferPlays.
Thank you very much, Mena. Before we go anywhere, I'm going to ask that everybody stay because we are going to take a big group picture in a second. All right, but first, I'm going to throw it to my commentators, but everybody hang out so we can get the EVO 2006 picture. Yipes, Ringe, what do you guys got?
Dax is going to do it, bro. That is gonna do it for me, bro. W fucking Evo, bro. W fucking Evo. I am gonna head out of here. I don't think they're gonna announce shit. I think they are done, that's for sure. Woo. I don't think, no. If they were gonna announce it, they would have done it beforehand. But yeah, chat, I appreciate everybody that showed up for these watch parties this weekend. It was a blast. It was a blast. It was an honor to have you guys here. It was amazing. It was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you guys so much. I am so fucking tired. I need to get some fucking R&R, whatever the fuck it's called. So I'm gonna go do that. Let's see.
It wouldn't be the environment that it is without everybody coming through and showing love and getting under one roof to appreciate what we all are passionate about, man.
I'm gonna send you guys
We could celebrate all day
to Panu.
but to be honest, this is a big win for the
He rated me the other day, and I still haven't rated him back. So I'm gonna raid Panu. He's playing Rivals. He's playing the Z tier. That is Captain America. I will catch you guys later. Once again, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate any and everybody that was here, whether you were stopping by or saying hello or just here for a little minute. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for our normal stuff. And next month we got a big subathon, so the streams are not slowing down. We are not taking any breaks. We stream daily, and yeah, the show goes on. Anyways, if you guys missed any interactions, they're all on the second channel. I appreciate you guys once again, and good night. Boom.